missions,
Hey,
or any of the Mars missions, or any of the Venus missions, or any of the Parker Solar Probe, or the SOHO, or absolutely, or Hubble, or any of those. No, absolutely, we don't have anything. Discount
well,
all of those things, and we've got nothing. Plus Roscosmos,
well,
plus JAXA, plus ESA, plus
well, first the physics
absolutely
that,
nothing.
that back up that these things can even be where they are, right?
Right.
So before they're there, right, we have to rustle around in the bottom of that bin, get those scrap bits of paper with those numbers on them, just to confirm that they can get up there in the
You're
first
awesome.
place, right? So where's the practical demonstration that we have even got them up there, or that they can even get up there into where they have to be there, get out there?
Okay, so you're discounting
do we
all
know?
of the practical. You're asking for practical demonstrations, but I think discounting all of the practical demonstrations. So all the practical demonstrations aren't invalid, but you want practical demonstrations. Okay.
Obviously, we've
Yeah,
got to look because
And the entire
me myself, I'm in the testing department, right? I'm in the testing department, right? You guys are in the
testing.
physics department, right? And then I say, oh, have you got that bit of paper? And all of a sudden you go into panic mode. You sort through your bins, you get the
bottom of the
bits
bin.
of paper, right? You hand them to me because now I have to test them, right? Because I have to make like a little model and test these numbers, right? So I want the step between rustling the bit of paper out from the bottom of the bin to being in space. I want that step in between, right? Because that's my department. I'm in the testing department, right? So why are you forsaking me, Hugh? Right, you're making my job obsolete.
Oh,
Yo, real quick, I just want to say, go subscribe to Earth Awakenings on YouTube. Thanks, guys.
And TikTok and
Okay.
TikTok.
for those with short-term fucking attention spans, yeah.
Hey, oi, don't belittle our platforms. Right? How dare you?
Okay. TikTok will destroy your brain.
Brandy, did you have a question there? Is that going
Yes.
anyway?
Does Discord help or destroy your brain?
Yeah. Where are the practical tests of these numbers?
Every launch, every satellite.
That's not a test.
What is that then?
Dude, that's not a test. Like, that's the actual event. It's not the test.
Excuse me.
Like, if I want to build a great big skyscraper or a new bridge, or I'm building next year's Formula One car, what I do is I start on a small scale, right?
Oh, really? So you build a small skyscraper? Is that what skyscraper builders do? They start with small skyscrapers?
Yeah. They build models. They build models to test their things, right? This is what you do, right?
All right, yeah.
Because if you've got cutting edge technology, you want to make sure it works, don't you?
Well,
Right?
I think that if the skyscraper builders build mini skyscrapers, it's just to show off the aesthetic of the design. I don't think it's to test its structural integrity or its viability.
Really?
I may be wrong. I may be wrong.
So if they've got some new structural design in mind, right, they're not going to build a small scale first and then grade it up from there. Really?
Okay, well, first of all, okay, let's go back to Apollo. They didn't just start with Apollo. Okay, they start with Gemini, and then that was a progression from all the work that the people like von Braun did, and that was a continuation of all the work the rest of the German scientists did with the V1, what was a V2 rocket, all those different things. It didn't just start out of nowhere. So they've been doing testing like that, and they've had all of those scientists with all of that knowledge, which they transferred when they, after World War II, they transferred that over to the Allies, and they said, join us or whatever. So yeah, so
before Gemini, von Braun, whoever else, before the dog, before the monkey, all
Right.
this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right. When
What was the
did
dog's
they
name? Remember the dog's name?
I don't know, Lassie. I don't know.
Yeah, it was something like that. It was
Lucy.
Leisha or something like that. It was an L.
Luca,
It's an L.
I
Yeah,
think.
we both remember it. It was
Luca,
an L.
Montreal to the rescue.
Thank you, Montreal.
Yes, yeah. So where is the small scale version before we start getting into animal cruelty? All right.
Before the
Where's small scale?
vivisection and the rats and the...
Right. Like, where's the small scale version to say, you know what, we want to get this thing up really high, and this place up really high. Really doesn't have much to push off, does it? And we just need to make sure that our rockets here in normal Earth's atmosphere, right, will do the same up there.
I mean, they test hundreds and hundreds of rockets, I would imagine, right? I mean, I don't know. I've not seen anything how they tested the V1 or the V2. I've not seen how they tested Gemini rockets. I do know how they tested some of the things like the moon lander and all that sort of stuff. So a little bit about that.
Well, apparently the first man to space was 1961. So
Yuri Gagarin.
Yuri.
Not an American. And the first object in
the original
not
thing
American.
was done at the...
I didn't say he was American.
No, I'm just saying it was like the Americans are like...
Oh, yeah, he was a Russian.
Yeah, they ignored Yuri Gagarin. They ignored him for a while.
He's not a American guy over. Looks
the
like
testing for many of those rockets were done at Los Alamos Laboratory through their rocket sled track and program.
Okay, I have a Glober conspiracy theory for you guys. The conspiracy theory that some Globers came up with is there was actually like many more people that went to space. It's just they blew up and had fiery, horrible deaths before they actually started like televising it.
We have no idea how many cosmonauts made a one-way trip.
Yeah, we really don't actually. That's true.
Especially with Russia.
Yeah, could have been. It's the same with China. We don't know. We only know the publicized stuff that we can track. We don't know all the failures. It's a shame. We're back to Russian days, except everyone seems to love China.
Wait a minute. We were looking this up the other night, and because I was asking how many men died trying to land a man on the moon, and the answer nobody knew, except the answer is 0 if you count going into space and actually making it to the moon and coming back. Like, it's a perfect success rate of all the 6 trips. No one's died in space except for 3 cosmonauts, they claim on Wikipedia. And that was from docking at the space station, and something happened with the cabin, they say.
All the men that were part of Apollo 1 were killed.
Gus Grissom.
Wait, what?
I can't remember the other
That's
two.
the first Apollo men. They all died.
You mean the ones that died when it was oxygen, pure oxygen inside, and it blew up? Right. Yeah, they never even survived.
Well, they didn't make it to space. Yeah, they didn't make it to space. Yeah, they didn't make it to space, so they didn't qualify as dying in space if you died on Earth.
Yeah, but nobody didn't say dying in space. So how many men did it take to die to get to the moon? You said how many men had to die for them to get to the moon?
You didn't hear the rest of it. I said I'm talking about being in space, and going to the moon and coming back. Once you're in space, there's only been 3 people they claim to have died in space, quote unquote. And it was from docking at the station and coming off, and something happened with the cabin pressure or something like that.
You know, most people die on
No one has ever died. It's been a perfect record. No one has ever died in these supposed moon trips, right?
So how's that Apollo 1 suit right there? That thing got fucking destroyed. I just posted a picture in the chat, but that looks like it was a nasty blast, bro. Look at the fucking shit.
Yeah, this is the guy that died, hung a lemon on the outside of it and was trying to blow the whistle on the whole thing. Conveniently, he got killed. You know about that, right, everybody?
No, what happened? Look, dude, the inside is fucking charred. What exactly? I don't know the story, but this shit looks like it fucking backfired hard.
Gus Grissom was the one that, or not Gus Grissom, or was it Gus Grissom? Yeah, the guy that hung the lemon on. Yeah, that hung the lemon on the outside of the rocket because he figured out it wasn't going to. Or at least that's
No,
the
he
story or
figured
the
out
implication.
that's just, well, the implication is maybe not that. Maybe there's another reason, but I don't know if
Also,
they
you mentioned Yuri
televise it
Gagarin,
or
and I made this little thing up of Yuri
publicize it.
Gagarin. I'm sorry. On the left side are all pictures of Neil Armstrong, and on the right are Yuri Gagarin. I'm not saying they're the same person, but I'm saying
But
it's almost more of a coincidence if they're not the same
they're the
person.
same crew
They look
cuts.
like-
All military men had the same crew cuts at that time.
No, it's not about the haircut. Look at the face. It's like very, very close.
They look very similar.
Most identical twins.
What the fuck?
I hope you're
that's
saying
Neil Armstrong and Yuri Gagarin. Just
I hope
happens to
you're
be
saying
the
that they're
first
the
man
same
in
man.
space as well as the first man on the moon. Happens
Dude,
to look
this
almost
is
exactly like the person
No, it's
that
probably
almost exactly.
This is great.
It's probably the
I'm
same.
saying they're the same.
It's probably the same actor for both roles.
Probably, maybe. I mean, it would be more of a coincidence if they weren't the same person and they just happen to look alike, right? But maybe they're brothers. Maybe they're twin clones or something. I don't know.
I hope that conspiracy theory gets more popular. That'd be great.
Well, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just a very crazy coincidence. You could at least agree about that, right?
No, I'm very familiar with what both men look like.
There are no crazy coincidences when it comes to Globers. It has to be
the two completely different people.
No coincidence.
Fine if they're two different people. It's still crazy how much they look alike. At least you have to acknowledge that. They look a lot alike. You can see that.
Where are you
right?
getting this stuff
Are
from?
you saying they're so dissimilar? You're saying they look very dissimilar, not at all
They're
looking
two different men from two different countries that spoke two different languages.
Right, but they don't look alike? You're saying they don't look alike?
I'm saying they don't look alike.
Okay, then that's cognitive dissonance.
That's not cognitive dissonance.
What?
Everything is cognitive dissonance.
Here's the thing, dude. It's like these globe earthers think that they're like the champion of logic, but then I always see them being illogical, having cognitive.
They can't even admit it's crazy coincidence.
They can't even admit.
They're not allowed to think outside of the narrative.
They can't even admit something that's even like subjective. Like, do these guys look similar? They can't even admit that. That's how ridiculous they are.
It's ridiculous.
They can't even acknowledge the
Those
obvious.
two men
These guys look alike.
I'm
not saying they're the same men. I asked if they look alike. I'm not saying they're the same men. I'm just asking if they look alike. Can you objectively say that?
You're implying they're the same men.
No, I'm not. I'm saying
they
can't even admit that. They're not. It's a crazy coincidence how much they look alike. That's all I'm saying. That they both happen to be pioneers. First man on the moon, first man in space. They happen to look a lot alike. Objectively, you have to say it's crazy how much they look alike. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you can't admit that if you're a glober. It has to be that they're different people and they don't look alike. Because that's
they don't look anything alike. Yeah, even though they look a lot alike, obviously, objectively.
Some of them do. Some of them don't.
News broadcasts where they're all saying the same thing. Like that's what it's kind of like.
It seems like script.
No, it is.
But
it is.
I credit you for having objective reasoning.
They're like not allowed to have
along with something. Stuff that they're putting on us. He's objective about a lot of stuff, and I'm surprised he can't at least say objectively. These guys look alike.
I can say
regardless. I'm not saying
you don't look alike.
They don't look alike. No similarities between these two men.
That is fucking hilarious. That should show you all you need to know.
They don't look alike. That's
ever seen.
Yeah.
New perspective. New perspective. New perspective. No, let me give one sentence to new perspective. New perspective. Go grab 2 pictures of these individuals and see if he can. Could have done a blind test. We could have caught him in the act. Like, oh yeah, look at this, bro. Next time, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a blind test. This motherfucker can't go back on his word and fucking say shit.
That's just dumb.
That's all right. He'd
have some damage control prepared for that.
Obviously, he's just defending the globe rather than trying to be objective.
All this time, you still have to.
The point is to show that you're not being objective. You're just trying to defend the globe.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that that's absurd. It is, and there are limits to the amount of absurdity
that anyone can take. To look alike. It's absurd to say that they look different if they look very similar. That's what I'm saying.
All I'm saying is that there are limits to the amount of absurdity you can be subjected to and keep your cool. That's all I'm saying.
It's not absurd to say they look alike. They obviously do, objectively. They look a lot alike. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, it's absurd to claim they don't look alike. And I bet you if we did a blind study, If you did a blind
I
study, you
apologize.
wouldn't even fucking notice the difference. It's just that you have this preconceived notion because you're in a flat Earth server and debating that you can't concede any point, even if it is reasonable.
You don't know me. You haven't been in the conversations I've had. I've conceded many points.
I've been here all day, and I've seen you not concede to ridiculous fucking things. So yeah, I have seen enough.
You can ask Bandy. I have. So
yeah, he has actually. There are similarities in those pictures. You'd have
It would be absurd to say that there aren't any.
similarities.
That's what I'm
so
saying.
I lost my cool there. Sorry.
Yeah, there are similarities in the pictures.
Like
Not
strong,
necessarily-
uncanny almost similarities. Uncanny almost.
What is the?
I want to go uncanny, and I don't know about that.
Well, if you saw a photo of me and my brother right next to each other, Hugh, right, there's similarities. Right?
Well, what's the dissimilarity then? I mean, if you're saying it's similar, what's the dissimilarity?
Drawing the conclusion that it's there's something afoot here. Look at these two men; look very similar.
There you go.
There's something going on.
You don't need,
that's
you don't need to see something going on. All you have to do is be truthful and admit that they look similar. We don't need you to go the extra mile and say something's going on. We don't need you to expect. You could say they just look similar and that's a coincidence. But the thing is, you can't concede it for some fucking reason. I don't get it, dude. I really don't get why you can't concede shit that's reasonable. Just because
I don't think he wants to concede it because he doesn't want to go where the logic that we're. He doesn't want to go with the logic. He doesn't want to go with the logic and the conclusions that we're inferring. And so he's like, we're not even going to go there. If I have to go down there with that conclusion, I'm just going to act like I don't see it and not even go there. So I think he's avoiding the obvious conclusion from our side based off of what we're inferring and drawing from it and saying, you know what, we're not even going to go there. If you're saying that it looks similar and this is the conclusion, then we're just not going to go there either. And I think that's what he's saying.
And it discredits other arguments you have if you can't point out, at least agree to the objective, obvious.
I'd say that's
observation.
I'd say that's dishonest though. If you're basically disagreeing with what you actually think, just so that the other side can't make their point, I would say that's just
all the time.
It's quite fine. It's quite fine, Hugh, to say that the photos look similar, but now to suggest that these people are the same person, that's absurd. That's a fine stance to take.
Right. That's all.
But to say that they don't look similar because of the inference that they are the same person, well, that's being a little bit disingenuous as far as I'm perceiving it myself.
Yeah.
Because I know exactly what you're doing, because you don't want to link the two, but you can say they do look similar, but to say they are the same, that's totally absurd. You're in la la land, whatever words you want to use after that. That's a fine stance to take. We're not going to disagree with that whatsoever.
And I can even agree that there's dissimilarities between the two, and maybe they I mean, I would almost have to bet that they came from the same family at least. At least, I mean, maybe they had a little plastic surgery and it's the same guy, maybe, but it's almost more of a coincidence if they're not the same person. Do they just happen to look almost identical, or at least like brothers? And they happen to be the first man on the moon and the first man in space. It's a pretty crazy coincidence. We have to at least agree.
But if Hugh feels they don't look similar, like why is that an issue?
Have you seen someone say, "Oh, this person looks like that"? Someone else will say, "That doesn't." No,
don't trust that's a genuine answer, though. That's the thing is, I don't trust that's a genuine answer.
If you don't trust that's a genuine answer, that is your problem. That's not Hugh's problem. Hugh feels they don't look similar, and that's his honest opinion.
I've seen pictures of both for years since I was a child. I mean, I'm 58.
If you feel his judgment is off, that's fine. But that is the problem. This is a judgment question. Saying if they look alike or not, it's not a fact of nature. It's someone's opinion. It's up for judgment. Somebody could look at them and legitimately say, "I feel they don't look alike."
And you know what?
Yeah, but the problem is when Hugh says he feels they don't look alike, you guys jump to all these other conclusions. Oh, you just saying that because you don't want to concede this, that,
he pretty much admitted it was because of the implications. Nate, he admitted that it was because of the implications behind it. He said that. So
did you admit that?
No, actually, I added that, but I didn't say that was reasonable.
I've seen footage of both men. Take another close look and just say, do these guys look similar or not? Just give your honest answer right now. Do they look similar? That's all. It's not about if they're the same person. Just do they look similar?
they're both dudes, white dudes. No, I don't think they look similar. I mean,
Cool.
someone was in a.
All right,
I think it was.
that's fine. I accept that. I accept that. I've had this happen. Honestly,
Someone
I've
did
had
the
this
side
happen,
by side.
and I've been surprised at
good.
other things before, and people who didn't have any kind of motive behind their reasoning. I've compared pictures before, and I see they look very similar. I think they're the same person. Other people can't see it, so that's fine. I accept your answer if that's your honest answer.
Good.
True
SC,
test you need to
there?
show.
You there, SC?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think Kosho made a GIF especially for you in the chat. Did you see it?
Yeah, well, I saw his. He fell a little short though because he didn't address the water.
Hello, water.
That would be the water though. We're looking at the surface.
Well, somehow
Silly,
you
man.
guys think that you can look out, draw a straight line, and somehow that's the drop.
In his little thing, the I don't know, man.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know how to tell you.
I said it.
You're
I
lost
said it in
cause.
very few words, clearly. I distinctly showed you the two lines. I showed you what drop is referencing. Drop is referenced from the horizontal. I showed you what the hump was in reference to. The hump is in reference to the line of sight between the two observers, and there being a hump between them. These are two different lines. They're referencing two different, phenomena. One's an obstruction, one's a drop. I showed you what they both mean, what they both look like, and how they both exist, in real life on a sphere. Wouldn't be on a sphere, and I don't see where there would be any disagreement there.
Yeah.
It's the water. You didn't address the water.
What about the water?
The water in your model is a sphere, and it constantly drops all around.
Yeah.
So now, just by drawing a line and saying it extends into space and you look one way, doesn't change the water. The water always remains the same. But in your model, you have both a drop. It drops automatically from all people, and then it creates a hump. Can't have that. Because when you observe the water, it doesn't do that. Now you can look at it different ways and claim that, yeah, if from this perspective it looks like a drop, and from that perspective it looks like a hump, but that doesn't change the actual physics.
Yo, can I ask a question and then you have like a couple seconds to answer? Q. Or do you actually? I don't know. I don't think you'll actually be able to answer it directly. Never mind.
Who are you asking? SC or what?
What sort of a question?
Oh, him. Okay, my bad. You say Hugh. Okay.
Well, nothing inappropriate. I was just gonna get your opinion on something, but I don't know if you're actually gonna answer it like directly or not.
If you're going to imply that my answers are going to be anything less than honest, then don't ask.
Okay. Well, you can just. Would you be, confident saying like, a binary answer, or would you just be confident saying whatever you want?
Why not?
Do you ever watch any Jordan Peterson? He answers the right questions, and so I feel that is all I can do. I don't answer questions I don't think are well formed or are dishonest. That's the wrong word, but dishonest, if you know what I mean. Trying to get me to say something that I'm not implying meaning. I don't mean that in an insulting way, though.
Well, I just have a little test for you, and I would like to do it. I don't know. I feel like you're just gonna not answer it, and it's gonna be pointless, and I'm gonna waste my time.
Well, we already agreed that this is a waste of time.
Yeah, you want to just ask it.
Well, ask away. It's fine. Ask away, man. It's all good.
I'm just gonna ask you at 6:36. Who's who in the picture I just posted in the main chat.
Oh gosh, here we
You
go.
can answer in less than 5 seconds, then I know you're not cheating and going back up.
Hold on. Are you seriously testing me? Is that important? All right, hold on.
Come on, time's ticking. Each second, you're more likely to cheat.
Yeah, and you could also add who's the guy at the bottom there.
What's your problem, dude? I'm testing him right now, you shit.
Yeah, and at the bottom I got another one.
Okay.
Well, no more. You left or right? Who's who? All right,
Which
10.
pictures? Where?
There's 2 pictures right by each other, posted by me, not New Perspective. Just look at the side by side. Who's who? 10.
I'm trying to find
7.
where they are. Hold on.
One's Neil Armstrong and one's Yuri Gagarin. Which one's which? And then right below that, which one is which one is?
Dude, I tagged you in the picture. Just press on the tag and you'll go directly up to the picture. What's up?
Okay, the bottom one is.
It took too long to answer. You're not being.
The bottom one is definitely what?
Or both. You said nothing, so you're being. No, he's cheating. He's going back up to other pictures and
the bottom one is which?
Let him answer.
Let him fucking answer.
You're so intent on trapping people. Good grief.
No, you just shown that you both you can do it. You're dishonest. You can't answer the question directly.
No, because you flustered me. I couldn't even think of the NASA astronaut's name for 3
Neil Armstrong or Yuri Gagarin.
Thank you. Armstrong is the one in the big picture. New Perspective posted that. And the other 2 are Gagarin.
Both of them?
Both of them?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Can I have a crack, Dave?
Did you read what Kosho posted first, or did you think of that?
No, you did.
Dude, I'm looking at the pictures.
30 seconds. Kosho ruined it. Fuck you, Kosho. Fuck you.
I can take a screenshot.
I mean, they have similar
Shoot.
hairlines. Like they have the same widow's peak. Although on the right one, he has like a little bit of a
It's
tougher
the uniform that gives it away.
I'd just like to say Kosho's a bitch.
I haven't looked at anything Kosho's typed.
Says the guy who comes into a conversation about something else to do a petty test.
Shut up. Shut up,
The
bitch.
pettiest of all tests, right? It's all good stuff.
You ruined it. You can't.
Kosho, wait, hold on. Kosho, do you think those guys look similar?
I think the guys that are the same person look exactly the same, and the guy below him looks different.
No, I'm asking.
I can tell the difference. I can tell the difference. I think they have similar features, but I think that there's. I know. I'm answering. If you don't want to know the answer, don't ask the question.
You said they look
You don't want
similar.
to know the answer, don't ask the question.
Anything.
Kosho
You don't want to know the answer,
We all
don't
know
ask the
Kosho
question.
sabotaged.
One at a time, guys.
Dude, if you want to have a private conversation with Hugh Jazz, you can go on a fucking private date with him, right?
Listen,
I
you know
didn't
what
say it
you
out
did.
loud.
You know
I
what
put
you
it
did.
in the chat, man.
You know what you did. There's no.
Okay,
You don't need to explain yourself. You know. We all know. You don't need to explain yourself. Everyone saw. That's it.
Yeah, everyone saw. You came in like a little girl and
you
asked a
purposely
question.
sabotaged it. Good job.
Ask him a question that was
Everyone
not
saw you
outside of
purposely
what we were talking about.
Everyone. Is there anyone watching this? I'm checking the YouTube. Hang on.
I don't actually think that was a fair test.
In 10 years, 1 million people will have seen this.
Okay, Kosho put the top 2 are both Yuri. Okay, I would agree with that. And the bottom one, that is definitely Armstrong. You can tell the mouth is different. But
just the mouth. That's about it, right?
Years and years and years.
That's what I would have said. The teeth are exactly the same for the Yuri.
But I can't
It's
really
a real,
it's a
real
I reckon
stretch.
that photo on the right of Yuri looks similar to Armstrong, who's laying on the grass. But
they're just similar looking people. It's objectively true.
Yeah,
the point.
yeah. But the one on the left, they kind of do look different. Like that photo on the left, I reckon they do look distinctive.
Yeah,
there's Kosho purposely ruined the test.
Yeah,
it does. So
you said you didn't even read it just now.
We're never gonna know because of you. You did your thing. You did your thing. Good job. All right, I'm being salty at Kosho now. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop.
Just run another class in like 15, 20 minutes.
You know what's funny though is when I first saw that I was trying to think of which one was Neil Armstrong, and once I couldn't figure out what I was like, even either of those was Neil Armstrong. That's when you're able to actually tell the differences between them. There's some things that look similar between them, but when you're trying to figure out, to tell the difference, it's pretty easy to tell the difference.
Honestly, I'm looking for it. If you
Well, there's a whole video that has more to do it. I mean, they could be doppelgangers, but it's pretty crazy that they're doppelgangers and they happen to be, the first pioneers of their field.
So there you go. Someone who posted that in the side chat. Neil Armstrong was Yuri Gagarin.
I just put that in there for people to look at more evidence that claims that they could be the same person. If you want to watch it, there's more to it than just them looking similar.
Okay. You have to remember that Pete Shea was for a long time claiming that Will Smith was Obama. You have to keep that in mind, please.
Yeah, Nate, you're right. All of these people look very similar. I would agree. You can say they look just as similar as Yuri Gagarin and Neil Armstrong. There are differences, but this is what I mean by similar. And we can all objectively agree that all these pictures Nate posted, these people look very similar. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I do have a correction for you. Okay. The Dodo is still claiming that they are the same actor who played both parts.
Well, correction. Why is that a correction? What the Dodo says has nothing to do with any correction. He doesn't represent all flat earthers.
And I'm just saying, just bear that in mind. Okay.
You ever played Wii? The Wii Sports or whatever, you make like a little character.
Yeah.
Really, any game where you make an avatar.
Wiimo's, whatever they're called. Yeah.
Yeah, you realize, a little bit of math. There's only a certain number of combinations you can, mix everything together. Hairs, faces, and face sizes.
Yeah. It would be a crazy coincidence if the first man on the moon and the first man in space look so much alike. It's still a crazy coincidence, no matter how you cut it.
I know you say they look so much alike, but they don't look so much. They have some similar features.
I think that we wouldn't.
I mean, you go to any office. There's going to be two dudes that have similar features.
Okay, so
they're not that close.
So, same smile, same expression, same eye squint, same all kinds of things.
Hugh was way more comfortable at the bottom of a trash can. He was way more comfortable there.
Hey, you might be right. I don't know.
Bandy always brings out. Yeah, trust an Aussie to come up with that. Yeah.
There's a website called. I thought it was called Doppelgangers, but it's called like Twin something. But you can find it if you look up for Find My Doppelganger. But if you post a picture of yourself in that website, it'll show you people who look exactly like you. It's pretty crazy if you post a good.
I saw my doppelganger in London. Unfortunately, I was in a moving
channel. Oh, sorry.
I was in a moving vehicle. I think it was a bus or something like that. And I saw this guy in the street looked exactly like me, and it freaked me out. I went, wait a minute, that's not me. I'm me. I remember having that really crazy thought in my head. Wait a minute. This dude looked exactly like me, but I was in a bus or something.
It's an eerie feeling.
Here's a fun one. Forget Bill Hicks. What about Sam Kinison?
Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, dude. That looks fucking exactly the same. Holy fucking shit, dude. This fucking actor.
And look at the kid picture. The kid picture of Alex Jones looks just like the kid picture of fucking Sam Kinison. I made up the comp, and if you look at the nose, if you zoom in on the nose, look at how crazy the nose is exactly the same nose and crease. In
he looks a lot more like Bill Hicks than he does Sam Kinison.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The Weeknd does not look like Justin Bieber, bro, at all.
He's wearing a mask.
That is fucking ridiculous, dude. They don't look similar at all.
Ridiculous. It is ridiculous. It is ridiculous on the surface, but if you think about it and you hear if you hear all the theory to it, he's wearing a mask. That's why he can't feel his face. Right?
Oh my god!
When I'm with you, right? And
It's hilarious,
they both dated Selena Gomez. They've never
Okay.
been seen together.
I
There's only
can
one
say
picture of
this.
them together, and it's a mannequin. And
Both Canadian.
The Weeknd came out of nowhere and just had a big. He became a Grammy winner his first year out. He performs and sings just like Justin with a little bit of vocoding. They could totally be the same person.
Okay, I can say this. Sam Kennison looks
Wait
like
a
Ronnie
minute.
James. Sam
Are you
Kennison.
claiming- Wait a minute. Did he claim?
Sam
Wait a
Ken-
minute. Wait, I gotta clarify this. Real quick. Did you claim that The Weeknd is Selena Gomez and Justin Bieber as well? What the?
They both dated Selena Gomez, right?
Okay.
The
I can
Weeknd
say
supposedly stole her away from Justin, so that could be like just a performance for the crowd,
Okay.
you know.
Ronnie James. Sam Kennison looks like Ronnie James Dio.
About that either, but I mean, the weekend looks more like Ryan James Dio, I think.
Wait a second. The Weeknd.
Oh no!
that's-
Sorry,
that's-
I was thinking. No. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Ron Jeremy when I said
Hold on.
that. I was thinking the weekend looks like Ron.
Justin just plays on The Weeknd. Get it?
The Weeknd
You're always
is his
thinking Ron
name.
Jeremy, to be fair.
Okay,
Yo,
let me
so Dave, when you see a picture of The Weeknd and Justin Bieber together, do you still feel it's the same person?
There's only one, and it's actually a fake. It's a mannequin.
Wait, look in the chat. New perspective.
Yeah,
We're looking at
Show me video of them together.
We're looking at this right now. New perspective.
I'm not saying I'm 100% on this. I think there could be a guy playing The Weeknd as well as Justin Bieber singing for him because they have tour dates that don't
how
match
about
up.
pictures
That
of them together
coincide.
around people?
But I'm saying it's not impossible.
Yeah, but how about when you see videos of them around people talking at the same time together?
I want to see that. Is there videos of them together? Video of them together?
You've never seen a video of them together?
No, have you?
Yeah.
Right. This actually might be right. I might have to retire after this.
I've been looking.
It's fucking ridiculous.
I'm not saying they are
ridiculous, guys.
I'm
This
saying
is fucking ridiculous.
This
Dude.
is how far conspiracy though.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Isn't this?
Now you're on the other side.
Okay.
All right. Here's the
has
comp
anyone
I put together. That's not a picture of them together, by the way. Show me the video of them together.
This is like.
And look
Right,
at
well, I think
just look at the picture comparison I made. You can see how if it is true, how it could be true.
I think you Jazz been trying to say something for a moment.
Has anybody seen? Anyone seen the show Star Trek Voyager?
No.
Yes.
No. No, it sounds big.
I've seen it.
There's an episode called The Voyager Conspiracy. Watch it. Just saying.
All right. By the way, in the weekend comp I made, look at the scar above the eye. This is something I found on my own that made me more compelled to think it might be true. I'm not saying it is true, but there is a scar that Justin Bieber has above his forehead, his eyebrow, and you can see on the weekend that the scar is there too.
Is it?
Wait a minute. Where's that scar at? I see it on Justin's face, but I don't see it on
the eye. Look at the close up of the eye to the far right of the picture. It's a close up of the black face eye, and you can see the scar there. And you zoom in.
Is this a serious claim? I'm just curious.
There are people that totally. There are
Dave is
people that
super
totally
serious right now.
And you know what's so funny is I've tried to convince one of my friends about other ones that are like this, and he will not buy any of them. He's like, no, bullshit, that's crazy, no way. I showed him this one. He watched a ton of videos of the weekend, compared the voices. He is convinced that they are the same person, and he's not convinced of these things at all.
It's a white and a black person, and you threw in a Spanish girl. And how y'all picking on the favoriteest people I love?
It's crazy that Dave is serious right now, though. Like, that's what...
I'm serious that it could be true, because that's how crazy this world is.
That's crazy.
Man, okay. Well,
I mean, he came out of nowhere and had all the performing skills and everything. Won a Grammy the first year. He's a project. The Weeknd is a project. But there are videos when he's younger and mixtapes that make you think maybe it's not him. Maybe it was actually they're both from Canada, same area. Maybe it was a friend of his. Maybe they switch up. Maybe he plays them sometimes or something.
Yeah, but
Didn't Drake voice the
here's the problem with this whole theory is that people go to the Weeknd concert and hear the Weeknd sing and shit. So are you saying that
Right. And it could
that's
be
Justin
Bieber with
Bieber
the
in a
voice
suit
with the
when
voice.
they do that?
Yeah, it's him in a mask. It's Justin Bieber in a mask, possibly. Yeah.
This is crazy, crazy, crazy.
And if you hear
Crazy.
the singing voices, very similar. It's just a little bit of vocoding, a little bit of like reverb on the mic makes them sound a little different.
We got to run this by Peach today, though, for real. See what he thinks.
I'm not saying I think it's 100%. There's some that I'm very much more
Really?
confident with. I think this one's possible, not impossible, but I'm not 100%.
Well, someone
That's
has
crazy.
to follow him around. Someone has to follow them around and watch him and video him putting on a mask. All right, let's get our people onto it. Let's get our people onto it.
You know this.
Or
The
like,
CIA.
or like fucking Scooby Doo. Someone go up onto the stage. Someone go up onto the stage and rip his mask off like
right
Scooby
now.
Doo. Someone should do that.
Right now, in the words of Bandsaw, we are in La La Land. This is
yeah.
You guys are in La La Land.
Bruh, someone should go
sitting
Scooby Doo.
here
Someone should go Scooby Doo the Weekend.
whether or not Justin Bieber
All right,
and
since
the
we're in the
Weeknd are
game
the
here,
same person
on to
is
some other
La La
conspiracy.
Land.
Remember
And
Sid and
I
Nancy?
beg all of us to change the subject and talk about something more serious. This is ridiculous.
Here we go. Sid and
Something with
Nancy.
slightly
Okay,
more,
everybody remembers Sid and
brain
Nancy,
cells.
right? Well, now we have Bette Midler and her husband, who they are married to, who she is married to, is Martin Van Hasselberg. And this is the comparison of Sid and Nancy to Bette Midler and Martin Van Hasselberg.
Well, I did. I was going to say, I know the CIA have had these sort of masks that their agents wore in the field, like legitimately for like 30 plus years, and they're pretty convincing, the masks. That back then,
You can do
anything way better.
Yeah, but the only issue is why would Justin Bieber?
Yeah, I know.
Because
if he was wearing a mask, why would his scar? Why would they have the same scar in their eye?
He can't be a white boy compared to Michael Jackson. But they compare the Weeknd to Michael Jackson, right? He can't be the white. He can be the black boy singer this way. He can have two careers.
I've heard that Bette Midler is actually a woman.
No. No way.
It's true.
I mean, they even have songs together. Like, oh my god, Dave.
That was lowbrow.
Yeah.
What? What are you
No, you
saying? Don't just say
Can you
what?
can you define woman?
Oh, I'm not a biologist. Anyone
What
get
did
that
that say?
reference? Everybody get that reference?
Yeah,
You want another one, guys? You want another one? I've got a lot of these. These are fun.
Jeez,
See, it's fun because this is fun conspiracy because it's either true or not true, and it's just fun to look at. Right?
Well,
It's just
that's
fun to
all.
possibly.
Wait, hold on. That's all
New
conspiracy.
topic.
Now
Guys.
we
That's
all
all
know there was
conspiracy.
something weird.
Hang on.
This is
New topic.
Rivers
Bandsaw says
Cuomo.
that fiber optic gyro compasses prove flat Earth. Bandsaw, can you elaborate?
Now you're deflecting. You're trying to change the subject here, Nate.
Oh yes, I am.
How don't they?
I am.
Right? Well,
Explain
okay.
yourself.
Well, I shall if you give me 2 seconds, right? So, light being a wave, right? Electromagnetic wave, right? And this is how, right, it seeks north, right? This is how it does it. And whether it's a normal manual gyro compass or a fiber optic gyro compass, right, they seek the magnetic north, and then it's calibrated to a particular point, right? Because it does fluctuate a little bit. So the geographical north, as we know, is only a map reference. Right? It's not an axis of the Earth, so to speak. It's just a point that we access things to. So we calibrate all our machines to this center point, and after it has seeked the magnetic north, it then adjusts itself to the geographical North Pole. So, boom.
You really killed the conversation.
Well, how does that?
Well, how does that prove Earth's point?
Is light not a in the electromagnetic spectrum?
Yes.
Aren't you jumping
There
like?
you go.
I mean, you could. We should be able to prove this. Then that we can, if we have a a gyroscope, and then we have a magnet, we should see this. Like align itself with that. But I mean, we have to like at least.
Really? So you think that if you put a magnet next to a beam of light, you're gonna get it to point towards a magnet? Do you think that?
But I don't think. I don't know. I mean.
Okay then. So the way the gyro compass works, by shooting out little photons this way and that way, the speed difference is what it's aligning itself with. Because we do know that light is affected by a magnetic field. Right? We do know this. Right? We know the speed of light is affected by a magnetic field. This is provable. This is demonstratable. Okay then. So that magnetic field that it is in is what is affecting it.
Yeah, but I mean.
So you can't deny that light is affected by a magnetic field. You can't deny that.
I mean, I haven't really technically seen evidence of that, but.
Well, it's true. It's true. It's been tested. The speed of light is affected by a magnetic field. It's been demonstrated. It's been tested. So it is mainstream science. It's not fringe science at all. It's mainstream. So it's all out there.
Can you elaborate on what you said about the magnetic field and the light? Because I know that photons they don't have a charge, and so I don't think that they can be affected directly by magnetic fields.
Really? So light can't be affected by a magnetic field?
Well, not directly. Indirectly.
What's indirectly?
Well, there's that observation that Dyslow brings up a lot. It's like a ferrofluid, like there's some sort of ferrofluid, and there's a magnetic material in it. Anyways, I forget what the thing is called. I think it's called ferrocell. Ferrocell is, I think, what it's called. And so yeah, it's a ferrofluid, and they apply a magnetic field to this ferrofluid, and they shine a light through it, and the light gives you cool designs, but that's basically the light being affected by the light traveling through the fluid, and the stuff in the fluid being affected by the magnetic field. I don't think the light itself can be affected by magnetic fields.
So the medium.
Yeah.
Yes.
The medium.
Yes. Yeah. So medium that it is in, right? Okay. So how isn't light then affected by magnetism?
Well, no, I'm saying that is
or an electromagnetic field.
Hmm.
Right? So the light.
Well, that's what I'm saying
light has to travel through a medium, Kosho. It can't not travel through a medium. It has to propagate through something. There has to be a conduit.
Yeah. So what's the medium inside the gyro?
Okay, then. So that conduit that it travels through, right, is affected by the electromagnetic field. Yes.
Yeah, but no.
Okay.
No,
then. Yes.
No.
Yes.
No. The light doesn't need the light. The conduit that the light travels through is a field. Is the electromagnetic field itself. The light doesn't need a medium to travel through. Yeah, it doesn't need a medium.
Really?
Yeah, it travels. Have you got a demonstration? Have you got a demonstration where light can travel through nothing at all? Yes.
Nothing at all.
Where?
Anytime you've seen the inside of a vacuum.
Really?
Have you ever seen something inside of a vacuum?
There is nothing in a vacuum, is there, Kosho? Think very carefully about the answer you're about to say. There's nothing.
Well, I'm telling you that the amount of air inside the vacuum chamber is not going to dictate how much of whatever else is in there you can see. So if there's very few particles, you'd expect to see very little of it, or very little of anything, because there's barely any medium for the light to travel through. but the amount of air is not going to change the how well you can see.
There is a medium in a vacuum, right? You haven't pulled a perfect vacuum for starters, right? There's no demonstration of a perfect vacuum, and even once you have pulled a perfect vacuum, all you have done, right, is relieve it of the gas, right? You've relieved it of nothing else but the gas. So you haven't even pulled a perfect vacuum yet to relieve it of all the gas to even start off from that premise. You've only got down to what 10 to the -6 or 7, whatever it is, and whatever the vacuum is. That's all you've got down to. So it's not even a perfect vacuum. So there still is some gas in it, regardless on top of what anything else that may be in that vacuum. All right. So you can't say that light doesn't need a medium to travel through whatsoever. Right? That is just pulling stuff out of where.
Thin air.
Right?
They say that the Large Hadron Collider has a much stronger vacuum, or much I guess more vacant vacuum than
Okay,
that
then
of space.
it's more vacant, but it still isn't the perfect vacuum, right?
Okay, well then
So
then the
it
question
can have a much stronger vacuum than that one in Idaho or whatever, but it still ain't the perfect vacuum. So it still doesn't have no gas in it, right? Let alone whatever other medium may be in it. So the light still has to travel through a medium. That's all we can say. We can't say it has to have no medium.
Well, then how much air does there need to be for the light to travel through? Just it could be 1 molecule per cubic meter, and the light can travel through it now, but it can't if that molecule is not there.
Well, who says that the actual light is actually traveling through or needs the medium of air or gas to travel through?
Well, you just did, I thought.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I said it needs a medium to travel through of some sort, right? So unless we can eliminate the gas altogether, all right, well, we can maybe assume that it needs gas because there is gas there, right? But until we can alleviate that variable from the equation, right, there is still a medium. There's still a conduit for the light to get from point A to point B to piggyback all the way along that medium to get to its destination.
Yeah, but we know that the more air you take out, the easier it is for the light to travel through. So we know that. So it doesn't make sense that you can take air out. You can take air out until there's only a tiny bit left, and it gets better and better and better. But once you take it all out, it can't move at all.
Okay, so now all you are taking out is some form of resistance, being mass, right? So the medium that is left, right, has less resistance, so the light can actually move faster in that medium. That's all you're doing. You're just removing one medium of resistance. Okay.
Yeah, but what's left? The medium. The difference between a medium and a field is a medium has substance. A field just is points and positions with different values.
Well, you don't know until you've actually tested these things. You've only got assumptions at this stage.
They're fairly safe assumptions though, because it only becomes easier for the light to travel when there's less substance.
Well, we know light is affected by an electromagnetic field, right? So until we can eliminate, right, totally what that electromagnetic field affects, right? Now in a fiber optic gyroscope, right, this light is traveling through a medium. Okay, then. So it is going to align itself slower and faster one way or another due to the magnetic field that it is in.
It doesn't do that though. The light
How do you
doesn't.
know?
The light does because first of all, you made a giant jump there. You said you just said you made a giant, massive jump. You just said, well, we know that it's affected by magnetic fields, which indirectly it is, sure, but you never said how it's affected, and then you dictated how it was affected. You said that it can influence a light to point in a certain direction, north is going to influence all the light. It doesn't. It would have to do that to the medium first of all, and the light would have to then be influenced by that medium to do that. For that to be the case, but
Yeah.
it's just not. It's not happening. Isn't the light? Isn't a vacuum an interferometer as well?
Sorry.
Isn't interferometer a vacuum?
Is it?
I thought so.
Okay, then. So
It would make sense to it.
Yeah,
so
they
what
they
sort of
try
vacuum?
for
What sort of vacuum?
like
The perfect vacuum, or just a kind of close enough kind of vacuum?
A
So the perfect
sufficient vacuum.
Oh,
yeah, like
sufficient. So
Banco.
it's
Banco. Think about the vacuum tubes at Lyco. You know, they have lasers running
yeah,
through.
yeah.
Yeah.
I know exactly. They do. And do we have the perfect vacuum, or just a close enough to relatively what's all right for the job kind of vacuum?
Uh-huh.
It's probably
Sufficient.
it's probably the latter, isn't it? Right? It's kind of roughly kind of good enough for the job, kind of a vacuum.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
Sufficient
it's
for
not
the job. Yeah.
so it's not the perfect vacuum. Exactly.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how much of a vacuum you would need. But I mean, how much air you're gonna need before the it's gonna disturb the light that much. Like if it's less than 1 psi, I'm sure you'll be fine. There's probably
Well,
less than that even.
it doesn't need much at all, does it? Really, it does not need much of a difference to read the speed of a photon going this way and the speed of a photon going that way. It only needs a quadruple 15th of 1% of a nanosecond, right? Difference, right? To register, right? And now all of a sudden we have a direction because we have a difference at which this thing is going to align itself to. And to say that the light isn't affected by an electromagnetic field in any way, shape, or form is just it's disingenuous, Kosho.
Sure,
To say,
it would be disingenuous if someone said that.
right? Well, you kind of
No one said
suggested
that.
that.
No, I
Okay,
didn't
cool.
suggest it at
So,
all. I told you.
okay then.
I said
Okay then. Cool.
plainly.
Cool. So it is affected by an electromagnetic field.
No,
Thus,
I didn't say that
that
either.
is thus that is what it is seeking. The electromagnetic north. That is what it is doing.
My goodness. First of all, I didn't say it wasn't. That was a huge black and white. I didn't say it wasn't unaffected. It wasn't affected by it by any shape or form, and then didn't say, okay, well, it is affected by it. What I said was, it
Your
can be
denial.
affected.
Your denial is just
No, come on.
confirmation. It's just
It
confirmation.
can affect the medium, and if that medium is then influencing the light, because of refraction or whatever else, that can happen as an effect, but it would be an indirect effect. But I'm actually reading a paper right now called
So
"Determining the Index of Refraction of Air Using a Michelson Interferometer." So let me see.
okay. So does a gyro compass use refraction?
I don't think gyro compasses use light at all. I thought they just used
Really?
yeah, I thought they
Really?
were just
They don't.
spinning. Yeah, they were just spinning.
A fiber
Nope.
optic gyro compass.
Oh, I've never seen. I don't know. I've never seen one like that. I
Yeah.
don't.
Well,
They probably exist. I'm not. I'm
right
familiar with the mechanical ones.
plasma. They use plasma in there as
That's
well,
cool.
and all these things are affected by a magnetic field, an electromagnetic
Plasma
field.
is, yeah. Plasma.
Exactly. Definitely plasma is, and things as these things are in the fiber optic gyroscope. It's just more confirmation that its ability to seek a direction of north, being magnetic north, right, makes perfect sense. Why they would use these tools to do this.
Same or time. This is a weird paper. I'm sorry. I'm just reading. This is. I thought it's not even the same. It's not even the right point. But it's just claiming that a Michelson interferometer can be used to measure the index of refraction of air. Okay, cool, dude. I don't know why that's necessary.
So there you go, Nate.
Interesting, Dan. So I need to look more into this. I've never heard of a fiber optic gyro.
Really, these are the newest, beautest machines on the face of the earth.
Well, I mean, I know what a fiber optic gyroscope is, but but you're talking about a fiber optic gyro compass.
Well, whether it's if you want to
Yeah,
go
sorry, gyro compass.
if you want to go into a gyro compass, right? The gyro compass uses magnets in them.
Yeah.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay. See that? Well, no, it doesn't. No.
Yeah, they do. Why do they have magnets in them? I wonder why.
Oh.
I wonder why they have magnets in them. Interesting, isn't it? Why would they need a magnet in them if they can just naturally seek north themselves?
What does you saying the magnet in them tries to line up with the North Pole?
With the magnetic north, yes, exactly right. That's what they try and do, right? And then from there they are then calibrated to point to the geographic north.
Alright.
Point of
I'm gonna
reference.
wait for Kosho to look into this, and then we'll come back and prove you wrong. Man.
Yeah, trust me, Kosho won't be able to prove me wrong on this.
What?
He comes
Is
up
that a
short
challenge?
all the time.
What is the proving?
Oh.
What is the point of this, though? Not to be rude.
The point.
Oh.
Well, I think Nate wanted to get off the photos, so that's why he brought it up.
Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of weird from the whole people look alike.
But that was quite good, though.
Do you want to go back to people looking
Spoiled,
alike?
spoiled.
Really?
Go back to people.
Well, we all had a good time during that instead of arguing, bickering. So
I felt it was a bit ridiculous.
We were having a good time just now. You. Oh, you're not having a good time?
I almost fell
You
over.
need to be.
Fell asleep.
You need to be searching the bottom of your trash cans to pull out some more evidence.
All the physics. Dude searching at the bottom of their trash can. Paper
I mean,
towels,
is there something you
napkins.
want to talk about? Do you have any globe proofs that you should share?
Who's going for the jugular today? What's that?
What?
Who's asking?
No, I'm just asking if you have any globe proofs you wish to share with the panel tonight.
That hasn't already been shared. I don't know.
I don't know. Like, what's your best proof for Earth being a sphere? Your best personal piece of evidence.
My best personal piece of evidence. I see a very clear horizon line at the beach, and not a continually hazy and hazier and hazier horizon, which is what I would expect on a flat Earth. That's one. And because I had satellite TV, that's another one.
How far away is that horizon?
Gosh. What is it? 3 miles, 4 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles? How far is it?
No, I'm asking you. Because that would be the Earth curve, right? That would be where it starts.
I don't know where it starts.
Interesting.
I mean, I've not measured. How would I even measure that?
I don't know. You tell me. You told me that that's the Earth curve.
Well, if it was flat Earth, wouldn't you expect it to just be a hazier?
No, if it's a glob Earth, you told me that you'd expect a clear horizon line, and that's what we see. I'm wondering how you measured to that.
I didn't measure anything, but it just appears to me. I mean, there's a very, very clear, distinct horizon line, right?
Yep.
I don't think that would be the case if I'm trying to imagine what even the flat Earth would look like. No one's even
it would
attempted
look like
to model
exactly
it
what
out.
you see.
Well, what I see is a clear horizon line, which is not what I would expect to see on a flat Earth.
Which you haven't measured.
Well, I don't need to measure to see a clear horizon line. And the
Okay.
other one is I have satellite TV from satellites, and my brother-in-law works in that field. And
Okay, so your TV works and you see a horizon.
Okay, so the horizon isn't what I would expect to find on a flat Earth, and satellites exist. Therefore, with no explanation of what satellites are, other than, oh, they're all probably fake or balloons, I'm going to go with satellites exist, therefore Earth can be flat. It's just the lack of really compelling alternative explanations for things like that.
Would you agree that you could represent the orbit of satellites in any way you want?
Well, what does that mean?
You could use any type of formulas or math that could theoretically represent its motion on any surface.
So what you're asking, I'm not sure what you're asking, but I think what you're asking is
well, since all motion is relative and you could only express it mathematically, would you agree that any motion you see could be expressed mathematically in any way you wish?
I don't know if I'd bring mathematics into it, but I don't know.
Okay, so
that one.
so what are you talking about with the satellites then?
Well, satellites exist. So,
correct.
Okay, so is there an explanation for what satellites are other than saying, oh, they're all balloons, or they're all fake, or they're all projections?
No, they're up there. They're just going in a circle.
They're going in a circle. What's keeping them up?
Gravity.
Gravity's keeping them up.
Sure, whatever keeps them up now is what keeps them up there on a flat Earth.
You believe in gravity, Jared?
What?
What?
Yeah, gravity
what are you
is.
saying? I understand what you're saying.
Gravity is an observable phenomenon.
Right.
You believe in gravity?
Yeah, I dropped something. That falling is gravity.
Okay. All right. Yep. I'm with you so far. Gravity keeps satellites up. How does that work?
However they stay up in your head is how they stay up there now. Thing is, you could represent that mathematically in any way you want. How do you think they stay up there on a glob?
What do you mean on a glob?
How do you think that? Okay, let's say Earth is a glob, right?
Earth is a glob.
How do you think they stay up there now?
Hold on, Jerry, you're expecting me to answer you seriously, and you're saying that Earth is a glob.
Yeah, let's imagine that Earth is a glob, right?
Okay,
and
I
there's
can imagine
satellites.
I'm going to imagine that you're being serious. I'll do that.
Yeah, you do you. Okay, so how do satellites stay up there, presuming glob?
You know what? I can't be bothered. Anyone else want to talk like a grown-up? I mean, seriously. Not to be dismissive or anything, but come on.
I don't know. It's late, man.
I know it's late. Glob. It's a bowel. The Earth is a bowel.
So, Jerry, are you saying that mass attracting mass is what keeps satellites above a stationary planar Earth?
No, mass doesn't attract anything because that would imply that it's a force.
Yeah, so when you were saying gravity, you're just talking about like weightedness, like things that have weight?
Oh, yeah.
And then how is that connected to the idea of like something staying above an Earth that isn't a globe?
Well, in my understanding, satellites use gravity to stay above Earth, right?
Well, I'm just asking you if that's what you think. Is that what you think? Because that I was just trying to clarify from what you said.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Okay, well then what's your definition of gravity in that scenario? Is it like a Newtonian, Einsteinian thing, or is it just buoyancy, density? Like what are you thinking on that?
Gravity is just the observation of things falling down. It's that phenomenon. It's not a thing to hold or whatever. It's an action that we witness, and that's it.
Well, like in the heliocentric model, they claim that satellites are like orbiting a sphere, and that because of this mass attracting mass, bending, warping of space-time thing, it's all pulling everything to the center of the sphere, and therefore when you throw something out there, like some kind of satellite or something like that, it just starts orbiting. So are you saying something like that is happening on a flat Earth, or are you saying something different than that? Or are you saying it's just similar in some ways, or
I'm not
because of,
making any. I'm not necessarily making any claims. I'm just saying that you could represent the motion in any myriad of different ways.
yeah. Well, if things are like circling a North Pole area, then there could be the idea that something could be put up into that region up there, and then would do a similar thing. But that would take, sort of like Rocky was talking about earlier, perhaps like some kind of a superfluid or some sort of a medium, it would seem.
There you go.
Because if there's not mass attracting mass and there's not bending and warping of space-time, then, and I think it's electrostatic as well.
So we acknowledge that there's something actually floating in the sky? Or in space or wherever?
Who are you asking?
You guys.
Well, yeah, we see
Like
stuff
these
up there.
satellites, these what they claim it's ISS, like it's something they put up there for sure.
Sure.
So it's not CGI.
For lack of
we could see it with our eyes, right? We could
Well,
get a telescope and focus to it, right? And see it with our own eyes.
for lack of an alternative explanation.
Well, the military has all kinds of stuff up there. There's no doubt about that. I mean, drones, balloons. NASA is one of the largest consumer of helium in the entire world. So they are, and there have been reports, by NASA about how many balloons they have up there and how much helium they use. So there's definitely a lot up there. The questions are, is there any way that something can sustain up there without falling? And like I said, that would require there's some possibilities with that. Otherwise, if it has to be kept up there with a force, as it were, then everything would have to be balloon based at that point. Or they actually use other things too. There's something called electrostatic tethers. This is tethering technology, where essentially they have a device in the sky and they have a tether coming down from it, usually like an electrical charge type of cable, usually a very thick cable. and they hang the cable down, and they're able to change the charge of that cable and either rise or lower in elevation and in altitude. So a combination of that tethering technology, various balloons, drones, a lot of different equipment that can basically manage its own altitude.
That sounds
That
a lot
would
more
be
complicated though than just space.
Everything except satellites orbiting.
Yeah. That sounds way more complicated. That what you're
So
trying to
toroidal ether and
well,
all
those things
sorts.
I just said, those things I just said already exist. It's not a theory or something to be complicated or not. Electrostatic tethers absolutely exist. The military uses them. NASA uses them. They've been used for a long time. And balloons absolutely exist as well. And drones exist. So everything I said is already exists and is public to be happening, to be, to be up there. Meaning that, they publicly not, release that information. That stuff is being used.
There is a proposal I read here that ISS reboost can be, the altitude of the ISS can be maintained to save expenses related to chemical propellant reboosts by electro thingy tethers. It doesn't look like it's it still means that it's everything except satellites in orbit. That's the thing.
To who? To you?
Well, to you. I mean, okay.
In order for there to be a vacuum surrounding something that in their claim a sphere, then there's a whole bunch of requirements that are needed to think that a quote unquote satellite has been launched out of the Earth's atmosphere, as it were, and pops out into a vacuum and then starts circling around a sphere. That's a huge leap for something that has zero verification for it. If you want to believe that, you can, but in terms of anything but that, yes, I think any discussion but that is getting us closer to the truth. Absolutely.
Okay, so gravity being a force, that's the simplest explanation. Gravity is a force that keeps things on the ground, and you can escape it or you can resist it by sending a rocket up high enough to where the effects of gravity aren't as strong, and you can move in an orbital fashion that keeps you from falling back to the Earth. That's not a thing you can. It's not necessarily simple, but you're not going to say that that's a possible explanation at all.
A possible explanation for what? For lights in the sky that are going by, or for what?
For satellites.
But that's what I'm asking. For the fact that there's signals that are connected to the sky field, or the fact that you see lights? Because what are you? What are you trying to?
Satellites are a thing. Satellites send and receive signals. You can send and receive signals to satellites. Civilians have done this, and they're not just lights. They are actual satellites. If that's why is that implausible? I'm just asking. What is in physics that makes that implausible?
Well, I feel like you're asking a couple different things. Well, first of all, what I was going to say is that what you or anyone observes are lights and signals. So you're just connecting what we have verifiable, what we have that's empirical, is lights and signals. So you're just trying to say that you believe those lights and signals are being sent by fill in the blank, which basically is an object that is launched into a medium of a vacuum that you've never verified or proven, that violates various natural law and involves pseudophysics to function.
Not
And then
at
that
all.
object then uses a pseudophysical orbiting theory based upon gravity calculations that then orbits a sphere. And you're saying that's plausible?
If you put it like that and just dismiss everything that's understood about orbits and gravity, and yes, but not when anyone that understands orbits and gravity. That's not implausible. If it's just basic denial of, I mean, if you say, oh, it's just a light, and oh, it's just a signal. I mean, you could deny anything. That's easy to do. But there are satellites in orbit. People have satellite TV. People work on the satellites. I have a family member who works in that field. So you must be being fed false data or something. There's got to be something other than there are satellites in orbit. And you're also not, with NASA saying, the helium and all that stuff, you also have a bunch of other agencies that don't use helium. SpaceX, for example, launches 60 or 70 of their satellites at the same time. Do you have a proposal for what those might be held in the air by? Or will that just reference back to the NASA thing about helium and balloons?
You said a whole bunch of stuff there. I feel like there was a lot of points. I guess one thing is you just said a whole thing about something about denial. I actually never denied anything. What I did is I said that what we can verify are lights and signals, and then I then said that you're then asserting, this idea that you believe that they're satellites. I never actually denied any of it. And you were saying that it was plausible, and I just laid out asking you why it's plausible to you that whole story of orbiting involving pseudophysics and something that's been unverified and that breaks natural law is plausible to you.
Because nothing about
I
it
never
breaks any natural
denied
laws.
anything. The phenomenon that we could refer to as satellites, I'm not denying at all.
But the claim that it's all pseudoscience and never been verified, both are false. I don't think satellites break any natural laws.
No, I said pseudophysics. I said pseudophysics.
Pseudophysics, yeah, just pseudophysics. What you claim to be pseudophysics is that's just physics. If it breaks a certain law of physics, then you'd have to sort of explain why that's the case.
What is the physical correlate that you could create on any scale that recreates this orbiting theory?
Orbiting theory. So the way you confirm a theory is,
yeah.
I mean, you'd
If
actually
it's
do
a
it in
form
practice,
of physics, right? Yeah. Can you recreate this in any way, shape, or form? This things orbiting spheres?
Yeah, you can set up your own experiment. You can set up your own satellite. Send up your own satellite. You send it up ride sharing on one of SpaceX's latest missions or whatever. Get yourself a little CubeSat. You can get one for like, I don't know, maybe like $40,000 now, and send signals to it and track it. You could do that, and you can confirm that it's size, so it couldn't be on a balloon. I mean, there's all sorts of things you can do to confirm this without just saying, oh, it's all just pseudoscience, pseudophysics. I mean, if you have physics to replace the claimed pseudophysics, you could do that.
No, it's actually all kind of obfuscated from what I asked, which was, do you have any, if it's not pseudophysics, do you have any replicatable, recreatable, verifiable in any way, shape, or form that things orbit other spheres, that's a part of physics? Because if not, then you're talking pseudophysics.
Okay, so you mean moons orbiting planets? Yes, you can observe moons orbiting planets.
No, I didn't say observations of lights in the sky. I said I'm talking about a tangible, verifiable, recreatable, repeatable.
And I said yes, you could do that. You could have
That
your own
physics,
satellite.
proof that physics exists, not just observations of things in the sky.
Yeah, you could attempt to set up your own satellite, send up your own satellite, or have it sent up for you, and you could track it and confirm that it isn't in orbit if you wanted to do that. I don't get the feeling that anyone in flat Earth would want to do that, because they'd end up sending a satellite into orbit. By the way, B.O.B. the rapper did just
So
that.
who's
He tried to
claiming
do
to send this?
a GoFundMe.
Right. So who, if you bought a Cube satellite, obviously you're not launching it. So who's launching it, and what verification do you have that they put it into a medium orbiting a sphere?
Well, that would be up to you, not to me. I don't believe that satellites are not in orbit. That's up to you
Okay,
to
I
prove
don't.
that satellites are not in
That's
orbit.
that's not the question I asked. You said your proof of how satellites exist was for me to buy a CubeSat and have it sent into the sky. Now, if I did buy one of those and I put a little beacon on there, and then once they say they put it up there, I can then bounce signals off of it. That's cool. Even if that's the case, that means something is up there. But what I asked you is that how, because you used it as proof of these satellites, where have you gotten verification or proof that whoever launched it for you, because as we know, you're not going to launch it yourself, who launched it for you? Do you know who that would be? I think we know who it is, government, and everyone, and the companies linked to that. Nonetheless, let's just, what proof do you have that it went into a medium that's orbiting a sphere? That's the question.
Well, first of all, you could track it and you could send signals to it and gauge the distance to the signals. And you could do that from multiple places on the Earth. And then if it comports with a satellite orbiting the Earth, then you'd have to explain how that works on a flat Earth with no gravity and no orbiting and no space. I mean, it's not up to me or anyone, to prove that satellites are in orbit. There's so many of them, that's not necessary. The onus is on, if you wanted to say that there aren't satellites in orbit because you can't, or for whatever reason, the onus is on you to do experiments and to prove and show people, look, we tried to do this, we tried to do that, we tried to send a satellite up and it gave us a signal that was anomalous, or something like that, other than just making the claim that it's all pseudophysics. I mean, there's got to be something that you can do to make an actual positive contribution in this. You know what I mean?
Okay, so your answers as to why it's not pseudophysics and why you think it exists is because you could possibly buy a cube satellite and then have signals bounce from the sky, and because you think something else has to replace it.
Yeah.
And
you can't just say, no, it's fake. You have to provide evidence that it's fake, other than just saying it's all fake.
Okay, it sounds like you're straw manning. Who said anything was fake? I never said that word. Did someone else say that word?
Okay. Are satellites in orbit, orbiting the planet Earth? That's a no. They have to be something other than satellite.
Yeah.
You're implying that they're all fake.
Okay, I never said the word fake. Did someone else say it?
Okay.
I think what you're doing is you're assuming that I have a certain viewpoint on satellites because of some preconceived bigotry, it seems like, which is not based upon anything I've said. So if you want to actually talk to me, and don't really assume that I may think or not think something about a satellite.
What is a satellite?
Satellite is a word currently used for various different purposes. One of them, in terms of what we're talking about, is a communication device that orbits a spherical planet in a vacuum.
Do those exist or not?
They don't exist in a spherical, surrounding a spherical Earth in a vacuum. No.
So all the claims to that effect are false. I mean,
Sorry, say that again.
So you're claiming that the satellites in orbit are not satellites in orbit. It's the same thing. I don't know. It's semantics here.
Well, there is no orbit.
Those aren't
It's
really...
kind of a non-applicable question because, yeah, there's no sphere, there's no orbit, there's no vacuum surrounding it. So the whole thing is non-applicable.
So what about the CubeSats that are sent up that are too small and aren't on balloons? You literally only need one object orbiting the Earth, not on a balloon, not tethered, for Earth not to be flat. And we have 4,000 or 5,000 of them.
Okay, so there's something above you in the sky. That's basically the summation?
No, it's not. That's
There's
not
the fact that
the summation is that there are satellites in orbit of the Earth. Therefore,
right,
the
so
Earth
where are
cannot
you
be flat.
making the link? Where are you making the jump between there's something in the sky that I can get a signal from to that thing is orbiting a sphere in a vacuum? How are you getting to that conclusion from that?
Because I'm not hearing any alternative explanations to how those things are there, other than the claim that they're on balloons, which no one has, by the way, in fact, photographed a balloon satellite, or tethered, or in some ways, anything, basically, literally anything except that there are satellites in orbit. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing explanations as to how they are actually in orbit or how they get to where they are.
Okay. Just from people you've talked to, or I mean, yeah, it sounds like you're thinking about it, so it's always good to be on a journey to figure something out.
Yeah, I talked to lots of people about it, and I've asked them how do satellites, what are satellites, how do they get up there? I don't hear explanations of how they stay up there. If they circle around, how do they circle around? What moves them? And they were just talking about our satellites. We're not even talking about the sun or the moon or whatever else. But if
okay, well, I mean, I think that, I mean, if you want to hear my viewpoint, but yeah, go ahead.
I mean, do you have a viewpoint, or do you have a scientific claim? Because I've heard lots of viewpoints.
I'm just surprised that you said you've never heard anyone share their thoughts on any of those topics. That's just surprising.
No, I've heard the claim that they're balloons, but no one's ever proven that they're all balloons. I mean, what I mean is, if you say there are some balloons, yes, there are some balloons. They've shown you the balloons. Obviously, there are some balloons. But the claim is that all satellites launched by all agencies, all people who make satellites throughout all of history, from Sputnik on to SpaceX, they're all balloons or all things other than satellites in orbit. I'm just curious if there's any evidence that they're all not what they're claimed to be.
I gotcha. Well, I guess my next question, do you know who owns all that airspace and who controls it at the high altitudes like that?
Okay, so what I'm after is an explanation as to how satellites stay up, how they circle around the circle of the Earth. That's what I'm asking.
Magnetic field.
My connection might be going in and out a little bit. I'm driving.
You are a little bit, Geo.
But I was gonna say, do you know who owns that airspace at that high altitude where they claim satellites are? Do you know who controls that and monitors it?
Who controls and monitors it?
It's called National Geographic. You know, Noah?
You're roboting a bit, Geo.
Did you say Noah?
It's yeah, NOAA, NOAA, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm familiar. So,
and you know who they are? You know who they are?
Do they control China's airspace, or Israel's, or India's, or Australia's?
Russia.
Or Russian Roscosmos, There's satellites, military satellites, civilian satellites that they send up. Do they control those?
Sounds like he's in a bad area.
What, like downtown Atlanta?
Sorry?
Like downtown Atlanta or Detroit? He's in a bad area? Sorry, that was lame.
Oh, look, I don't know if those areas are good or bad, so it
Well, if you're in England, Brixton, that's a bad area.
okay.
Detroit, yeah, Detroit's, some of the areas of Detroit's horrible.
Yeah.
I was making a lame joke, it didn't land, I'm sorry.
Yeah, these things orbiting, you know, there's you say they follow this orbit round and round this this spherical object that's in a vacuum, and they go round and round this thing. Well, they can quite easily use the magnetic field too to guide themselves as well as power themselves to navigate round and round in circles over a flat plane.
That's physically possible, that you've tested that? Or someone has tested that?
Have I tested it? Me,
Or anyone?
myself? Have I done it?
Or anyone,
No,
or anyone.
I actually haven't, Hugh, but surprisingly enough, right, surprisingly enough, there are little young people that are testing this thing as we speak. And one may be able to presume that if kids are testing it, maybe the technology is already out there. And they're doing it with actually, funnily enough, a CubeSat. So instead of having to rely on fuel and rockets and whatnot to propel themselves and keep themselves up there, they're going to be using Earth's magnetic field to do the same thing. So if students can come up with this idea, which is going to be launched very, very soon, one would presume that the powers to be are already all over this kind of technology, and perhaps have it in place. Do I have a link? I'm actually looking for the link because I knew you were going to ask for one.
I'm just curious about that one.
Yeah. No, and it is a thing. Like, I'm not pulling this out of thin air. There's
No, I don't. Yeah,
I can't.
never do that.
I can't remember what school. I'm looking for the link now.
Hello, Bandy.
Hey, Blue. How you going, mate?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I'm looking for the link now, Hugh. But yeah, there is a bunch of students at the moment. They're working on, well, they're going to be setting a CubeSat up into space, so to speak. And yeah, the propulsion mechanism and how it is going to be stay up there is all through the magnetic Earth's magnetic field, which was actually quite interesting, actually. But if I can find the link, I will post it. I'm sure I've posted it in here, so I don't know if you can search the text here and look up.
I'm looking for it now. I'm not.
Yeah.
The latest ship that joined the Antarctic yacht race is actually sponsored by a geosatellite company who have repainted the forepeak of the deck in order to calibrate their satellite with specific spots in the ocean.
That sounds cool. I would be interested in hearing about a satellite that could stay up in the air by magnetism. That would be interesting, because that would
Here we
break a
go.
bunch.
Here we go. Damn, on you. Ah, here we go. Boom.
All right.
Let me just pull up the tiny satellite uses Earth's magnetic field to generate thrust. Okay. So basically, this is how we're told satellites stay up, right? Because they have to generate thrust because they're always falling down. I'll just copy this link. Gee, I'm glad I could find it. You're making me doubt myself, Hugh.
Yeah, no, I'm curious.
Yeah,
I'm curious about it myself.
yeah, that's the one there.
But just
Yeah,
keeping.
it's
Is
a
that
bunch of
University of
students.
Michigan?
Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, I've just dropped the link there. I thought it was a really, really cool thing, actually, personally myself.
I found it.
So,
I found it about 10 seconds before you posted that. So we're on the same page.
Okay, then. Okay,
U
cool.
of M, it's University of Michigan, yeah.
Yep. But anyway, yeah.
That is really
So
cool.
yeah, they use the magnetic field to do what it has to do to kind of stay up there.
Or to actually stay up
Mm.
there.
Yeah, you'd only need a tiny little bit of energy to keep it in orbit, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah. Well, it is only an itsy bitsy little satellite too, Blue.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah, right.
So
Most satellites have to use little thrusters to
yeah.
repair their orbit as it decays over time. Doesn't take a lot of energy to do it, but it takes some.
The ones in far Earth orbit, or other, they don't need to do that, do they? They're too far out. Most of them are inside. They're in a position where they would need to do that, but a lot of them are not.
Well, what's far Earth orbit? Because you are always going to have the effect of gravity, so it's always going to have to correct itself, isn't it?
Mm. Yeah, it's drag that it's correcting for the It's drag of the Earth from the Earth's atmosphere that is passing through. If it's in low orbit, there's still a little bit of atmosphere, and that's slowing it down.
That's going to create some mayhem.
You get far enough out, you don't have to worry about it.
Even the moon worries about it. Its orbit changes too.
Yeah, the moon's going away from us,
The moon has its own atmosphere. It's crazy.
Oh, it's 40. You were really low. 40. I'm going to turn you up a bit.
My bad.
On my end. Sorry, I was over talking you.
It was probably my microphone. It's not that great.
Yeah, no, I've just turned you up a bit so I don't chop you off. Yeah, but
okay, so GLONASS, which is Russian's GPS, is at gosh, I'm trying to read this. It's something like on the order of 20,000 kilometers away.
Above the sea level?
Yeah, I'm trying to read this confusing graphic.
That's way up there.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, some of them are really far away, much, much further than you'd think.
Yeah, but it's still going to be affected by Earth's gravity.
Right.
Right, which
even the moon is, right?
But they travel at speed, so that's orbiting. It's, in some ways you could say it's difficult to understand, but generally, once you get a general handle on it, it's not that hard to grasp.
Yeah, but the only way, right, it can continue that circular path, right? That orbit is because of Earth's gravity, right? Otherwise,
right?
Because otherwise, if it didn't have the gravity there, it would just go off in a straight line. It wouldn't continue to go round and round and round in a circle.
That's right.
Yep. Exactly. Or if it goes too slow, it would the orbit would decay and it would burn up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's got to find this happy medium, so to speak, and this is why apparently things like the ISS and whatnot have to readjust themselves all the time to be in that, I don't know what you would call it, the sweet spot, right? So it
The
doesn't,
Goldilocks zone. Yeah.
the Goldilocks zone, is that what they call it? I don't know, but that's what it's
I don't know
trying
if
to
that's
do.
what they call it, but
That's
it's a useful term.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to go with that.
But it's a
But
balance of distance and speed, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Distance, speed, and
Yeah.
weight. I'm sure there's a formula.
I'm
There
sure
usually
that
is.
I'm sure that there is, but it'd be so much easier just to make things just go round and round in a circle, not have to worry about all that other kind of rubbish.
Well, nothing up there is easy. I mean, it's all huge amounts of very, very bright people.
Well, you got to get them up there, and like I said, you got to rustle around the bottom of that bin, right, and get that stuff to the testing department, Hugh, right, before we can progress. Right? That's what we have to do. And FYI, I am still patiently, right. It's been nearly 6 weeks. I'm still waiting for my reply from NASA. They have yet to reply to me, so I'm very disappointed.
What was the question you had for them?
Yeah, now I'm curious. What was the question?
I want to see a rocket in a vacuum, right? They
Oh,
won't.
that one. Okay.
Yeah, and I've got. And anyway, so I just sent it to the general NASA inquiry sites, but I have Nate. Nate is on my side because he has a man on the inside.
Nice.
Right? Yes, so he's also too sent off an inquiry, and he is yet to have any response, even having someone on the inside. So it's even getting more suspicious.
You guys are both getting ignored.
Exactly. So what do we do, Hugh? Like, what do we do?
Yeah, Bandy, I forgot. Yeah, my friend got back to me. He said he can't get anything. We have to request it from NASA officially. That is a process, and they have to. They don't even respond most.
There we were. Ah, see? Isn't that
Good luck with that.
suspicious, Nate? Isn't that
I
suspicious?
don't think it's suspicious. It's just it's difficult to get stuff. Why is it suspicious?
Come on, you said yourself, right? If your mate couldn't get any answers, you too would be heaps suspicious. Oh my goodness gracious!
You really have
Yeah,
to
it's,
know the
it's
right
just
person.
it's that yeah, they don't want to release it to my friend because they don't know what he wants the footage for. You know.
It's a government
Well,
agency. They're very
Yeah.
cagey.
Yeah.
I know from experience. You have to know just the right person, and you have to ask them at just the right time. It's basically
Dude, what
like
was your experience? What happened?
Unless we pretend to be like a school or something. If we fake that we're part of an educational program and we just need, but even then they would do background checks on us and stuff.
Honest question, Hugh. What was your experience? What happened? If you don't want to share it, I totally get it.
Yeah, I can't hear.
Okay, fair enough.
MS top secret.
Nate, we have to get the proper security clearance, right? How do we
Yeah.
go? Can we like Photoshop a lanyard or something? You know, walk our way in.
Yeah, that's.
Come on, Nate. It's a little bit suspicious. This guy, that. Come on, it's a pretty.
But this is how it is with most government agencies, man. So like, you need to make an official request to get information.
Yeah, it's not like they're transparent.
I did. I made an official request.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say.
What's
But
the
I
difference?
hear you.
What's the
I
difference
get that
between
it's
a regular
weird.
request and an official request?
A regular request is when you just send an email to your friend that works within the organization. An official request is when you send it to
Send
the
it to
right
NASA.
department.
I see what you're saying.
Wow.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
if you have a friend in NASA, like
What if your friend?
what I did.
Yeah, that was my next question. What if your friend?
Yeah,
is
that's
in
not
NASA?
an official request. You would have to send it to the HR department or the
Oh, I see
PR
what you're
department. You know, yeah. There's official channels that you would need to follow to request this
Yeah.
information.
Well, you might, but it's unlikely.
Yeah,
Say
even
what?
people.
You know how
even-
many emails those guys get? Fucking tons, man.
just deciding one or two things, it can take months and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of emails.
Your email probably landed in their freaking spam box or something.
See
Put it like this: SpaceX doesn't operate like that. So that's why SpaceX is sending astronauts to the ISS, and NASA is not.
I've never even tried to email SpaceX. I have no idea.
you see the difficulties I have, Hugh, in trying to get answers. You
Get
just
on-
see
get
the
on Twitter.
walls. You see the
I can
walls
see it.
that are put up.
I don't.
Yeah, I agree with you, Banco. It shouldn't be that difficult to get this sort of information. I agree with you.
No, thank you. The only reasonable
That doesn't
person
mean
here.
it's suspicious.
Only reasonable person here.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's suspicious. It just means, that's bureaucracy for you, That's
Hey,
red tape for you.
look, now we can colour it whichever way we want to colour it, but it is disappointing, right? That a
It is.
genuine, heartfelt request. I poured my heart into that email. Okay.
It's getting better by the second.
Bandit, you're awesome.
I need to send it to the bottom of the bin department. All right, might get more luck.
Yeah, so now that we can't get that, the best alternative is to do it ourselves, man. Maybe go to a local university close to you. Ask if they have a vacuum chamber you could use to do some experiments, rent it out for a week, and
Well, I did send another email to the that one in Idaho, whatever name it is, to ask them if I could rent it out, right? And they too have refused to get back to me, Nate. Go figure.
How about
Okay.
on
What do I do?
Okay.
What do I do?
Okay, Bandit. Here's a question for you. Are you starting your emails by saying, "Hi, I'm a flat earther"? That could be the source of the issue.
No, you have to word it properly. I'm just inquiring.
Yeah. I say, dear sir, I'm a flat Earth skeptic. That's how I generally started.
Well, that's the opposite of a flat earther. If you're a flat Earth
there you
skeptic,
go.
then you're like a sphere earther or something.
There you go. See, like I'm.
Dear Nazi sympathizer. Darling fascist bully boy.
Don't you think in some ways we're our own worst enemy, though, when it gets right down to it? Think about this. 40 years ago, you didn't send emails. Didn't exist 50 years ago.
Fair point.
When I was younger.
Yo, Blue.
And, when you had to sit down and write a letter,
Jesus.
find a guy's address or the address of a company or an agency or whatever. You had to sit down and take the time to write a letter, address the thing, put a stamp on it. How many people did it?
A lot.
It wasn't like that. But through the magic of technology that we've developed in the past 50 years, now everybody's email inbox gets flooded with shit.
I agree with you, Blue. Like there used to be an old saying, "The power of the pen," like the power of the pen, right? And back in the day, I was always ringing up my local representative, and they'd never call me back for whatever reason, right? Neither here nor there. But if I wrote a letter, right, I would actually get a response. Right?
Yeah.
You literally, you would get a response because you've
every time.
Yeah, the one, yeah, from my personal experience, right, from just writing to my local representative, I did actually get a response. Right?
Oh, local representative. Okay,
Yep.
I get that. I get that.
Yeah. Well, my local representative to
If you're writing
to
your
federal
aldermen,
government.
it's far more likely that they're going to respond 50 years ago than that makes sense.
So,
here-
but emails are like a phone call. They just kind of palm them off.
Yeah.
Blue. They go.
Yeah,
They go into
that
the
is
spam
very
part.
true.
I think that's true.
Even
So here-
I ignore email.
Fair point.
Here's an
Pretty
experiment. You could try this, Mandy. Instead of the email to this whoever you were sending stuff to in Idaho, write them a letter.
You know what? I
Try
may
that
just
and see what happens.
I
It's
may
worth a
just
shot.
do that, Blue. Right?
You bet. Right.
Because we are all about the science here, right? The dependent, the independent variables, right? Let's put it to the test. I very much
Yo, Blue, don't you know anyone at NASA? Isn't there someone
Yeah,
you could
I
contact?
don't know anyone at NASA. No, I don't actually.
And plus, there's that human element of, oh, this person actually took the time to put.
Yeah, it just carries a lot more importance, I think.
So we're copying and pasting.
Yeah,
Actually,
but Ben,
it's
so
like
when
the
you
stamp,
write that
you know,
letter,
they wrote-
yeah, but pretend that you like a fifth grader or something.
What?
NASA love it when kids ask science questions.
Really?
Yes.
So much.
Oh, nice.
That's great advice. Be deceptive when you're dealing with a government
Trust me.
agency.
Maybe I
Yeah,
should
they
send
love.
a letter to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse too.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
but just pretend you're like a fifth grader, all starry eyed and what.
Yeah. No pun intended. Starry-eyed.
Hey, sir, my friends are telling me that rockets don't work in space. Can you show me one
It's
working
worth a
in
shot.
vacuum?
Exactly. Yeah.
This is nothing what I expected the server to be. I thought it was going to be a bunch of flat earthers like going back and forth with
It is.
round earthers.
It is.
Bandy's a flat earther, but he's nice, not like those other people.
We're all nice. Yeah.
I was trying to find a name of someone who's in here so I could insult them, like that
You
Jeremy.
guys-
You know how
you
that
guys-
Jeremy is.
You guys just are like your feet being held to the fire, right? And you crack under pressure, right?
We crack under pressure?
You crack under pressure. You crack all the time, Nate. You crack all the time. Yeah. You have had to concede so many points. It's not even funny.
Yeah, but that's just me not being hard headed. Isn't it? I mean, when I concede, it doesn't mean I agree with stand the point of view you're taking on the matter.
100% it means you agree.
It sounds like a
I mean, I don't
challenge
agree
being
with you.
presented.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't agree with you when you say that forces are pressure, but I understand
everybody's
where
so
you're coming
nice
from.
that,
Yeah, no. People are pretty chilled over here. It does get wild sometimes, but
it was fun earlier.
That's what I'm
It was
waiting for.
wild.
Especially when we talk about pressure, right? You have to apply pressure to things to move things. That's when it starts to heat up a bit because
I see.
that does Nate's head in.
yeah, Banzo has this whole crazy idea that forces are all just pressure, and all types of pressures are
I don't know. This guy's
pulls,
an atom.
right?
I don't know if what you're telling
Right?
me.
Is it pulls or pushes, Banzo?
Pushes, 100%. I've been over
Pushes.
this. I've been on this for years. Ask Blue. I've been on the whole.
No, I believe
push,
you. I just got
push
here. I
thing
don't know.
for
Oh, yeah.
years. It ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new.
Why not explain it to the new guy, Banzo?
What would you
I'm
like to
listening.
know? Well, the only way you can move anything is by applying a pressure to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Pretty simple. You won't move. You won't move.
Do you
a thing
agree with that?
unless there is an application of pressure.
I think it's a fair statement.
Exactly. It's an accurate
So
statement.
you feel it's not due to forces?
Well, aren't the forces applying pressure too? I mean, now we're getting a little more.
I don't know. When light moves
Me neither.
something, is light applying pressure to that thing it's moving?
Has to be. Can't do it any other way, can it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Really? We've already been through the whole light thing, Nate.
I'm open to whatever.
Yeah. We have, but I just want to see.
Does light apply pressure? That's a weird. That seems to be the implication.
It's weird, right? But we've
cool.
seen. So, is it moving things through pressure, or is it moving things through something else?
I know light applies pressure to my eyeballs. Sometimes I have to squint.
What?
I'm like, ow, that's like too much light.
Yeah, but that's not. Is that pressure?
Right. It really defines. We have to define what pressure means, and to really get to the nitty gritty.
So now we want to get into definitions of what pressure is.
I know
So,
it's gonna turn to like this crazy tautological
so
bullshit.
are you going to suggest that to apply a pressure, there has to be a surface area of one touching a surface area of another?
I am not going to do that. No.
Okay, cool. I'm glad you didn't.
Well, maybe. Well, I mean, pressure is force over area, right? So maybe if an electromagnetic force is being exerted over your eyes, maybe you could. That's pressure.
Yeah, but is there such a thing as electromagnetic pressure?
I don't know. But I mean, looking at the definition of pressure is what? Force exerted over, right?
I don't know. I'm
yeah, that's even just the formula. All right, so that's pressure by definition.
That's a formula, yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
the mechanics of it is something different over over the definition. The mechanism is different to the definition or the formula.
Okay, so where are we at right now? What have we discovered?
We haven't discovered anything new.
Got it.
Right?
Same. Got it.
Right?
Yeah.
The only way you can move anything is through the application of pressure
or force.
But people will actually argue that this isn't so.
But we're people, and we're not arguing about it.
No, you're not. Right? You seem very reasonable, and like you're.
Are you saying I'm not a person? Now I'm confused.
No, I said you seem very reasonable. This is our very first encounter. I'm sure at some
just
stage,
fucking with you, man. I'm just
right.
fucking with you.
It'll go pear shaped at some stage. I'm sure of it. Right, but at this particular moment, you seem very reasonable.
Thanks. You seem reasonable too.
Yeah, Banso likes you until you start, disagreeing with him. Yeah, just watch out.
Don't you dare disagree with me.
Oh, what happens when I start disagreeing with you?
What do you disagree with? What do you disagree with?
Nothing yet, but now I'm curious. Like, what happens if I do disagree with you? What happens?
Well, I don't know. Okay, hold on. let me just check something out. What are your roles here? You're an omnivore. It doesn't
correct
really too much. So okay, so I don't know where.
Yeah,
where
I steered clear of the hot topics.
Of the hot dogs. Fair enough.
The hot topics. The disagreeable topics.
Why? This is why we are here.
Because I don't want to get into big ass argument with you.
Really?
Correct.
We can't have a discussion.
Of course, we're having a discussion right now.
Okay then. So where are you?
What?
Where are you?
What do you mean? Like,
where are you?
What does that question mean? Are you like trying to dox me or something? Do you want me to tell you?
Here I am.
Yeah. Well,
here I am.
Me personally, I'm in Cape Jervis myself, so I'll dox myself every day of the week. Everyone knows where I am. But yeah, no, where are you? Are you?
Okay.
Are you constantly running on the spot to try and maintain your spot, right?
Here we go.
To keep up with the 1,000 miles an hour rotation of the Earth? Is that what you're doing to try and
No,
keep
not at
yourself?
all. Not at all.
Okay, cool.
I just don't want to dox myself. That's all.
Okay, yeah. So you're not flying off the edge of a big blue spinning testicle? You're not doing that?
Nope.
Really?
You can't.
Why?
You can't. You can't
It's
dock yourself.
possible. I mean, it's possible that I'm rolling off the big blue spinning testicle, but I don't see any evidence or reason to believe that I am.
No.
Do you think that I am?
No, I don't. I don't feel any movement myself at all.
You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah.
yeah,
I would
exactly.
imagine we'd find some big hair somewhere.
Yeah, possibly 1 or 2. Hey, Grim, how you going?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, not too bad. So you
What's
come
the
into
hair
this
dome theory?
the hair dome, hairy dome.
Never heard of this one.
Yeah. The thumbnail theory, right? The thumbnail dome.
Also, never heard of it.
Blister boil earth.
I'd like to hear it.
Are you doxing yourself by saying what town you're in?
Who, me? No, everyone knows where I am.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Dude, if he wants to dox himself, there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't want to.
I'm a self-doxer.
Benzo lives on the edge.
I do. Come and get me, boys. Come on.
Relax in
I
the
don't wanna
face
come
of
get you.
danger. Yeah, but I think Benzo just wanted to know, believe Earth a flat stationary plane or spinning ball.
Why do you think he wants to know that? Well,
So
he's
that
got his own
he
He can. You don't have to talk for him. He can
Yeah.
talk for himself.
True.
Well, you are in a server that does discuss these kind of topics at times. At times, not all the time. But
This is my first time here. I don't know.
Yes, exactly right. And I'm just trying to establish.
Oh yeah, welcome. I didn't realize that. Sorry about that.
No problem.
So we're trying to establish what stance you take, so we know how to attack you.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't come here to be attacked.
Well, that's all right.
Nobody ever does.
No, exactly.
Hey, we've all been through it, dude.
Oh, it's a trick. It's a trick.
No, we've all been through it. Yeah.
Don't you worry.
Like he's a flat earther. I'm a baller. This guy's over here is a freaking concave earther, and they're just like different. I got electric universe tendencies.
I don't even know what a concaver is.
Oh, they're inside.
Well, they don't either. Yeah.
Trust me.
But you
So
are
anyway,
a concaver. How do you not know what you are while declaring you're a concaver? I don't get it.
Make a stance. Make a stance 40 and stick with it. All right.
Let us compartmentalize you quickly. Let's go. No.
That's all right. I'm adding notes to his file as we speak.
Okay.
Dossier is getting passed around.
I have no idea which he's talking about. Maybe me, maybe not. I don't know.
We do.
Oh, we do. Okay.
It lights up. Lights up when you squeeze it. So I think the question really is somewhere along the lines of, do you agree with the standard narrative of what we learn and everything about cosmology as it stands, or do you have any other ideas that might be more interesting or whatever?
I don't know what the standard narrative is, and B, I don't know who we is. So I really can't possibly answer that question.
Well, the standard narrative would be that you are on a big blue spinning testicle that is hurtling through space at astronomical speeds around the sun.
I've never heard the testicle part of the standard narrative before.
Yeah, that's his little embellishment. He likes
Yeah.
testicles, I think.
That's
His
a
little-
very unstandard narrative.
Yeah, he makes a
Well,
pretty
look.
picture.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
You don't get it?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
the testicle.
He wants to say the spin, a spinning globe.
The
He just can't say the
testicle
word globe
implies-
without fizzling.
Exactly. Convulsing, frothing at the mouth.
Right.
It was like that movie with the witches that couldn't say children. Children.
Yeah,
Can't say globe. It just hurts somewhere.
I know. Yeah.
No, okay.
Globe.
I still don't get it, but okay.
Okay.
Well,
then.
good.
Okay, then. Are you on a spinning globe
Good.
that's hurt through space? Is that better?
The heliocentric
The
narrative.
heliocentric narrative.
Okay, so there's no testicle involved in this one.
No. Well, I mean, maybe the ones on the planet Earth that we know of.
By inference, there is.
Well, there's lots of testicles on the planet Earth.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Duh.
Do you think we went to the moon?
That's how you find out if a girl is ticklish, right?
Yes.
You give her a little testicle.
Okay.
Or do you think they went to the moon? Would that be a better statement?
That would be a far better statement. Because I know
if you kind of.
I'm pretty sure that you and I haven't gone to the moon.
Okay. Did they? Did they?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think they did?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know. You don't think they did, or you don't think that they didn't. You just think.
I honestly don't know.
Really?
Correct.
I didn't say that you knew, right? Because
I know you
probably have to
didn't.
go there yourself to actually know. Okay.
No. If I went to the moon, that wouldn't give me any proof that they went. Right.
True.
Unless I landed on that spot where they stuck the flag. I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know.
Or I took their vehicle.
Okay.
I'm on the moon right now, and I can't even prove it. So, whatever.
I doubt it. You wanna know how I know how?
Wow, because we're getting more than a 2-second delay, less than a 2-second delay.
Correct.
I knew it.
I feel a slight Slick James in.
Ooh.
What's a Slick?
I like Slick Jane. I like Slick.
Yeah,
He's a nice guy, man.
He was a
on
cool
the real.
cat. He was a cool cat for sure.
We bumped heads for like a year though.
Yeah. Everyone.
Yeah. Until I realized what he was doing. I didn't, when we could avoid that part of the conversation, we got along well.
Yeah.
But when people would come in, he would get the audience. He would start that shit in again, and I'm like, oh damn it, we just lost him. He's back to his role. Yeah.
Experience. Experience. I haven't experienced it.
Yeah, he doesn't believe anything. I'm like, well, you have knowledge, right? And he's like, yes. And I'm like, well, then you have to have a belief structure to have knowledge. And he's like, no, I experience.
Shit, that's right.
Yeah.
He would run a room round in circles for hours, that guy.
Well, I checkmate. That's checkmate what I said to him. He just doesn't know what it is, and he keeps moving around.
Sorry, Blue?
Whatever happened to Slick James?
Are you guys still friends with Slick James?
He's still around.
Cool.
He is?
Yes, he is. Just
Where?
not in voice. He was on a video. I watched a video, and he was in one of the comments, and he and I went backwards and forwards for a few times. And
what did you guys go backwards and forwards about?
I can't remember now.
Oh, okay.
Experience, knowledge, true belief.
It was something like that, and I went.
Of course it was. That's
"He's
his
still
one trick
around."
pony.
Yeah.
I didn't let on that we'd chatted before.
Does China exist? I don't know. I haven't been
I
there.
don't believe anything. I experience.
I don't
I
believe
know.
China exists at all.
Wow.
Just do that over and over
This
again.
is crazy.
I've been to China. I know China exists. I've been there.
Yeah.
That's what you believe.
I believe I've been there. Yes, I do.
Yeah, that's what you believe. I don't believe anything. He would never have done what you just did there. Admitting to believing anything.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, Slick James.
Oh, okay.
I think he dropped out of the VCs because his parole officer told him that it was triggering him in some
Why do you think that?
unpleasant ways.
I don't
I'll
know if
fuck you up right now. Oh, have you ever seen him blow up yet? I
As a
got him
parole
to do it.
officer, or are you just gloating?
No, I made that up. No,
Okay.
I'm playing like
Just
looking at him.
asking.
He strikes you as somebody who might have some
I've never
issues
met
with
the guy.
just
I
getting
don't
out of
fucking
prison.
know. You guys
All
brought him
swolled
up.
up like he just got out of prison, just be weightlifting.
I don't know if you saw Blue, but I can't remember which video it was. But I actually commended you on the fine woodwork that you did on that pseudoscience of an experiment pattern which you tried to replicate.
Oh, I did see that. That was actually very well put together. I saw that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. I think.
No, for me, it's a compliment. I don't know where it's going for Randy. The woodwork part, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I definitely zoomed in and took note. Some of the pictures that you'd posted in your server. It's yeah,
Some good notch work.
You've done a really good job with it, Blue. Really good. You should be proud of yourself. It's just a shame that it's wasted on pseudoscience. But anyway.
I know. I hear that all
You
the time.
backhanded complimenter.
Are you guys still streaming this shit?
Yeah.
All day.
That's funny.
Of course we are.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Bandy. I appreciate that.
No, you're right, mate. You're right. No. You did some magnificent work.
I had a lot of fun doing that thing.
The university will get a lot of use out of indoctrinating their students with it. But so you should
yes, absolutely. That's part of the deception all the way around.
The grander plan. Oh, I know. I'm onto you, Blue. I'm onto you.
I knew that in one fell swoop I could, irritate the shit out of a lot of people on YouTube, and in the future indoctrinate all kinds of kids. So that was part of it.
Look, you got to do your bit, right?
Yeah.
So you can hold your head up high, Blue, and
I'll be visiting I'll be visiting that machine again in about 6 hours.
Did they put a little plaque on it or anything
Well,
to commemorate you?
They're waiting on me to give them the plaque to put on it.
Really, you got to supply your own.
You gotta build your own plaque too. It sounds
They'll make one plaque. No, actually, be quite fair about it. They said, "Please just tell us what you want it to say, and we'll get the plaque made." And I said, "No, I'll take care of it."
You should just stamp your name on the balls.
Yeah. Well, it's got my name on it. It's branded in a couple of places.
There you go.
I got a branding iron I use on the woodwork pieces I make.
Nice.
My boy makes skateboards, and he's got a branding iron that he makes when he makes a board. Brands it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It just burns the wood, So I've put that on there in a couple of indiscreet or discreet places. Not too visible, but it's identified anyway. Yeah, it needs a plaque on it though, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I got to get back on that mission. Yeah, we got to take it apart and move it, though. They're remodeling that lab that it's sitting in. So it's in the way, and we're going to have to take it apart and move it around. They wanted me to come help them and supervise the move, so to speak. So this will be fun. I don't have to do anything other than just stand there and say, "No, don't do that."
Yeah, that's a 9/16. Damn it.
Yeah.
No, I was using metric. Damn it, I don't remember if I was.
13 mil, you dipshit.
Yeah. Don't even get near my stuff with that crescent wrench. What are you doing?
That's a
Is
that's not a crescent wrench. That's an East Tennessee socket set.
Yeah, exactly.
Is
Just
that
strip saw.
Is that metric? Is that one metric?
A crescent, that's everything. It's just you dial it in and out, you know.
Oh, yeah.
A metric crescent wrench.
Yeah, you get a metric.
It's everything.
Metric crescent wrenches. Those guys have been able to get better data than I got, which really pisses me off.
Really? That's probably because they put it right next to a big fat wall that has more mass.
It is.
They're cheaters.
More convection current, sort of stuff moving around blue. Oh my god!
You're probably just more honest.
My excuse has been that they're able to put their target much further away than I could put mine. I was space limited, so. And the further away you put it, the more the laser moves and the more better resolution you get. So I think that's what did it. At least that's my solution to it.
Sorry, you got a laser on it.
Yeah, to make them to make it easy to record the measurements. That's the best thing to do.
Oh,
okay. Cavendish did it. He had to do it the hard way. Looking at the little dent on the end of the torsion balance.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard to read. I did one test like that just to see what it was like. God damn. One was enough. After that, you just reflect a laser off a mirror that's sitting that's attached to the balance, and the laser moves, and you measure it very easily.
Is it enclosed blue? Do you have like perspex all around it? Or is it
No,
just...
No, it doesn't need that. The case itself is pretty much airtight. So the area that the torsion balance itself is in is not subject to any air currents. The only thing you have to be careful of, and that's what Cavendish had to watch out about, is that you don't rapidly change the temperature or unevenly heat that case. If you got one side of it hotter than the other side, you would induce some circulating air currents inside the case. And that was a concern that Cavendish had. But of course, that was 220 years ago. You didn't have any way to control the climate then. Today, that's not really an issue. I mean, the thing's sitting in a laboratory. How much does the temperature change in there? Virtually it doesn't.
Yeah, with all the air conditioning and all that sort of stuff. But
right. Yeah.
Like, what about the magnetic fields and the convection currents that can be caused by these things? How do you stop all that sort of stuff?
Well, you can't. No, you really can't. We're surrounded by a magnetic field, right?
Yeah. So how do you account for that then, Blue? Right. That actually not being in all seriousness, like how do you account for that sort of stuff not being a factor? Because even though this thing is enclosed in a case, and I get that, so it's limited to what is disturbing it. Okay.
Right.
You still have the air everywhere else. You still have the magnetic field that is influencing the air and creating these currents. And if it's moving around balls or anything for that matter, it's going to have a swirling sort of effect and then creating a slightly different pressure zone. You get what I'm saying?
Well, the magnetic field that we're sitting in is relatively constant. It's not changing.
Yeah.
And there's no movement of air that we can associate with Earth's magnetic field directly. So that would not be the problem. The problem would be if you're using a ferromagnetic type material in the torsion balance itself, then that would want to respond to Earth's magnetic field just like a compass does, right?
Well, how do we know that the Earth's atmosphere isn't affected by a magnetic field or the Earth's magnetic field? Because when it comes to the speed of light, Blue, and the speed of light being affected by a electromagnet, and this is being done and proved and measured, right? That they're not saying that the light itself is affected by it, but the medium that the light is traveling through, okay, is affected by the electromagnetic field. You can't really necessarily rule it out, even though it's very, very minute. This Cavendish experiment only moves very, very minutely. I'm not suggesting someone's standing on the side of these balls blowing it with their mouth type of thing. We're only talking about very, very minute movements, very, very slight and very, very slowly.
Well, that's the reason that it's inside that case, where air movement on the outside of the case doesn't have any effect on it. The air inside the case is perfectly still; it's not moving.
That's what I'm saying. That the magnetic field itself could be moving the air on the inside due to the magnetic field and it being dynamic in itself.
Well, there's reasons why that wouldn't happen, but without even getting into that, you can show that that's not happening simply by situating the large external masses in a neutral position where they're equidistant from the two small masses inside the case that are part of the torsion balance. And if you do that and walk away and leave the damn thing alone, it will stabilize and become stationary. So nothing's moving. You can prove to yourself that there is nothing influencing it at that point. It is sitting still. And now the only thing you do is move those large masses into close proximity to that case, and the movement starts.
Okay then.
And you can take a neodymium magnet like I did and move it all around that case and not induce any movement in the balance at all. That doesn't do a thing. But the little neodymium magnet, although it's a really strong magnet, doesn't have very much mass. So you can't really detect any change in the balance. It's only when you move those big 50-pound lead balls over there that you start seeing it.
So when you say you put a magnet up to the side of the case,
yeah,
are you saying like you just went up there and got a magnet and just went boom, kind of touched it for a couple of seconds and then moved it away to see if it moved, or did you leave it there for a length of time?
No, I've got video where I left the magnet sitting there overnight.
Okay, yeah.
Attached to the side of the case.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, you can rule all these things out. Electrostatics is something else you got to worry about.
Yeah, I'm right.
But there's a way to mitigate that too, and it's called a Faraday cage. So the inside of that thing, I found some copper foil that I could use to completely line the entire inside of that thing is lined in copper and grounded. And that gets rid of the electrostatic problems. So we've taken care of electrostatics. Every part about that is diamagnetic material. All right.
Yeah.
There is no ferromagnetic. Everything's diamagnetic. So a diamagnetic material doesn't have an attractive property. It has a repulsive property. The balance would operate in the opposite direction if it were being influenced by a really strong magnetic field. It'll develop a reverse field. And we don't see that. It's always the attractive force that we see.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay, let's hear it.
You could have a diamagnetic material, so to speak, and it still has somewhat of an attraction to a strong magnet.
No, it doesn't.
Just YouTube.
It's repulsion. No, it doesn't.
It's not actually repulsive though. You could.
It is.
There's videos of people that have like sheets of copper and lead and whatever, and they run a magnet through it, neodymium magnet through it, and it'll slow down as a result of like I guess they call it the magnetomotive force.
Yeah, you don't understand what it's doing. That's the problem.
It's the magnet inside is basically generating an electric current, which allows it to attract and like attach a little bit to this so-called diamagnetic substance.
Now, just a moment. I didn't say that running a current through a diamagnetic material wouldn't induce a magnetic field. It has to. It absolutely is required. But that is not what goes on here.
I'm not saying you're actually running a current through. I'm saying there's an inherent current.
Dropping a magnet in the magnet through a copper tube is not doing what you think it's doing. The copper is not attracting the magnet. The magnetic field that's being generated in the copper, the electric current that's being generated in the copper by moving a magnetic field through that short-circuited ring, so to speak, is what's developing a magnetic field, and that's what the magnet is responding to, not magnetism in the copper.
What if it's not all around? Does it need to be a ring around it?
I'm not sure if it has to be or not. I got to think about that.
So you have a magnet and copper, and because of the inherent properties of the magnet, it generates an electric field that acts like attraction.
If it's moving, but only if it's moving.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the magnetic field.
In your Cavendish experiment?
It will only happen when the magnet is when you're moving a conductor in a magnetic field.
Or when you're moving the
magnetic
substance,
field.
Yeah. Either the magnet or the substance, yeah.
Yeah. If they're stationary with respect to each other, a diamagnetic material will be repulsed by a magnet, not attracted to it.
So with Cavendish, it's not really moving that quick, but it's also not stationary. So what's the magnetic motive force in that?
It's essentially stationary.
If it was, it wouldn't be Cavendish.
Well, if you want to be pedantic about it, fine, go ahead.
No, it's not. It's not pedantism. It's being meticulous. You're saying it's not a source of error. We need to actually we need to investigate that.
Well, I suggest you build a Cavendish and investigate it then.
Not my claim.
Not mine either.
It was just a second ago you said that, you're canceling out magnetism, you're using diamagnetic things,
Now,
which
what
will only
now?
cause repulsion, there will be no attraction, so
When
on,
you
yada,
ask me a
yada.
question and I give you an answer, that's not making a claim.
No, even before I spoke, that's what you were saying.
In response to a question.
Okay, so you can't make claims when you answer something?
All right, gentlemen, I've had enough. Good night.
Hey, Blue. Catch you later.
It wasn't my intention to run him off.
Great work there, Slick.
You can't make claims in answers.
joking.
That's a new one.
Oh, well. I blame Hugh. It's all Hugh's fault.
Sorry. Wait a minute, I didn't do anything.
You always do something. I heard you earlier on. Bloody hell. How many times have you been muted today, Hugh?
0 times.
Really? Let me. Really, you want to stand by that claim?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to see. I'm going to see if this is true or not.
You can. Yeah. How can you see that? Are you in mod?
Am I a mod?
You can see it if anyone's been muted.
I can see everything, my friend.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. I have not been muted today. Or not to my knowledge. I could have been and didn't know. Jeremy got sick of people interrupting and went on a bit of a muting spate.
Oh, that's fair enough too. Like we're trying to live stream, and when you got 16 people all talking at the same time, and no one yielding the mic, you gotta
I'm interested.
take.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty hype a few hours ago.
Hmm?
All right.
It did get a little hype, like a little, you know.
Yeah, it did get testy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you were making all these radical.
I was saying
claims.
radical things.
Radical claims.
Radical
right?
things about science.
Oh, science, like you
settled science is a red flag.
You know where Hugh's evidence is? It's at the bottom of a trash can on bits of screwed up paper, right? That's where his evidence is.
It's all of physics, the entire knowledge of human physics.
Right.
It's screwed up pieces of paper at the bottom of rubbish bins.
Well, pretty much, because it didn't get to the testing department at all. I'm still waiting.
They went from a concept to satellites with no steps in between.
Yeah, obviously, because you can't show them. Right? All you have are these screwed up bits of paper on the bottom of a trash can. Right?
I feel like he was getting a little bit of a kick out of saying like this inflammatory shit and watching us react.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Oh, he does.
That's not what I do.
You are all about the passive aggressiveness, Hugh. That's what you are.
Well,
yeah. Yes.
That's
That's
a funny way of saying it. No, I decided because we've talked before, so
heaps of times.
And I get really cross, and that's why I've got this name, because I replaced it like twice. I quit Discord and I was like, I'm not going in that stupid place anymore. Talking to those stupid people, I would get all cross and bent out of shape. And then I grew up a little bit, and I thought, wait a minute, I can do that.
I can make them get cross.
Now I just come in and say something. I don't deliver. Honestly, I'm not doing it just to get reactions. I don't do that.
Well, Hugh, you were like lighting up the room and then getting surprised that people were reacting. You were like, "Oh my god, the reaction!"
It was not. Nothing I said. Literally nothing I said was designed specifically to gain a reaction. That's trolling, and I'm not trolling. If I was trolling, I'd be in gems.
No, it was just a perk of it. It was just a kick. You were saying what you were saying, but like you know, you also enjoyed the reaction a little bit. It seemed like your goal wasn't only to be provocative, but I think you kind of you didn't stop because it was provocative.
I have self-made ideas, and I don't hear them from anyone. I think that there is settled science, and I think there is not settled science. I
It
think
was
that
it was
science
basically it
is
was
flawed. Go ahead, Gio.
no, go ahead.
I mean, I don't take the side of people like Simon Dan, or people like what's the dude? Professor Dave Explains. I don't take their side because I don't agree with their methodology. I don't agree with Flat Earth. Was it Fight the Flat Earth, Craig? I don't know. I don't like that. I don't like the way they deal with people in 24/7, and I don't like the way they deal with people in GEMS. I mean, there's ways of doing it and there are ways of not doing it. And finally, I'm happy to say, find a server where, okay, we can have all that stuff, but there isn't a bunch of people shouting abuse at someone. The worst I got was from SE Montreal, and afterwards, a few minutes later, we had a perfectly fine conversation. He got a bit upset, and that's fine, but it's not a systemic belittling people, which is what you'll get from Professor Dave, or what you'll get from FTFE. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, we try to keep it fair and respectful here. So
yeah,
let's hope that continue.
I mean, I don't like being insulted. I get my feelings hurt quite easily. I like it. I won't insult you and call you whatever, and you don't do that to me, and we'll have good convo. Rakia comes in. Are you sensitive? Immediately. Yeah, I'm sensitive. Rakia comes in, he starts immediately with the insults. I'm like, okay, and so I've turned him down. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here for that.
Yeah, same.
So
absolutely.
Like when these guys get mean and shouting.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I grew up. I think I learned from this, and I grew up a little bit. But I don't say anything just to get a reaction. I'm really serious, guys. But some things I know I say just sound,
Yeah.
But again, I'll reiterate. I have a very low opinion of the medical profession because of personal experience in my family, and I think I understand why people would have the similar sort of distrust of science in general. Because if I have a distrust of the medical professional, then I think it's reasonable that people can have a distrust of science in general.
Do you have like a doctor in the family or something? And then you don't agree with their opinions on certain things?
The what? Sorry?
It sounds like you have a doctor or a medical practitioner in the family, and you don't agree with their viewpoints on certain things?
No, it was actually how one of my family members was treated by the medical profession.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so it really burned me. Okay. Yeah, I could tell you the story, but
that does happen.
So
no, it's cool. We don't have to go into it.
Yeah, and
but it's more the profession and the institutions themselves, right? Not the science behind the medicine that you don't trust. The people are who you don't trust, right?
It's a similar sort of way that you see, physicists and astrophysicists and people. They have a tendency to make these declarative statements that they know this and they know that.
Yeah.
And then you just, for example, I think it was I can't remember his name. There was a video and a very, very famous scientist was asked, what is magnetism? And he spent 35 minutes not answering the question. After the video, I realized, wait a minute, he has no idea what magnetism is, but he didn't want to say it. And that's a source of the distrust, I think, why scientists can get distrusted and lose trust in people lose trust in them because they'll never admit they're wrong. That type of thing. I can't remember that guy's name. Very, very famous.
Then then that answers my
Richard
question.
Feynman.
It's not.
It was Richard
Richard
Feynman.
Feynman does. Okay, I don't believe Richard Feynman doesn't know what magnetism is, but I hear what you were saying. It's not the science; it's the people and the institution that these people have created that you don't agree with, and
No, I
that's
mean,
understandable.
they set up science as this, well, peer review takes care of any anomalies that ever happens, and it's absolutely flawless. Well, no.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not flawless. Yeah, I totally agree.
It can't be flawless. You got people in charge of it.
That's right. Yeah, it's very flawed by definition.
Of course.
Yeah, but you do believe that most scientists and most doctors try to generally be impartial and not get their feelings involved, right? You do have these very egotistical ones that are at the top, the science educators, the ones that go out there and defend science. Yeah, they tend to live and die by it. So they do come off as pompous and egotistical, but that isn't the general everyday scientist, right?
Right. Exactly. That is exactly, you put in words exactly what I think a lot of people were probably thinking, right? I don't think the pomposity is intentional. I think it's just they get used to people talking to them as if they know everything. And so yes, well, you see, they'll explain something half an hour or something, and, it's all just pointless,
Yeah, that's why these YouTube scientists and these educators are not popular with the rest of the scientific community. Most people don't like getting involved with them because they bring too much spotlight, positive and negative. Like, these guys are a bit too influential, and they bring this influence with them into they put science a bit too much into the mainstream.
Yeah, the science influences. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing. I really don't know. But it's the other idea that science solves all problems. That type of thing, and science is the answer.
Yeah.
And all of our problems can be solved with education and science. And
Yeah.
again, you just
and when you see guys like Lawrence Krauss, is it Krauss? When you see
Lawrence
guys
Krauss?
like him, when you see him have be on these panels where they're debating religion and atheism and whatnot, that has nothing to do with science. Scientists shouldn't be doing things like that. Those are not things they should be getting involved. Debates about whether God is real, that has nothing to do with science.
I know.
So
It's like,
yeah.
How do you propose to detect God then? I mean, why are you even talking about that? I agree with that.
Yeah.
So when you say science solves all problems, you make a statement like what sort of problems are you refer apart from say a medical thing? Like what other problems are they trying to solve?
I don't know I know you're old enough to remember back in the 70s, they said there was an ice age coming and we've got to do something. And now they're saying the world is heating up and we've got to do something.
Oh God,
they've got all these, they've got all these crusades and these things that they go on as if science is the answer to every human's problems. All we need is more science, and all we need is more education, and give each kid a telescope or give each kid a microscope, and that type of idea, as if that solves human angst or depression or suicidality or gang problems. When the science solves those problems.
Science isn't necessarily solving those problems; they're creating those problems, aren't they?
Yeah, so a lot of them they are.
Apparently, right?
Yeah.
Whether that's part of a grander narrative, well, that's another discussion. Global cooling, global warming now, climate change. Depending on what month it is, they tend to change their mind, and to me, it just seems like a recipe for a cash cow to tax basically the air that we breathe. This is what these things lead to, really, at the end of the day. Instead of tackling the problem head on and call it what it is and what it should be called is climate pollution, Right? These are the sort of things perhaps we should be concentrating on.
Yeah.
Instead of calling it this convoluted name of climate change, warming or cooling, it should be called climate pollution. Right? That's exactly what it is. And
That's dead right.
yep, you can point that finger at whether it's an individual or a company.
Yeah.
You know, that's where the finger should be pointed, and maybe greater accountability be taken. Like I'm all on board, that sort of thing. All on board. The way we pollute our waterways and just general rubbish in general is horrific.
Yeah,
What it
I
does
agree.
and how we dispose of it. But I'm still trying to work out what problems science itself is actually solving with any of these things.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Apart from creating problems or panic or fear and these sorts of things, are they really solving any problems? I asked this question, about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago, to someone, and they said, well, and naturally, the first place they went was over your head. Exploring Mars or, probes to the sun or whatever the case may be. Well, that's not helping me here. How is that helping me here? Let's talk about the science here on terra firma before we start going anywhere else. Shouldn't that be the priority? What science should be concentrating on?
So, Benson.
Yeah, mate.
I'm sure you're old enough to remember a time where there wasn't such a thing as a cellular or mobile phone, right? Phones were fixed to houses and certain fittings. And if you were out in public and there wasn't a payphone close by, there was no way for you to get in contact with someone during an emergency.
I'm old enough
And then
to
through
remember
scientific
courier pigeons. Don't worry about phones. Courier pigeons.
Courier pigeons. Holy smokes.
Yeah, and then thanks to scientific advancements, we were able to make phones you could put in your pocket and carry around with you.
And Morse code.
That's a problem solved.
Morse code, Sonny.
I call these more inventions myself. They're more inventions.
Yes, but there's no way you can invent it without the science behind it. There's no way you can make a cellular phone if you don't understand how qubit technology works. Quantum technology, quantum cryptography, and these all come from quantum mechanics.
I remember making my first phone call on it was a bag phone. It had a handset, and then it had a great big battery and a great big, bag that you carried this thing around in. And we made our first phone call on the driveway in Chicago, my wifey and I. And we were on the road, and I was like, just call your parents just for no reason. And we called them. We were on the phone for like 30 seconds, and it cost like $7. Stupid. We're like, oh, we're not doing that again.
So, when you talk quantum, Nate, you're talking about stuff we can't see.
Come again?
Well, the quantum level, right? I hear this thing quantum all the time. Like, is this stuff we can't see, or is it just stuff that's like really, really little?
It's stuff that's really, really little, and its underlying behavioral characteristics are different from the way matter, energy, and forces act on the macro or relativistic scale. So fundamentally, at the quantum scale, it seems the laws of nature are very counterintuitive.
Right.
Yeah. So, for example, Bandsaw, you are in a fixed location in time and space, right? That is intuitive. That is a given. It's logical that there's no way Bandsaw can be in two places at the same time. It's logical, right?
Yeah.
But in quantum mechanics, that logic.
Don't get into
in
bending
quantum mechanics.
space time, please don't.
No,
Bending
I'm not getting into bending space time,
Okay,
but in
okay.
quantum mechanics, that logic falls away.
Mm-hmm,
In quantum mechanics, it is possible for bands to be in two places at the same time.
right. See, the whole quantum thing, I thought we were talking about atoms and the subatomic particle.
Yes.
So something even
Yeah.
to something even smaller than an atom. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay then.
The
Well, then
constituent parts of an atom.
okay then. So what's that got to do with a mobile phone?
Because it's the understanding of how these subatomic particles work that allow mobile phones to work the way they do. They rely on qubit technology. So a bit is a piece of binary information, 1 or 2.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So it's a limited amount of information, while a qubit is a bit of information that's in a quantum state. So it can be a 1 and a 2, or a 0 and a 1. So that allows you to store more information, and it allows your application to perform more functions in a limited amount of time.
So a qubit can be 3 things at once, can it?
No, 2.
2.
0, 1.
So,
it can be in a it's in a superposition. It's both
okay, so,
at the same time.
So it's either 0 or 1, or 0 and
0
1,
and 1.
Or, yeah. All
Yes.
at the same time.
So a bit.
So, okay, so
No. Hang on.
Yeah.
A bit. A bit is 0 or 1. It's one or the other. A qubit is 0 and 1. It's both at the same time.
Okay. So what's the 0?
It's just a piece of information.
Okay then. All right. So So basically, it's like an on and off switch. Yeah.
You could kind of look at it like that. So
Yep.
you send the signal, and it has a
Yep.
path to take 0 or 1, an on and off
Yes.
switch.
Yeah.
But with a qubit, it takes the on and the off switch. It goes through both.
Yes, exactly right. So, but basically, it's like an on and off switch. So, if the switch is on, it'll go this way. If the switch is off, it'll go that way. But when we're talking qubits, it doesn't matter about the switch. It'll go both ways. Is that a simple enough?
You could see it that way. Yes.
Well, it either does or it doesn't. I'm trying to understand it on a simple.
No, you are right. You are right
Okay.
to analyze it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So now we're just so it's the path that this energy takes. Yeah. Which way
That isn't what's really happening, but for this analogy, yes, it's the path that the energy takes.
Yeah. Yep. So so generally, when you're transporting energy from point A to point B, and it goes through a switch, okay, and it wants to go this particular path, generally not all the energy goes through. There is a bit of loss, right, when it's been directed somewhere else. Okay. So yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. This is the first time I've ever thought about it, actually.
Okay.
So now we're talking very small bits of energy, okay, which is information. That's all it is. So we can still call it the same thing. We can still call it energy, or information, energy. Same. Yeah, would we agree there? It's the same thing. There's no distinguishable difference. All right. So now on a
Yeah,
really
for all intents and purposes. Yeah.
Yeah. So now on a really small scale, all right, what we understood how energy performed on a large scale doesn't quite work on a smaller scale. So now we have this really small switch, okay, then, and we put some energy through it. We thought it went a particular way, okay, and we found out that it didn't actually act the way we thought it would act, right? Because now we're dealing with different levels of energy instead of your normal 240 volt. We're now gone down to 9 volt, or even smaller. So now the path of this energy wants to acts slightly differently, not with the understanding that we had on a larger scale. But on the larger scale, we didn't actually have to account for this energy loss or this energy transfer. Maybe also too, when we have our switch on, switch to the left or switch to the right. If we switch to the left, a little bit of energy may have gone to the right, but it was such a small amount of energy, okay, that it didn't actually turn on that particular light globe because not enough was going through. But now we're working on a much smaller scale. That little bit of energy now makes a great deal of difference, because now that's now affecting another circuit, and now we had to work out how to account for that. Yeah.
I understand where your train of thought. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand what it is you are getting at. Yeah.
Okay then. What don't you agree with? Set me straight.
This whole idea of energy loss and stuff, but I understand that within the parameters of this analogy, yes. In the real world, it isn't quite what happens, but for this analogy and the understanding you have, I think you are on the right track.
Okay, so there's no I want to get it right. So there's no energy loss whatsoever.
There might be, but it's not about the energy loss. That doesn't matter.
Well,
send a signal through wiring. There's going to be friction. Oh shit! So sorry, Ben. So hang on. Someone's calling me, man.
Yeah. We'll get back to it. Don't you worry. I'll get him to concede in a minute, Hugh.
Hey, Bandit. How you doing?
Hey, there you go, buddy.
What's it?
Just keep working on it.
That thing about that quantum computing, Bandit, just think it's like it is. It's one, it's zero, it's both at the same time. The problem they're having with it is, how do you program a computer to decipher what information? It's like you're not telling the computer anything. You're basically saying it could be red, it could be blue, or it could be none of them. And it's for the computer to decide for itself to decipher. Because there is only on and off, a 0 and a 1, as you were pointing out there.
Yeah.
So it can't be, how does the computer know which one to choose?
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So it's,
yeah, doesn't it? And it has to be switched.
Yeah, exactly. If it gets one bit of power, it's switched on. There's a guy over in Gem Pandas. There's a guy over in Gem Pandas. He was actually, I think he was working on quantum computing in New York or something like that. I think he was telling us, and he was saying, the had a great conversation with him, and he was saying that was a problem, and that was years ago. That's about 3 years ago. I think, about 3 years ago or something like that. But he actually worked at it. So how do you decide? It can't decipher what to do. A computer needs commands unless it's got a consciousness. It can think and rationalize and perceive things and that. So it's pie in the sky. I think. I don't think they're going to ever be able to do that unless you create a program that makes a computer aware of itself. If that sounds right or something.
When they start talking about the subatomic level, Ali, like, something smaller than an atom, like, come on, like, this is just, well, to me, they can't even see an atom at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's like I don't know. I was talking with, I've told the story before, but I was talking to I was, moving this guy from Sweden. He was a theoretical physicist, and he was working on proton cancer treatment therapy, and he was explaining to me about about protons and stuff. And I asked him, I was a bit drunk. We were drinking whiskey and beer, so I can't really remember his answer, but I don't think he gave one. I asked him, how do you make a proton? How do you produce that? And the only thing I can think is these, like an electron or all these things, they've just got like a charge, a certain, like a bandwidth, I don't know, like hertz, vibration, or they give off a certain amount of energy. And when it goes above a certain level, then they call it a neutron or stuff like that. But it's just what you said. It's all just speculation, and it seems to work. They can control it. They know if they pump out, and I think it's how quick. I imagine it. It's like a dam, right? There's this huge built potential of electricity, for example, and they're going to discharge it through however way they do it, maybe discharge it through a bit of metal, like a radio tower. How radio waves work. But when they switch it on and off, it might have a giga electrons, the strength of it, but it's going on in the blink of an eye. So imagine you've got, like a squillion volts or electron volts just waiting for you to turn that switch on and off as quick as possible, and it just pumps out a tiny, but just like I don't know, it's like it goes on for a millionth of a second, and this in a electromagnetic field like CERN, for example, this energy packet, if for want of a better description, this energy packet holds itself together and it flies round in a circle control. But they've so I just think it's how quick they can switch it on and off.
On and off, and because these components are so small, Ali, right? They can only withstand so much energy going through them, so much power, because you're going to fry them out as well, right? So, they're working in very, very quick bursts, right? Because if it was to go through it for any length of time, right, these things are going to get burnt out, all right?
They decay. That's some decaying bands. So that's exactly right. It's great analogy, because that's when they decay. So these things only last, when they interact, when they fire them through, hitting into each other. That's a weird one. I can't get my head around. But when they actually decay, when they collide, they decay for like a millionth of it, and they fly off in all different directions. And the shape that this shall we say, energy packet, the decay of the energy packet, it makes a certain shape on a computer, on the computer, and it comes out like a curve. And they say, oh, that's an electron because it moved that way. And you know what I mean? And they're trying to they've not even got enough computers to analyse the data that they get back from what do you call it? These hadron colliders. These large hadron colliders. You can go online, and they want people to actually sit and analyse it. There's trillion petabytes or petabytes or whatever the biggest bytes you can get of data to go through. They've just got numbers but there you go.
Yeah.
I used to sort of believe, not question this, shall we say. I was but fantasizing, like quantum bits and these quarks and all that kind of stuff. And then you once you sort of peel away the first layer of the newspapers, and you start actually going into it just a little bit, you begin to realise, wait a minute, that doesn't match with my logic, or how I would sort of try to find out reality, because most of it's just assumptions, right?
Yeah. It's very even when you look at an atom on the pictures that they have of them, like the one on Wikipedia for argument's sake, and it just seems to be like this purple kind of dot in the middle of another black dot, and then grey dots type of thing. But then they have, it's almost like a cartoon depiction of two red balls and two purple balls kind of next to it. It doesn't.
It's just think of this way. This is how I look at it, Ban. So it's just they're taking pictures from the real world. For example, a ball, right? They know that rolls. If like use a photon for example. If I threw a ball at a certain angle, it's going to bounce off. Deflection. It's going to bounce off at the exact same angle, unless of course it adds spin. You back spin, forward spin. It's going to change direction. But if it didn't spin at all, if I threw it off, stood at an angle to a wall and threw the ball, it would bounce off, and it would bounce off at the same angle, right? So they imagine these things as balls hitting off each other, and transferring energy and all that kind of stuff. So they build up these images. They use these images to rationalize it, so they can describe it. It's just like to describe it. Look, it's imagine like this. You throw a ball at that's exactly what a photon does when it reflects off a mirror. That kind of thing. Or you know what I mean? But it's just that way to console. To put the two ideas and be able to explain it in a simple kind of way. So they imagine them as little round balls, but you've got a problem. If the world's made of atoms and little things like that, there must be space in between. Like the Greeks, they thought it was squares, blocks. I think it was Aristotle or something like that. And all different kind of funny shaped things. Like spikes. These mad shapes. They used to imagine that what they were, and it's not really changed. You know what I mean? But we've just science has just turned them into little balls, and then they've got their, these subatomic particles, like what you were saying, quarks and gluons and muons, and you know what they call them, Ban? So I killed myself laughing. They call them sparticles.
Sparticles? No, they.
I'm not joking, man. I'm not joking. I'm telling you. See, when I heard that, I just, I just pissed myself laughing. And this is what science says. There was a great conversation last night. A great conversation about. It was between was it? I think it was Hugh. Was it not Hugh? Or was it riding with? It was good. Put it this way, it was going on about. It was a baller, and he was going on. The discussion was about what proof was and all that kind of thing, and it just basically just listening from an outside perspective. It's like they just choose to believe a certain story. That's all it is, and then they accept that. But all we do. Only difference with us on the other side, we are not satisfied with that story. We'll accept some of the story, like the stuff like televisions and computers and electricity and all that stuff that we can test ourselves. But it's like they seem to mix the, actual science meaning experimentation and material things that we can actually grab a hold of, to the theoretical, so they mix between the two. You know, when you have these arguments, kind of thing. But it's just a difference of beliefs, and they can't accept that, or they won't accept that it's just a belief. That's all they've got, and that's all we've got in reality.
Well,
you know.
In reality, yeah. You know, they will accept the evidence that has been provided to them, right? That coincides with the story. And we believe this because of, you know, X, Y, Z evidence, and that's fine, right? Got no dramas with them, but they hate that word belief. Right? They really do hate it, because then when you examine the X, Y, and Z and go, well, okay, let's see where it's come from. Like, you know, what assumptions are there? You know, what, you know, this and that and the other thing. You dig a little bit deeper. You know, there seems to be so much, Ali, that seems to have a lot of holes in it. And holes might be a bit of a harsh kind of word, but you know, if we're talking flaws. That's a better word, Ali. Yeah, flaws. You know, just on how they have come to the conclusions. And there seems to be flaws in their conclusions, right? And I think that's what, you know, someone like, you know, yourself and me and many others, we go, okay, well, what about this flaw? You know, can this not account for that? Can that not account for this? And then they say, well, give us an alternative, right? And then, I know, to say we're talking about whatever, but someone will throw in ether, okay? And they go, well, there's nothing to back that up. Okay, then, well, what have you got to back up your dark energy or dark matter? You've got just as much to back it up. You got no more to back it up. All you do is have a mathematical equation that actually shows, you know, some body moving from position A to position B that the old equation couldn't quite account for. So now you have a U equation that actually accounts for it, and thus you have what you're going to call dark energy until you actually find out exactly what it is. But you're going to call it dark energy or dark matter because you have a mathematical equation to back it up, and that kind of seems to be the crux of a lot of things, of these mathematical equations, Ali, right? Which are made to fit the observation. Because you have the observation first, Ali, right? You first have the observation, right? If we're talking outer space, right? They've got the observation of this body not moving to the old equation that they had, right? So they already have the observation, they already see it. So now they've kind of backward engineered an equation to fit this observed body that they've already observed. Right? They haven't come up with the equation first and gone, this equation is going to fit this, that, and the other thing. They've had the observation, and now they've made the equation to fit it.
Absolutely agree. It's like what they do. It's like, for example, they measure out 200 meters. They get their stopwatch. They see a car travelling from one side to the other, passes the 200 meters. They time it. They do a bit of mathematics, and they'll say that car was travelling at 60, and that's back engineering. But they think, and then they'll make predictions. All right, so if it only takes, so that they've got it, they only need to do that one measurement, or whatever, and then there's, you know, then they can do any mathematics, make a prediction. But the thing is, that car might have taken so many seconds to travel from beginning to the end, but you're not measuring every pathway. It might have slowed down or sped up, or, you know, slightly or whatever. But the average came out. You know, they always take the average. It's always the average, you know what I mean? And you think, you know, it's like, you know, if you, for example, if you get 5 numbers and find out the average value of those 5 numbers, you could say like 2, 1, 7, and 8. What's that? 15, 18. So that's about 3. But we had a 7 and an 8. You know what I mean? We had a 7 and an 8. That's how far away is that from the number 3 of your average? You know what I mean? There's these big, huge error margins, and the larger distance or whatever, the larger calculation that you do, the bigger the error will be, exponential.
And
So
and so and so many take it as an insult when you say all you've done is all you've done is made a mathematical equation fit an observation. Like, you know, that's not well, if I was a mathematician, I wouldn't have thought that would be a very difficult thing to do, personally. Right? If that's your job, right? You make an equation to fit. And I'm not trying to belittle mathematicians at all, because they're given a job. Right? Here's an observation. We now need an equation, right, to fit this observation. So that's exactly what they do, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. But people in this realm kind of take it as an insult. You know, that all it is really is a bunch of numbers. You know, on a bit of
Bandy,
Hey,
are you trying to?
Sonic! I
You might
knew
be
that
trying to
one.
bait. You're trying to bait me out. I can hear it. I can hear you trying to bait me out, man.
I noticed you in the chat there,
There's
Chronic.
plenty of examples of phenomena that are theorized before any observation is made. So observations back up the theory. There's countless examples.
Well,
So,
apparently
There's also some
that's how they
examples
found
of your circumstance that you describe. Yes, there are examples of that, but there are examples of on both sides. Just to be fair.
okay, do we have a brand new mathematical equation that's never been applied to anything, right? And now we can find an observation that now fits that mathematical equation.
Yeah, one second.
This would be cool.
Before I forget, Ali B mentioned about error bars or taking an average of something. So in hard research, sort of in research endeavors that are undertaken in almost all scenarios, results will be reported in a sort of probabilistic way. So instead of just saying, instead of just reporting a result, a number with an error bar, which is still, you can argue, is valid. If you want to be more sort of technical, you would report some result in terms of a probability, what's called a probability distribution. So the peak of this probability distribution could be around a value of 3 or 4, like you mentioned, but the distribution itself is infinite to the left, to all lower numbers and all larger values. So the value of 7 or 8 that you mentioned as an outlier is still taken into consideration under this probability distribution. So it's
that's what gets me. I totally agree with you and understand that quantum physics. It's just to me, I just look at it. I know it was simplistic what I said, but I basically
not even
look
just
at
quantum physics, but just a more robust way of reporting, in my opinion. There may be some other scientists that would argue that just reporting a single value with an error bar, plus or minus something, is just as valid. But in my opinion, the most valid way of reporting most types of results, I'm not saying every single type ever. I guess it depends on, there might be some subtle situations, but a very robust way of reporting results in science and literature and research and stuff is a probability distribution, which you can look up to read more about.
And I know you don't take offence to anything, Chronic, that I say. That is for
Of course
sure.
not.
But I was
It's
referring
all
to
coming from a good place.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I was referring to everyone else that tries to defend you. They take a great deal of offence sometimes because you don't give a fat rat's clacker about what I think. I know
Yep.
that, Chronic.
Indeed, that is correct.
I know, mate. I know.
But we've all been subject to that, especially in the beginning. I was always getting triggered and stuff like that. So until I sort of worked out, it's only a belief, and I can't really, be definite about certain things. But as I say, we've all been subject to that cognitive dissonance, or passion, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I almost it took me a little bit because that's how sort of lax I am, that I was just quietly listening, working on a paper. And I feel like it's worth the time to take a quick break from my work and perk up, because you repeated it, Bandy. You repeated this thing about observations and theory, and
Yeah.
I just you got me.
Just a quick question, Chronic. How often do you yourself get to directly look live through one of these telescopes with the data that you analyze, or do you just get to look at the data?
The telescopes I use they run on a semester by semester basis, so that kind of the spring, mid to late spring months. So I should say, sorry, I'll be more specific. So there's two observing windows per year for the telescopes I use. The first window runs between early May and early July every year.
Yep.
And the second window runs from early August to late September. So these are the two windows of time where I am traveling to the observatories and using them.
Cool.
Sort of with my own hands, so to speak. Yeah.
Yep. That'd be pretty cool, I reckon.
Yep. During
Sorry
the
for asking. I think it's the first time I've talked to you, Chronic. What is it you actually do then? It sounds quite fascinating. With
I
the
just
telescope.
I just study lights that are in the sky. Different types of unique things happening in the sky with
What is it you actually see then? What is it you actually looking for? Or what's your most exciting? Say you looked through. What was the one time that you looked through it and went fuck, or not, or been sort of wow, or been amazed?
Let me make one more comment back to Bandy about the.
Right, sorry.
Unfortunately, as many other sort of industries around the world were affected, but for the past like 2 years or so, it's actually been remotely using these telescopes because of COVID and stuff. So I shouldn't have said that, I guess, on the stream, because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah. So actually, things are turning back around now. So they're fully opening back up, allowing scientists to travel, use the facilities again, wipe the dust off and stuff.
Nice.
Yep.
Must be exciting. Get back to it.
Yeah, definitely. I've actually been working on I do a bunch of different things, Ali. One of the things actually with a telescope in Hawaii is a pretty major upgrade that a bunch of us are working on. One of these telescopes, basically upgrading some of the instruments and some of the infrastructure is kind of aging out, getting pretty old. So updating things like the real-time control computer that actually controls the huge telescope and moves it and keeps it stable and stuff like that. I kind of forgot your question, Ali. What's the most
It was the most thing. But I was actually going to say these things must be huge. It must be as I say, I love the technology and stuff. I've liked since I was a kid. I was brought up in the countryside, so I always looked up at the stars, lay on the grass, watch the moon, all that kind of stuff. Always been fascinated. So it must be quite fascinating, especially up in Hawaii. I mean, yeah. Is that right? What's the name of that? What's the name of that telescope? Is it a group? Was it 3 or 2 up there? It's quite high up,
a
isn't it?
lot. Yeah, there's quite a few. There's many different countries run several, probably a dozen or so telescopes up there, observatories. The U.S., France, Japan. I think Australia or New Zealand even has one over there. But yeah, they're all at the.
The Aussies get everywhere, man. The Australians.
Yeah, they do.
We've only got cheap ones up there. We can't afford.
Yeah, you got the small, small boys. They're all near the summit of the tallest mountain on the Big Island. It's called Mauna Kea.
That's right. Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
That's some bit of machinery, you know. I mean, I have looked into them, but it's some bit of engineering that went into building those things, and the logistics was a nightmare.
Oh yeah. The first some of the first people that actually went up there, scientists that went up there and discovered that it's actually an amazing place to build observatories. They were originally going to use a sister mountain on the same island, very, very close by. I forget the exact name. Maybe it was Mauna Loa, I believe. But they were prospecting the summit of that mountain, and they were getting weather that was interfering occasionally, like clouds. And basically, the story goes they, shortly before a big weather system was coming in, they noticed that this other mountain just beyond, yonder, the peak was actually above the cloud line that was affecting them. So they decided to journey over and try to and this is way back, so there's no infrastructure at this point on any of the it's virgin mountains.
Hardcore in them days.
Yeah,
exactly. Pure hardcore, man.
Yeah. So the first thing they built on Mauna Kea was just they carried up the telescopes themselves. They were very small, small telescopes at that time, and they carried up some construction materials and basically built a little shack to keep the telescope in.
Yeah, I've got nothing but admiration for these people. Even the people, if you read about countries' surveys, when they first did them, that was brutal, man. They were hauling about these big, huge instruments and stuff. What they did.
Yeah.
I have to say they were special guys. Sorry.
Yeah. They brought the first few that built the very first 6 foot by 6 foot shack had like a mule with them that they brought a mule up carrying the material.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah. I think one of the original scientists, his last name was Kuiper, Kuiper, and he has a bunch of things named after him.
The Kuiper belts. The Kuiper belt is named after him.
That Kuiper guy. Yeah, that man. He's one of the first. Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yep.
Right.
Nice. So yeah. So back to my.
So how? Oh, sorry,
no,
man.
go, Ali.
No, on you go, mate.
I think Bandy. I know what your question's going to be. Ali, you can take a second, Ali, and go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh no, I forgot it. It was just it was when you look through the telescope, can you tell say for example a star? How do you tell what it's made of? But would you do that optically or like with radio waves or how would you actually analyze the composition of the planet? Or
Bandy, I'm sure Bandy's got this answer. Yep.
All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Spectroscopy.
Very,
yes, sir.
very, very flawed, isn't it, Chronic?
Extremely flawed method. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. we basically don't have any idea.
No. Sorry, on you go now, Bad Flash. Do your thing now.
Oh, we compare we take spectrums of these luminaries and we compare their spectrum to the closest luminary in our sky, and they match to a strikingly similar degree. So we're quite confident that these. I'm not saying proof or what absolute truth or proof, but extremely high level of confidence that these luminaries out there are composed of similar materials that this very, very bright thing very close to us is also composed of. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, nicely said.
Yeah, the close by thing is the sun. Yeah, I'm sure you got that though. But yeah.
You actually seen that there was a big. Did you? Because I still follow the science, or if they take pictures of the sun in ultraviolet or all the different. I know it's data they're getting back, but it's still fascinating because I don't believe that I don't actually believe that they're 100% exactly what it is, what the sun is, but it's still quite fascinating, the subject, to find out, I suppose.
That's still there's tons of scientists still. It's that that field of science is called heliophysics. It's quite a popular field. Yeah, it's people dedicate their entire career to studying the sun.
There was a guy. Well, here was a funny thing. There was a guy, because they've been studying sunspots as well for hundreds of years. There was a guy in the 60s, and he found a correlation with sunspots and the weather, and he just started predicting the weather by studying the sun. I think he's still alive actually, and he was more accurate than the so-called weather people.
Really?
Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah, he was quite famous in Britain. He was an English dude. I can remember him as a kid. They done a little report on him, kind of thing. But quite an interesting subject. But he actually correlated. He was poo-pooed, obviously, because it didn't fit in. How absurd. But now it's kind of come around that the sunspots and the solar activity. Not just with electromagnetic waves or EMPs or whatever you call them, but also with weather and kind of stuff.
About that, Chronic.
Sounds amazing. Sounds very interesting.
That's if my memory serves me. If my memory serves me right, he was an English dude.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Very interesting. Probably a bit sketchy if he was a bloody pommy.
I got it. Well, yeah. But there's loads of, there is loads of interesting, stuff about there. There's another thing there with I think Rakia, he likes to talk about the superfluid, and that's actually my kind of vision. But I think there's shall we say, like a cyclone, a magnetic something that's making it's like a whirlpool almost, but it's not. There's no center sucking down or anything like that. It's just like up there, like in a circular kind of motion, and it's gases that have. Because Rumpus was going on. Oh, it's got to go to fluid. It's got to be really what do you call it? Cold. Well, apparently space, or what they call space, I think it's minus 250 or something, or 60 or something, which is near absolute zero. It's not absolute zero, but gases. If you look at what gases happen to gases when you go into that state, that fluidic kind of state, and that's how I see it. I just see it as a cyclone. If you go to that null school, I know people don't. A lot of people don't go with the satellite thing, but if you go to the South Pole and the North Pole, But on the South Pole, if you go right up, is get the data right from the edge of the atmosphere. I think it's 10 hectopascals. There's a thing called the polar cyclone, and it's this. I don't know how they get how it's wind away up there, but it's like travel. It travels up to like 400 kilometers an hour in a circle. They sent supposed satelloons up, and it was up for 58 days going round in a circle, and it sort of circumnavigated what they say is Antarctica. So the gases do, what certain gases do when they get to a certain temperature, they do become like fluid. So I kind of, and then as he says, something electrical. We've got a magnetic field. We know there's, our solar system's somehow electrical. We're electrically charged. We even have a charge. We've got an electromagnetic field around us, supposedly. You know what I mean? So it's all there. All the science is there. So it's not like, but stuff like that fascinates me. But as I say, it's not going to change my life knowing it. Oh, make me pay less tax, or get rid of the governments. Oh, I don't mean get rid of the governments. Get rid of the people. Well, yeah. So.
Well, you got to move somewhere to get rid of the people. That's what I did. Moved away from them.
Yeah, that sounds like the good life. You're living the good life there, Bandsaw.
Oh God, people are annoying, Ellie.
Oh God, I couldn't agree with you more, mate. I couldn't agree. But I'm flawed as well. So, but yeah, I think it's more not stupidity. It's I get angry more through frustration, kind of thing.
Mm.
With people. But I do. It sounds funny, but this is where I'm with you. I tolerate people.
Right. Yeah.
Because people tolerate me. So, I'm not perfect, but yeah, I like.
None of us are perfect, Ali. That is for sure. But I'm more perfect than most people naturally. So,
well, yeah, but I'm not most people. I'm almost perfect. I mean, you've got to believe that. Just think, there's a thing, a bit of a segue, right? I just got this theory about the education system. It's about that being able to say, yeah, I'm fucking not. You can say, yeah, I'm the greatest thing on the planet, but not what do you call it, at the detriment to everybody else, kind of thing. That, and it gets perceived as being arrogant. I don't think there's anything wrong with rewarding yourself and saying, yeah, I done a fucking great job there, man, or whatever. But it's kind of it seems to be that we're not meant to feel good about ourselves or question things, like always being like, so with science, second guess kind of thing. Oh, I don't know if that's right, not being confident enough in yourself to actually take a stand. And yeah, I don't know where I was going with that.
No. I think Chronic was going to give us a mathematical equation that pre-predicted something, but I don't know. Maybe the pressure was a bit too much for him.
Yeah, sure. No, I went back to.
I've actually got one,
I've
got one. I know one, and it's just so funny that I was watching a interview with Karl Popper there, and he actually talked about. Oh no, it wasn't. They were talking. Yeah, it was about. That was the philosophy or science. It was just there this morning, and what it said was that what are we talking about here? Oh, damn it. Oh yeah, Neptune, right? Right, that's what it was, right? In the story goes, they found Uranus was acting a bit strange, right? And they made a supposition. Well, for that, and without any evidence.
That's an observation first, though. They observed Uranus.
Yeah. But one second. Let me finish the story. Let me let me just finish the story, right? So they noticed this, right? So what they did is they made up this assumption that, oh, well, it has to be another planet without even knowing where it was. And through that assumption, doing all the equations, this is how the story goes. I've heard another story, but this is how their story goes, is that they discovered Neptune. And that was like, predicting something through an assumption that was just based on a Newtonian physics.
But
And they used that
Bandsaw
to...
would argue. Yeah, but I understand. Yeah, I know how the I'm
that
aware of that.
was sticking up for you. That was an example of what Bandsaw asked for.
Well, I'm going to argue Bandsaw's argument. I'll argue for Bandsaw and say that that prediction was based on an observation of Uranus doing some weird stuff.
Yeah,
right?
that's
So
what I said.
the observation came first, though, not the observation of Neptune, but an observation.
No, but the
of some
assumption.
kind.
That's what I'm saying. The assumption, they hadn't seen Neptune, so they assumed, according because of Newton's laws of gravity, that there had to be, right? So they didn't see it. They hadn't seen it. They'd seen this planet that broke the rules of universal gravitational whatever theory or whatever. So they actually used an equation, mathematics, and hey presto, they found it. But I heard another story that it was by luck, and it wasn't even in the place that they predicted it. So anyway, that was just another.
But they didn't have the equation put in place first.
Well, you could argue both sides of that one.
Well, it was the equation was because it was Newton's laws, Bandsaw. It was Newton's laws, so all the equations were there. If you know what I mean, so they were already there.
No, the equations were there. Newton's equations were there, and they didn't fit that equation. So now they've had to go. We need to make up a new one.
No, they never changed the equation, Bandsaw. That's it. That was the whole point of it. They never changed the equation. But they said, right, that equation because this is acting strange, this equation demands there has to be this planet within this area, blah, blah, right? And so the equation was already written. They didn't change any equation or anything at all. They just found another planet through the anomaly Uranus doing some weird shit. If you know what I mean.
They found, well, most of the
that's their story. Sorry, that's
but most of the planets / stars fit a lot of the already known equations. Right now, they'll observe one that doesn't fit that. Right, that is now perplexing. Right.
So I can give you I can give you some fun examples if you want to go to some different places.
Yeah.
Whoa, what was that?
That's Don in his car.
Oh, Don, how's it going, brother?
Hello.
I'm gonna give Bandsaw some fun examples of phenomenon that were observed after prediction was made. So a prediction's made first without any observation. A priori observation.
When you talk about the phenomenon, is it going to just actually be the phenomenon, or are you going to have conclusive assumptions about what the phenomenon is?
Well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So just a few that just come off the top of the head. In recent years, many examples of, and this is not even my field, so I'm going to preface this with I'm not going to have very deep knowledge or understanding and going into detail, but many different exotic particles in the field of particle physics were theorized to exist well before they were observationally detected with things like the Large Hadron Collider, things like this, and CERN. That's one example. Another example, that's particle physics. Another example, a little bit closer to my fields of science, are things like almost all GR predictions from Einstein happened well before any observational evidence was detected or reported to support those. And even extremely relevant for right now. In a week from now, there's going to be quite a large press release on the next observational image of Snoop Dogg's blunt. You know that one?
Oh yeah, I've heard that one. Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so that one in the chat is going to be huge. So yeah, that's a direct image of a black hole. Yeah, so that was predicted well before any direct observation by, I mean, Hawking was one of the leaders of that, leading in the sort of the theory behind it, the theory work that led to.
What's so great about the breaking news for the asteroid, Connor?
Well, let me see if Bandy wants to continue any further with any of those. So those are just a few that.
So when you say predicted, do you mean that
theorized to exist, I guess.
Yeah, theorized to exist, and now when we point the telescope in this particular direction because of the equations that we now have, we can see something there with knowledge that we've already kind of had and never looked for before.
Not never looked for. I wouldn't necessarily use the term never looked for. There's different reasons. Some have to do with the instrumentation not being sensitive enough, not being more powerful enough in the past, and things like that.
So it was always there, but now you have better technology to now refocus on a particular point in space and now get a picture of it with the equations that you've already got in place to tell you where to point the telescope.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So the empirical part comes after the theory, is what we're saying, obviously. So the empirical observations that suggest that the phenomenon that this theory and the equations that were derived from, related to this theory, seems to be supporting the theory as being a theory that very accurately to our understanding accurately represents what we empirically measure, detect, see, take an image of, however you want to describe what empirical data, analysis is. So those are just a few. There's many more. The top of my head just gives me those few.
I find each and every one of those answers wanting.
Well, you can find them however you want to find them. I'm just giving examples.
Like, for instance, we've never even observed a black hole. We've observed what we think could lead to a black hole.
Sure.
But you can't actually observe a black hole because the light is getting sucked in. So.
Well, what we're suggesting is we're observing the shadow of a black hole, or the.
It's not really the shadow of it, but okay.
Okay, sure. However you want to describe it, the empirical
it's a collection of matter.
It's
the collection of energy that they think is being caused by a black hole. It's still technically theorized. It's never been observed.
And Jupiter has a great red spot.
Sure. Nothing can ever be proven. Yes, this conversation happens 8,000
No, it's an accretion
times a day.
disk, bro, with the gravitational effects of what we think is a black hole. You haven't actually observed a black hole, so it doesn't really fit your criteria. Not to be confrontational, I'm just saying I find your answers to lack specificity, and I find them wanting.
Sure. Do you have a better suggestion of what it might be? If not, I'll stick with the best evidence supports a direct image of the shadow or the photon ring surrounding the event horizon of a black hole. But until you might until there's a better suggestion that better describes what we observed, then I'm
sure, but that's affirming the consequence. Your whole premise was that it was observed after. It was never observed, so it doesn't really fit.
Whatever you want to call it, it's where it stands. You can disagree. Go ahead, Don.
You know, under the ocean, the other little sea under the ocean, that dark oil shit that was down there.
Yeah,
right?
the Little Mermaid lives down there. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, though, right?
I have literally no idea, Don.
Come on, you don't know this thing? There's like this really dense pond down under the ocean.
Absolutely no idea.
You are so sheltered. Okay. Anyway,
I guess so.
how do you not notice? Okay.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Okay, so look, but just picture like another layer of stuff, right? You could look down at the ocean floor and you'd see the ocean floor, and then you'd see this black hole in the middle of the ocean floor, right? And you can't see it and it's black. Why would we just jump to the conclusion and go, it's sucking in all the light?
Huh?
You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem necessary to go that far.
I'm not sure. This is a not to be offensive. It's an incredibly bad analogy, in my opinion.
Look, imagine that the great red spot on Jupiter is black, right?
Okay.
And you're going, we can see all this shit around the spot, but not this spot. So this spot must be a gravitational well that's sucking in all the light around it.
Why though? Why though? That would not make sense. No. Sure. It could be that. That would not comport with.
I'm just saying, imagine a spot. You're looking up at your black hole. It's a spot of blackness. There's light around it, but you're saying the light that should be in it is being sucked in rather than just there's no light there. Why does there have to be this sucking of gravity because shit's moving around? It could just be a fucking whirlpool. What is the problem?
I know exactly what
true.
you're
It
asking.
could just like for whirlpools, if you're in a plane and you're looking down a whirlpool, you had no clue what it was. You would think that there was like, it could be a black hole. What's in the center that's sucking it up or whatever, but you don't know it's a vortex or that there's a different mechanism at play.
We see the whirlpool sucking. We don't see the black hole sucking. You're guessing that it's sucking.
It comports with what theory dictates. Because
you need this orbiting this attraction for this fucking glue of fucking, orbit sticking. And so, you want to hold on to that. But without that, you don't need, you just got to get out of the box.
I feel like I'm very I'm one of the most willing people to get outside of the box. What it takes though, what it takes. Don, give me. Don wants to. Yeah, I feel like he wants.
Could it be some sort of vortex up in?
Of course it could. Yes, of course. Can you give me anything that will help me? Any first principles, derivations of any sort of theories or models or anything that would describe better the characteristics and the empirical observations that we're making, that would describe what we're seeing better than the theory that says this is a black hole and how a black hole is described.
Hold up, Don. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so first off, you said this was a theory that was observed. Now you admit that it's actually a theory, but it's the most likely, the theory that has the most confidence. So you've admitted that it's not like the example of what you're talking about before. Secondly, I could do you one better. I could give you a demonstration. I could show you an actual whirlpool, a vortex in real life, and that therefore has more kind of viability as a possible explanation than something that you just drummed up and is purely theoretical.
Can you explain?
It could be a vortex of the matter up in space.
Can you explain
what's causing it to actually spin? Who knows? But you have this bending of light, a swirl of material. It could therefore be a vortex. No black hole needed. It could have the same kind of, it could be a medium such as water, some sort of liquid or fluid.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Yes, we can speculate about it being whatever. Can we also
the actual name of it? The actual name, like black hole or vortex, like is the actual name of it really important itself?
Of course not. No. Are English words important in describing a physical phenomenon in nature?
Yeah.
Of course not. No, not at all.
Now, what is actually happening? I think that's the crux of it.
Like what is
actually happening?
Yes.
and can we tell from these
Yeah.
images and stuff, or
So
video, or
so
whatever,
here so
it
here's
is?
percentages. Yeah. So here's
Yeah.
percentages. His quote, he'll one up me thing. If you want to say or claim it is a vortex of some kind that acts like a black hole, quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, can be explained with the first principles equations of GR and black holes and warped curvature spacetime exactly the same as a black hole, then sure, call it a vortex. I'm not losing a minute of sleep at night if you want to call it a vortex.
Crow, there's a difference because ducks exist. Black holes don't
Come
exist.
on. Okay.
Ducks have been observed. Black holes have yet to be observed.
The mouths, the
You're
sizes
assuming,
are just
hold
filled
up,
in
Don,
to
come
act
on,
like y'all have. So y'all have a consistent movement. They filled in the sizes to fucking fit into the consistent movement. Don't buy this shit. Kill him percentage.
Don't buy it, guys.
All you see, Chronic, is the bending of light, the swirling of this material. You're assuming that there's, it's a star at the end of its life, super dense something, sucking in all of the whatever, and causing an event horizon. All that's assumed. It's never been observed.
If you were to put if you were to put
Have you not seen the EHT image? Are we talking about the same thing or something different?
If you were to put the physics of a vortex, right, and apply that to a black hole, would you get similar answers?
Well, first of all, I don't know.
Similar observations, yes.
I have no idea how. I have no idea the characteristics of this vortex, how it would exist in space. Like, you're conceding outer space exists, like the universe is that large. What stretches are you making? If you're just speculating random
there's always
stuff,
a medium. We don't have a perfect vacuum.
I'm not speculating anything myself. I was just asking.
Well, no, like I just said, if you're going to give this vortex the exact same identical features that a black hole would have, then of course it'll be indistinguishable between a vortex or a black hole. Why? It's just the English word argument that you said.
Well,
Danny.
what features of this celestial observation don't fit a black hole?
What do you mean?
I mean, sorry, what features don't fit a vortex?
Well, first of all, I have no idea how a vortex would exist in the near vacuum of space, millions of light years away. I would
don't worry about how. We're saying
that.
in terms of the actual observation. We're seeing this swirling material, right?
Mm-hmm.
What about that doesn't fit a vortex?
What I mean, does a
vortex?
Sure. Does any observed vortex that we've seen, is there a characteristic called Doppler beaming that is a fundamental characteristic of a vortex? I don't know, because I don't know this magical vortex you're describing. There's Doppler beaming.
Just take water, for instance. Water, in a vortex of water, the water is bent, and the light is inherently bent as well, right?
Sure.
So yeah, it refracts with the water, obviously. So you would expect that the same thing could happen in the sky with if it is the same mechanism. You would expect this bending of light, this Doppler effect, whatever.
I don't agree. Here, I gave you a link to
You're
Doppler.
free to not agree, but you haven't shown anything that is antagonistic to my alternate hypothesis.
I literally just did in text chat. Go ahead and read it if you want. Relativistic beaming, Doppler beaming. We're seeing empirical evidence of this happening. As far as I know, unless you know some magical vortexes in water that I don't know about, then this is directly contradicting the vortex interpretation of the EHT image or Snoop Dogg's.
I don't see any contradiction. I just told you that if it's swirling and the matter is bending, the light will also be bending with it. There's no reason to think that
you might need to read up on. You might need to read up on Doppler. You need to read up on Doppler beaming, I think.
If you knew it that
explain it if it's actually something that's matters.
Well, I mean, I'll give you. You can take your time. It's not a rush or anything.
You would have just sunned it, Chronic, if you knew it that well. So stop fronting.
I wouldn't what? I didn't catch that, Don. Your mic is bad.
And then you're like, oh, is it Doppler beaming? Is that it? You went and looked up characteristics of black hole.
Well, actually, Geo. No. To be honest, Geo's image he posted. reminded me of that characteristic that we see in the EHC image, the Snoop Dogg's blunt thing. The lower half of the black hole shadow, the photon ring that we're seeing is Doppler beamed toward us, and the upper half is Doppler beamed. We are seeing evidence that the lower half is being Doppler beamed. The photons are being Doppler beamed, relativistic beamed toward us, and the upper half is relativistically beamed away from us.
So you're saying it's
there's no reason to expect that wouldn't happen with the vortex.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Just imagine you're looking at a vortex, because if you're looking at a vortex from one side, from the top of it, it's going to look the same, right? So all you need to imagine is that this thing
why?
Hold up, let me finish.
Why though? No, I mean, I'll hold your feet to the fire on this vortex, dude.
It has, breadth to it, like it's deep.
Why
so
though? I need
tunneling.
I need further explanations.
We only see it from one angle.
Sure, but if you really want to go further than just what coulda, woulda, what if speculation, then you got to be a little more.
I gave you a demonstration, something that we have in real life that we could kind of point to.
Explain how a water vortex Doppler beams one half of it. Please explain that.
It has Doppler effect regardless. You're
just saying words without actually.
You already agreed on the principle that with the bending of this matter, you would have the light bending.
Light bending is not the same as relativistic beaming.
One second. So when light bends,
man.
You would expect that you would have a difference in in the frequency of the light that's coming from one area to another area.
Wrong.
You would expect that you'd have some sort of Doppler effect.
I'll wait for you to actually read the links that I sent instead of just wildly saying words.
Or you could just defend your argument.
But you're speculating that we should see this and see that in that situation, and it's not true.
You asked him to do that, Chronic. You asked him to. So instead of adversarially interrupting and saying no, you could hear him out. Then you could explain, right, what you know that he's missing instead of being so adversarial.
You're explaining exactly what I'm doing, Don. I'm pleading with him to read the link that I sent and understand how a water vortex is not the same.
I didn't say it's a water vortex. I said it could be mechanically a vortex. Okay, you're saying it's not.
Changing this.
I'm saying it could be. Not water, maybe a different medium. Who knows? But mechanically, it would have depth to it like a vortex.
Sure.
You see it from one angle. So it makes more sense to point to something that has the same observation in real life than to make something up completely.
Disagree, but for the sake of it.
I guess that's the breaking news for the want is that there's this fucking shift.
And I just made that up off the top of my head, so that's like, imagine actually spending your life trying to figure it out. You could probably come up with a more competitive alternate hypothesis than this thing that you're pointing to that has no evidence.
I guess so.
I think it's stupid. I think both sides of the damn asteroid should be fucking beamed toward the fucking black hole if it is what you say it is.
If you were to create a water vortex and then place a light underneath that and then view it from above, would you get a similar effect?
I have no idea, Bandy.
Well, come on, think outside of the box.
You think I have a setup in a lab that's a fish tank with water? I create a vortex and I shine a flashlight through the. Come on, man. I got way better things to do with my time than.
This is science, Chronic. Come on, this is science.
Okay, if that's science, then my God, I'm in the wrong field.
What do they call it in like a volcano when it hasn't erupted, but like the magma is just kind of like swirling inside and melting, like in a melting pot?
Chronic is in the field of the biggest hands-off science, period. I mean, you don't touch anything. Ever.
Yes, Don. You think you're the first person to ever tell me that ever in my life? Come on.
Look, next time you have a bath, Chronic, and you empty the bath, put a flashlight down the bottom and stand on top.
All right, I haven't taken a bath and I'm a shower guy, but I'll do that next time.
Cool. In the name of science.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Right.
And I'll write up a thesis on what results I see.
I cannot believe you just poo-poo every single idea, Chronic. Every single.
Oh no.
You say you want alternatives. Well, there's
Oh,
an alternative.
oh no,
right?
for sure. But what I need though is I need a little more from percentage. So no, I'm willing to steal that idea. I'm willing to propose this alternative vortex theory in the academic form of papers, theory paper, anything. Submit publications, steal his idea, win a Nobel Prize. I just need a little more because I already at the surface before we even get to step 1. If I can poke so many holes in it, it's not gonna go that far.
You didn't poke a single hole in it. And I gave you the inspiration. You write it up, and I'll be first name. How
Saying
about that?
vortex is definitely not.
You can be second name after you do the write up.
I better get a footnote mention. I'm just saying.
Okay. Okay.
I got another one for you too. Another one with exploring. Magmatization. Okay. It could be the same process of magmatization up with whatever medium is going on up there.
Maybe.
So swirling, melting, accretion of whatever the material is.
Yeah.
And it could be the same like function going on right there. Same process.
Here's another idea: hypertoroidicity. There you go.
That sounds like a
I don't know about that one. Explain it.
Toroidal fields of something.
Exactly, it's a hypertoroid. So normal toroid, a normal toroid we can't see all the effects of, but a hypertoroid, well, that would have the effects of a black hole. You need to look into it.
I like that.
Which part is like, in a toroid field? Which part would be the part that we're observing? The part that comes together in the middle?
The disconnect that I don't like is that's assumed to be there is this. Is you have stuff swirling and you have a void of stuff, apparently. I don't know why it has to be connected that the void is causing the swirl.
I understand how that's hard, Don. I understand how that might be hard to come to terms with.
Hey man, it's not. Hey, come on. It's easy to come to terms with, bro. But I'm saying
I think it makes sense that the void. I would say something else is causing both of them.
Yeah, but hold on.
Let me ask you percentage or chronic. Yo, why do you have to connect it that way? When it
you don't. That's the great answer is you don't have to. If you can give me something that describes it better, then I will accept that.
The fluid of space is moving. Like, there's plenty of scientists
I would connect it, though.
Smartly sit in the lab and go, you know what? Maybe we didn't land on the moon, and maybe there's like way more to discover up there.
You know that. But I would connect them, Don. But I would do it the reverse way. I would say the swirl is causing the void, and something else is causing the swirl.
Yeah, that could be too.
Could be. No, yeah, 100% could be.
Okay,
yeah.
If he does do the 100%, I forget you're pretty open and fair when it comes to that, but they use so antagonistic to like, but why? And it's just like I'm trying.
Here's the thing, no, but Don,
it's like a passive aggressiveness. Sure.
No. I sure, whatever you want to call it. It's a philosophy that I will not ever deviate from. Is you can give me as many alternative, speculative explanations as you want. I will accept them and not argue against the actual your proposal. But what I will do every single time is ask you for more details. It's not enough in science to just say a surface to put English words together. You need to actually.
That's what they do with Event Horizon.
It whooshes around. It was whooshed around at the rate that it whooshes around, and you don't have to assume that certain pieces are attracting each other. You can say this shit was whooshed from the beginning. It was designed to go in these directions and spin in these ways.
Sure, that's what they do with Event Horizon, supernova, star collapse, all these terms that they've never actually, seen.
But it's not. The reason it's not is because there's countless.
I'm not gonna allow you to just go. It's not.
What
he's about to explain.
I'm about to go into my explanation. You're on something right now, Don. Chill a little bit. Just chill a little bit. The reason it's not. I freaking lost my train of thought now.
Got it.
Yeah.
Want me to repeat what I said? So
No. It's not all of these things. Core collapse, supernova, Event Horizon, things like this. are backed up by theory, by robust theories that have been tested, that are falsifiable, that are built and derived from first principles, like you know, that are well established. It's not saying that they're. I'm not saying that they're 100% truth and impenetrable. They are. They can always be updated and modified. But
So it's a
it's about
scientific
the
theory that they tested.
over long
How did
periods
they
of time.
test? How did they test an event horizon?
What do you mean?
How do they test the collapse of a star?
Okay, observational astronomy. Are you arguing against observational astronomy and the conclusions
We didn't
to come to?
observe an event horizon. We definitionally can't. We're observing what we think the effects of it are. Like going back to the very first part of this conversation.
Yes.
So again,
so in the Snoop Dogg's blunt,
it's still just a theory, a colloquial theory. It's a hypothesis.
In the Snoop Dogg's blunt image, which is an image of a photon ring or the shadow of a black hole, of what we think is a black hole, then yes, definitionally, of course, you cannot observe the event horizon. You know, anything beyond the event horizon.
Wait,
or
Snoop Dogg's blunt is an asteroid? It's a black hole?
What, Don?
No, seriously, Chronic, seriously. Is Snoop Dogg's blunt a black hole?
Someone
evidence
photoshopped the black hole ring onto the snapshot.
I mean, he knows it's a Photoshop, but the
No,
actual
no. I know that you were just giving it a title for the name. I thought it was that doo-doo cigar asteroid.
What? No, not the cigar asteroid. We're talking about the Event Horizon Telescope image of what appears to be a black hole.
Okay.
Or the photon ring surrounding a void that we think is a black hole. I gotta watch my words around fucking percentage apparently. So of course, we are never going to observationally see or observe the event horizon. Yes.
Describe the beams.
Yeah, and what we do observe looks like what you think is a black hole, what looks like a vortex, what could look like a hypertoroid, whatever. So it could be a number of things. You can't rely on that as saying that's the theoretical evidence that we have, like as if it's scientific theory. It's not.
We name
it's still
that
just colloquial theory.
We still would name that a black hole. Now, whether the black hole is caused by the ring itself and the black hole is actually caused by the ring, it is still a black hole. It's a hole of blackness in the center.
That's not what we mean, Gummy.
Now, whether
When
you
we
want to
say
have a
black hole,
different
we're talking about
explanation, it's still a black hole.
Yeah, we're not talking about just, physically it looks like a circle of blackness. And we're not talking about that. We're saying black hole by the definition that they use, which is, the event horizon caused by the supernova of a star, or what have you.
Well, I mean, to be technical, we don't. This one, the M87, we don't know. To be honest, actually came from core collapse supernova because it's a supermassive.
Think about how dumb it is.
Anyway.
Think about how dumb. Think about it. The star gets so dense, it would be a tiny dot. It wouldn't be a huge black hole. It'd be a tiny dot. And now for your event horizon bullshit to fucking grow, it's like it's sucking in the fabric of space-time itself, eating the universe up, going to another dimension. It's retarded.
Well, yeah, the way you just
you may be
explained
misunderstanding
it.
it just a little bit.
God, the way you
words you
just
just
used.
It's black because it's sucking the light. It doesn't mean that it's there where the black is. It just means that the light isn't escaping from coming to
How
us.
can it suck the light? How can it suck such big amounts of light?
He keeps saying
it's supposed
the
to be
word
super
suck.
dense. That's what they say.
How can it suck?
Keeps saying suck.
Think about this.
It pulls gravitationally pulls the light. Relax, Chronic.
Pulls?
Don't get turned on just because
That's even a crappy word. Sorry, go
If
ahead.
you could pull the light, it would be sucking everything else into it too.
How can it suck?
And you say it does. You say it spaghetti's people, all this fucking crazy shit.
God. Okay.
So Don, you do need to realize though that you have an interpretation of this that differs from ours. So maybe the problems you have aren't necessarily, I'm not saying they aren't, but aren't necessarily with the real model, but rather with your understanding of it.
Don, let me ask you a quick question, Don. That was well said, Gummy. Well said. This is
Not true.
a question to get an idea of your critical thinking skills. So don't take offense to it. Just try to answer it as honestly as you think. Okay. So and no one try to help him. It's an extremely easy question, Don. If we could magically replace the sun with a black hole of the same mass as the sun, what would happen to our planets in our solar system, the Earth and Mercury and Venus and shit? What do you think would
Nothing.
happen? Say what?
Nothing.
Why?
Because there's no more extra mass. It's do the same thing in your theories.
Okay, so then why? So
it's mass and distance, and you have the same mass and
Yeah.
the same distance, so it's same thing.
So you in this critical thinking question, you just demonstrated to
something wrong, and
you just
too.
Don,
now
give me a second. You
why
just
I'm strawmanning and making fun of your thing, and you
Jesus
need to
Christ, dude. Don, you literally just demonstrated how disingenuous and dishonest you are when you're going on your tangents about sucking in this and sucking in the whole universe and all this stuff.
You're not listening to me. What I'm saying is if your star collapsed, right, and it went to a baby point, you're saying that point of that material denseness is at a tiny point way tinier than the black hole, right? But its phenomenon is capturing stuff out to this horizon, right? Oh, hold on. I must not, Gummy. I forget. I shouldn't be talking. Like Gummy said, I don't know anything about this, right? I'm totally flawed in my understanding.
It appears to me like you don't actually understand.
I don't know none about it. But think about
you
it.
have some understanding, but there are some parts that I would say you misunderstand. Yes, but that's
point is,
my
like,
opinion.
the tiny dot ain't doing all that sucking or trapping or gravitying or whatever the hell you want to call it, and only doing that much. It doesn't make any sense. It's the black hole bubble around your collapsed state. Dude, it's like, unless that shit ripped another dimension into, the realm that we don't know yet, you're all on some bullshit. Okay?
What?
It's a piece of oil in the sky, shit swirling around it. It's no big deal. That's it.
Oil.
Yes.
Okay.
Oil?
He invoked oil. Now we're fucked.
Okay.
That's it, bro.
I've never heard oil before, but this is a first for everything.
Well, but here's a question: if you have so the same way that a black hole would swallow things, what if something heads straight for the sun? Does it not get swallowed by the sun? Do you find that also to be ridiculous? The same way that a black hole swallows something?
But see, they don't sell us this event horizon where you have this standard pace, and then there's this break, and the pieces are now sucked. They're over this Lagrange point or whatever, and sucked it. Craziness sucking.
Gummy, it appears like the issue for Don that it appears to me. I could be strawmanning, but my opinion is that Don takes issue with, like, your example for the sun is fine with him because the sun is an extended object in space. It's an extended object. It has a physical surface as far as we as far as we understand. However, a black hole is just a point of infinite, why is it infinite? It does have a characteristic. As far as we know, it's infinite. It may not be infinite.
Listen. The traction, gravity happens because of the mass and the thing. I don't even care about the infinite denseness. You have an item that was there that changed its state, and now it can trap light by gravity. Now,
but it has the exact same.
Hold on. That I'm sorry. So now all of a sudden, that material that was there, because it's dense now, it can trap the. Why didn't it trap the light before? It was the same amount of material.
No. There's a huge lack of understanding right there, Don. Right at that exact sentence you just made.
Different material.
The gradient, how extreme the gradient of the space-time curvature is at the singularity or Schwarzschild radius of a black hole. That's the difference. It's
I don't give
not
a
the
fuck. It
same.
doesn't matter.
That's
Okay,
exactly
so
what we're describing. It
No,
does
you
matter.
know,
it doesn't.
this thing, Don. You know this thing about we always say that gravity decreases by distance by the radius squared of the or by the distance squared.
Now think
You
about
know
what
that
you're
whole
about to
thing.
say again. You got this event horizon way out, bubbled out, distant away from this little tiny
But
infinite. Oh my god!
think about it this way. Think about it this way. If you have a planet, well, the radius at which it would swallow light would be inside that planet. So that it would be irrelevant because it would hit the planet first. However, if you shrink that planet by a huge amount, well, now the light can reach that area in which the mass would swallow the light, so to speak. It's just before it was covered by the physicalness of the planet, but now it has been shrunk so that now it can get to that area, that distance from the center, where it has strong enough force to keep it in.
Look,
Hey, I got a question.
That was a good try, but we'll go
If the
deeper.
singularity has infinite density, then how do you have some black holes that are bigger than others?
So let me preface again with anytime you invoke infinities, I'm sure you know this percentage. It's basically another way, in my opinion, it's basically another way of saying we don't have a full understanding of the actual physical nature of that location.
Yeah. So math will
But why
predict
say infinite
infinity.
density as opposed to just unknown density, unknown super density or something?
So percent. There might even be such a thing that you can't even define density at that point. We don't know. That's the problem. The math, however, the theory with the math does predict infinite density, but we know that there's not really such a thing as infinite density, at least like realistically speaking. But at the same time, we can't say unknown density because, like I said, there might not even be the concept of density at that point. The same way that the concept of temperature doesn't exist for individual
I
particles.
disagree with that. I would say the concept always exists, and I'll tell you why. Because even if it is infinitesimally small, like a point, a mathematical point, right, which is infinitely small, then according to d equals m over v, the density will be infinitely big, right? And that's if it's impossibly mathematically only existing. So in actuality, if the volume of this singularity or what have you is just small but not infinitely small, obviously, then it'll still have a very high density, but it won't be infinite. Infinite only exists in math and God.
And that's what I'm saying, is the infinite density only comes from math. It doesn't come from like real observation. That's why we feel like it breaks down at that point.
Yeah, but the concept still works on every level. It works in mathematically to claim it's infinite, and it works in real life to claim that the equation doesn't break.
You invoked infinitely small. Does that exist in reality?
No, but that's my point.
Exactly. So you can't invoke infinitely small in reality.
I'm with you. It's probably not infinitely small. Like we've never observed that whatsoever. But the point is the equation doesn't break. If it's infinitely small, it's going to be infinitely dense. If it's not infinitely small, it's going to be not infinitely dense. The concept still, works. It's whether or not it applies to reality. And I don't think it's right for them to say it's infinitely dense when they don't know. They should just say unknown, very dense enough to pull the material, have an event horizon, and have this appearance of a black hole.
So most honest people wouldn't say we know for sure it's 100% infinitely dense. They would say that the theory predicts. They would say the theory predicts for it to be infinitely dense. That's what they would say. They wouldn't say that we know it is infinitely dense.
And yet that's how they define
different statement.
They define a singularity as having infinite density and infinitesimal volume, which is a problem.
That's that's how they. That might be how they define the word singularity. What? That's one word. Are they saying that black holes are necessarily such a singularity?
Yeah,
or do they say that theory predicts
you check
for it
singularity
to be a
is
singularity?
the point in space-time with infinite density, whatever. It's theoretical bullshit that they're trying to append onto real life.
But when you say they are, most will not say that, oh, we know for 100% that it is such. They would say the theory predicts for it to be such. Like, I feel like you're taking a niche, maybe like articles and stuff like that, who will make such statements
Bro,
incorrectly.
I challenge you to just search up singularity, the definition for it, and you'll be surprised that how
but
unequivocal they state it's infinite density.
So they might define the word singularity as such, but are they saying that because, for example, a mathematical singularity is such? Yes, correct, or can be such.
No, I'm saying
Correct.
the astronomical definition. Now, if it's a good definition, it'll have the
So are
word,
you saying
hypothetical or supposed. But if it's not, then it won't, and a lot of them don't.
So you're saying that the definition of a gravitational singularity is such that it has infinite density and infinite or infinitely small, and we also
infinitesimal.
say that black holes are definitely this kind of
And
singularity.
that's retarded shit they made up to make the bullshit work, Gummy.
No, I'm telling you that they don't make this claim. They don't. I'm not gonna say no one does, because of course someone might do that. But any honest scientist won't sit here and be like, yes, this point inside the black hole has infinite density and infinite singularity. Like, definitely so.
No,
They
they'll
would say
say
the
it's
theory
very
predicts
high,
it.
I get that. But it's still, I like your little thing about it's shielded by the physical thing of the planet. That was cute. That was really nice. I like it. It still doesn't make enough sense compared to spaghettification phenomenon that's claimed a black hole. But yeah, I appreciate you trying, man. I got to take a break. I'm about to pull up at this spot in like 5 minutes. I might be back.
Well, I just gotta say,
Suffice to
spaghettification.
say,
If I pull your feet really hard and your head not hard, you get spaghettified. It's just simple as that.
Yeah.
What?
It just think about having a Lagrange point right there, where all of a sudden that can happen, but yet it's not actually. It's just slowly eating the universe. Okay, sure.
It doesn't eat the universe.
Yes, it's eating the universe. Yes, it is.
No, that's a problem. That's you having a definitional problem.
Why would you say it's not eating the universe? Why would you say that?
So there's a difference between it captures what enters it and it's constantly eating the universe. These are kind of two different statements. Because you're implying that it's constantly sucking in everything around it, slowly moving into
and it is. You know, that's what you're being dishonest. You know that you could be infinitely far away from something at the other side of the universe, and it still is going to pull you very slowly. So it's sucking everything.
Yeah, this is where it's important to be clear that it doesn't have infinite density. If it had infinite density, it would suck up everything.
It's doing it really
slow. If it also has infinitely small size.
That's what gives it the infinite density.
Yeah, but if you have both infinite density and infinitely small size, then it could still have a finite mass.
Yeah.
That's why the math breaks down.
Unless it's getting rid of the mass somehow. Sending it to an alternate dimension or something. Wormhole. My point is, it's just wrong to say infinite density because it breaks the entire notion that we have an event horizon in the beginning. Like, the event horizon would be everything. It would all be blackness if it was actually
what I'm saying is
so
that's
hold on,
not true.
Let me say, Gummy Bear. If you find issue with the dictionaries that define it as having infinite density, unequivocally, an infinitesimal volume, then we're in agreement, because they shouldn't state it as such.
So even in the definition of a gravitational singularity, I see here, gravitational singularities are mainly considered in the context of general relativity, where density apparently becomes infinite at the center of a black hole. So saying, in the context of general relativity, the theory that density apparently becomes infinite. So it's not saying that it is infinite. It's saying the theory predicts it to be infinite, apparently.
Absolutely. That definition, while it's not as kind of clear as it being, supposed or hypothesized is still a rather good one. Take this one right here in the American Heritage Dictionary, Astronomy and Physics, like the special definition for that. A point in space-time, such as a black hole, at which matter has infinite density and infinitesimal volume, and the curvature of space-time is infinite. Also called gravitational singularity. That's not a good definition.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yep, that's why I said we if you have
But
issues,
we can have
clear that
bad
you did have issues with that
definitions.
statement.
We can have bad definitions in astronomy, the same we can have bad definitions in anything. And I would say that the definition they use is kind of bad, because it doesn't quite capture what scientists would say. Most scientists would say. Like I said, there's always the ones that make the absolute statements.
Yep.
But it's just the thing you're saying just isn't true, that just because it has infinite density means that it would have an infinite radius. That's just not true.
Why not?
Because if I say that it has an infinite density, but it also has an infinitely small radius, then the two infinities can, so to speak, balance out in quotation marks and have a finite mass, which means that they would have a finite radius.
No.
How does that not? How does it not?
Because the radius is the volume, and mathematically it's the reciprocal. So they don't cancel out. They basically they're directly or inversely proportional.
Wait. The radius and the volume.
The radius and the volume and the density.
The volume and the density. You're saying they're inversely proportional.
Yes. As you decrease volume, you increase density.
Yeah, but you keep the mass the same. Do you not?
Yes.
Exactly.
So as long as there's a process by which it's, disposing of the mass, the two sides don't change.
Exactly. And that's the point. Mass or gravity doesn't have to do with density, it has to do with mass.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
And
so then why are you
something
saying
that's not very realistic, right? Because if you have something that's infinite, that means somehow you've already managed to get something to a point where it's zero volume, basically.
Well, so I agree that it's not realistic. Yeah, but hold on. I agree that it's not realistic, so to speak. But you're taking it one step further and saying that it's not logically sound, which it is internally logically sound.
It's mathematically logically sound, and your question of introducing mass, changing it, is unsound, because just like you could have an infinitely small volume, you should then be able to have this matter, the mass, that's being compacted to infinitely small mass addition, like an infinitely small new mass. So it doesn't affect the mass.
Where are you getting the new mass from, or what do you mean? Infinitely
so
small new mass.
It's sucking up matter, right? Which would normally increase the mass of this object, right? But
when you say sucking up matter, are you saying once it has been formed?
Yeah, if you have a singularity that's formed and functional and pulling in matter, you would expect that the mass of this object is going to increase as it pulls the matter in, right? But if it's able somehow to limit its size to infinitely approaching zero, then there's no reason to think that it can't limit the mass that it's taking in to infinitely approach zero.
What do you mean by infinitely limit the amount of mass it takes in?
So it's taking in mass. There's no reason to think that it doesn't have the process by which it could take this mass and clump it to a point, reduce the mass such that it's basically zero, just like it does with its own volume.
Like I don't know if I'm just not following, but I don't quite get what you're trying to say.
It's something that's purely theoretical, and we can purely theorize how it might do this, just like it does it with the volume. We can theorize how it might do it with the mass. It doesn't break, like having mass coming in as it's pulling all this material in, doesn't break it theoretically, because we can just theoretically say that the mass is is infinitely approaching zero as it's being absorbed by the singularity.
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at. My whole point is that the math works out infinitely dense and infinitely small together can still have a finite mass. But then I also agree that that doesn't sound like a correct, realistic term. Like, I don't see
it
where
sounds
we're
like you were
disagreeing.
saying that as it wouldn't suck up everything, because if it did, it would change the mass and such. I was saying it may
No,
not
okay.
actually change
So
it.
I was talking about purely the stuff that was there in order to form the black hole, not what happens afterwards. Because if we're going to talk about what happens afterwards, yes, it's both sucking in energy and mass, but it is also radiating. And so it is losing energy at the same time that it's gaining energy, which means that if it's too, for example, if it's too small, it would radiate more than it's catching, and it would cease to be a black hole. Like, that's
Yeah,
the
that
whole
could be
thing of
the
Hawking
mechanism.
radiation. It was a whole thing.
So they say that the mechanism by which it's, retaining its mass is by churning basically the material that it absorbs into energy and radiating it.
In a sense, you can describe it that way.
Huh. And here I thought it just made it up.
So, anyways,
I mean, if you ask Chronic, he would probably have a better understanding
well,
of it. But yeah, that is a thing. Just saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Percentage or someone on a new meme to create. So a new Snoop Dogg blunt, but maybe, I don't know, maybe a different celebrity smoking something, and prepare that meme image with the new black hole image that's releasing next week. And you got yourself
I'm
a
down.
viral meme right there.
Yeah, we'll do it with the Vortex, a doo-wop, okay? Like a Philly blunt with Nas smoking it.
Nas, all right, I'm Google.
Yeah, because a doo-wop is like a really long blunt. We'll just make it coil, and then
Nas
at the tip.
doo-wop blunt. There's no
Thing is,
images coming up on it.
Instead of any of that, I'm gonna Photoshop it into a vortex. So watch out for that.
Sorry, it might be ooh-wop. Ooh-wop, not doo-wop.
Ooh-wop. Wait, why am I the one creating the meme? I'm fine accepting it's an image of a black hole. It needs to be like a...
Yeah, you don't need to create a
Yeah,
meme.
it needs to be like a flurf or something to make it.
Or a space denier would be the...
Yes.
Chronic, I thought we established this. I'm the ideas guy. You do the grunt work. I'm first name, you're second name.
Okay. That's true.
But the problem is, someone scattergunning ideas, sure, they might come up with a good idea, but they would never apply it correctly.
I was gonna give you second name, but now I'm kind of solid on my choice to give to Chronic Gummy Bear. You're gonna,
Well, we gotta continue.
That's fine, because I'm gonna be first name and only name.
We gotta continue. We gotta continue workshopping this vortex for a little bit, though. I'm not ready to propose it yet to the broader community.
Okay, how about this? The vortex is actually approaching a point where space-time has been popped. It's broken, and therefore it's actually a bubble of broken space-time. There you go.
What characteristic? What other characteristics?
Space-time doesn't exist.
Yeah. What? Can you give any descriptions of what this popped, broken bubble kind of would do?
Well, the bubble itself has nothingness in it, so it doesn't have any characteristics. The characteristics would be from the stuff around it.
So the bubble does it have are there any properties of the bubble we can...
No, the bubble, the inside of the bubble itself would be nothingness. It would have no property. It would be the outside of the bubble. You expect me to believe
this, man? Like, it's one thing to try to push space-time on me, like this thing that doesn't exist. Now you're trying to push a perfect vacuum?
I like the vortex. I think the vortex...
No, it's not a vacuum. It's a nothingness.
The vortex might have a better... Percentage's vortex might have a better chance.
So you disagreeing with string theory? You saying that string theory that his idea is better than string theory?
Well, string theory has never, ever been empirically shown to be a valid theory in
But has
40 years of
vortex,
its
has his
existence.
vortex theory done so?
String theory has stalled and hit a brick roadblock in like the 70s. It hasn't made
Yeah,
an
but
advancement
Chronic,
in 30 years.
I'm not
It's
saying
funny.
the string theory is good, but are you really putting it below his vortex idea?
Right now, yes. Right now,
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
Damn, I lost some respect for you just now.
Yeah,
We found
that's
Chronic's
fine.
like
That's fine. I'm not dipping my foot ever into the string theory field ever.
That's fine, but
we
you're
found
dipping
Chronic's
it
like
into
pet peeve.
the percent vortex theory.
Yeah. Yep.
Even,
I am to general relativity
Damn.
as Chronic is to string theory.
Yeah.
That's right. Even Chronic admits that vortex has got something to it.
Maybe. I
Maybe.
actually predict. I predict this. I have no prior knowledge. I promise. I have no idea what this new image is going to look like. But I predict it is not going to look as clean and as high resolution as the M87 the first
so
EHT black hole.
it's probably
And
going to be less resolution.
I think. Well, no. So I think that the radio emission that's coming. So we know there's strong amounts of variable radio emission coming from Sagittarius A star at the center of the Milky Way. So it varies over time to be, sometimes it's very strong, sometimes it's weak. But I think this, and of course all the EHT telescope, all the telescopes that are combined to create the images are all radio, dishes, radio telescopes. So I think the amount of radio emission that is coming, this is all speculative, I'm just guessing. The amount of radio emission coming from the black hole at the center of our galaxy is going to kind of is going to sort of drown out, or maybe, kind of, I don't know the right descriptor, but it's going to sort of make it a little messier of an image than the one we have of Snoop Dogg's blunt. That's just my guess, though. I'm just predicting that. Yeah.
There you have it, Bandsaw.
That's my prediction.
With your question of what is the prediction where, we had an observation and it matched, he finally got around to answering it. This is the prediction. We'll wait around for the observations if it matched.
Yeah, you can hold me to it. 1 week from now, we'll have it. It'll be released, and we'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
So, Chronic, do you guys have Chronic like an office suite going around at the moment? Like, give us your best drawing of what this thing may look like, and
no, that'd be cool though.
$5 and winner takes all type of thing.
That would be very cool. No, that's a good suggestion.
I think this is going to look like the stereotypical cartoon black hole, full on with a 4K resolution and just
Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think
that's my prediction. I'm never wrong, so hit me up.
Probably.
Is it going to have vortex type properties though?
I think it might. I also predict there will be a lot of skeptics on Discord that claim it's just CGI. Also, that's an easy prediction to make, but
yeah, of course. That's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh.
I think it might be harsh, but it's a very solid prediction. I'm confident.
That's a safe bet. That's positive odds right there.
Yeah, that's the easiest bet to make. But
I have a prediction.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it, Jerry.
I predict he's going to tell us his prediction.
There you go. I predict that after this photo comes out, the Globers will come right back to flat Earth.
What?
Thus flat Earth.
I would not put hedge any bets on that prediction.
Yeah, I predict his prediction's going to be wrong.
Yeah. I don't know. It's exciting regardless of what side you're on. It's some new shit coming out, so we can stop talking about the same old boring stuff every time. We can have a new thing to argue over. I'm looking forward to it. So
here's my question: what do you have against Snoop Dogg?
Nothing. I think that picture is hilarious.
Him? So you're very set on replacing.
No. I think that meme is hilarious. I love that meme. I'm trying to get some of you guys ahead of the game so you can make the next viral one. But don't just use Snoop Dogg again. Like, that's boring. You gotta put it on something, something new and fresh.
Yeah, please don't say the word viral. It triggers bad memories
okay.
of the past 2 years.
Okay. And it might not even look. It might not even sort of match as nicely as the first black hole image to Snoop Dogg's Blunt. It could, like I said, it might be messier, have some like radio emission sort of clouding it out or something. So it might just fit better on some other image for a meme. We'll
What
have to wait and
color?
see.
What color do you think it'll be, Chronic?
I have a feeling it'll be a similar color. I mean, the color is just it'll be a similar color to the EHT image. It is my prediction. But yeah, it's just a proxy for the amount of intensity, the spatial distribution of intensity, on the EHT images, the individual images.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the color of the center, that hole, is gonna be black.
It's gonna be black. Yeah, good one. Actually, I don't know how. Like I said, I think there's way more emissions. So I don't know. We'll see.
That's what she said.
Yeah. What if it's just like I don't know. What if it's some crazy ass shit that no one is like predicting?
Hold on, I've got to go. Has no one noticed anything? Where is he? Is he up there? Cursed with a high IQ has been trying to.
I'm actually probably going to try to combine the new image with the galactic center stars that are orbiting around it. I don't really know exactly yet how I'm gonna do it. It's probably just gonna be like a composite, maybe, or maybe an animation or something. But I don't know. It seems like something pretty beneficial to do since we know very well we've been observing those individual stars for decades now. So.
When's this thing set to come out?
May 12th, 1500 CEST.
CEST.
Yeah, in Europe. No, not Central Europe. Like Central European,
Oh,
I think.
okay.
So that's like 10 or 11 a.m. Pacific time, US. On the 15th.
Like GMT +2?
No, sorry, on 12. Yeah. On May 12th. I put the link in the text chat. It's I mean, I could be completely, absolutely wrong, but I mean, when I read this announcement, it says groundbreaking Milky Way results from Event Horizon Telescope collaboration. I mean, what else could it really be? Like,
yeah,
99% chance it's going to be the black hole at the center of our own galaxy, or appear to be, very likely to be.
I take it with a grain of salt.
Yes, like you should everything.
Not dessert. I wonder where that idiom came from anyways.
I'm sure Google will tell you.
I don't care that much. I was wondering just a bit, but not enough to Google it.
Okay.
I know there's like a superstition where the people like throw a pinch of salt over their shoulder or something like that. I don't know if like good luck or something. Maybe it has to do with that.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've seen that when they're cooking or something. Yeah.
So vortex field theory. I reckon this is going to be the new thing that's going to dominate.
Sounds intriguing.
I wouldn't be so sure because I also came up with like an amazing thing before, Spacity, and it hasn't gotten the traction that I was hoping. So
kind of like a limp rag, but it sounds cool, like vortex, right? Vortex relativity. There we go.
No, I think I like vortex field theory more.
Okay, vortex field theory. Okay, cool. We'll run with that. I'll put you as a sub note on the bottom of the paper.
Put them in the acknowledgements section.
Acknowledgements.
Yep. That's
I'll
a
sue you
legitimate
for
section.
copyright.
The
IP.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if you know Gary. I think he's at Gems all the time. He's a Brit. He's in the acknowledgements of my most recent paper submitted for publication. A Discord guy.
Really?
He actually is, because he legitimately did work with me on a little bit of stuff, mostly just software like Python programming type stuff.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, he's in there.
That's cool.
I never thought I'd actually acknowledge a random Discord flat Earth debate guy, but I mean, it doesn't really mean much. No one's gonna know who. I mean, he goes by Gary as his Discord name, so.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's not Gary in the paper, so to speak.
Well, no, I mean, well, his
That's
yeah.
his first name is, but just different last name.
Well, it'd
Yeah.
be quite easy to find now.
Well, he goes by Gary, but yeah. But no, there's a standard practice in research papers is at the very end you have an acknowledgement section that you point out, whoever author acknowledges these people for help, assistance or help with blah 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 software, stuff like that. Yeah.
So you can't get for plagiarizing someone else's work.
Yes, I guess, yeah.
And it's only kind. It's the courteous thing to do.
Yeah.
you know?
It's like exactly. It's like it's like an individuals who assisted you in some capacity for the research work, but they didn't assist you to they didn't get above the threshold to become an actual co-author, like on the paper. Like they just helped with one tiny small thing or whatever. It's, I've seen people acknowledge like their cats and dogs and stuff in there, so it's kind of a joke too, but yeah.
And besides, like, the common practice is to just put the last name with and then first initials, so we probably won't be able to tell who he is anyways.
Yeah. I'm definitely not writing, and thanks to Gary from Discord for helping with I mean, that'd be hilarious, but yeah.
Thanks to Debate Flat Earth and more. Here's a credit.
Exactly.
It would be funny though. I think you might be the first. I wonder if anyone's shout out to Discord server, acknowledge Discord server in publication.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, but
I think it might have. I don't know, man.
You know what I thought about years ago before I even discovered Flat Earth Discord servers? I was in other debate servers. I actually thought about like some sort of research into just like the sort of sociology behind debate server, like internet debate, where you have voice. So it's not just it's not just like a forum where it's text. You actually have voice. Doing some sort of like I had a friend of mine from college who he went into the speech recognition industry. So he works a lot on like software that does speech, recognition, like when you talk to Siri or Alexa on Amazon or whatever. Working on some paper, some like research paper with him about like it would be kind of sociology and psychology behind Discord debate servers, plus maybe tracking some like the terms that were like the most used verbal terms that were used verbally in debates. I don't know, something like that. We kind of had some like a half-baked idea about doing something like that, and then I briefly mentioned it to like maybe the owner of this one debate server, and he like shot it down and said absolutely not. And I don't know if it was against the I don't think it's against the Discord terms, like because isn't this, I mean, you can stream rooms, right? So the voice, yeah, so the voice can always be recorded like legally. So
Well, apparently we've got a fellow in this channel that is writing a paper on the psychology of the flat Earth.
oh,
Flat
really?
Earth debate. Yeah.
Is that flat Earth data or no?
No, that's it. No, he's got a never-ending book that he's writing.
Yeah, never get published.
Yeah. The title is The Never-Ending Story. But yeah, no, some guy that goes by the name of Leaky Serez or Saraz. He's
I don't know.
writing a paper and came and dipped his toes in the fire and got them pretty well burnt until the reinforcements came in to bail him out.
Okay.
What's
Sounds
his book
weird,
on?
but yeah, what's his paper on?
The psychology of the flat Earth globe Earth
Ah,
debate.
okay. I feel like that's not a new study though. I feel like that's been looked at before. But,
Yeah. Like, why do flat earthers exist?
like, I mean, it doesn't need to be a new study unless it's like for a PhD or something he's doing. But I don't know. I think that's you don't necessarily need. It doesn't necessarily need to be this specific debate. You can keep it like a holistic view of just like what's the word, anti, like mainstream movements, I guess you could say.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theories.
If you want to call it that, Bambi.
Yeah, well, I noticed how you kind of tried to.
I said
dress it up.
anti-mainstream. I was a nice
Yeah,
person.
I know.
I was nice about it. I talk to my office mate sometimes about flat Earth discords. He's actually a New Zealand Australian guy.
Really?
Yeah, he did.
He's a New Zealand Australian. What's
I
a New
always
Zealand
Yeah, they don't like that.
I always yeah. I'm embarrassed to ask him to correct me because I feel like I've asked so many times, but
Yeah.
either I always get him and his wife, I get confused because one of them is from Australia, the other is from New Zealand, and I always forget
Right.
which one is from which. So I just I just think that they're both from both countries, but it is specifically one or the other. I just forget which one.
So he's a Aussie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oswald, yeah.
Aussie.
Let me think a little bit. He sounds a little more like a K-way than she does.
A K-way.
Yeah.
It's Kiwi.
A K-way.
K-way.
So I think he's the New Zealand guy. But anyways, I mentioned
Yeah, they say it differently than you, Bandsaw.
Yeah, exactly. But I mentioned a few times like the flat Earth debate and stuff, and and what's incredibly like ironic is that he like for half of his PhD he worked at Scott Base in Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun like it was nothing, So I mean, he's fully on the on one side, so to speak.
So he was out for 24 hours straight. Damn, that would have been a long day.
Yeah. He
Interesting.
Yep. He was at Scott, and his fiance or girlfriend at the time, I guess years ago, was at McMurdo. Yeah. And I mean, I guess that's a lot of I mean, not a lot, I don't know how much, but it's not surprising that students, PhD students or whatever from Australia or New Zealand were doing projects in Antarctica. Yep.
Well, if he's Kiwi or Aussie, I definitely wouldn't trust him.
Yeah, he's a bit sketchy.
Sketchy, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think one time I asked him someone wanted me to bring a question to him. I forget exactly who it was. I don't know if it was in this server or somewhere else, but someone wanted me to relay a question to him that was, while he was down there doing his work, how far did he travel away from his base, or was he allowed to? Something like this. And of course, I guess the implication behind that flat Earth question would be, some military would stop him before he got so far to the ice wall, the flat Earth ice wall, something like that. So I actually did. I brought the question to him and I asked him, and he said that generally his experience was on a few occasions. I think he only worked there maybe 3 to 6 months or something. So not half of his entire PhD, but he did like some single project for maybe half of a year, maybe 1 year or something. I forget. The most that he traveled was with people, so with a few other people on snowmobiles, maybe a mile or something, maybe a few miles. I forget his exact answer, but the conditions get pretty bad, as you would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it was
You're not
not
going to
restricted. Yeah, he certainly wasn't restricted to a 100-yard radius around his base. They did do a little bit of exploring on snowmobiles.
No, but common sense dictates too that if you're going to be out there, Chronic, right, if you're based out at Scots or Murdoch, whichever one it is, and you think to yourself, you wake up in the morning, you have your cornflakes. I'm going to go get me sled, hook up the Huskies, and I'm just going to, just ride with the wind.
Mhm.
Like you're not going to do that because you're in harsh conditions.
Of course not. Yeah.
You got self-preservation, so you don't even have the thought of going. You know what? I want to go wherever I want to go. It's not even going to come into the equation.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think I brought that information back, and I don't know if I ever relayed it back to the person. I forget. I completely forget who it was. It was probably at least a year or so ago, but so I guess whoever was waiting for that never got the answer. But
I don't think if you're a tourist or someone working down there, that you are going to be physically restricted in going anywhere, because you're just not going to do it by nature. It's not going to do it.
unless, sure. Unless you're deep into this debate and care enough about it to do something like.
Yeah, well, that goes with a caveat. But how many people from this
Yeah, I have
debate
no idea.
realm
Yeah.
have actually gone down there and gone, you know what, I'm going to test this.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah.
I don't know of any.
Yeah, I do not know. But I don't know. I always thought that was interesting that I'm in this debate and I work daily, 6 feet from a person who lived down there for so I'm sure I mean it's a fun conversation that anytime it comes up, it's always a fun conversation. It's not like he's offended or anything is insulting or anything like that. But yeah, I mean he could be a shill and lying to me, obviously, but I don't know. I take him at his word.
But no one's going to deny that he witnessed 24-hour daylight, but 24-hour sun.
Yep. Yeah, 24-hour sun above the horizon. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Did he actually watch it for 24 hours straight?
Of course he did not. Of course not.
Exactly. There's my point. He didn't actually observe the sun for 24 hours.
So that 40 minutes that he went and had lunch that didn't have the sun in his peripheral, it could have hid behind the horizon for 40 minutes and then popped back up.
He was up for 24 hours straight, was he?
Maybe, I don't know.
There you go.
Who's to say? Who's to say he was or wasn't?
Okay, well take this question. Take this question to Mr. Kiwi, Aussie, or whatever you want to call him, right? Were you up for 24 hours, and did you physically take your eyes off the sun at any particular moment?
I will ask him that exact question.
There we go.
When he gets done laughing, he'll answer it and say, "Of course, he took a nap."
I have a question.
To sleep.
I have a question.
Go ahead,
Aren't all
Godric.
the videos of the 24-hour sun in South and Antarctica? Aren't they all edited very
They're all
badly?
strongly cuts here and there, cutting hard as hell. Every 2 seconds, they're cut to this angle, cut to that angle. Refraction,
No, it's serious question.
apparent
Aren't they
sun
all
is bouncing off the
bad
dome.
videos?
It's not really there. Dude, I have no idea, Godric.
Okay, I wasn't able to confirm my 24-hour sun. I know people talked about it, mostly Globers.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I have no idea.
Well, at least you acknowledge the dome.
Yeah.
Connie.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll bring that question to him. I'll remind me, Bandy. Remind me sooner or later, and I'll keep that note in my head to ask him.
Too easy.
I talked to a guy that supposedly worked on one of those scientific expeditions in Antarctica. He said that the compasses don't work down there. Does that confirm what you guys have heard?
I have no idea. I don't know. I'm afraid of speculating on things that I don't have knowledge of. I mean, it would make I could understand. I could understand the explanation of why a compass wouldn't work down there, but I don't know.
They work if you've got compasses that are specifically made for that region.
Well, there you go. That sounds plausible to me.
Because the dip angle is so great.
Are you kidding?
No.
Do you need a special compass at the north like you do the south?
Yep.
Cool. You learn something new every day. Because I've heard the whole compass thing, but I never actually asked if you need a special one for the north as well.
Well, I mean, even in general use compasses, even if you don't go to the North or South Pole, there are generally 5 classifications of areas where you need different kinds of compasses in the world. They make compasses for 5 specific different areas around the globe.
Yeah, what's the area for the South Pole?
No, I said other than the North or the South Pole.
So is there a compass made specifically for the South Pole?
Yeah.
Okay, what would be that compass?
Well, I don't know what brand it is, but they make them so that the needle is balanced properly so that it doesn't dip too much.
Can I assume that this is just shit you read off Google?
No.
So you know more than this stuff you read. How do you know about this compass?
Has it been there?
So you have a compass from the South Pole that works?
No, I don't have a compass from the South Pole that works.
Yeah, you've been there. Where have you been?
Yeah. I've been to Casey Base and I've been to Davis Base.
Boom.
In Antarctica?
Yep.
Okay, did you have a compass?
Yep.
Did the compass work?
Yes.
So the compass is pointing north?
Yeah.
And then what kind of compass did you have? That
Just
was
an ordinary magnetic compass, specifically made for the South Pole.
Okay, so you're saying it's made for the South Pole, but it's just different than the one for the North Pole.
It's just balanced differently. That's the only thing. It's just balanced differently.
That's what Paul just said.
Can I ask what you were doing in Antarctica? You don't mind me asking?
2 things. The first time I was there, I was developing a laser system to shoot up into the sky to measure atmospheric concentrations of different atmospheric gases. And the second time, I was there collecting micrometeorites.
Sorry, I interrupted. Say the second one again, but after I say the first, the lasers, were actually for the outer ponders to defend against them.
What?
I have a question. Why would you be building lasers in like the most inhospitable place on Earth? Why wouldn't you just do it like in a regular location?
Well, that's where we use them down there to test. If you're going to test the atmosphere above Antarctica, you've got to actually be there.
So, what's special about Antarctica atmosphere? Do you know?
Oh, well, there's there's a lot special about it because that's where you get a lot of the charged particles coming in, because the magnetic field of the Earth dips in to the atmosphere at that location.
So Antarctica has the most lightning in the world?
No, that's not what lightning is. But
Charged
that's
particles?
why they have the Aurora Borealis and the Aurora Australis in the north and the south, right?
It is actually what lightning is, by the way. You have the clouds, charged particles and the ground, and lightning is like the release between the two when there's enough.
Did you get to witness that, Paul?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, would have been spectacular.
Oh, it is spectacular. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Once again, what were you doing with the lasers down there exactly?
Well, by shining the lasers up into the sky and looking at the reflections, you can determine what species of atom and molecule are there. So you can look at concentrations of gases in the atmosphere and in different layers of the atmosphere.
Is that like a form of spectroscopy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And did you get paid while doing this? Who was funding it?
Yep.
You didn't take money, did you, Paul?
Oh,
You guys
I
have
just went
some
down there
questions.
for the love of it and foregone all
These
sorts
are
of
police
payment.
questions.
Yeah, right.
Paul, don't answer without your lawyer present, man. These are police questions.
Was it the U.S. government?
They are.
No.
No, it was worse. It was probably the Australian government.
No, it wasn't any government. It's a private company.
Funded by the Australian and US government.
So can I ask, what did you determine with these lasers? Anything?
No, not really. Just concentrations of different gases in the atmosphere.
And how long were you down there?
I was down there for about 3 months the first time and about 5 months the second time.
Are you planning on going back?
Oh, I'm getting a bit old for that now.
Did you find anything unusual, Paul?
Well, like the second time we went, we were looking for micrometeorites, right? Because it's a good place to look for micrometeorites. Because
cut the bullshit, Paul. We know you did it. Fess up.
Yeah, it's a good place to look for micrometeorites because they land on the snow and melt, and then when the water runs, it concentrates the micrometeorites into pools. And so we look in those pools to gather them, and then we analyse them to see where they've come from and how close to the sun they've been in their orbit around the sun, etc., etc.
Wise guy has an answer to everything, doesn't he?
Oh, Paul's all over it.
But to answer your question about like being allowed to go out and stuff like that, I mean, any time you went onto an excursion out from the base, you had to have a plan. You had to have like a risk analysis. You had to have a document to show that you were well prepared and well, provisioned for that excursion, and that any sort of extreme conditions you'd made plans for. Just like any dangerous activity you would do.
It makes logical sense. In case something
Yeah.
happens, they want to know where you are and how long can you survive. Maybe in case something goes wrong, because if they've got to send someone out to find you, right? Well, putting other people's lives at risk to go and find you, like all these things come into the calculations, don't they, Paul?
Yeah. So there's no sort of real limitation on how far from the base you can go. It's just that the further you go, obviously the better prepared and well equipped you've got to be.
So what was the furthest you travelled from the base?
Oh, about 300 k's for us.
Oh, that's a fair whack. That's a fair whack.
Are there any animal life on that shelf you're on? Wait, are you on the shelf, or is it more like by the water.
No, it's more by the water. And as far as the 24-hour sun at Casey Base, you only get to see it about 3 weeks of the year, and even then, it's only just above the horizon. And it's only just above the horizon because of the refraction. If the refraction wasn't there, it would actually be below the horizon.
While you're there, did you locate the dome?
Nope.
The end of the Earth? You didn't?
No, we didn't fall off the edge. Ah!
Was this before you entered this realm, Paul, that you went down there? I'm gathering it is.
What do you mean entered this realm?
Or this realm, this debate forum.
I
The
knew
last time
I knew he was from somewhere else. See how he had to like require specificity because he's from a different realm.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you are the outer ponder.
The last time I was down there was at the end of 2019, start of 2020.
Oh, you were well and truly in this realm, weren't you?
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you know if the
Paul,
COVID
when you went down there, did you try and look for any globe Earth proof? So like that wasn't really your focus. You were more focused on work, right?
No. Why would I do that? Why would I try and look for proof for something that I
he's playing with
readily accept?
Okay, yeah, true. Yeah.
Did the COVID invade Antarctica?
COVID wasn't a thing at that time.
Careful of that word, guys, please.
Was there any? Is there any animal life where you guys were? Penguins or whatever?
Fish.
Polar bears?
Fish. Polar bears don't live in Antarctica, man.
No.
So just fish? That's the only animal life?
And birds.
Birds. Okay, yeah, birds down there. Okay. Did you saw birds?
Yeah.
What about of the feathered nature? You see any of those ones, Paul?
That's what I mean. I think the saddest thing though about going down there is that they don't allow you to brew your own alcohol, and they limit how much alcohol you can actually take down there now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many people down there at any one time, Paul, roughly?
Well, it depends on the season. You know, they've got a skeleton crew there over winter just to maintain the bases, and then in summer it grows to, a couple of hundred.
Is that all? Okay.
Yeah.
What base is that? You said the Davis base?
Been to Davis and Casey.
Are Davis and Casey in the same location area?
No, they're a little bit separated from each other.
Can you tell us what part of the South Pole is that?
And they're not as close to the actual South, like the geographic South Pole, as some of the other American bases are either. And so the amount of 24-hour sunlight that you get is very limited. Like I said, it only happens for a couple of weeks each year. It's not 6 months of 24-hour sunlight, not by any means.
Now, where would your location, Davis base and the Casey base, where would you be like on the map? Are you talking about like the foot of South America or New Zealand? Where is it close to? So I can think about.
We go down by ship from Tasmania, from Hobart, so it's pretty much directly below there.
Isn't Tasmania South America?
No, South.
What? No.
South America.
Oh my God.
Australia.
I'm sorry. Where's Tasmania? Australia. It's below Australia then.
Yeah. Yep.
Is where you were.
Yep.
Okay.
Were you lonely?
No.
No. You had birds
Is there any
In
hookers
that
over there?
case, I don't want the featherless birds.
Is there like any nightclubs or like nightlife out there?
Not really, no.
Nightlife.
Yo, tell the truth. Like, the people at the base, they hooked up like no one's business, didn't they?
Yeah.
Kind of like on exchange programs, stuff like that.
Well, it does happen.
Not surprised.
A person gets cold, don't they, Paul?
It used to happen more when they had the brew specialist there. Like there'd always be a person at the base that was specialised in brewing beer, all right? And they'd
mixologist.
Yeah. But then they banned all that sort of stuff because they were having too many issues with safety.
Party poopers.
Yeah.
How do you guys have like a water system? Is it like a plumbing system like down here in the cities, or is it different? Like taking
They have running
showers
water.
and going to the bathroom? Yeah, they have running water.
Yeah, and it's insulated.
There's plenty of water down there. You've just got to melt it.
But can you take showers all day? Is the water just freely running, or
Well, no, you can't like overdo it. But there's no sort of like restriction.
they have hot water? You can
They're
take
not going
showers.
out with a pickaxe and taking a chunk of ice and then melting it down.
They just don't eat the yellow snow, hey?
Taking their little Bunsen burner, putting their little cup over it.
Can you just like go out and build an igloo if you wanted and say like I'm good, see you guys?
You can build one, but they won't let you sleep in it.
So who is they? Who are these controllers?
Who's they?
He's been getting to that. That was the slowest build up.
The
Well
people
done.
that are
Well
responsible
done.
for your safety.
Oh, Paul, you should have
Are we
seen it
talking?
coming.
Are we
They have
talking
guns?
Illuminati in here, or are we talking about people responsible?
No, not at all.
Do they have guns though?
Did you get the name of the they?
Yeah, who is they? They won't let you. Who is that?
Look at him. He was
Like
volunteering so much
any kind of
information. And
base,
now
they have security.
You're so tight-lipped now that we're talking about.
Hey, now we want
What's going on here?
Who is this? Who is this security? Who did the security report to?
He's realised he said too much already.
Did you have to sign?
He doesn't want to get killed, man.
Did you have to promise
He's
not to
worried
tell
if this will
people
get out.
what you saw
We
there?
might need to stop the stream.
Hang on, I've just got to put the steel shutters down over my windows.
This is live stream, bro.
Damn.
Are you familiar with the Antarctic Treaty?
Oh,
Yeah.
let's not abscond from. What outfits were the controllers wearing?
Do they have a uniform?
No, they don't.
So they were in casual clothes?
And by responding to that, I'm not acknowledging to the existence of controllers either.
Too late, you done fucked that.
Are we talking about like
So
AK-47?
they're plain clothes, but with weapons.
The plainclothes controllers, yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
Are we talking about like AK-47s or like billy clubs?
No, none of that.
They must have had a handgun at least.
Yeah.
Never saw any.
security with no handgun.
You never saw a single weapon the whole time you're down there.
Do they have like
No.
a weapons container, like a container just for the weapons?
I have no idea. I never saw any
What if they're
weapons,
attacked?
honestly. Attacked by what?
By some other countries, you know.
By rabid
By-
penguins.
By other controllers, they have to protect themselves from.
Well,
Now, you
so the
say-
controllers from one base might try to invade another base or something.
Well, who knows?
Now you say security. Like if everybody in your camp got up and just like ran for the edge, would the security stop them?
Probably not.
Why would you run to the edge?
Why would security bother stopping someone from doing something that they wouldn't succeed at anyway?
You got no. Once you get to the edge, you got nowhere to go. Why would you run there?
Wait, which edge are we talking about? The edge of like the shore, or the edge of the flat Earth?
I was thinking like the dome enclosure edge, but I don't know. I've never been there. I can only imagine what's down there.
We can be guaranteed it's further inland than 300k.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Rockefeller Mountains in Antarctica?
The Rockefeller Mountains? No.
Yes.
Did you see that?
That's a
Did you
little
see that?
higher up, more inland.
He's familiar with Rockefeller Mountains of money.
Yeah.
Because he's been bought off.
Did you see the mountains of coal that are apparently there?
There's a picture that comes up on Google if you search for it. It's a picture of a massive ice shelf, and it's supposed to be Antarctica, and it looks like it's around 200 feet high. And on top of it, little people, like they look like little dots. Where do you think that is? Was that near your base? It would look like a massive shelf, and then beneath it was the water. But it was really tall. It was over 100 feet tall. Have you seen that picture?
Yeah, I have seen that picture. You're probably
Where do
talking
you
about
think that
the
is?
Ross-sized shelf.
The Rossa shelf?
Bro, he
Ross,
took that picture.
Ross-sized shelf.
Can you tell me about that? I'm just fascinated.
Not really. I mean, I've never been there.
So it's like a shelf that just goes back.
Yeah, it's just an ice shelf.
But that was now where do you think that is? Is that also south of Australia?
The Ross Ice Shelf?
Yes.
No, I don't know. Like I said, I've not been to the Ross Ice Shelf.
I think that probably takes a little higher clearance than what you got. Oh, speaking of which, do you need like special clearance to go down there, like military, like, non-disclosure?
No.
So anybody can go down there.
Yep.
If I took like a fishing boat and just headed for the South Pole, nobody would stop me. Like international waters, can you just get there?
You probably would get stopped because you probably don't have the right equipment to actually be there.
Wasn't Merle going to apply for a job down there, Paul, as a chef, even though he can't cook?
Even though he can't cook. He's not likely to get a job. I mean, one thing that people like down there is their food, and they're not going to accept a chef that can't cook.
Oh man, I laughed when I heard that.
Oh man.
You mind me asking how much you got paid to do that? Sciencey stuff.
Oh, just an average sort of wage, so what another scientist would earn, pretty much.
Not a great deal of money.
Not a great deal, no.
No.
But your trip was totally paid for.
Yeah.
And how about food? You have to pay for your food. Was that included?
No, that's included.
So full expense trip paid with pay, with work pay.
Yeah.
Does that make his work any less legitimate that he got paid to go down there, Godric?
I'm more suspicious
No,
that
it
they
just
pay
means
you
that
a
it pays
lot. If they
more.
pay you like way more, I'm more suspicious. But if it's like a lower pay, then it's like sounds like more legit to me.
Yeah,
Because
basically,
they did it.
Godric's point is $1 saved is $1 earned. So basically, it's more pay for the same work because all his expenses are paid.
I mean, the expenses are paid. I mean, it's obviously awesome, right? But at some point, you have to think of how much they're really spending to do what. You know, it's like a smoke screen. It's like you know, how the mob has like fake businesses, right?
Yeah. Like money laundering.
Well, I don't know. You know, they've got everyone down there. If I was to go down there, like, you know, they've got jobs down there for carpenters and plumbers and all this sorts of things. I'd want to be getting paid a fair old whack if I was to go down there.
Do you know if global warming is the thing down there, or like the ice shelves melting?
Yeah, it is.
That's why they don't run out of water down there.
Because the ice shelves are continually melting, so they just collect the water.
Yep. Just put a bucket next to the ice shelf and it fills it up. Every morning you got to go out there and pick it up. There's your daily supply.
So you just take buckets of water and just collect them as the sun melts them.
Yep.
Does the ice repair itself? I mean, replenish itself in the winter, and then you just melt it for this in the summer. That like a cycle.
It's just a seasonal thing. The melting. You can only get water in the summer. When the sun's
Okay.
out. In the winter, you can't get it.
Do they take showers? But they take showers in the winter.
Yeah, well, then you have to melt your ice.
Yeah, exactly. Which takes a lot of energy.
If you don't mind me asking, what did you guys eat for 3 months when you were there?
Food.
Seal.
We're talking like New York steak.
No, it's well
oatmeal,
provisioned. I mean, we get provisions sent down from Australia. It's well provisioned. There's nothing you can't enjoy.
They've got to go out
kangaroo
and club.
meat.
They've got to go out and club seals to keep them going.
Get sick of penguin stew.
Yeah.
I mean, like with your food, like rations, like army rations, or was it like packaged food? Canned food. What was it?
No, just normal food like anywhere else.
I'm gathering it's a pretty good spread. Myself, Paul.
Like groceries that who prepared?
No problem keeping it frozen, huh?
Do you guys have a chef?
Yes.
So basically, it's like you know, university cafeteria.
No, it's probably more like a mining cafeteria, I reckon, Paul, isn't it? Probably really good food.
Canteen.
No, that'd be rubbish.
Yeah, no. Would have some good stuff.
You got proper chefs down there, full on proper meals. I'm gathering.
Yeah. 3 courses a day. All that and all that.
You call the lunch lady at my elementary school not a proper chef?
Yep, he wasn't a proper chef.
That's not a line chef, you know. That's not like sous chefs. That's just cafeteria. Most of the cafeteria people are like inmates, you know, on some sort of parole program. Like, they're not professional.
All they do at schools is deep fry stuff. Come on, they don't have to have.
And then use a huge label to
Well, if I tell my
it.
lunch lady that you guys are defaming her like this, and then she's gonna open a lawsuit, and then she'll become a sous chef.
Yep. Exactly.
But yo, Paul, did they give you like your own car while you were there, your own means of transport, or is it they would transport you guys around? Were you
No,
allowed
look,
to?
I mean, if we wanted to, we could borrow, like a snowmobile or, whatever
Okay.
to like just go around the base and stuff. But no, we didn't have our own transport there. So whenever we went out on our expeditions, we used the group's resources to do that.
How about snow dog pull carriages, like wolf transportation?
No, not much of that.
your own cars. Like they've got like this a rental shop, so you can go get your Camry or something, so you can just drive around.
No.
But they had those
I
have ice dogs down there. The dogs, you know that they have,
Yeah.
right?
The sled dogs, yeah.
That like save you with the little around their neck. They have that barrel of bourbon.
A Saint Bernard or a
Not the Saint Bernards with the barrel.
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
I think that was designed if you get frozen, get stuck somewhere, the dog will come and the barrel around his neck. You can drink the bourbon and warm up.
Yeah, no, that's.
So I mean, yeah, now that we know Paul's been to Antarctica and you're allowed to move there freely, and people go there. So the people that have been there recorded the 24-hour sun must be legit. Like, can we end this debate?
Well, it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing to record the 24-hour sun. You've got to have equipment that's actually conditioned for the cold. Like you take your normal camera out into the cold in Antarctica, and the battery's not going to last long because batteries don't perform well in that sort of cold weather. So you've either got to warm your camera up, or you've got to have a special battery that's not affected by that cold. So to get a legitimate 24-hour sequence is not a trivial matter.
And then you'd also have to have like a good vantage point where the horizon isn't obstructed in an
Yeah.
60 degrees.
Like, that answer was like really prepared. You know what I mean?
What?
It's probably pretty factual. I'm gathering, but Nate's just face palming, going, "All I want is 24-hour footage so I can put it to bed."
No, I mean, we do have the 24-hour footage, but the contention was we don't know if those people are really in Antarctica. Are you really allowed to do that there? Are you allowed to go there and walk around freely? This, that, and the third. But Paul is proof that you can do all of that. So I think, this debate should be put to rest. No?
Paul is.
I heard it was very difficult and you need a special battery. That's what he just said.
Yeah, but people do it, though. People have done it. Paul's not saying people haven't done it.
Yeah, no, Paul's proof that you can put in an expedition plan and you can travel 300 kilometers and stuff. No one's disputing this, Nate. No,
And while you're doing all that traveling, you have the right equipment. You can record the 24-hour sun. It's not an impossible thing to do, and Paul is proof of that.
Well,
so the people that have done it, have done it.
You should do it, or get someone to do it.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know why a bunch of flat earthers don't get together and actually go to Antarctica themselves. Why haven't they done it?
You know why? You know why, Paul? I'm not
Why?
going there because it's too bloody cold. I hate the cold. I ain't going there.
Down at your bases, what's the percentage ratio of men to women?
It's about 50-50.
So if you have 300, there's 150 women and 150 men?
That's what 50-50 means, right?
Is there dating down there like for 3 months? Or do you have to be abstinent?
Bro, I already spoke to this.
This is a real question, guys. Hang on.
Tinder doesn't really work down there.
Let him answer. What did you say? You're not allowed to date?
He said Tinder doesn't work out there.
Was that when security steps in? The controller.
He said he didn't have much personal experience because it was so cold he couldn't get it up.
You got to get clearance to date.
So you're abstinent for 3 months.
Well, you're in a harsh climate. You are in a harsh climate, so it's not surprising.
Don't give me that, Bandsaw. They of course were smashing.
Exactly right.
Maybe he wasn't because he's married or something, but they smashed like no one's business on these types of trips.
Is that when security steps in to catch you?
What makes you think it's like, controlled?
It doesn't really sound that controlled.
You make friends,
Stuff
you
like
hang
what
out,
Paul
you
does.
chill, you spend the night in the other person's, dorm or what have you. It's just like university. An exchange program.
Yeah, that's a pretty good analogy, actually. It's a pretty good analogy being like at a university, actually. It's kind of the atmosphere it's like.
Did the isolation, because you were there for 5 months at one time there, Paul? Did the isolation ever get to you at all, or not really?
Not really. I mean, the second time it was fine because we've got the internet and stuff like that, and communication was quite good. But the first time I went down there was in the mid-'80s, and that was a different matter because we didn't have the internet back in those days, and communication was quite restricted because the technology just wasn't there like we have now.
Yeah.
Was it restricted or was it absent?
No, it was restricted because, the communications were mostly via satellite phones, and you got to have the satellite in the right position to do that.
You have to make sure they launch the satelloons and they're floating above.
So basically, you guys were your prisoners the first time around.
No, not prisoners, but just lacking the means to actually communicate whenever we wanted to.
What about just what about just getting on with people, Paul? Was that fairly easy, or were there personality?
It has its challenges because there's only about 150, 160 people there, right, in the summer. And so you get to know everyone. And, so it's not as if you can go away on a holiday and avoid them if you have a problem. So if you have an argument or have an issue, you've got to resolve it. You've got to deal with it. You can't just sort of like run away and hide. And that's one of the reasons why they actually have security there, for that sort of reason.
So if a fight broke out, like the security would jump in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With what?
They shoot you on sight. Put you over the edge.
Are we talking like billy clubs or like
tasers?
Tasers.
Mace. You name it.
I don't know what they actually have. It never sort of really had anything to do with security, but I knew it was there, but we never sort of really interacted because we never sort of really had a problem.
You never had beef?
Sirloin.
What languages were spoken down there?
What?
What languages were spoken down there?
English?
Antarctican.
Antarctarian.
Yeah.
Was it all English?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, it's pretty much the universal language now, isn't it? English.
Yeah, occasionally you did have visitors from other bases, which you do get occasionally. Like occasionally you'll get a visitor from one of the other bases.
I imagine that like when people got there, they kind of like grouped up. They found a group of people or whatever, and it kind of was a little bit cliquey. Was that your experience?
It can get like that. Yep.
So
were you in the cool group?
The cool group.
It's all the cool group down there with minus 60-degree temperature outside. It's pretty cool.
It's a good joke, but it's a no.
when you got a new bird coming from another base, coming over, Paul, what was the competition like to get her attention?
I was just about to ask that. Like, what about the broads? Where's the broads?
So far, there's 150 broads to choose from.
Yeah,
but
we're talking about a new one.
Yo, 100 of them are married or in relationships, and 30% of let's say 60% of the ones that remain are ugly.
They're science nerds.
Slim pick.
They're all science nerds, man.
That's fine. That's a turn on, kind of.
Isn't what happens in Antarctica stays in Antarctica?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Unless you come with your husband, unless you come with your spouse or whatever, then yeah.
Damn, you'd be the lucky one if you took your spouse along, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Or the lucky one, depending on how you look at it.
How many Antarctica marriages have happened, Paul?
I don't know.
Have you heard of women getting pregnant over there?
I have.
So somebody is smashing, apparently.
Of course they are, man. Come on. We established it.
We've already established this like half an hour ago. It's all happening. They're just randy little beasts, fucking like penguins, pretty much.
It's like summer flings, man.
Or a winter fling.
Or winter. Yeah.
Do they sell condoms at the supermarket?
You got to take your own.
Yeah, they do actually.
What is this about not allowing you to take only so much water?
No, not water, alcohol. See, before, like when I was down there the first time, the in thing to do was brew your own beer. So you would have a few people around the base that were experts at brewing beer, and they'd find a warm spot and brew a beer, and then you'd enjoy it and blah blah blah. Or you could bring your own alcohol down there, but they put a stop to that. They won't let you brew your own beer down there, and they'll only limit you how much alcohol you can take. You're only allowed to take about 1.5 bottles of wine per week that you're down there.
I heard there is no permanent residents down there. They're all like temporary settlements, and nobody really lives there, quote unquote. Like there's no like they can't you can't buy property down there, and
No, people go down there on sort of like a rotational basis. There are people that spend a lot of time down there year after year, but they come back and then like rotate through.
Okay, but have you heard of any locals, like outside of the base? Anyone that built a cabin, lives just in
locals?
Like Eskimos?
Like Eskimos? No.
Yeah.
Like people
not necessarily like Eskimos have like a heritage. They've been there for a long time. But like you have some people like Americans that in the 80s and 90s they just went to a random place in Alaska and just lived in solitude, built a cabin and what have you. Is there any such kind of idiosyncratic people like that in Antarctica?
No.
That's suspicious to me because I think like humans, can conquer any environment they put their mind to it. And unless these controllers stop them from doing that.
It's probably that.
No, it's probably the weather.
I don't know about that. Because it gets really cold in the Arctic, and yet you have people settling there.
How cold does it get there?
Pretty cold.
Pretty damn cold, I reckon.
I heard it gets much colder in Antarctic than Arctic.
It does.
I suppose
might be like a difference of like 10 degrees in the winter.
The actual wind chill would be the worst thing, wouldn't it, Paul?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. That'd be the thing that would freeze you.
Well, it can get down to minus 60 Celsius there.
Oh, that cold.
Yep.
So if you pissed outside, it would freeze before it hit the ground.
Yeah, it would.
No, it wouldn't.
You can like literally piss
Unless you're pissing off a cliff.
A frozen
you
stream
piss off a cliff, it'll happen.
Your dick would probably freeze also, so shit.
I guess it depends on the surface area relative to the volume, Godric.
It has to do with the density?
Yeah, well, the volume. So basically, you might be in trouble.
I have a lot of.
Ouch! Ouch!
If you sprayed it rather than streamed it, it'd be more likely to freeze.
Then again, I might be in trouble because if the whole of your hand can fit over it, it'll be warming it up. So you might have that going for you.
There's a place in Russia or near it. It's a city called Yakutsk, where I saw it's the coldest city on Earth for like a certain amount of time, and there's like a video on it. Some guy
Where?
filled a bucket with hot water. It's a city called Yakutsk, like Yakusk or something.
I understand,
And
but like what country, what area?
it's near Russia, like
like
the
Siberia,
east side.
Gotcha.
And
Yeah, no, my tall blue ones were up there.
he took a bucket and he like threw it, and all the water froze before it hit the ground.
Damn.
Jesus Christ.
It's crazy.
That's cold. But actually, warm water does freeze quicker than cold water too, though. So.
Is that like a fact?
Yeah, that is actually a thing.
Because I remember, when growing up and stuff, making tea or whatever, I would hear that cold water would boil faster.
Oh look, I don't know about the boiling thing, but I know it was my boys actually that told me. They said, "Hey, Dad, do you know that hot water freezes quicker than cold water?" And I went, "Get out of town!" Naturally. So we put it to the test. We filled up a couple of ice trays with one with warm water or relatively hot water from the tap, and one just with normal room temperature water. Put it in the freezer, and sure enough, we pulled it out periodically, and the tray of hot water seemed to freeze quicker. What's the physics behind that, Paul?
Hold on. Can we just for the room? See you Globers, this is how you do science. That is a full-fledged scientific experiment right there.
Yeah.
And that would mean that under the right conditions, your piss can freeze when it hits the ground.
But what's the physics behind that, Paul? Why does
I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
Yeah.
I know it's true in certain well-controlled situations. It doesn't mean you can just throw a cup of boiling water out of your kettle into the freezer and it'll freeze quicker than normal water in there. That's not true. It's only for certain things. Like you're not going to put literally boiling water in the freezer and have it freeze quicker than tap water. But if the water's just like a little bit warm, then maybe. I'm not 100% sure of the actual physics of it, but yes, it is an observed fact that can happen.
This wasn't boiling water; it was like cold water from the tap and hot water from the tap. So it was probably around, I don't know, anywhere between 60 and 65 degrees centigrade thereabouts. But it wasn't. Yeah, definitely wasn't boiling water.
Yeah, but there's a name for this. It's called the Pemba effect. I don't understand it, but I've heard that's what they call this when hot water freezes faster than cold water. But I also don't understand how it works.
But at first,
The
what was
Pemba effect.
actually? Sorry, no,
I
go.
think it's something to do with evaporation. But I don't understand it either. But yeah, there's a name for this. The Mpemba.
What was interesting though is that the crystallization of the water tended to happen quicker with the normal tap water than the hot tap water, but then the hot water then seemed to accelerate and get quicker and actually freeze solid faster. So that was interesting. But yeah, that was science right there. Something lacking in this arena, as you pointed out, Percent.
Oh, come on, stop bloating.
That's how you do it, Nate. That's how you do it.
The nerve.
Right.
Yeah.
Have you looked into those fiber optic gyroscopes yet, Nate, to try and debunk me?
Fiber optic. Oh no, I still need to look into it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks for reminding.
Yeah, you better. But like I said, once again, you'll have to concede to my point. But anyway, it is what it is. You're a humble man. I know you're very humble.
Oops. Yeah, I mean, your claim is they work using magnets, so I just gotta look into how they work, right?
What's this?
A magnetic field.
Yeah, according to fiber optic gyroscopes work using magnetic fields. I've
No,
never
they
heard
don't.
that.
They're affected by the magnetic field.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do, Paul. Come on.
No, they don't.
They've got plasma in them. All right, and plasma is affected by
No.
a magnetic. Is plasma not affected by a magnetic field?
They don't have to have plasma in them. No.
Well, they've got them in it. Whether they do or don't have to have it, they've got it in it.
How does the magnetic field affect the laser light?
Or the magnetic field itself. Right, it's affecting the speed of the photon.
But there's no mechanism in physics for a magnetic field to affect the speed of a photon.
Well, yeah, a magnetic field does affect the speed of light. 100% it does, Paul.
How? How so?
Well, look, I'm just a layman, Paul. I don't know the physics behind it, but I do know that a magnetic field will affect the speed of light. This is well.
How big is that? How big is that effect?
Oh, how big is the effect?
Yeah.
It's minute, but it doesn't make any difference how big it is. It still affects it.
No.
Yes, it does. You can't deny that it doesn't. Frenchmen, oh, well, I suppose you can. Yeah, I said Frenchmen there, so that's probably a bit dubious in itself. But Frenchmen have tested this theory out.
Really? Which Frenchman was that?
Oh, you know what? Seeing as you asked, I shall get the I'll get the experiment for you because you.
I mean, I've heard of this. I've heard of the Zeeman effect, where a magnetic field can split the spectroscopic light from in a spectrum.
Yeah, no. This is actually slowing down the speed of light in a magnetic field, or sorry, an electromagnetic field, which is the same.
An electromagnetic field. That's a bit different.
Well, same. It's still magnetic.
No, one is electric and magnetic. The other one is sans the electric, right?
Well, it's kind of magnetic, so it all comes under the same umbrella. Stop splitting hairs. Actually, I'll show you the experiment.
I mean, you're right in a way, Bandy, that an electromagnetic field can cause light to bend, but the effect is so tiny that we don't have instruments that are capable of measuring it.
Well, we do because we've measured it. Hold on, I'll send you the link. I'll send you the link now.
You have measured it, or somebody else?
Who? Who? Me? Me?
You.
Yeah, you, Benson.
What do you mean, me? Me? Huh? Me? Have I measured it?
Yes,
What do you mean, me? Why would have I measured it?
But the point is moot anyway, Bandy, because the fibre optic gyro, being in a region where the magnetic field is constant,
like clown show here.
Would have the speed of light being constant all around that fibre optic gyro, so the magnetic field wouldn't affect its measurement at all anyway.
Well, it doesn't have to affect it much at all.
Yeah.
It only has to affect it a little bit, right? So any effect whatsoever, right, is going to be in an effect. Now, if we can actually measure that effect, right, that magnetic field has on it, right, thus comes our north-seeking device. Boom, right there.
But a fibre optic gyro isn't a north-seeking device. A gyro
Yes.
compass is a north-seeking device, but a fibre optic gyroscope isn't a north-seeking device. No.
I'm talking about a fibre optic gyro compass.
There's no such thing.
Isn't there?
No.
Let's have a look. You might be right.
You're confusing. You're marrying two things that are completely separate things, Bandy.
Of course I am. Of course I am, Paul. This is what I do.
You're like making a Chihuahua fuck a Labrador and get something rather else. I don't know.
Yeah, what you know, it's a husky with a pug, and you get a hug.
Or a bull terrier with a Shih Tzu and you get a bullshit, right?
Fibre optic. Here we go. There are fibre optic gyro compasses.
You might have a gyro compass that's augmented with a fibre optic gyroscope, but no, gyro compasses don't work by fibre optics. They're mechanical devices.
No, yeah, a gyro compass is but a fibre optic gyro compass, right?
No, there's a fibre optic gyroscope. There's no such thing as a fibre optic gyro compass.
Fibre optic gyro compass, Wikipedia. A fibre optic gyro compass is a compass and instrument of navigation. So it is a thing. It is sometimes part of a ship's set of compasses, which also include a conventional gyro compass and a magnetic compass. So they're all different things. So there is a fibre optic gyro compass. Boom.
Bandy 1, Curse 0.
Damn, it's only taken 3 years, but I finally got one.
Ben, so why don't you read the last part? Like, why did you stop reading? There's one more sentence there.
Oh, there's lots of sentences. That's a
Yeah,
whole
yeah, but
Wikipedia page.
just read that last one, like the last.
Oh, you're on the same page, are you? Okay. The compass comprises of a fibre optic gyroscope sensor, which links to a computer and then locates north. Thus,
Yeah, that's all the compass is.
Yeah, of course.
Compass is
So it's
gyroscope.
so it is a fibre optic gyro compass, 100%.
But it's just a gyroscope. The fiber optic gyroscope. They
It's
just
just
call it.
It's just a fibre optic gyro linked to a computer. That's all it is.
There we go. So we've got a fibre optic
They
gyroscope.
just called it the gyro compass, but it's not really a gyro compass.
There we go. Well, we know
Yeah, because the computer's doing the job of like the actual torquing it in a specific direction that a gyro compass that's mechanical does.
Yeah. Hey, percent. Is that a dog that is constantly snoring in the background?
No.
Okay. But we do know that a normal gyro compass relies on a magnetic field to seek north. That's been well established already. And then after that, it is set to the geographical north. What do you say about that, Nate?
So in reading it, I see that the fibre optic gyro compass is just a standard gyro compass with fibre optic gyroscopes strapped to it.
Are you on the Wikipedia page, are you?
Yep.
You probably understand it way more than what I do, Paul. I'm not going to deny
I
that.
totally agree with Paul. That's what I have to say about it, Ben. So
There we go. So still, right, if it's still linked to a normal gyroscope, we still know that these things rely on a magnetic field to help seek north.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Why do they have magnets in them other than in the motor?
Do you know much about lasers, Spandy?
Lasers?
Yeah.
Come on, Paul. Don't ask me questions where you already know the answer.
Yeah, I know the answer to that is Bandy knows fuck all about lasers, all right?
Come on, Paul.
See, most people understand that lasers, light amplification by stimulated emission of radiation, they amplify light that bounces backwards and forwards between two mirrors, right? And you have a lasing medium that's an optically pumped medium where you have atoms in a high energy state, and as the light from the laser passes through, it drops them into a lower energy state, causing them to emit another photon of light in the same direction as the stimulating light, right? That's how you get the light amplification. But there's a bit more to lasers than that. I know because I designed them, right? Lasers operate in different what they call modes. And to confine the mode in which you operate a laser, you use magnets. You impart a magnetic field in the lasing chamber, and that controls the mode that the laser operates in. Typically, you want a laser to operate in a specific mode, and by using magnets in the laser, that allows that to happen. So that's why you have magnets in lasers.
In lasers, but in a gyroscope compass? Whenever they're using magnets and something seeking north, red flags right there. Do I know anything about lasers? Bloody hell.
Well, I do. You know a bit about lasers. You know they're fun to use. They're great for burning ants.
Exactly. I actually bought one, and because where I'm situated, obviously Kangaroo Island's across the waterway there. I wanted to see how far I could see it actually hit, but it kind of got lost in the ether.
You mean the atmosphere?
The ether band.
The atmosphere.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you're quite restricted to how powerful a laser you can buy in Australia. Yeah, you can't buy very, very powerful lasers. And most of the lasers that you can buy in overseas countries, etc., that it's a bit misleading the way they quote their power output. In fact, a lot of them don't actually quote their power output. They quote the power they use rather than the actual power of the beam itself. Because most lasers are very inefficient you get less than 1% of the energy you used being translated into light.
Actually, I saw this video. Would have been 6 months ago, or thereabouts. And anyway, it was a pilot, and the pilot just happened to have his mobile phone out, and he was just taking some footage outside the cockpit window there, of the scenery and all this sort of stuff at night. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, right, he was blinded. Someone had actually pointed a laser light at the plane, and it happened to hit where the cockpit was. And you see the whole cockpit, all and all that sort of stuff. Didn't cause them any direct drama. But this guy, obviously, after that, they've taken more note of it, and tried to pinpoint him a bit more, and they ended up apprehending the fellow and catching him and whatnot for trying to point a laser at a plane. This actually was here in Australia, of all places.
Bandy, have you ever watched the soccer on TV?
Oh yeah, only the big games, only the very big ones. Yeah, yeah.
There was this poor bastard. Like they had a penalty, and you got all the people lined up there, and you got the goalie, and man, the goalie, he was lit up like a fucking candle with laser light. All the people in the crowd were shining their little lasers on him, trying to blind him.
Oh no way!
Yeah, it was incredible. Like the poor guy, he must have like nearly melted with the. I would have thought they would have like been on top of that with like crowd security and stuff like that, but apparently they don't give a fuck. And the opposition team, like the poor guy must have had no chance. He wouldn't have been able to see jack shit.
No. Did they end up scoring the goal?
I don't know.
Paul, how would you make a lightsaber?
He's working on it.
No, I'm not.
But I mean, how would that work? You would need to use mirrors, right, to control the beam or what?
Well, no, the tricky part isn't making the beam. The tricky part is making the beam stop at a certain distance.
Yeah. So you would have a mirror at the end, or I don't know.
Well, that kind of like defeats the point of it, doesn't it? I mean, if you're having to wave this thing around with a bloody mirror a couple of feet out from the end, that's going to kind of like limit what you can do with it.
Yeah.
Damn. Use magnets. That'll stop it.
Use magnets.
Magnets, yeah. You in the car, Nate? Where you going, to McDonald's?
Yeah. No, somewhere else. But yeah, I'm gonna go get takeout.
You would have to use some sort of like coaxial accompanying beam that would focus at the required distance, transforming the medium into a reflective surface so many feet out from the laser emitter, and then your laser beam would reflect off that surface and reflect back. But how you would do that, I have no idea.
What's happening over in your other channel that you're usually at, Paul? Just nothing.
Don't know, but I've got to go soon because Terry's doing a stream at 9:30, and I've got to get ready for that.
What's the is Lindsay going to be on the menu tonight? Is he?
Always, Lindsay's always on the menu, and you know what Lindsay's like. He's undebunkable, man. You cannot debunk Lindsay.
That's right. He's there, Ra and all that sort of stuff, isn't it? Old Lindsay.
Oh, he's just got so many things. He was talking about the backside of the sun the other day.
Okay, interesting.
And how our sun apparently sits on the edge of the black hole.
Where's all these ideas coming from? Like, where's he reading his stuff, or is this all his own original thought process?
Well, I'll give you a hint, Bandy. If he put in a butt plug, his body would explode because he wouldn't be able to get the ideas out.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. That's a bit harsh. Come on. Yeah. But yeah, that link that I sent you, is that more about the medium itself being affected by the magnetic field rather than the light itself? Because I know the medium, it was a medium of nitrogen, I think, that they propagated the light through.
Was the nitrogen ionized, Vanessa?
Oh, don't ask me, Nate. You never ask me a technical question. You know this. Come on. Let's just stick to pressure, and we'll be right. These guys that come in and ask technical questions, like what the hell?
You ask technical questions as well, man.
Really? But you have answers. Oh no, you have answers that are quite easily then debunked, and then you have to concede. Right? So
You guys have never debunked. Like, that's not even fair.
man, you have conceded so many things it's not even funny. So
No, I just think your guys' viewpoint. Doesn't mean I'm agreeing with what
a concession, right, is agreeing.
the idea
Yeah.
that our leaders drink children's blood. You know, I don't agree with it, but I can see that that could be a possibility.
Oh, what? When have I asked you to concede to that? I'm talking about the stuff that's relevant.
It's just an example. It's just an
Right?
example. I'll be right back.
All right, buddy.
Yeah, upon reading the little bit of that article, Bandy, I can see that it's talking about the exact thing I was talking about, that the effect is so small. I didn't realise that they'd actually measured it, but they apparently have, yeah. It's a testament to how much precision they've got in that experiment, yeah. That but the point is that effect is so small, it's not going to affect a fibre optic gyroscope at all.
Oh, look, I never said it was a big effect. I just said that they'd had done it, and yeah.
It's kind of like saying, okay, I can use a ruler to measure the length of a piece of wood, right? But I better take into account the fact that if I breathe on the ruler, the warmth of my breath will expand the wood and make my measurement a little bit inaccurate, Bandy. So do you take into account your breath when you measure a length of wood for construction? Do you?
Well, you obviously know the answer to that question too.
I
right?
do, yeah.
Right. But when we are talking about fine precision instruments that are measuring things to a high degree of accuracy, which that test did, right? Because they measured this to a high degree of accuracy, because it was only because I did say it was a very small difference that they did measure, right? I didn't say it was like half the speed of light or anything like that. Like, it was only a small difference that they did actually measure. So if they can actually measure this in the test, well, then you know that then you can then put that technology into or that information or knowledge into other technology, because now you can measure these things and it can become applicable and useful to other applications because you can now measure it.
Yeah, that would be interesting. But in relation to fibre optic gyros, the point is that effect is so small that it's completely swamped by the actual measurable effect of the fibre optic gyro, which is the Sagnac effect. Okay, so the Sagnac effect is far greater than the change in speed of light due to a magnetic field. And so you're not going to see any loss of precision in a fibre optic gyro because of this effect.
It's a 15th of a bee's dick, Bandy.
That's, you've heard me say that too many times, haven't you, Jerry? The Sagnac effect. That's something.
It is.
That's something that they had to take into account with satellites and stuff, isn't it, Paul? Yes or no?
No.
Am I getting that? Hold on.
But we do have to take into account relativistic effects with satellites, especially with GPS satellites.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, Brian's not here. He posts a video in regards to the Sagnac effect. Trying to find it. How do you search the chat for something? I've got no idea how to do that.
Are you looking for a video someone posted?
Yeah. Do I just put their name
Do you
in?
remember? Do you remember? Yeah. So you type on the search bar, then an option should come up for different search categories, users or search by user by date. Do you see that option?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Search by user. Type in the
Yeah.
person's user.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Earth test. Oh, here we go. Here it is. I don't know why he posted this. Let me see what it is. Is Terry back doing his streams each week now, Paul?
Yeah, he usually does one on Wednesday night and Saturday night. He's got one planned for 9:30 tonight.
Oh, okay.
I've made a nice hard quiz for him for tonight's one.
Oh, God, you're a nice fellow. So apparently, I don't know how true this is, but apparently this Sagnac effect is not a rotational effect. Did you know that, Paul?
Oh, really? What is it then?
Okay. Well, I don't know, but this video here, which is just an excerpt I'm taking from a bigger conference, that one I just put in chat there. I don't know who that fellow is, but maybe you might want to look at it. Only goes for 2 minutes, that little excerpt. So he seems to be a well-respected kind of fella.
Watch that video, Bandy. It's funny. A whole heap of misconceptions about the way the Sagnac effect works and the way relativity works. It's precious.
Oh, so that fellow doesn't know what he's talking about?
Pretty much.
Okay then. Well, he seems like a very distinguished gentleman.
He seems like a distinguished gentleman, but he
Yes.
doesn't know what he's talking about.
Well,
No, the Sagnac effect isn't involved in GPS satellites. There are two effects, relativistic effects, that you have to take into account with GPS satellites, right? One is the gravitational effect that the effect that gravitation has on time, right? So that if you are in a higher gravitational field, time runs slower. Okay, so the satellites being up there, time runs at a slightly faster rate for them, and that's one of the effects that you've got to take into account. So time is sped up from that effect. But the other effect is time dilation, which is slowing down of time because of their velocity. Okay, and that causes time to slow down. So one, the effect of their rotational velocity around the Earth, the very fact that they're actually moving compared to our frame of reference, means that time will slow down for them. But the other effect, because they're in a lower gravitational field, means that time will speed up. They're both contradicting effects, all right? But one has more significance than the other. And so there's a correction you've got to make to the time of a GPS signal when you take both of those things into account. None of them have anything to do with the Sagnac effect.
Okay, cool. So what's the... So if I'm moving quicker or slower, right, what's the mechanism, right? If I'm running really fast, for argument's sake, what's the mechanism that makes then time slow down or speed up, right, compared to me running slower? Like, what's the mechanism that actually makes time speed up or slow down in relation to the speed that I'm going? What part of that motion makes time slow down?
It's just the very fact that you're moving, Bandy. It's not anything to do with the way you're moving or any mechanism. It's the fact that with different frames of reference, that when you compare one frame of reference to another, time runs at a different rate if one frame of reference is accelerating.
Right, because I get the idea. Like if I was in a really fast jet, okay, and I was at the equator, and I take off, and it's morning time, and as long as my jet is fast enough, it could always be morning time. It would never change time. Like if I could keep up with the rotation of the Earth, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's not really a time effect, Bandy. That's just following the sun, right? So you're talking about crossing various time zones. That's not really affecting the rate at which time runs. All right. So if you're crossing different time zones, that's a different thing than actually affecting the rate at which time flows. Okay. So the rate at which time flows is the rate at which things actually happen. Okay, so if the classic example is a person going off in a spaceship, right? And that time runs slower for them because they're traveling faster. Okay, so when they
so they're younger than the person on Earth, so to speak. That example.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. So then how does either how does that slow down the growth of your cells, so to speak?
Don't know.
You're younger. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm trying to wrap my head around it, right? And trying to work out the mechanism of what how it actually works. So if you're going to be younger, right, in your spaceship, well, something then has to slow down the growth of those cells, yeah, so they don't age as quicker. So so they don't know the mechanism of this.
No, that's right. I mean, it doesn't matter what manner of clock you use. You know, whether you use water flowing through a a hole in a jar, or whether you use a spring mechanism, or whether you use an atomic clock, or whatever kind of clock mechanism you use, it's going to measure time being slower.
Has this effect, apart from a atomic clock? Because I know like with the atomic clocks, they put them on the bottom of a tower, or the top of a tower, on ground in planes and stuff, and they can register this difference. Have they actually done a test to see whether or not actually something does grow slower? Whether that's, I don't know, alfalfa sprouts or bacteria or something. Have they actually?
Not in that sense, not in the sense of testing whether something grows slower, but there are other things that you can test, like the decay of radioactive nuclei and stuff like that, right? There are certain radioactive nuclei that have a certain half-life, right? You know what a half-life is, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, so in one half-life, half of the material is decayed, and then in another half-life, half of the remaining is decayed, blah, 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 and onwards like that. So it's a well-defined, very easily measured property, right, of something. And it turns out that if you actually fire those same radioactive nuclei down an accelerator and get them moving very, very fast, you extend their half-life. Their half-life lengthens, and it's in exact in accordance with the theory of relativity. So it's a way of testing it, and there are other practical ways that you can use to actually test this.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Can I just add something into that?
You can, George. Jump in.
Thank you. It's the mechanism that is used to measure time that is having these oscillations, not the time itself. Time is a concept. Cannot bend time. It's all nonsense. Just another Narnia story. Well done. So again, this is a phenomenon observed in the apparatus, in this time, in the clocks.
Sorry, George. Why are you poo-pooing my post, Paul?
because the things that are said in it are poop.
Like, I was just sharing it with you so you can.
I know, and that's my way of commenting on it.
You could have said, "Well, thank you, Mandy. I appreciate you sharing that with me."
Oh, I do appreciate you sharing me. I do appreciate you sharing something with me that I can poop.
Like, I got no idea about it. But damn, I'm just a simple man.
Oh,
I
well,
don't know.
neither does that guy.
Well, look, he looks distinguishable, so.
I wouldn't be surprised if he believes in electric universe as well.
Well, there's a lot to that. Like they're actually getting satellites, Paul, to power themselves off Earth's magnetic field.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with electric universe.
Well,
yeah, it uses known principles of physics, which are quite well within the realms of normal everyday physics, right? But the stuff that the electric universe people talk about, and like the sun being a Z pinch and an anode and a cathode and blah blah blah, is just all nonsense.
Oh, look, now you're
talking agree.
well below
Yo,
my
someone
pay
call
grade.
Grim. Someone call
Yeah.
Grim.
Oh, there'll be blood in the water.
There will be.
Blood in the water. On. We're chilling tonight, boys. We're chilling.
Don't worry, there's other things like the electric universe which are just as controversial. I mean, like supersymmetry. You've heard of supersymmetry?
No, never.
Ooh, I like supersymmetry.
Do you?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting
Yeah.
idea.
Supersymmetry is the electric universe of particle physics, man.
Oh, God, that sounds like pseudoscience right there, doesn't it? Uh-oh.
Right there.
So those are fighting words. Man. Those are fighting words, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like whenever they come up with a new explanation for why something doesn't quite match the known observations, we just say it's supersymmetry.
This is what we do. We invent things like dark matter and dark energy. You should have just stuck with ether and everyone would have been happy, Paul. Everyone would have been happy if you had stuck with ether. But you had to come up with your own bloody name, didn't you? Right?
There is still an idea of ether within popular physics. What do they call it?
Oh, is there?
It's a variation on dark energy.
Mm-hmm.
Quintessence. Yeah, look into quintessence.
Quintessence?
Yes.
It sounds like a marmalade. That's what that sounds like. Quintessence.
What?
Sounds like something made from quinces.
Is that Marmite? Is that Marmite? What is it?
No. It's like a jam. It's like a sour jam.
Quinces, they're that fruit for when you bite them, your mouth sucks in, like, they're all dry and...
Quintessence.
Quintessence with a Q.
So the fifth and the highest element in ancient and medieval philosophy that permeates all nature. Sorry.
Yeah, like the ether, but that's like the olden day interpretation of it.
Oh, okay.
But
So
it was what ether is. It permeates all of existence. It's the air gods breathe. That's why they named the planets after gods. But there's a modern day interpretation of it.
So in physics, quintessence is a hypothetical form of dark energy, more precisely a scalar field postulated as an explanation of the observation of an accelerating rate of expansion of the universe. Interesting. The first example of this scenario was proposed by Ratra and Pebbles. And Wetterich. The concept was expanded to more general types of time-varying dark energy, and the term quintessence was first introduced in 1998. Here we go. Well, I think I'm going to be a quintessence kind of guy. It's a cool name.
Yeah.
So you're the kind of guy
Yeah,
that
I mean,
just jumps on a bandwagon because it sounds good, right, Bandy?
Yeah, exactly, Paul. Hey, come on, Paul. Give me a break.
Bandwagon band, so.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that sounds all right.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty surprising how many scientists today haven't really let go of the idea of an ether. They're just trying to modify it, you know? And there's a lot of similarities between ether and dark energy.
The amount of links I have to read that you guys send me makes my head explode.
So
then
we
there's
know
this other
ether is
understanding.
similar. We know ether is similar to some things, but we still don't know what ether is.
Holographic dark energy. Boom. Here we go.
Of course, putting the word holographic in front of it makes
There
it
you
really
go.
legitimate, right?
It sounds cool, Paul. Come on.
I know.
Yeah, until someone else comes along and comes with a different definition of it.
Yeah.
And then
So
there's
you
this
could
other
squeeze the word
understanding of
rectilinear in there somewhere, right?
And then, have you heard of what is it called?
What was that other cool thing we were looking into, Nate? The what was it? Gaussian? Not Gaussian. What was that effect?
Like Guggenheim or something?
Guggenheim. That's the one.
Oh, Gegenstein. Yeah.
Guggenheim. I'm all over that too because it's got a cool name. I just can't remember it. The Guggenheim sounds like a dance that you do. Guggenheim.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also look into dark fluid. That's another fringe woo-woo hypothesis.
This is the one Rocky has been talking about. This dark fluid.
Has he?
Yeah, it's all got to do with superfluid and all that sort of stuff.
All I know is that if you see dark fluid, you better go to the doctor because you could have a UTI.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dark fluid.
I'm reaching that age where
it tries to explain dark matter and dark energy in a single framework.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. You know, that the idea is that in smaller clumps of matter, like galaxies. So, you know, where you have all of these stars and things clumped together, dark fluid would work like dark energy, where it gets attracted to one clump of matter, like it gets attracted to a star, clumps around that, and because it has gravitational effects, other things get attracted to it. But then when you are in interstellar space, the space between galaxies, because there's no matter for it to clump towards, it exhibits a negative pressure, and then it has this repulsive force that pushes things away, and this causes an expansion of the universe. But it's very woo-woo-y, you know.
Yeah.
And what's keeping the galaxies together between them? What's keeping the galaxies bonded together? What's the bullshit?
It's the dark fluid. So when the dark
it's
fluid
the dark
is
fluid.
close to matter, yeah. So let's say the dark fluid is close to a star, it will clump around that star, and because this dark fluid has energy, it will attract more dark fluid and more objects of matter towards it, and that's how these galaxies are formed. That's why you see a lot of dark
Yes.
fluid, dark
Yeah.
matter
But that is to
within
form the
galaxies.
galaxy. Yeah, but that is to form
Yes.
a galaxy.
So
So now you have several galaxies. You know what's connecting the galaxies itself, themselves.
So the galaxies will be exerting gravity on each other, but if they're too far away from each other, they'll recede from each other. Like how we see, so our galaxies are within a cluster of galaxies, and they kind of move together, but other galaxy clusters are moving away from ours. And that is what we call dark energy. But according to dark fluid, it's just a negative pressure that causes repulsion between these galaxy clusters within interstellar space.
Isn't that just a rebranding, a renaming of dark energy then?
Yeah, I just don't like
It
the
is,
name.
but they're
I
just
prefer-
trying to link them together. They're trying to say it's the
I would-
same phenomena.
I would prefer if they call it Velcrum or something like that than dark fluid. You know.
Yeah.
Hey Nate, did you know that Einstein had his own theory on the ether?
Yes.
I
But
didn't
he
know
threw that away once, Michelson-Morley happened. Once Michelson-Morley happened, everyone threw away the ether. There were still a few, like the Sagnac dude. That's how we got the Sagnac effect, because he was still trying to prove the ether existed. But, after Michelson-Morley, like, it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, light doesn't have a reference frame it prefers, so there's no ether drift or flow or medium that light moves through. So you got to let go of the idea.
Of what? Of a
Of an
vortex
ether.
field?
No, of an ether. So Einstein let go of the ether and came up with, relativity in space.
Yeah, the ether was seen as being a medium. That's the thing. That's why I'm asking. I was making that question because that is meant to be the ether doing all of those things. The medium where the planets are, where the planets get their energy in order to be spinning and moving and doing all these bullshit. Was meant to be the ether.
Yeah.
So
The
if you
ether
didn't
was meant
detect
to
the
be
ether, the medium for them, if there's no medium for the lights to go through, there is no ether. That's it.
Exactly. So everyone let go of the idea of an ether. That's my point.
So what? Because it violated the Lorentz theory, they had to throw it away.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Wait. What do you mean it violated the Lorentz theory? Because even
I'm just-
Lorentz was a proponent of ether for a little while.
Yeah, well,
Because his contractions.
I'm just reading here that the Einstein ether theory, which is the first time I've ever heard about it. Actually, this is what happens when you click onto a link. It takes you somewhere else.
Yeah, but again, it's not a scientific theory because there is no phenomena. There's nothing to study.
Well,
again, this Michelson-Morley called experiment. It's not an experiment. They're trying to do a measurement of light behavior. There is no phenomenon.
Well, no, I do take a little bit of umbrage when you say there's nothing to study, right? Because when they're looking at things through these telescopes, they're obviously looking at something, right, and something behaving a particular way. So they do have something to study, right? The movements and the different wavelengths of light and all this sort of stuff.
I understand, but
so
they're not doing that, are they? They're not establishing
no.
cause and effect of anything. They're just trying to do a measurement.
Well, they are trying to study these things because obviously they look at these things, they study the movements, they then study the different light waves through spectroscopy and these sorts of things. So they are trying to do these things. So to say that they're not actually doing anything, I think is a little bit disingenuous. Now we can
No, it's
say
not what I said.
I think he's talking about the ether band.
Yeah, they're not trying to find any cause and effect of anything. They're just doing measurements.
Yeah,
Well, they are
but an
doing
experiment doesn't have to be about cause and effect. Not all experiments are about cause and effect, George. Some experiments are just that, to take measurements.
Yeah.
Taking measurement is not an experiment.
That doesn't make it. That doesn't make it a
Taking measurement is
non-experiment.
not an
Just because
experiment.
you
No,
take a
every
measurement
time I
doesn't mean it's not an experiment.
come on.
Well, when they
Yeah,
when they
and some
Experiment is cause and
experiments
effect
are
relationship,
where
man.
you are just trying to detect something. If you don't detect it, then you get a null result. You know,
and
it doesn't always have to be.
Yes, but you need to have an effect to be studying it.
well, hold
Unless
on,
you're
they are
trying to cause the effect, trying to, just plug cables together and try to get something out of it. Look, an effect, something happened.
yeah, well,
That's you causing the effect.
when they are looking at
But there
these
is an effect.
stars and stuff, right? They are
Yeah,
seeing
it's an
something.
effect that we know the cause of.
George, you're over talking people.
They are seeing something that is not moving the way they expect them to move, right? So they are trying to study, I presume, or trying to work out why it is moving or flickering a particular way. Now, whether that's ether, dark matter, dark energy, well, that's all up for debate. But the way they study these things is through the observation of the stars and stuff, and through telescopes and spectroscopy and this sort of stuff. So that's exactly what they're doing, I think, in a very layman's term. I don't know. Am I incorrect, Paul?
Well, I think people get hung up on the definition of what an experiment is. And it seems like George thinks that an experiment is only about finding a relationship between a cause and effect. And that's just not true. There are experiments that we conduct just to make observations. There are experiments that we can conduct just to take measurements. It's not all about cause and effect.
Well, I think if we want to know what something is, then we have to have a cause and effect type of process there. Right?
Eventually down the line.
The ultimate goal of understanding is to find a relationship between cause and effect, yes. But that's not the whole purpose of science, and that's not what defines science, nor is it what defines an experiment.
Really?
Exactly, yeah.
The study of the physical and natural world, physics, that's not science? Are you kidding me?
That is science, but that includes making observations and measurements. It's not predicated solely on experimentation. Just let me finish. Let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Go ahead.
So the cherry on the top would be establishing that cause and effect relationship. That would be, what gets you the Nobel Prize most of the time. But observations would be where you start off. You observe this natural phenomena. You want to understand it better, so you want to get a better observation, a better measurement, a better detection of it. Before you start worrying about cause and effect things, you first want to understand, what is it I'm looking at? Is it really there?
That's my point.
Can I really measure it?
But that's my point.
And that is part of science. That's part of science, though.
You can't.
But that is my point.
Just with observation. There's no proof, right? Just observation.
What?
Well, you have the observation, so you have the proof. You have the proof of observation. So So this is a natural phenomena, right?
I agree. What's the second question?
Yep. So
that's the first question. You observe the phenomenon. What's the second one?
Let's think of a real world example. We see things fall down. That is your natural phenomena. That is your observation.
Really?
You have
we
observed
see things
it.
fall
That
down.
is part of,
we also see things going up, man.
Bro, please let me talk, man. We see things fall down. Yeah, that is an observation we all agree we see in nature, naturally occurring phenomena. We have our observation. That is part of science. Now we want to understand the rate at which things fall down. So we take a measurement. We measure how fast do things accelerate towards the ground. That is now our measurement, also part of science. Now for the cherry, at the top of the cake, we want to understand why things fall down. No, that's what happens. We want to understand why things fall down. What is the cause and effect?
Give me an example of things falling down. Give me an example of things falling down. Where do you see things falling down, man? Where do you see things falling down?
I hold a lighter in my hand. I let go of the lighter.
That's you causing it. What's the cause of the lighter fall from your hand?
I don't know,
man. It's painful.
I don't know yet.
I don't know yet.
You don't know,
I don't know what the cause is yet.
why the lighter fell from your
I don't
hand.
know.
You let it go.
I don't
You
know why it
caused it
fell.
to fall.
I don't know why it fell.
No.
I don't
Is
know
that
if
a
that is really the
phenomena?
cause. It
So a
could have
lighter
been
falling from your
magical
hand is a
fairies and
phenomena.
pixie dust and unicorn. That's natural phenomena, yes, that I'm observing in nature. Why it fell,
Pixie
I don't
dust.
know. It could be unicorns pixie dust made it fall. I don't know yet. I haven't performed an experiment to determine the cause and effect. I'm not there
You
yet.
let it go, man.
I'm still trying
You
to
said
gain
that you
an
let it go.
understanding. I
But
let
you
it go,
said
but
you
just
let it
because
go.
I let it
So
go,
that's
it
the
could have
cause,
decided
man.
it could have decided to stay in the air, but it decided to fall. I don't know why.
What do you mean decided?
I
He
need
has
to
a mind
still
of his
figure
own.
that out.
Clearly, letting it go is not the cause of it falling because I can put my hand
Oh,
on an
no.
object on the table and let it go and it doesn't fall. So letting it go
Oh,
is not
really?
the cause. That's stupid.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's
to say that's the
stupid.
cause is
Wow.
silly.
No, for you to say that's the cause, it's silly. For you to call that a phenomena, you letting go something, and you want to establish the cause
That is
of
a
it.
phenomenon, though.
Why did
Yeah,
this happen? Come
that's
on, man,
science.
grow up, science. You misrepresenting science, man.
I'm giving a simple example so that everyone
No, you're not giving a
understands the
simple
point I'm trying to
example.
make.
Give me things
It was
falling
a
in
simple
nature,
example.
please. Come on, man, grow up.
Oh, we can
I
move
dropped
rain. We
I
can
dropped
move
the
rocks
lighter.
after they've been exploded out of a volcano. There are a whole
You
lot
dropped
of
the
things that
lighter.
we can observe
And what's the cause of
naturally.
you dropping the
Right,
lighter?
George, if you didn't talk over me, I could finish my sentence and you would get the answer you were asking for. Right? Right? So there are a lot of things in nature that we can see fall without us being involved. Rain, snow,
Example.
hail, rocks falling down a landslide. A whole lot of
Shall
things that we can
we go
observe
one at a
that I
time?
don't
Shall we
have
go
to
one at a
let go
time?
of. Right, George?
Shall we go one at a time? Snow, you said.
Yes.
What's snow?
Yeah, but George,
What's
listen,
snow?
we're not trying to get into an argument as
Man,
to why things fall down. Is
what do you mean
gravity
an
real?
argument? It's
Come
not an
on.
argument. What is snow?
But you are turning it into that.
How did the snow got there?
I don't know, but it falls down, doesn't it, George?
You don't
Does
know.
snow
It
fall
falls down.
George?
How did it went
Does
up?
snow-
You
does
ignoring the
snow
fact that
fall
it
down,
went up
George?
first. You.
Well, the
Ignoring
argument
the
really
fact that
is,
it
though,
went up
George,
first.
does snow fall down, George?
You guys don't want to talk. You
But
guys
does snow
want to
fall
finish your
down, George?
sentences. You want to mute me down, and I don't have a chance to reply back of any of it. You guys just assert things.
George, A, no one's being muted, right? But B, right, you got to calm down a little bit and less shouting, and let's just have a conversation. It's been pretty chill here tonight, so let's just continue the chill environment.
I understand, man. It was a conversation of 3. All of a sudden, it became a conversation of 6. So it's me against 5 of you. I have no problem with that. As long as it comes one at a time, and we can go through one sentence at a time, because you guys mentioned so many things that fall to the ground.
Yeah,
The first
but
thing
George,
was
listen,
snow.
I
If
was
we go
just
through the
giving an
snow
example.
first, you see,
We
I
don't
cannot
want to
speak.
argue with you about these
Hold
things.
on,
I cannot speak.
let him finish, Nate.
That's what I'm calling about being muted. That's what I mean.
Okay, George.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, George. Go ahead.
How did the snow got there? What is snow? Things don't just fall like that. How did they got there? You mentioned about
George,
things on
that
top
is
of
a
your table. How
conversation
did they get on top of? How did the things got on top of your table? Who put them there? Are you guys all right? You guys use the name of
Yeah,
science.
George, we
like
don't
that.
we don't want to talk
Come
about
on,
that.
man. I know you guys don't want to talk about that because that debunks the nonsense you guys are spewing. Things go down, yeah. Things go up as well. What are you talking about? It's medium dependent.
Have you calmed down now?
I am always calm. I'm always like this, man. I'm sorry. I'm an emotional person. I'm a Latin man. I'm very emotional.
Are you
I understand,
Sicilian or
but
something,
have you
George?
calmed?
Are you Sicilian or something?
It's because you're literally shouting at us. You know, like it's a bit weird.
So what about the observation of when we look at stuff that doesn't fall down, like a star? Right, so
All right, that is another naturally observing phenomena. So we've made our observation. We see a star in the sky. Now we want to start making measurements. How far away is the sun? Is that star? What is it made of? What does it weigh? These are measurements we start making to get a greater understanding. And then the cherry on top of the cake will be the cause and relationship between that celestial body and the one we're on. Why do we move in a certain pattern, or why does that star move in a certain pattern through the sky relative
So
to
what is the
us?
sun?
What is causing that?
What is the sun? What is the sun?
I don't
Is the
know.
sun a solid?
I don't
Oh,
know.
you don't know. Okay, fair enough.
So now we've
Like George, I'm not trying to argue with you, bro. Please stop trying to start a fight. I'm just gonna tell you I don't know if you come
I'm just making
with that sort
conversation,
of
man.
energy.
You guys we are asserting so many things. I'm
Bansal and
making
I
questions
are
about these
making
things that we are
conversation.
asserting.
Bansal, Paul, and I are making conversation. You are trying to start an argument.
You watch. I'll get Nate. I'll get man of concessions to concede again. You watch, George. So we've observed the sun. All right, it comes up in the morning and it goes down at night, type of thing. All right. So now we measure its path and we plot its path. So we've got
That's
these
the measurement.
There we go. So we've got our measure. So we have our observation and we've got a measurement. All right, of its path. We've plotted
And
it.
those
So
are
what
both
else?
part of science, right?
Okay, so this is a naturally occurring phenomena. Okay. So now, what else do we have to do in this scientific method? What else do we have?
It depends how much you want to know, Ben. So if you want to know everything about what's going on, eventually you're going to have to do a cause and effect relationship. But if you don't have the apparatus to figure that out, you can do basic things like observations and measurements. You know, it just depends what you have available and how much you want to know about this phenomena you see in nature.
Yeah, exactly right. So we want to work out what it is. Right? This is the crux of it, right? So we want to be scientific about it. So what would we do? So we've.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Let's put on our thinking caps. Yeah, sure.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yep.
So, if you find the cause of an effect scientifically, let's say you've proven, this causes that, it's been proven. Is that still a phenomena?
Yeah.
If you find
why is it not if I find out how magnets work, electromagnetism is still a phenomena.
Well,
why is it not a phenomenon anymore?
You see, I disagree.
Phenomena doesn't mean it's
Listen, once you find the cause of it, it's not a phenomenon anymore. Water boiling is not a phenomenon anymore. It's just water boiling. You're gonna make a cup of tea or coffee. You don't call that a phenomenon anymore.
Yeah, I'm with George. Once you know the answer, it's no longer a phenomenon, because you know the answer to it. Like these naturally occurring phenomena, like the sun moving and what is it? Like this is a naturally occurring phenomena, right?
Yeah,
So
the sun, weather is a naturally occurring phenomena. Like do you guys feel the word phenomena in this context means mystery or unknown? And once we know it, it's not
correct.
I mean,
my point exactly.
But that's okay. Well, naturally occurring phenomena used in that context doesn't have the same meaning as phenomena in everyday jargon.
Exactly. Phenomena
means unknown.
It actually just means
no. It's not a phenomenon anymore.
No, it doesn't, George. It means a happening.
Does it? Does it, Carlos?
Yeah, it does. It means it's a happening. It's something. It's a process.
Yeah, it needs to be happening. Yeah, but that wasn't the question though. The question is, once that we establish the cause of a phenomenon, is that still called a phenomena? Yes or no? My answer is no, because now we establish the cause of it.
A cause is a naturally observed phenomenon.
I think we could probably call it a naturally occurring phenomenon that we know the answer to now, like weather.
Yeah, that's fine. We can call it call it whatever you want. Yeah.
We know the answer to it, but
yeah. Okay. So what you call it really doesn't matter,
Right. The word phenomenon is just obviously occurrence, basically.
Okay, so we've made our observation. We've looked at this star in the sky bandsaw. Now, what more do we want to know about it?
Well,
all we know is that it's there. We've observed it.
yeah, we asked the question, why does the sun move the way it does? Or no, or what is the sun? What is the sun?
What is
You
this?
have
Yeah,
to,
but those
you have
are
to
Big
get,
what is
questions.
questions. Nothing to do
Jesus.
with cause and
I thought
effect,
we were
isn't it?
taking baby
Just okay.
steps.
well, you got to ask a question, right?
Yeah, but I thought we would first ask how far away is it?
Okay,
Why is it when the sun is in the sky, I feel warm, and when it's not in the sky, I feel cold? I thought we were going to ask those baby questions. You know, not what is the sun.
Okay. So, well,
but yeah, cool. So we want to know what the sun is.
okay.
Basically, a big ball of gas 96 million miles away.
Right.
So
No. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You just said it's in the sky. You didn't say it's in outer space. You said it's in the sky.
If
Why all of
I
a
have
sudden
a
you guys jump to outer space, man? In 93 million miles away. It cannot be
if I
93
have
million miles away if it's in the sky.
Yeah, I agree with you. But George, so what if we had a heat producing like a laser beam, right? And the only part that you would feel the heat is from the point where it eventuates, where it touches the end of the laser. So where's the heat coming from? So and I'm trying to say that the sun's not where it is, not where you think it is. It's an apparent sun.
That's correct. Correct. And it's an apparent location. Correct.
Absolutely. And you say, oh, the heat's coming from there. Yeah, but where's the source?
Okay, parents, so we're going to have to do our thought experiment another time. You guys want to have an argument, man.
Yeah, fair enough, Nate.
Basically, heat is radiant heat from the sun. That's how the heat gets here. It's radiant. And that's why that's why it's basically directional when it comes to light, is because it is so far away. That's why light beams do kind of align according to our perspective.
We've got to establish that it's so far. Like, what's so far away?
96 million miles.
Really? How do we establish that?
My telescope.
Oh, you're going to need a flat plane and an R value for that.
Right.
No, I just use my telescope.
Yeah, and it's got like this little ruler on
A little
it.
bit of math, telescope, sextant. You can figure out everything.
Really? A sextant and a telescope, and you can work out how far away the sun is.
Yep.
Interesting. I
Telescope,
highly
sextants,
doubt it.
very valuable objects. No electronics needed, no chips, no CGI, no microprocessors. So just a chunk of brass and glass, basically.
Brass and glass.
Screwed together.
I endorse that, brass and glass.
Well, George and I would disagree with this, but hey,
course
whatever
you would.
floats your boat.
Actually, I could use Orwell's telescope. It would give me the same results.
Did you
would
pick
be
up
very old, no chips.
Did you pick up your telescope? Did you?
So what can you observe about the sun besides the corona, mass ejections, the flares and the sunspots and the light waves? Besides all of that and the movement of the sun across the sky, what else can you? How are you supposed to get the mass of the sun and the weight of the sun and what it's made of out of your observations of sunspots, solar flares, and the corona? And you know,
Well, we try and find more observations. We try, for example, look at how the sun affects the other bodies in the sky. You know, we look at what features of the sun do we see when we look at it using a different wavelength of light. If we look at the sun using X-rays, using gamma rays, infrared, do we see different features? Do we see deeper beyond the surface of the sun? You know, there's so many things we can do.
Wouldn't you have
so
to do?
you know how you can see
Surface of the sun. It sounds like a solid then.
You know,
We're all
you can see
talking
the
at the same time.
relationship between the sun and the moon, and then the sun and the earth, right? With the shadows and everything, right? And the light shining on the moon from right.
Exactly. That's another one.
You, yeah, but can you see the same like observations on any other bodies that are related with the sun? For example, shadows.
Yeah, you can
those
use
shadows on the sun.
Jupiter's. You can use shadows that Jupiter's moons cast on Jupiter to determine when Jupiter's when Jupiter's going to have its eclipses. You know, when the moons are going to be in retrograde. You know, I mean, shadows are all over our solar system. But that is a good point that you brought up. You could use the shadows cast by sunlight on these other celestial objects to determine their positions relative to each other.
Correct.
To determine when eclipses might happen, moon cycles, you know, all
I
of these
see.
things.
And which instruments are going to use for that?
And we can also calculate
telescope, dog.
And we can also calculate
telescope.
And we can also calculate the approximate direction and actually get it quite accurate. Direction, speed of travel, and where it was going to be 50 years from now.
50
or
years
more.
from now.
1,000 years.
Yeah, we can make predictions like that.
Just by calculating the trajectories of everything, which is basically how stuff is traveling in space is trajectories, not what you think.
So we can predict in 50 years where the sun
And
is
we
going
do,
to be
Benson.
Yes.
over Cape Jervis. Damn.
Yeah, timeanddate.com, all of these
over
things.
anything.
I
It's
mean,
basically we are above the surface of the sun, respectively speaking. We are actually orbiting over the sun's surface because we are that much smaller. We are the orbiting body.
I've got a funny feeling. I've got a funny.
I know that
feeling
you are. I
that
understand that I'm talking to.
I've got a funny feeling that in 50 years' time, in Cape Jervis, when I'm sitting on the back porch there at 12 o'clock, the sun's probably going to be in roughly the same position. I don't know. I've got a funny feeling, but probably
But the
just
fact
might
is,
happen.
I guess if you get the nautical almanac, you'll probably find out where the sun is going to be even in 100 years from now.
well, the
Behave,
fact
guys.
is that they
I've got
predicted.
to take a phone call to behave.
They're
My
predicting
I can
the
tell you
eclipses.
one thing is for sure. In 100 years from now, at 12 noon, the sun will be above in his highest state from my location. That's for sure.
That's not what I meant.
There need to be a rocket scientist to find out that.
No, I'm
Yeah, but
talking
he meant
actually
things
predict
like-
exactly where things will be. I mean, actually predict the
Yeah.
eclipses, predict exactly what moment the dawn breaks. They can
The
predict
Mayans,
their
the
100
Mayans
years.
could do that as well, man. That's nothing evoluted so far, man. The Mayans could do that.
Yeah,
And it's easy to do because of the trajectory calculations. And there's nothing pushing
And they could
against
do it even better than today because they used to use the moon phases rather than the sun phases. That's where the discrepancies are on the new model, the new calendar. That's why things they don't
Yeah,
work as
but-
they should.
Actually, this the
Yeah,
moon.
but
Everything
yeah,
is
but
out
the
of
thing is,
sync.
the Mayans were also limited because they knew really well when eclipses were going to happen, but they didn't know where on the surface of the Earth you
Yeah,
had
they
to
do.
be to view these eclipses.
Yep,
they
tell
could
you right
never
where to
figure
go.
that out.
Yes, they tell you right where to go. Right
The
where to go.
Mayans?
Within feet. They'll tell you
The
where on the
Mayans?
planet
They weren't begging the same question as you guys.
The
Yeah, I
Mayans?
understand that. They didn't have any reason to beg that question. But they
Are you
knew the
saying-
eclipse was going to happen. That's for sure.
Yeah, they knew it was going to happen, but they didn't know where on the surface
Actually,
of
they
the Earth
did.
you had to be
Yep.
to see it.
Yep.
Yeah, they
How
weren't,
do
they weren't begging the question like you are. Yeah, they weren't begging the question like you are.
They
No,
just
hang
give you
on
the
though, George, because
calculation.
someone is
Actually,
saying they
going up.
did know where. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Math
Is someone saying the Mayans did know where to be
Yeah,
on the face of the
they could predict pretty close to where the eclipses would be. We've got obvious evidence to show that.
Could you show that evidence? So they knew you had to be in Australia to see the eclipse on this day? How? When they didn't know that Australia existed?
How could they tell where it was?
That's a good
Very
question.
That's the point I'm making. They
don't
didn't
need the
know
word
where on Earth
Australia,
you had to
but they could tell
stand.
where on the planet to go, even if they didn't know the name of the continent.
All right, show me
That's what they're
that,
getting
show me
at,
that proof.
where they can
Yeah,
tell you.
show me
He's
that
still
proof.
sleeping, this guy.
Because it's easy.
Show me that
He's
proof.
half awake. This guy is half awake. Do you know
Yeah,
how many
'cause I've
plants are
never
in
seen
the
that.
Amazon?
Doesn't matter.
Do you guys know how many plants are in the Amazon?
That's irrelevant.
How
This
many?
conversation.
No, it's not irrelevant. Every single one of them has a Latin name.
So
How did the Latins knew the names of every single plant in the Amazon?
I don't know.
Fuck,
The
they
natives
recently
tell them?
Ah,
They
you don't
recently
know.
found-
So there you
hey,
go. Open your
They
eyes,
found
man.
some plants this year, and they
Did
gave
the
them
natives
Latin
tell
names.
them or what? I don't know.
They discovered a new species this year and gave it a Latin name. That's just a standard practice. Give me Latin names to plant. That's just practice.
Yeah, but these are plants
That's
that
like
origin only from that local, that area. How did they knew, the names of those unique
because
plants that
they
only
made
exist
them up.
there?
Because they made them up.
Oh, they made
up
them
the
up.
name.
Oh, I see.
Yep, they used the Latin
Okay.
language and made up the names for them. Just like, how did I know
So
the
when
name of my
the
son
so
before
when the
he was born?
Europeans even today, when even today people go to the Amazon looking for these the names of these plants and animals. By the way, the animals is the same thing. Everything has a Latin name.
That's
My
fine.
question is, how come?
Because it works. It's just the language they used. Big deal.
History, yeah, history is
I
not
don't
what you
know a
read
lot
all.
about languages. I don't tend to know a lot about languages. That is fine for me not to know a lot about languages. Languages is irrelevant in this conversation, every way, shape, and form. I don't care about language. Language
Yeah,
is just
but
a
I mean,
word you use to describe
let's not
something.
segue, guys.
The
No,
question
I'm
is, how
saying
did they
that's
knew?
why I'm putting
How did
it
they
down. That
knew?
language is just a word to
The,
describe stuff. I
the
don't care what
question
it's
here,
called.
this was just an analogy because the question on the table was, how did the Mayas knew exactly on the
Yes.
ground where the eclipse was going to happen?
Math.
Yeah, but can you
They
show it
just
to me? Do you have a
calculated it out.
link?
They
Okay,
looked
do you
at
have a
what they
link?
had, and they
Do you have
did
a
the
link?
calculations off that. They looked at
But
what
do you
it
have a
did in
link?
the
Because
past.
when I look into the calculations, it doesn't show that. So do you have a link of the calculations you've seen?
You just use their math. You don't need a link.
I've
I don't need
used
to
their
go to the
math,
website.
and their math never takes into consideration where on the surface of the earth you are or what the shape of the earth is. So could you show me the math you were talking about?
Well, for you to have that math, yeah, you need to consider the Earth to be stationary and
I
flat.
forgot I'm on a
Yeah.
flat Earth server. I forgot I'm on a flat
Yeah,
Earth server.
that's what the Mayans did.
That's the problem here.
The Mayans never thought that the Earth was going around the sun and this, that, and the third. So
That's
you need
correct.
to show me this math that you are making a claim for, because I'm a globe earther. I'm a globe earther. I'm not a flat earther, but I've never seen this before. That Mayans knew where on the face of the Earth you had to be. So I'm just asking if you could show me the math you keep referring to.
Well, you need to understand as well that the globe is driven from a flat plane. Elevation angles from the North Pole and so on as you move away from the pole. It gave us the globe that we know today. But everything, they need a flat plane for that. So if they were doing it back then, using a flat plane, they weren't wrong.
They weren't using a flat plane.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have
Well,
to post
the
the
globe,
math now.
the
but
globe
when you
measures
find
flat.
time, man. When you find time, please do share
You
that math.
realize
I'm
the
pretty
term for
interested in
globe
this.
is the globe word for globe is basically sphere. So as long as you're calling it a globe, you're calling it a ball. Every time you use the word globe, I hear ball. Every time. That's the two words go together for me. Globe and ball. So every time you use globe with me, I hear ball.
Yeah.
Every time.
Correct.
Man, you're one of a kind. I don't think anyone else does that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they do.
Balls.
So how many horizontals in the ball?
0. But at the same time,
There you go.
you could say infinite, because at the same time, no matter where you are, dead center to where you are, if you lay down a level, you can get that level completely level in all directions. But if I go 10 miles from you and I make my level in all directions, I'm out of level with respect to you, even though we're both perfectly level, 10 miles apart. If I measured from yours to mine,
That's correct. That's correct. Yeah,
because
if you
of
want to
the
establish a level between them both, you can. But you didn't say that. You
I
said
did
that you can have different level planes at different distances. Yeah, you don't need to be at different distances. It can be the same location. Yeah, like a staircase. Every step
So
is a different level.
Yeah. So if there was 1,000 of us and we were in 10-mile increments continuing in one direction, eventually one of us is going to be basically respectively upside down with respect to the other because of the fact
That's
that
not correct.
way
No,
around the wall.
that would be debunking what we call sea level. We know that sea is level, so no, it wouldn't work. If sea is level, no matter whether you travel on sea, you'll never be upside down.
Well, that's if you're staying on the planet. Of course, you're not going to feel upside down. You're right.
I'm not standing on the planet, my friend.
But
Those
the
lights
catch
in the
is
sky,
that
we are
obviously,
not standing in one of those lights on the sky. No, that is.
You know why they call it sea level and not sea flat?
Sea level and not sea
You know why they
flat.
call it
Hold
sea
on a
level,
second.
not sea
In this
flat?
context, no. In this context, is the same.
No, because sea isn't flat.
In
it's
this
level.
context, is the same. Yeah, in this context, is the same. Flat and level is the same. In this context, yeah.
No,
My walls are flat; they are not level; they are plumbed. But in this context that we're talking about, the sea level, yeah, it's flat.
No, it's not.
The surface of the sea is flat. Yeah.
No, it's not.
That's the definition of sea level.
No,
sea level means to
flat in any way,
conform
shape,
to the shape of the earth, like a puddle will conform to the shape of the ground. It's the
Sure.
same thing.
No, the sea is about as flat as a cannonball.
Yeah, it's called sea level. Yeah.
No, it's as flat as a cannonball or an orb.
As a cannonball. Well, that's an oxymoron. If it's a ball, it cannot be flat.
That's right.
That's why you cannot have horizontals on a sphere. And we call the horizon, which is parallel to horizontal. If your horizon is parallel to the horizontal, you cannot have horizontals on a sphere, man.
You see, I know I can't change the mind of somebody that has got a set position, because trying to change a set position is impossible. A person does not want to accept.
Do you understand that the ball needs to have a
Yeah, but I'm open to having my mind changed if you post that Mayan math, you know?
But here's the thing I
am.
got to say out loud. I don't care what your belief system is. I can make friends with all of you if you let me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm being friendly,
system
bro.
is.
It's just you've made this claim about math that I've never seen, and I'm really eager to see it if you have it.
Yo, man of concessions. Welcome.
I
to Flat Earth.
understand that to change your minds is like trying to,
what's up, Isa?
It's like trying to herd cats. So I give up on that and I just try to make friends.
This is what it feels like.
Are you ignoring me?
I know that.
Like, can you not hear me or something?
I hear you fine, but there's no sense in posting anything because you're not going to agree with anything I say.
Yeah, concessions.
But who says I'm not going to agree with it? I'm telling you that the only reason I don't agree with it is because I've never seen it before. But if I see it and I understand it, I'll definitely agree with it. I told you I'm a glober. I'm on your side, bro. You ain't got to change my mind about nothing. But all the math I've looked at, because I've looked into the subject, tells me that the Mayans don't know where on the face of the earth you need to be to see the eclipse. Now, if you do have something that says otherwise, I would like to see it. You know, I'm not going to fight you about it or come and tell you, no, what you gave me was wrong, this, that, and the third. I'm going to look into it and be on my way, you know. But it sounds like you were hesitant to provide me with it, and I want to understand why.
Yeah, I would love to know if the Mayans could predict where it is.
I'd be interested to know where I can see the shadows on the moons of Saturn.
Well, first let's deal with the Mayans.
Use a telescope. Use a really good telescope. But yeah, I mean, you know, Issa, like, you know, we were talking about Mayans and how they were able to predict eclipses, but the only drawback was they didn't know where on Earth's surface you had to be to view the eclipse. And 420 made the claim that's not true. They knew it through their mathematics.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
So we're just asking for that. And
I followed
that.
I'm curious to know if they did or didn't. You know, I've never heard that they did.
Yeah,
but I'd like to see where if that's the case. If you have a link 420, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. We're just trying to share information here, man. Like, no one's trying to fight you.
Oh, dude, man of concessions. If the Mayans knew where to predict, you know, where it was, you know, globe Earth debunked, dog.
Well, then the argument would be what kind of, you know, model did the Mayans have, you know? Did they really have a flat Earth model?
Well, yeah, what's crazy is, like, imagine if, like, say, like, the Egyptians built temples and, like, you ever heard the old theory of, like, that the oceans before the deluge, there was, like, these cults that built temples all over the place? So they might have had the same cosmology, been the same cult.
I mean, I think we're missing a piece of the puzzle here. No one is thinking of, you know, how would the Mayans, after predicting an eclipse, how would they confirm the eclipse actually happened if they're not seeing it?
Exactly. And that was the issue.
You know, order for them to predict the eclipse or anything at all, it needs to be visible in order to be predictable and to confirm, yeah, we predicted it, we were correct or wrong. If it's not visible, how can you know?
Yeah.
But in the end of the day, they did knew.
Yeah, that's why their calendar only worked if you were in a certain place. You know, if you're able to view these things from your position on the face of the earth. All right, but here I'm talking off of rumors now. But I've heard that if you take these Mayan calendars and you, for example, take it to North America, it's not going to work. That's what I've been told. I don't know. Like you can't use their calendars all over. You know, the surface.
No, you're right.
Well,
You
you're not
can't
gonna
use the
use-
calendars themselves all over because they were locally figured out. But
Yeah, the
if you
local.
do the math that they used when they predicted where the celestial bodies will be at, you know, in the future using their math, you can tell exactly where the celestial bodies will be by their math. It's a little less elegant than the modern math, but it does work.
Did you show it to us though? Because I've
That's why
never
I'm
seen
trying
this
to
in my
find
life.
it again so I can show you how I did it.
Okay.
Because I haven't done this in a while. Because like everybody else, I just used the computer. Got lazy for the last 3 decades.
Okay, no. If you are going to show it to us, then take your time. I just need a confirmation that you will, with your time, you know, provide it to us. It doesn't have
I
to be
don't mind doing that. It's been a while since I've used it because, like everybody else, I got completely lazy and just, you know, do it the easy way. Figure out where I am.
Because
So I'll sit down and try to find
cool.
my old papers and then get links. You know what I mean? Like create links off it somehow so I can show you where the shit came from.
Yeah, because if they could do that, it would give us an indication of what they thought the Earth was. You know?
Because also too, at the time that I was doing this stuff using that, I didn't have the money to afford a decent computer of any sort of my own. So I'd do stuff at the access centers. But I'll find it. I'm almost 50, so when I say doing stuff when I'm young, that's back in the Commodore days.
Maybe it was time travel.
I don't mind finding it. It's just going to take me a while to figure out where the old shit was that I was used. I'm sure I can still do it. Time. Might not this morning, but I promise I'll try to find it for you. I pinged you so I could find you. You saw that, didn't you? The message to you.
All right, no problem.
That point is not lose contact with you.
So what are we going to argue right now, man? Isa?
Send me a friend's request in case I want to send you a PDF or something.
All right, cool.
Thin and crusty base. Thin and crusty. What's your
But
favorite? What's your favorite pizza?
It's got to contain pepperoni.
Yeah, pepperoni and cheese. You know, keep it nice and simple. Thin crust.
Well, yeah, those 2 items are always going to be on a pizza.
Yeah. Don't ever put onions on a pizza, please.
Depends on the pizza. Some pizzas do need onions, depending on the topping.
Okay.
Pineapple,
Really?
I think, is a crime. Pineapple is a terrible crime. That's worse than believing that the. I'm not going to say the words. Has to do with spheres and discs.
Tuna pizza with onions, lovely.
See what?
Tuna.
Oof. Tuna and cheese, really?
Tuna pizza? What the?
I've never personally had it. I can't tell you. I have no knowledge on that one, but maybe someday I'll.
Yo, it's
have
delicious,
a small
man.
pizza
Tuna
and
with
I'll
olives,
decorate
it's
one of them
Mediterranean
in the
style.
corner. Someday I might decorate.
Sounds risky, man.
Tuna, onions, olives. It's marvelous. Anchovies.
Sounds so risky.
Well, I have a habit of making up 6-inch square pizzas, so I decorate one up and just let you know. I don't mind. Try it.
I like I like artichokes and
And I'm not into seafood, but I'll attempt it. I tried the terrible thing called pineapple on pizza. Too sweet.
Okay.
Why did you do that to yourself?
Because you don't know something until you know something. You don't know.
Like you don't need to know everything,
whether
you
you
know.
like something or not.
Right?
Until you actually try
That's
the
a
food.
pizza with dessert. Comes with a pineapple.
Like, do you need to know if heroin feels good?
Smoked fish and mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise on pizza?
On a pizza?
How about marmalade? How about marmalade and peanut butter sandwiches on brown bread?
Freshly made mayonnaise.
Have you tried it?
And smoked fish.
If you were ever once a kid, I'm sure you've tried at least once marmalade and peanut butter together.
No. You got to have
huh?
Cheese and dates on bread. That's what I got for school.
Oh yeah, I'm not into dates, so you'll find one there that just I don't like dates, which is fine.
How about Marmite and salt and vinegar chips?
Wrong country.
On sandwiches.
Yeah, wrong country. We don't do Marmite. I know what it is, but we just don't do Marmite, which is actually fine. I'm sure that you probably aren't into some of the things I have for lunches.
How about silkworm cocoons deep fried with chili and some coriander?
Where are you from?
There is limits. Insect parts is one of those limits. Yeah, no.
Yeah, but where are you from that you eat all of this stuff?
Yes, I will. Don't mind exposing those.
Silkworm cocoons? So good.
Where do you find that?
Insect larvae, bugs, cockroaches.
China.
All right.
Yeah, my favorite dish is silkworm cocoons with
If there was ever a time of food if there was ever a time of food desperation, don't sit next to me.
Have you ever had feathered eggs?
What?
Feathered eggs.
I had eggs, but I don't know if I've had
What's
feathered
that?
eggs.
What's that?
So they're a stewed chicken's egg, and inside there's a baby chicken.
I'll pass on that.
So good.
What the fuck?
There is there is limitations. I'm in the wrong country for those.
That sounds evil. Yeah.
Some people may enjoy that. I'm
Yeah,
not.
that doesn't sound right, man.
Yeah.
Because
the baby chicken inside? Damn.
Don't knock it. Try it. It's so good.
No way, man.
Well, where he
it's like
stands,
when
it might be great. Where I stand, it's not really common.
What do you mean it might be great?
But I'm not
like
saying it's
a rotten egg.
wrong.
It's the same. It's like a rotten egg. It's the same, man. That egg is going to float on the water. No chef is going to serve that.
Yeah, man. This sounds, oh my god.
How do you test if the egg is eatable or not before you crack the egg? You put it in the bowl with water. If it sinks, it's fresh. If it floats, it's not fresh. No chef is going to serve that.
Depends what you mean by sink. Most eggs, even when they're fresh, will sit just at the surface, with just every bit of it breaking the surface because of the little bubble inside. But you're right, some eggs have a smaller bubble and they will drop below the surface.
Yeah, and you got to watch it when the egg changes its tilt. If it's at the wrong angle, then you've got a rotten one. Even if it's yeah.
I've came to the conclusion that because of course all my eggs are natural from hens out in the hen house out here. I always split them in a little bowl separate before I put them into the dish, just in case.
And do you do blowed eggs for Christmas?
I've made eggs every way from Sunday.
No, I mean you put a pin in the end and you blow the egg out and you can paint them.
Oh, Easter eggs. Yeah, we did that when the kid was young.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I did it a little differently to make it less mess. I used my vacuum pump to pull the egg out of the shell.
What then?
Yeah, I just had put the pinhole on the top of it like you did. But I had a little fixture with a pin on the top of it, and when you push the egg out, shoved that pin in, the pin was hollow. And it would suck the egg out in, Just pull it out so it risks breaking the shell as least as possible. I'm in a lab, so it's like, how do we do Christmas decorations and Easter decorations with the gear in the room? Okay, son, let's see. We're using the vacuum pump today to make eggs. Teaches the kid about thermodynamics and how stuff works.
What about the
And how to
Columbus?
learn why the eggs float. It actually can teach them that, why they float.
What about the Columbus? I'm sure you guys have heard about the Columbus egg. The idea that Columbus had that the strongest man couldn't crack an egg in a certain position, no matter how much force you apply to it.
If you got smooth equal force at the ends, it can take 300-400 pounds of force. If you got a decent egg,
yeah,
and like not something malformed or lumps on the shell, but if you got a decently smooth egg and you put it vertically and you pat it so the very tip stays pressed on, but kind of the whole end of it about third diameter of the egg, it will handle an amazing amount of force. Some eggs will handle 300-400 pounds. Yes, my son and I tried that using a load scale. All this little stuff you can buy off eBay cheap, these tools. God love eBay.
Good to be on the other end of eBay, wouldn't it?
I've been on the other end a few times. You had things I didn't want, so I sold them on eBay and bought things I wanted. Sure, eBay made half the profit, but I got something I wanted.
So, what do you think Elon Musk's motive is for buying Twitter for $44 billion?
Because the Tesla stocks are literally built on inflation. Transferring it over to Twitter, even if you lost $100 billion in the stocks on the value of Tesla, is still a win-win for Elon Musk, because that $40 billion is solid, relatively solid compared to the Tesla stocks. All it takes is one burp from China, and a few elements not able to be gotten, like the batteries. Your Tesla cars are pretty much paperweights. For that matter, in 20 years, lithium batteries are going to double or triple in value anyways. Everyone's going to want to go to lead acid if they're going to go electric. Lead's common.
Hell, on the
Might
social
get you
media
half the range, but it's also half the price. It's twice as heavy, but it's half the price and half the range. So yeah, you got flaws and you got benefits. And any dummy with a half-inch wrench can change the batteries.
But it's also really good for the stability and the low center of gravity for the car as well. That's why the crash tests are just like phenomenal. It's the best.
Yeah. And that's why Tesla's put the battery in the bottom. Helps with the stability.
Not sure about the radiation that you get from it. I haven't looked into
There's
that.
nothing. No, there's no radiation. I can tell you that for a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, they've come a long way with back in the day. I bought my first Alcatel phone, and oh my god, talked on the phone for too long, and I had a headache for a whole week. It was so bad.
Yeah, well, 5G is basically about 2 orders of magnitude less signal strength. So 5G is actually beneficial in the fact that the radiation, if you want to call it that, aka the EM emissions, is much lower on the 5G phones because it does not require near the power to transmit the data as it does with 4, 3, 2, whatever.
So why are people?
And there's more channels to the data, and it's also
So why
a
are
wider
people
spectrum.
making wider spectrum? Why are people making so much hoo-ha over the 5G then?
Because they don't understand how it works. That's all it is. It's just lack of education on the technology. But personally speaking, as an RF nut, got ham rigs, I have to deal with your guys' phones interfering with my gear all the time. And I can tell you, I'd rather you walk in here with a 5G phone than anything else. Because at least I can shield against that. Because it's weak enough. You can walk right up to my RF preamp and I won't pick it up.
Yes, like my friend in China, he said, no one uses Wi-Fi anymore at all.
Yeah, it's useless.
Right? They don't need. They just use the 5G everywhere.
Yeah, so it works.
People just get too paranoid, eh?
Yeah. See, the higher the frequency, the less penetration capability there is. That's why 5G gets more localized as you go. You know what I mean? So, in a sense, for the ones that are conspiring that, oh, you're blowing our brains up, radiating us, all that crap, that's the old system. You know what I mean? Like if you stood behind, if you stood 10 feet from my antenna and I keyed the mic, your phone is gone. Because it's fairly low frequency with respect to what the phone operates at. It's low enough and powerful enough to fry the electronics. It'll fry the communication section is what it fries.
What's the medium that the 5G frequency goes through?
Huh?
What's the medium that the 5G frequency travels through?
There is no medium that it has to travel through because it's EM radiation. Electromagnetic, not ionizing. Electromagnetic. It's basically low frequency light. You know what I mean? That's basically what it is. It's low frequency light. That's what EM radiation is. Light is EM radiation, just at high frequency in the terahertz.
So are we able to see? Are we able to like Are we able to visualize to see this frequency?
If you have some kind of device that can pick it up.
That'd be really cool. Like it'd be really cool to have a device where you could like just travel around and see all the frequencies, like the Wi-Fi frequencies and the FM radio. And just,
it's called a spectrum analyzer. It's called a spectrum
can
analyzer.
Really?
$300 on eBay, you can buy a really nice spectrum analyzer.
And you could see, like, you could point it above someone's house and you could see like a bubble of Wi-Fi.
It don't look that way, but it will detect and tell you where it's coming from. A directional one. You have to get one with directional antennas.
It'd be really cool if there was a device where you could actually see like all the frequencies around you. That'd be cool.
Well, the display will tell you basically what frequencies you're picking up. And if you focus in on specific frequencies, you can pick up where they're coming from.
What do you think?
I use one here when I had a problem with my ham radio. I use one. And I'd walk around the property looking for the interference. And just now I find this beautiful LED grow light that kind of works, but when you check it, it's right full of noise coming right back out of its power cord and interfering with everything.
Have you got any predictions? Have you got any predictions for the future? Like what's the next thing? Besides, like after the mobile phone, the touch screen, like smartphone, would it be the Apple Glass?
Well, China's already working with glass displays. They've already got glass displays in China.
So is it like
preliminary, but they exist.
It's still something that has to be connected to your phone though to work, right?
It doesn't have to be connected to any phone because the device itself could be the communications device. It'd be a replacement for the phone.
So people will just be like,
it's effectively a transparent.
Basically, so people will just be throwing their phones in the rubbish at Christmas because they'll be wearing these spectacles. They do all the same thing, eh?
Most people won't be doing that because they wouldn't be able to afford to do that. They're going to wear out their phone or at least use it for a while before they drop it. You know that. Not to mention that all the stuff that's on the phone, they're going to want to transfer. You know, they can give their phone to their offspring, son or daughter, and let them use it out because it becomes a cheap secondhand phone or cheaper way of giving them a device. You know what I mean?
Battery life will be a
Phones won't go
problem.
straight in the trash when new tech comes out. It usually takes a while. Look at me, I'm still using a microphone from the 90s. So come on.
Serious?
And my preamp has vacuum tubes. So come on.
Wow.
Oh, don't fix it.
But as for the non-repairability of those things, the basically the new law form will be is that you're paying full taxes on them up front to get them. They're going to be taxed to high heavens because they're completely unrepairable and all embodied energy, and it will be lost along with all metals because you wouldn't be able to take it back apart. So if you get one of these, it's going to be double the price of a regular phone or 3 times because they will tax it according to the fact that it will be basically, there's no way of getting anything back out of it. So it's metals permanently lost. Metals are also limited, especially gold, platinums, lithiums. So that will be a thing that will cause phones to stick around. This device will be much more expensive. Just the manufacturing process will make it more expensive. But it would be cute. I would love to hold one. I'd love to try one out. Even if I can't buy it.
Have you looked into that device that it can fly? It's like a drone, and it's powered by ions.
So far, I've seen no confirming technology to prove that can actually work the way they plan. But you're talking about the EM drive.
It's a ion driven drone.
Yeah, EM drive. Yeah, EM drive, ion drive. Yeah. It's worded a little different depending on who you're talking to. But yeah, same idea.
I reckon if they keep working on that technology, that I think they're on the right path, for levitation.
It'd be useful for low thrust energy or low thrust in space flight. It won't be used for manned flight or in an atmosphere, but it will be very good for space flight because satellites only need that extra little kick once in a while just to keep them from their orbits from decaying. So that low thrust would be beautiful for that. And it gives it much easier to not have to time it so precise to keep you from overshooting because it is so low thrust. You can turn it on for 10 minutes or an hour. And that's much lighter to send into space. Yeah, I can see it winning there. Thrusters are heavy. Count the volatile fuel you have to take up, which is a one-trip material.
Hey, God 420. What do you think of the idea that space is fake and gay?
Fake and gay. G-A-Y, gay.
Yeah, not like, I mean, maybe gay isn't happy or something, whatever.
Drop my mic.
Space can't be fake.
It was made in the 90s.
So it's definitely gay. Not fake and gay. Poor joke. Anyway, like so we're convinced that space is real. As in space between like distant, like from me and that building, or as in what does space mean? Because space between me and a building.
I'm convinced that there's a medium that we haven't discovered yet.
You're asking me what I think space is?
God, space, it's a
large low pressure zone between bodies. That's
space
all.
is a Cartesian system.
Space is just a low pressure zone between celestial bodies, such as planets, stars, moons.
What would we?
No, it's a Cartesian system. It has a length.
How would we? Can I ask a question? How can we distinguish, like, let's say, space between me and an object here on Earth, and the broader concept of what space is as regards to a low pressure area. Like, how do we determine? Like, how can we define the difference between those terms?
Well, one is the absence of air.
Or you could say actually it's the absence of gas pressure between you and point B. And that would be the space. It basically is, you aren't breathing in between you and the space and the next guy over if you're trying to travel through space.
But it doesn't mean that there's nothing there.
Right. It's just a low pressure. That's why I said low pressure zone. I know better than use anything but that word.
Well, I think percentage knows all about spacity.
So I just think, like, when we say, like, space, like there's an obviously, like, space between me and an object exists, but then, like, I'm just trying to think of, like, how to determine, like, the difference between, like, what people refer to as space between two objects versus the outer, I guess outer space would cover it really, but even then it's a bit of a misnomer.
No, it's kind of like frog and frog. One comes from France and one comes from a lake.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But I think you'd have to determine the setting. Like, are you in an English bar, or are you, somewhere else? But I just think, like,
sorry, on you.
No, go on, brother.
Hey, don't forget the nice brightly colored frogs that live in trees. You know what I mean?
I was just going to say,
if you can translate them.
I was just going to say, if you take, for example, right, what a lot of these flat earthers, especially like Nathan Oakley, right, who say space is fake, it's not a real place, it's somewhere you can't go, right? But yet he says you need a container to hold in the air, right? But you would only need the container if there was nothing else after the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah? So if there's a container, what's on the other side of the container? Well, if there's nothing there, well, is that not space?
And I think the argument, though, is more space isn't what we are told it is. I don't think they're saying the stars aren't in space. It's just we don't know what's there, and what we are told by NASA, for example, as to what's out there and what it's made of isn't true. I think that's what they mean when they say space is fake.
But the thing is, whatever space is, right, our knowledge of it, like, it's just the same with the ocean. Our knowledge of it will expand over time and as more research is done. Yeah. So, the explanation that we have at the moment is the explanation that can be given to the best of our knowledge. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. But according to flat earthers, it's best we don't have an explanation as opposed to having a best guess.
Well, hold
How
on.
could we possibly know? How could we possibly know what happens? I mean, even a mere 200 kilometers above the surface of the Earth.
Well, hold on. Right. let me, Jeremy, let me nip that in the bud. Like, when you say, like,
it's too early, Jeremy.
When it's our knowledge, right? It's like, it's not really our knowledge, in the sense that, like, there's only an exclusive group of people that would have firsthand experience with any of that information. So it's not really like our.
But they share that information with us. I mean, that's we tend to live vicariously through people.
Right, but
like Issa, things you know about your grandmother when she was a kid, you hold that as part of your knowledge base. But you weren't there to experience it. Your grandmother told you this is what happened to me as a kid, and you believe her, you trust her. I mean, there's nothing weird about doing that.
If that's the case, how come a lot of the time you have to wait 50 years for the Freedom of Information Act to kick in before you can ask for something from the catalogue?
Yeah, no one would be doubting.
You gotta ask your local government about that. That's something.
No one would be doubting NASA if they didn't give us reasons to doubt. And I would like the gentleman that keeps misrepresenting Nathan Oakley, even though I'm not defending Nathan Oakley and what he says. Every day he said the same thing and misrepresented Nathan Oakley. And when you confronted him and kind of gave him the explanation, he just breezed past. Can he either stop misrepresenting Nathan or, like, go
No, there's
over
been
what y'all said?
There's been many occasions where I've heard Nathan Oakley clearly state, right, that space is fake and it's a medium that you cannot go to, right? I'm not misrepresenting him at all, right? He makes a claim that there must be a container, right? So, but he says he doesn't know what it's made of, how big it is, its dimensions, nothing about it, but he says it must be there, right? Now, and he says he doesn't know what's on the other side of the container, right? Well, if there's nothing on the other side of the container, if there is one, then is that not space?
No,
And
he's
if
saying the space.
hold on,
No,
let me
as
finish,
you.
right? Hold on, let me finish, right? And if
Yeah,
there
you're
is
passionate,
something,
man. I love it.
if there is something on the other side of the container, well, why is there any need for the container?
He's saying, right, which is the opposite
Isn't he
of what
saying
you're
that
saying.
gas pressure necessitates a container? That's all he's saying, right?
Yeah, and that the space, the
Let him
distance
answer.
between you. Well, I would like to say
Oh, okay,
something.
go on, brother. Go on.
And the point between you and that container is the space. But what he's saying is space is fake, or I don't even know if he says that anymore. Maybe he does. Is that the way NASA represents it? And I don't know why you have a problem with that. That's his belief. That's what he, says. You're just misrepresenting it every day.
No, because he's talking about the second law of thermodynamics, and he's talking about gas pressure, and he's not claiming to know what's on the other side, but in the relation to our atmosphere here, there must be a container. That's all he's saying.
It's
But
okay.
why does
for it
our
to be
atmosphere
just a minute.
need containment though?
What is wrong with him
Well,
having a belief system that is in that fashion? It's
Hold
not
on.
He's
harming you,
saying
but
he's
his belief
saying
system is
space
not
is
hurting
fake.
you.
He's saying space is fake the way
So
NASA explains it, not that there is no
Exactly.
space. And that's what
So
this
Yeah,
guy
he's
is
just saying.
misrepresenting.
just
Well, let's
because
deal
a
with the
person has a
issue. How about
position
this?
doesn't mean you should insult
Let's
them.
deal with the issue and not the man,
Please.
right? The issue is that
Mhm.
that gas pressure on Earth necessitates a container, right?
Gas pressure, yeah, but not
Okay.
atmospheric
Okay. Well, hold on.
pressure.
We didn't get there yet. First things first. If you want to have pressurized gas, you need a container, right?
Such as the force of gravity?
No, we're talking about if I go to the fucking store and want to buy propane, I have to have a container to put it in, right?
Well, yeah, you got
Yeah.
gas there charged up
Okay,
to 10
great.
bar.
Okay, so we're not in space yet, okay? We're down at the fucking gas station. So my point is that if every time that I need a pressurized, gas, right, then I have to have
Mhm.
containment. So it's a logical deduction, like let's say that on a grander scale, one would need a container to have gas pressure, right? That's a logical
No,
conclusion.
it's
That's a
not a
logical.
logical.
Okay,
It's
Well,
not.
atmospheric pressure. Just a minute, I want to say something here. If I take, we'll say I got a gas cylinder at the store that has 1 bar of pressure in it. It's butane. It's almost empty. It's 1 bar in it. If I take that perfectly sealed butane vessel and I take it into space, I'm not changing the temperature of it. I'm just taking it up outside of the atmosphere. That gauge will read 2 bar.
right, but you have no way of knowing that other than accepting what you've been told about that, right?
Actually, you have a way of knowing that right in your pocket.
I'm just saying you haven't gone up there to test if it's.
Wait. What about what? Tell me about
Well,
this gauge. What are you saying about this gauge?
Why are we gonna go to space to fucking do
If you've
something?
got a vessel, here, I just tried to make this make it kind of simplified, because you don't have to go to space. You know what I mean? You can actually see it even with your modern phones, because your modern phones all have pressure system in there to tell you what the atmospheric pressure is around you.
Yeah, what the
They
weather
all,
is,
Right. This is globe logic. The
the
atmosphere gets
device
thinner as you go up.
measures your
Therefore,
distance
Globe
from the
logic.
ground to the device, and it's doing that using the
logic.
atmospheric pressure.
I'm just trying to establish a point of agreement that, like, real quick before we go out into space testing fucking gas pressure containers. I'm just saying, like, on Earth, I'm just seeing if the ballers will agree, and which obviously you don't, that it's a logical conclusion that if I want gas, like even though I can go to the gas station every day and buy propane and I need a pressurized thing every fucking day, like my grandmother told me, you know what I mean? Our people go to the gas station and use a container to get fucking gas, right? So it like, you know, where do you begin to think that I wouldn't need pressure to contain gas? At what level?
You don't need pressure. Isn't the containment of gas? Gas
Right,
pressure
pressure is the
is just
evidence
when gas particles collide against the container they're in,
great.
and
So
that
if you
measurement tells you the pressure they're under. With the atmosphere, it's very different.
We're not talking about the
We don't
atmosphere.
define.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess you can.
You see,
Go
the
ahead.
pressure inside your gas vessel,
But we are
say your
talking about the
propane tank,
atmosphere.
is caused because there's literally more gas in that propane tank than wants to be in there.
Right.
Because on Earth, if you got an open vessel, the gas pressure at sea level would be 1 bar, aka about 14.5 pounds of pressure, psi.
Okay.
And the reason that it is at sea level is there's that much gas above you.
Okay.
That much weight in gas above you. But if you take that to the top of Mount Everest and you check the pressure there, it's going to be a lot lower atmospheric pressure around
right. But
because you're now in high elevation.
That already, man.
And if you just keep going up, eventually you hit the 0 mark, basically.
Okay.
You're in space.
So,
that's all it is. It's just a gradient from 1 bar to 0.
Oh yeah. We get that.
You can
Issa, what are you trying to say? Yeah.
As long as we stay close to the surface, we're good.
Oh my God, God 420, we get your point, bro. Issa, what are you trying to say?
Shut the fuck up, God 420. It's okay. What do you call it? The idea though is that pressure is evidence of a container, right?
What kind of pressure are we talking about? Atmospheric or gas
pressure?
Just,
like you just said. You said we're measuring the pressure on the container is what indicative of
gas pressure.
The molecule, right. The molecules are bouncing off of a container, and we can tell how many molecules are in there because of pressure, right? So like that's what tells us.
Whoa. Excuse me? I don't know if you can tell how many gas molecules, how many, like if you have a bottle full of helium as a gas.
If you had a known,
I don't know I don't know if you can tell how many helium molecules are in there, but you can tell what the pressure is.
How do
They're telling us gas molecules parts per million at the moon. What are you talking about? Of course you can. You know that.
Well, yep. So like, let's say if you have
you can figure it out, but I don't know if you can figure that out using a pressure gauge to measure the pressure inside a container.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. Oh no. The fact that you're using a pressure gauge is telling you, pursuant to whatever gas you're measuring, let's say, like the amount that would be in there,
how much pressure it's under,
based on the container size that you know. So therefore, the pressure is indicative of where you're right. So like pressure is indicative of
you can work backwards.
So pressure is evidence of containment, is all I'm trying to say. So I just find
gas
it odd.
Pressure,
I would find it odd, right? Like air pressure or something. Like
dude, we heard you 5 times.
No, gas pressure. Gas pressure.
You don't have to keep saying that. We're gonna get to that.
Okay, so like so the point is that all I'm saying is that when you guys jump away from logic, saying that pressure is not indicative of containment, you sound like fucking retards. Just so you know.
Yeah,
but that's the thing, Issa. You hang no. It's my turn to talk, please. That's the thing, Issa. You need to be specific on what kind of pressure you were talking about. There's lots of different types of pressures. You even get magnetic pressures, and that. Let me finish. You even get magnetic pressures, and that doesn't need containment. So you got to specify. That's why I keep saying when you're talking about reading pressure based on how many times the molecules are bouncing off of the cylinder, that's gas pressure. We don't define atmospheric pressure that way. We don't even measure or calculate atmospheric pressure that way. It's a very different kind of pressure.
See, that's one of the two mistakes you made. You're comparing gas pressure with atmospheric pressure that has a pressure gradient, right? You can't do that. That's comparing apples and oranges. Secondly, you're asking us to show you gas pressure without a container while we are here on Earth in a pressurized system. That cannot be done. You know that cannot be done, which is why you ask that question.
Well, no, and it's why
I don't know if they know it can't be done.
Just a minute. We do it every day. You check the pressure in your tires, don't you?
Third party.
You check the pressure in your tires.
Yes, tire
That's measuring
containment
gas pressure inside of a
container.
surrounded by an atmospheric pressure system.
The tire's the container.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right, so you have no means
but
of actually weighing or doing anything
Yeah,
with
but that's
pressure
my point.
outside of a
Inside the
pressurized
pressure
all right,
system,
God for 20. Do you understand the argument? Do you understand why why we're discussing this? According to the flat earthers, atmospheric pressure and gas pressure are exactly the same thing. And in order for us to have atmospheric pressure, we need containment. And if we don't have containment and all of this atmospheric pressure is released into space, that's violating the second law of thermodynamics
and you
and
have no way to test
entropy,
it.
But we understand,
according to
but
the
we,
flat earthers.
Yeah, but
You have no way to
we
test it.
understand gravity as being what's containing the gas to the
No,
surface.
But they don't believe that. They don't believe that.
No,
And
no,
we
but
just see it
to measure
naturally
that
as what it is.
to measure the gas pressure, you're measuring it with a device which is inside a container.
Yeah, but that's you begging the question now, because you already assume that we have a container. Show us the container then.
They went to space, dude. That's crazy.
Every
Show me a
device
place
you measure pressure
Show
with
us the
is
container,
inside
man.
a container.
Show us anywhere you could have gas pressure without.
Oh, you mean
Depends on
the
chicken or
device
the egg.
itself, like a
But
barometer
here's the
or
problem.
something.
The problem for you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
is this,
that's inside a
that we can
container
every
too, isn't it?
every day we can go to the gas station and we use a pressurized container. You have no evidence on this plane of existence. The only place you can take me is into outer space, and nobody fucking even knows what's going on there without relying on somebody else.
Which would be you begging the
Yeah,
question.
no, but
Right.
That's just you being silly because you won't accept any other type of
Yeah,
evidence except for
that's
me.
not us being
Yo,
silly.
please let me talk. Please let me talk. That's just you being silly because you won't accept any other type of evidence except for me doing the impossible, which is taking you into outer space. Like,
No,
get the
show
fuck
us
out of here
any
with
other
that.
way.
That's
Show us
childish.
any other way.
That's
No, we're
real
asking you.
childish.
Yeah, we heard you. Show us
Actually,
any
since
other
we are
way.
in space with the
Now
station.
Hold on. Let Rakia talk. Go, Rakia.
Okay.
The whole point where this comes from is because there's thousands of ways to measure gas pressure. Every time you put it inside of a container, you can measure it. And then y'all come up with this model that is gas pressure, atmospheric pressure, which is a gas. So I don't know why you're saying that, but we can talk about that.
No, the atmosphere is
Yeah,
a
I'm
fluid
almost
because there's
done.
also
I'm almost
liquids
done
in the
from the one
atmosphere.
who complained that we don't let you finish. And that's
My
the
bad,
only
my bad.
time that we measured that without a container. Even your example of the magnetic pressure requires a container. It just says its container is the magnetic field. So everywhere is required a container.
Whoa. What
Yeah,
you
I'd
said
never
is
heard of
very
it.
interesting, Rakia. No, hang
Yeah.
on. But what you said is very interesting. So you feel forces can act as containers. So how come the magnetic force can act as a container, but gravity can't act as a container for our atmosphere? That is pretty interesting.
Never, ever, ever did I say gravity can't act as a container. So why you put words in my
Well,
mouth?
there's your
and
answer then.
I
all that in the
apologize.
argument?
I apologize then. I
I didn't say
apologize.
that. And if
All
you
right.
can
I
prove that
apologize.
and you can replicate that, I'm fine with trusting that. But until then, I don't believe it because it's faith. I don't put my faith there.
Oh, Rakia. There's modern technology too now that we use called solid state pressure transducers.
Mm-hmm.
They do not require a container to measure the pressure around them.
Okay, show it.
Because they are literally a solid state wafer of silicon.
But they're measuring
And when you
something
put
that's in a
pressure-
container, right?
And when the atmospheric pressure around it compresses on them, it changes their character electrical.
But they're
the amount of
measuring
current will
something
pass
that's
through 'em
in a container,
changes.
right? They're measuring something that's in a container. It's just another measuring tool
It's
a
the device that will
That's
tell your phone what altitude it's at. It's the device that measures how far your phone is off the ground.
But it's measuring something that's in a container, right?
No, it ain't. It's measuring the atmosphere outside the phone.
Yeah, which is what we're saying in contention. Just because your phone is inside the container,
Hold on.
So what I
doesn't
mean is you
there's
could be
not a
skydiving on a parachute and it will measure.
Guys, Rocky has not done.
Yeah, look, guys, you got to talk one at a time. Like, if someone is talking, like, you can't overtalk them. If you're going to start overtalking, I'm just going to mute you, right, until the other person's finished. So please don't make my night more difficult.
Dude, I get excited and I'm passionate, but I always go on mute when I'm done, so the smart people can understand when I'm done. Okay, but if you put that phone inside another container that's reading pressure, wouldn't the pressure be read by the phone?
I don't think that's it, Rakia. It's not like something else is in the container. It's that this thing that he's talking about acts as the measurement device and the container at the same time. The
Correct.
stuff is pushing on it like a kind of like a load cell, and it's reading.
Yeah, it is a load.
Acting
It
the
is a load
container
cell,
and
actually.
the measure, like the gauge, at the same time.
Yeah, because particles are hitting against it like it is the container. Yeah, I understand what a pressure cell is. Yeah,
and that's the reason
it's
why you
inside a
asked that
container
question,
and the
Rakia.
particles are hitting against it. Sorry, go ahead.
Right, that's the reason you asked that question, because you're asking for us to show you gas pressure without a container in a pressurized system, which you know cannot be done, right? So you're asking that to be done, and therefore saying, right, gotcha, because you can't do it, therefore the Earth's atmosphere can't be next to the vacuum of space.
No, the fact that you can't do it is why we're questioning it.
Yeah, it's because it's an unfalsifiable claim, really.
It's you can't replicate it. It's weird.
Yeah. But rather flat or round, the gravity of
Yo, guys,
the gravity
Bansol's
is
trying to
what's
get in,
keeping
man.
the pressure here.
That's why I say I don't disprove the gravity, because the Earth could be a flat plane and you could still have gravity.
If you go to this big vacuum in Idaho, that really huge one, all right, and you evacuate it of everything, and you put a massive big, I don't know, lead stainless steel ball, and you suspend it so it's halfway in this vacuum, and you were to introduce, you know, a small amount of gas. I know that colored gas, for argument's sake, bromide or whatever it is, that orangey gas. All right, so yeah, you're going to get some kind of settle, you know, down the bottom, but you know, gas will just go everywhere by its nature. Are you going to observe, because now you have a mass in the middle of this vacuum, right? Right? Can you demonstrate that there will be a bigger buildup, a membrane of thicker gas around this spherical ball to demonstrate that mass will attract gas more so around?
No, because you still have
you're
the
still
force of
on
Earth's
Earth.
gravity within
Yeah.
that vacuum. And the Earth's gravity will be far more superior than the gravitational pull of that lead ball suspending in the vacuum.
But if we did this in space, Bandsaw, then definitely you would see things being attracted to that ball.
Well,
You don't know that.
You can apparently do things like this with a plumb bob next to a mountain, for argument's sake, that apparently pulls a plumb
Yes.
bob off plumb.
Yeah,
right?
but it's so small.
Yeah, of course it's small, but what we're going to do is we're going to introduce, right? We're going to evacuate a vacuum, right? Pretty much with nothing, right? Put some coloured gas in there, that bromide, right? And we only want to see a small difference, not a massive difference, but just a small difference,
Oh.
like a slightly larger
Yeah,
build-up
you would see that.
around the ball. Would we? Well, it's never
I
been demonstrated.
I don't know if you would see a build up around the ball, but you would see these things deviate in the direction kind of towards the ball. You would see there's some sort of movement, some sort of force or attraction.
Right.
Towards
That's
the
what
ball.
you would actually see. That's correct. The larger the ball, the better.
How do y'all know that?
Wouldn't you
Exactly.
expect
Like
that?
it hasn't been done. To say that yes, you would see it is one thing,
Mhm.
right? But it actually hasn't been done.
Yeah, Ben, so
You guys are asking.
You'd expect to be able to measure some type of a membrane separating the atmosphere and space.
What is the claim right now?
Yeah, I'm also confused.
That you can't have gas pressure without a container, which is ridiculous.
Are we still talking about that?
We're talking about Nathan Inkley saying that space is fake, and we got a little bit lost in translation.
Yeah, we
we were talking about how
as
that guy
well?
misrepresents Nathan and what he says, and then now we're on to gas pressure without a container.
And you guys
No,
just
and
gave
never
me a science
misrepresented Nathan whatsoever. Will you stop saying that? and never misrepresented Nathan, because I have been on his show when he has said these things to me directly. So I'm not misrepresenting him whatsoever.
Yeah, he doesn't believe how NASA dictates how they say, you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum. That's why he's saying space is fake the way NASA says it. And you're misrepresenting him. I mean, I'm not defending Nathan. He can defend himself.
Only NASA says
It's
this.
strange that you've done it every day. Every day I've been here for the last 3 or 4 days, you've done it. It's really weird, man. You either have a fascination with Nathan Oakley or you just love misrepresenting people.
I haven't been in here the past.
Let's move on, man, because this is getting too personal.
Right? Because I haven't been
Let's
here
talk
the
about
past
people
3
that
4
aren't
days.
here.
Right?
Let's not
So you're
talk
talking
about
shit
people that aren't here.
again.
No, you bring up a person every day. That's what I'm saying is weird.
I'm not in here every single day. I haven't been in here the past 3 4 days. So how could I be bringing up Nathan Oakley and other people the past 3 4 days? Again, you're just showing everybody you're talking shit and you're a fucking liar.
Yeah, I'll take that bet. That every day you've been in here, you've said that.
Too personal.
Anyway,
I
let's
just
bring it
said
back.
every day I'm in here I do that.
Infidel,
3 4 days. So you're just showing everybody you're a fucking liar.
Infidel, calm down, Tom.
Listen to that guy, man.
Now, Infidel.
We don't want red mics. Calm down, please.
I'll take you off mute in a sec. Now, everyone's got to take a breath, and let's just get back to a conversation. And let's not talk about people that aren't here. Let's go again.
Kumbaya.
Something I hear you guys say.
Prozac.
If I name a name, it'll be because the person's a friend of mine.
Prozac.
And it'll be okay to talk about.
That's what's up.
Y'all have all heard him say it
back
over
to
and over again. Anyway, let's go.
Back to second law of thermodynamics violation caused by atmospheric pressure. So we've
He's just a liar.
Dude, if this guy is able to do this, what is going on here?
Rakia, man, you're the one that started. Honestly.
Are you serious, percentage?
You did, yes.
No,
it was
I
uncalled
didn't.
for. It was uncalled for. His reaction is.
I'm tired of you.
That's fine. You can be tired, but what you did was uncalled for, and he's reacting in an expected way.
Times misrepresenting him.
Yeah.
I just pointed it out.
Prove it. Bring up Nathan Oakley, did I? I never said I didn't.
Prove it. Yeah, the past 3 4 days, him talking about Nathan Oakley. Go ahead.
Rewind.
It's
your claim.
Yeah, which I haven't been in here the past 3 4 days, and I haven't done it every single day.
Let's move on, please.
Hey, Bensor. What's your favorite pizza, Bensor?
It has to have pineapple on it.
Oh, fuck. No way.
Yeah, okay. Anyway,
what does it have to have on it?
Pineapple. Anyway, I've got some points to bring up here that Reckoner would like me to bring up. So just give me 2 seconds and I'll read them out. Earth has a semi-permeable membrane container, multiple, but the magnetosphere is key here, and the electromagnetic nature of everything, Earth dynamo. So the very top scientists will tell you that no one understands gravity. I wish these guys would. Okay, yep, okay then. So a container is necessary. The official theory or claim of Mars losing its atmosphere was losing the magnetosphere, aka container shield, like a force or literally one. There you go. I've read it.
So it's all magnetics.
Well, that's what Reckoner is kind of pointing towards by the looks of things.
I'll also point towards something that I just discovered. It's called a super solid, which also involves magnetics, but also involves how helium turns into a superfluid, then a super solid, which is a solid container controlled by magnetic forces, and that it can act as a solid and let things flow through it frictionless. So wouldn't that be a nice sky barrier?
This superfluid, is this what they refer to as a dark fluid as well, Rakia, or is that something completely different?
Yeah, no, they're referencing dark matter and dark energy as dark liquid, I believe. It's either dark fluid or dark liquid. I can't ever remember. Yeah. But it's basically a frictionless liquid up in space.
Yeah.
Whatever space is.
So there is a barrier.
Cryogenic temperatures, by the way. You
I
forget to
think there's
mention
a barrier, and I think it could be the super solid because that would explain the speeds of the things that are in it, that it's frictionless, but it acts as a solid and can hold back, also hold back other things.
So
And
would
so
you
this,
say that satellites could be moving in this fluid?
I think so.
and so if the stars were in this superfluid, this frictionless superfluid, thus not losing any momentum and this perpetual motion all the time as well. You
Yep.
got these sonar luminaries inside the superfluid.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now that
So the
makes sense.
question
That
is,
makes sense to me, but I don't have any proof of it.
No.
so if that's the case, the question with the satellites is the direction that they're moving, and they say they're spinning around a ball, but really they're just doing the Great Route, yeah?
Just circuiting above.
Well, it's called a trajectory for a reason.
But to be honest, they could be orbiting because if we live in a bubble, the satellites could come over the top of us and appear to orbit, but go underneath us also. If space is a superfluid, we could be in a bubble and there could be orbits as they explain it.
Fuck it. If that's the case, I'd want to put a camera on one to see what's underneath us.
Yeah, that would be cool.
So instead of a dome, Ruckio, like a total bubble is what you're going with there, sort of, yeah.
That's what I've always said. We're just kind of in the middle, and the land goes out to each edge, and there's waters below and waters above.
Yeah.
And then we have the seas and the lakes and all that bounded by the land.
If that's
it
the
makes
case,
sense.
then they really do have satellites in this fluid and it's going under us like a bubble. Like, wouldn't it be cool to, like, they must know a shitload of stuff that
I think
they're
they
not
tell us
sharing.
that, though, like the unknown that they've discovered, how far out they're going. They're just, I do think they tell us these truths. Even in the Big Bang theory, they tell us that superfluid was the fluid that came out of the Big Bang. And before any other mass joined up and made clouds and made, whatever, that it was a superfluid. Interesting, right? You know how they take the real story, the truth, and kind of twist it to their narrative. They even do it with the Big Bang. And Big Bang also uses magnetic.
Let me ask a question. Are the satellites inside of the bubble or outside of the bubble?
Well, what we're saying is they're inside the container. The container is like the liquid barrier, but it's called a super solid. It's a solid state. It's a different state of matter. They're adding to plasma. They're adding to gas and liquid, and this is a new state, and it acts way different than everything else. And it also, they talk about how it would obscure their observations over distance if they're looking through this medium.
So is it like a force field?
No, it's actually matter. It's something they can replicate in the lab. They just came out with they can do it. It was just 1D. Now they got it where it's 2D, like a sheet of paper, but it's a thick sheet where they can study how it acts. It's very interesting. Super solid.
Oh, that's that stuff that's transparent. Oh, I've seen that shit.
Right, it's transparent, and then when it's made up of certain helium, it's blue in nature.
It's blue and you can hold it in your hand and it doesn't weigh anything, but it's solid.
Yeah, so if something like that or that exactly is the sky, then that would explain a lot about our container holding in the pressure, and also how things travel so fast in a frictionless body. They already tell us it's a frictionless body.
Are you talking about blue eyes?
No.
Sky eyes?
No, they might misrepresent it as sky ice or blue ice, and it might be that, right? That might turn into a solid and stay a solid, but there's different states of it. It's brand new, so it's not like they don't even know everything about it. You know what I'm saying? But they are able to replicate it now.
Interesting.
Produce it in a lab.
I did a quick search.
but it start to explain a lot, right? I mean, we have to admit that there are unknowns. And you know, that's where I have a problem where NASA, the same group that tells us everything for the last 60, 70 years, is keeping things from us.
But give it a consideration, the fact that you know, as if, you know, from my point of view, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, for me, globe, round, space up there a few miles above the atmosphere, there's nothing but basically just the low pressure zone of space. For me, you know, satellites have no problem with that because there's nothing to drag on. There's no real amount of gas there to worry about. So they just can do the trajectory every once in a while, just a little bit of a puff from a thruster to keep them from degrading into the atmosphere and going away, which is how they get rid of satellites when they're wore out. They just throw the thrust in reverse and slow them down so they just fall into the atmosphere, burn out.
What are they thrusting on?
It's a limited supply of gas carried on the satellite itself.
But
What
are they thrusting against?
And the releasing of the gas out of the nozzle creates an equal opposite reaction, controlling the speed or trajectory of the satellite.
That's a tough one, but even the super solid doesn't take that away. Like that doesn't. It's a low pressure state material. Also, it's just very low temperature.
Okay, so you're basically labeling what I would call space super solid. That's fine.
Correct.
I can use that word. It don't matter to me. Just
and it's not really me. It's you know, it's scientists coming out now. Yeah. As recent as 2009.
I'm welcome to accept that word, but for me, it's still going to be called space.
Yeah, but why does NASA lie so much?
What's your guys' problem with NASA?
I'm not even concerned about NASA. I don't
you do know NASA is not the only space agency on the planet saying everything that NASA says.
Oh, we didn't know that, man. That's amazing. Yeah, they probably all work together, though. They're working together in space. Why wouldn't they work together to use what they know or keep things, you know, they're not, it's not like they're lying to us. They're just keeping, you know, technology is kept from us a little bit. NASA holds the patents on most of the technology that's being used. Even Tesla and Elon Musk is using NASA's patents right now, right? They just keep it until they can use it. So,
yeah, I'm using one of NASA's patents
I won't disagree with you there, right? I would say that, yeah, there's a lot of these space agencies and companies and stuff that create things and they keep it to themselves for a long time. Nobody's saying that that's not what goes on. But that doesn't make them liars.
Right.
Yeah, but why do they have so much trickery and bullshit?
What do you mean by trickery and bullshit?
Like green screens, blue screens, fucking chroma key, all the technology that they're using to fake it.
Yeah, it does seem they're doing that.
Just a minute.
Why
I
do
know
they
I know
employ
he's
artists
thinking.
to draw space?
No, just a minute.
Why would they
The
do
reason
that?
they're using that, may I say something? The reason I think they use all that stuff is to help it to make a good practice situation for the astronauts. Because the better the practice situation is, like the pull, the better the practice situation, the more you're going to be ready for what you're going to run into.
Yeah, but they're using it on a live feed. They're selling it as a live feed, and if they're faking it on a live feed, that means they're deceiving you. Yeah, that's a little stretch, but
They're
anyway.
passing out this real space. They don't tell us they're using artists, so they're liars.
Yeah, that does make them a deceiver, you know, and you're kind of justifying that. And I understand what you said, but they're promoting it to kids and to adults alike as a live feed, you know, in a studio.
Rakia, you can look at it like this too. Why are they using, like, take for instance just that blue marble thing? Like, why, you know, why would they need that stuff?
I don't know.
If they could just, you know,
just turn around and snap a picture.
You know, if they could do that, like, why do you think that?
I don't know, dude.
No,
I don't get it.
I'm asking Infidel. Like, why would you think that, or do you think that they couldn't? You know what I mean? Do you think that they
Yeah,
couldn't?
but why would they? why would they go to a foreign planet? Like why would they go to the moon and not spend? They've only got a limited supply of energy and battery power and oxygen.
Man.
Why would they go to the
Well,
fucking
no,
moon and
I'm
play
asking.
golf?
Right.
Why
But
would
we're
they
asking
play
why.
golf on the moon, man? What a waste of time that was. Yeah.
Yeah, at least leave a camera. I mean, because the moon's face is all we see, like one face of it forever, placing cameras on that facing the earth, it makes so much sense. Even if it wasn't the same face all the time, even if we just, could place cameras on one part of it and we saw the earth just every now and then, that would be the coolest thing ever. Now, the people say because they don't have the money. Bullcrap, they spend billions on pictures right now and reproducing and faking things for training. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think they can go there. I mean, I just don't think,
But I'm at like infidel, like the ballers, like why do you think they would use like let's say Photoshop instead of and then let people think that's a real picture? Like why do they do that?
Right. So if I take multiple pictures of an object because my camera's too close to the object to take a full picture of it, and then I go back home and I use Photoshop to put the pictures together to create one full image, does that mean the object that I'm showing you is fake? It's not real?
I would demand to see the original. Where's the original footage?
Well, hold on. So but here's my thing: is that why would they need to use Photoshop and stuff like that if they couldn't just take a picture?
But that's what I'm saying. When they said they used Photoshop to create that image of Earth, it was they used Photoshop to piece together the images that they did take.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense either. No,
that doesn't
they're
mean
NASA.
that the Earth is fake.
They're NASA and SpaceX. They're sending
have-
rovers to the moon. I mean, to the moon and Venus and to Mars. You don't think they can turn around? They can send something up there to take a snapshot of Earth where we
They
live?
do that. You guys just don't accept it.
Yeah.
Where
I mean, Himawari 8 takes pictures all the time, but you don't accept that.
Well,
and
is
that's not even a NASA telescope.
Are they
Yeah?
ribbons? Are they ribbons of
Yeah, that's
imagery, or are they
right.
straight up like a?
Himawari isn't NASA. You're right. That has nothing to do with NASA for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, and it takes loads of pictures every single day.
Yeah,
Can
it's
I see
worse,
a
right? Isn't it Japanese?
Can I see a picture that it's taken of Earth? Like, can you post a picture that's taken of Earth? You know what I mean? Or like, post a picture that you deem credible for the shape of the Earth from one of
From
those.
Himawari.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
just-
like not ribbons of imagery one, like one that's just a direct shot.
And I thought Himawari 8 was Japanese and it was a database. It wasn't, like, I understand that pictures are data, but you know what I'm talking about. I guess they have to send it back as data. They're not going up there to collect it.
Yeah, it doesn't actually take a picture, it scans the Earth.
Right, and this is why I'm asking you. So then it converts that scan into something that we consider legible as something to look at. But how is it? Like, do you not think it odd that we just can't have a picture as is from something like that?
Do you remember the old film cameras, like the 8mm and stuff like that?
Do you know about the Hasselblad fucking camera that they allegedly took pictures with wearing pressurized gloves?
Yeah, I've held one in my hand.
That you have to adjust all the everything before you get a perfect picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing to actually click. And the gloves allegedly were pressurized.
They modified the controls of the camera.
Oh, really?
Fair enough.
So that you could
I haven't seen
actually
that
use
before.
it in space.
I haven't heard that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, well, let's see that. Let's see a man with pressurized gloves with the modified camera take a picture under perfect exposure. I mean, it's amazing the pictures they took. I agree with that. That is quite the feat.
And two, a helping thing was getting the atmosphere out of the way. That helps too, giving good pictures.
But you don't need aperture correction for anything else.
Stellar pictures.
Because those pictures are pretty fucking awesome, dude. Mwah.
They were stellar.
Perfect lighting.
It is
No-
analog.
no
it is
glare.
not digital. So the resolution is whatever the emulsion of that film is. And it takes quite large exposures.
Right. Okay. So, but here's the thing: is that why didn't we just like, let's say, or I guess you accept, like, did they take a picture with a camera, Hasselblad, from the moon to Earth?
Yeah, it's called Blue Marble.
And then, isn't there another picture where the moon, where the Earth looks like it's swallowing the moon from like a satellite behind the moon?
Crater shot. You talking about Earthrise?
No, there's Earthrise from when they were on the moon or whatever, but then they have another picture of a satellite or something like that going behind the moon.
I think I know which
And
one
the
you
moon
mean.
and the Earth looks like it's swallowing the moon.
How funny it is that every subject we go into, how quickly we have to go into space to explain things.
Well, it's cool. Like, you know, but my thing is just say with like the ballers, it's like, does any of this like pique your curiosity for someone might be full of shit at all? Like,
It's an appeal
Somebody
to
said film
authority.
emulsion. Somebody said film emulsion.
It's
Does
just an
anybody
appeal
know
to
what
authority
happens to
because
the
you can't do
film?
that yourselves.
Does anybody know what happens to film emulsion under pressure, lack thereof?
yeah, like they couldn't
I
have
would
gotten
just take a wild
film
guess and
back
say
or
it
something.
destroys the images.
Absolutely, it boils into space. There's no way that those pictures that you've seen from the moon were taken on the moon. That
Do you
is
really
a
think?
guarantee. Yep.
Do you really think they're going to use the same piece of film emulsion and that the camera had been set up to deal with the situation of the lack of atmospheric pressure?
I don't think I know 100%
They
because I
are
research
smart
it.
enough to
And
do
I
that.
challenge you to find me anything of how they modified that camera for
Yeah,
the pressure.
and
How
why
about
don't they
taking
just go back
photographs
and
in
do it
vacuum
again and
chambers
take a
with
picture?
Polaroids?
Say
Why don't they
again?
just go do it again?
No, this guy that said that he thinks that it could be done. Say again, what did you say?
How about taking photographs in vacuum chambers with Polaroids?
You have done that?
When I was 19, we did it in college.
In a vacuum. You took a
Yes.
Polaroid camera in a vacuum and you took a picture of it.
And we rigged up a mechanism to press the button remotely. The
Did you
camera
video
only
it?
functioned 3 times because it
I'd
ruined the
like to
battery,
see that, sir.
but it worked.
It cannot
That's
work.
cool.
And I'll
That's cool.
explain to you, no, it's not cool. And I'll explain to you why. As soon as you put that Polaroid in the vacuum, the film emulsion would boil off.
But
You
that's a
guys see
pretty
when it
extraordinary claim that I haven't heard before. Polaroid in a vacuum. Do you have any info or video of it?
I was 20.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
and I'll
good.
ask again. Do you have any info or?
I'm 50.
Very good.
Yeah.
Look,
Okay.
it
So 30
cannot
years
happen
ago,
physically.
I'll ask again. Do you have any video? I mean, it's a real. Like, not many people have done that in the world.
I
You've done it.
don't, because obviously I'm old. I don't keep my stuff from back then. Like
No,
I
you
said,
haven't done it.
Wow.
Either you
I've
have a
had a house
selective
fire since
memory
then.
or
Come
you're
on.
lying, sir. I
Okay.
assure
How do you
you,
know it
you
was
did
vacuum?
not put a camera in a vacuum and take a picture. That I assure you, you did not do.
That's a really good point. I understand any liquid at all boils off in a vacuum,
Yes,
right?
sir. Any liquid
Yes,
whatsoever.
So
that is
any
Yes.
true.
liquid. So anything. Anything
But
at all.
if you stop
Anything.
and think about it
What
for a
are
few
you going to make
minutes,
the film with?
you'll see what
The
was
film is
done
made
to
with
make it work.
some sort of concoction. They say they use the gelatin of a cow, but it's a lot of other stuff too. But what you need to know is it's liquid and it will not work in a vacuum. That is a fact, an undisputed fact.
Yeah, that's amazing. I want to see something on that too. Thank you.
Were they using Polaroids in '69?
They made a special film for more exposures. But like I told you, I did research on it, and there's no weathering on the Hasselblad camera. That's the main Achilles heel, one of them, of the moon. Those pictures cannot have happened in a
Why didn't
vacuum.
they just take Polaroids?
Yeah.
According to this guy. I mean, that's an extraordinary claim.
It was an experiment that only had to last a very short amount of time.
Oh boy.
There is time involved. You can actually do it if you get it done quick enough.
Negative.
How long were they on the moon? How long were they out on the moon? So how much time are we talking about here?
But as for the Hasselblad camera, which was slightly modified for the actual purpose, there's no problem for me because I
Yeah, but
understand if you modify
the
a piece of
problem is they
equipment,
did not modify
you
the
can take
cameras,
it,
sir. Have a
you can
look.
carry it to an environment it would normally survive in, such as, you know, before we had GoPro cases, we would build like a cylinder with a window in the front and mount your camera in that so you could take the camera underwater.
Exactly. You
So
would
you
think
put the
so,
camera
right?
inside of a
You're thinking logically
protective
now.
casing
Yes,
to
I
protect
commend
it
you.
from the atmospheric or their lack of.
Exactly. You're assuming that they weather the camera. You're thinking logically. Correct. I'm with you.
Just like you can't take a human to the moon without a spacesuit.
Exactly. The only problem is they did not do that with the camera.
Yes, they did.
Okay, show me proof. Show me you just made a statement now, right? Back it up.
I'd like
Because
to
I
know.
assure you, in order for me to be telling you
it's going
this,
to be a NASA source.
Excuse me?
He doesn't even have space.
No, all he has to do is just show me the blueprints of how they weathered this camera. It should be readily available, right? Should be a work of art. Show me. I assure you, sir, you will be disappointed, and your moon fantasy will go away if you research the Hasselblad camera. I guarantee you, sir.
I'm so far from not worried.
Anyway, I think also too, we were just trying to get to the idea that could you not agree to the Globers that there's a little bit of finaglery going on, it seems like, in
I would
regards to the space agencies.
I would admit that just like what he said about the Polaroid in in a vacuum, which he can't provide any evidence of. NASA does the same thing, right? They say they take cameras to the moon, and then when we look into it, there's really no good evidence of the blueprints and things like that. Like, it's strange.
Well, I'm not trying to preach to the choir. I'm saying to the gentlemen who don't necessarily, or who accept NASA. You know what I mean? Like, do you think there's the possibility of any kind of quackery going on?
Of course they don't. They believe it all.
Well, let them respond though. I'm just curious what they think.
NASA because they can imagine that they've
Right,
been
but I'm not
fooled.
trying to talk to the choir. I'm trying to hear the opposition in that regard. Like, do you think that there's any room for, something?
Well, what I would say to that is NASA, like any other organization, are full of human beings who are capable of lying and deceit. Yeah. So
Right on,
the
brother.
possibility of NASA lying to us about something is pretty good. Yeah. But does that mean they lie about everything? Well, no.
What would you say
So
if
then
you
how would you
researched
know?
what I just told you about the camera? What would you say and you found out I was right? Would you change? Are you willing to at least look at it?
Sorry, I don't know enough about cameras and things
So
like
I
that to
just in a
make a
simpler way
comment
though.
on that.
But you don't
In a
have to know
simpler
a
way.
lot of stuff.
Okay,
You
right.
don't
But
have.
in a
You just have
simpler
to know
way.
a vacuum and what it does to water and how film works. I mean, it's very simple. This is not rocket science.
Okay, so we agreed that they might be lying a little bit. My question would be, how would you know what they're lying about?
But we don't. That's the thing. I mean, you could say that about your own government. I mean, our government lies to us about certain things.
Yeah, that's why we don't trust them.
But does that mean they lie about everything? No.
No, but that means that's why we don't trust them. That's the whole point. If I lied to you several times, then what I say next, you're not going to trust.
So why
It's
did Ram in
amazing that
space?
you even consider listening to a liar a second time. It's truly amazing, bro.
Not only listen to them, but base your worldview on it. Like,
Right, but don't judge
huge.
these folks.
I'm not judging. I'm saying people do that. Like, they base their entire worldview on known people who they would admit have lied to them in the past. It's strange.
Right,
And lie to them every day now. Their government, they know that. They admit that. It's amazing. It's amazing.
So like infidel. I mean, unless you guys want to keep talking about it, go on.
Well, I would mention one thing, that propaganda now is legal, and they do it under the guise of national security and for the best interest of the country and things like that. But it's still lying nonetheless. Propaganda is just a nice way of saying we're lying to you, and you can't do anything about it. Thanks for playing. Send us your money. I mean, think about that. What other company, right, or entity, which leave no doubt in the U.S. it's a company, would you send your money to willingly that lies to you and tells you they're lying to you, and is very wasteful, and is in more debt than even you? Can't, like, they can't even control their own debt. It's beyond me.
You know what's funny? Not only do they trust them, Rakia, but they fight for them. It's like the classical case of Stockholm syndrome. That's why I came up with a thing, Stockholmed. You're Stockholmed. There's no doubt about it. You're fighting for your captors.
So if the government came out tomorrow, right, and said, you know, aliens are real, they've been visiting Earth for years on end, and yet we lied to you before and didn't tell you about it, but here's the reason why we lied about it, because we didn't want to create mass hysteria and panic amongst the general public. Would that not be a good reason for lying to the general public about it?
Well, that's part of the Stockholm syndrome. You make excuses of why your captors lies for you. You are a classical case. You just did it right after I told you about the Stockholm syndrome, bro. You got it bad. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't want to, but that's just what it is, bro.
So aliens were here 40, 50 years ago, and the government know that if they admit this and tell people this, it'll cause mass hysteria, riots, and, you know, God knows what else, yeah? And thousands of people are going to lose their lives, and it's going to change the world forever. You would rather they do that than keep the secret and stop all these people from dying, and, you know...
You know how many people died in war this year?
Yeah. Would you?
You know how many riots we had? You know how many people died in riots? You know how many people are dying because of the lies of the government right now? And I'll give you an example. My dad died of a lie of the government. What about tobacco? What about asbestosis? What about lead? What about wars? What about all the other lies that cost people their lives right now? The medical industry, the oil-based medical industry that is propagated by the agenda of the government and all the money it's changing hands. You don't think they don't know? They know, man.
Absolutely. You know what else? You know what is the biggest lie? They have convinced him that they're doing stuff for his own benefit. They have convinced him that they're lying to protect him. You see, the alien thing, it's classical Stockholm syndrome. It doesn't get better than that, man. You believe in your captor. I mean, it's textbook 101 Stockholm.
But do you know why I know the government work in a way that is best for the general public? Maybe not me personally, but they work for the good of the general public. Is because the people that are in the government are rich people, right? They're people with a lot of money, yeah? And what do they want? They want more money, yeah? And they want to stay rich and powerful. Now, if they work against the general public, then the general public are not going to stand for it, yeah? And then they will lose their position, they will lose their power, and they will lose their money, yeah?
If they work against big business, they would lose the money and not make the money. They make all their money when they go into politics. Most of them are poor or in debt. When they come out, they're multi-millionaires because they go along with big business and the lobbyists. They get kickbacks, they get deals, they get insider trading. Insider trading for politicians is legal now. So they come out multi-millionaires because they write the laws that are going to promote, they know is going to promote this company, and they invest in those companies and they make millions. It's a wrap, man. It's a fleece. And then they got you and I out here working our hands to the grindstone and just bleeding every day for them and sending half our money to them. If you don't think it's half, then start adding up all the property taxes and sales tax and income tax that you pay. Half your labor goes towards these people that are fleecing you, lying to you, using propaganda against you. on a daily basis. It has gotten to the point where it's laughable, and when people defend that, man, I lose hope.
Okay, so you're saying the government lies to us. We shouldn't believe them. We shouldn't trust them. So what's your solution to this then? We should have an uprising and overthrow our governments?
I don't believe in war, or if uprising is going to be violent. No, I don't believe in violence. I believe in peace.
Way to start.
I believe
propaganda illegal again.
I believe in starting little by little. Hang on, you asked. I believe in starting what you can do. Now, what I do in my community and what I do with my family and me as an individual, I hope I'm doing as much as I can. I fight against the government and all their laws and all their regulations, and I try and inform people with the truth and let them make their own decision on what they should do. But as individuals, you feel powerless. But when you do everything together and do the right thing, truth, peace, love, then this world would change. The government would have nowhere to go. But it starts with truth. You can't base your whole existence on propaganda and deception and just go along with it.
A good start would be not defending the government that you're doing now. That would be number one, in my opinion. Number two, realize that you've been lied to. And number three, the only hope we have for peaceful transition is you have to lobby your government to get rid of the lobby system, the people that lobby your government, because right now your government is controlled by big business through the lobby system. That would be a place to start.
They set limits on the amount of money that big business can give people. But then there's all types of loopholes. You know how the system works. I mean, you're even agreeing with it. It's a broken system, and if no one really stands up and we just keep going the way we are, you see which direction we're headed. I mean, you would have to be with your head in the sand if you don't see the direction that we're headed.
Yeah, how they fight those loopholes is they get a lot of employees to donate. One person has a limit, but they get around it. They can get like 10, 20, 30 people to donate. They have their tricks.
I'm not saying the system's perfect, right? And yeah, it probably does need a lot of work. And there's probably a lot of people that are in the government that are doing a lot of shady shit. But that doesn't mean the government as a whole are working against the people.
Donate to global warming.
He's uninformed.
He just can't. He's too far deep in. No disrespect, bro, but you're fully Stockholmed.
Well, here's the sense. I think there are good people that fight against the oppression. They're not all evil, but those people they can get disappeared.
My local government in my small city rose up against the state and rose up against the federal government and said, we're tired of it. We're going to become our own city. We're going to take care of our own fire department, police department, roads. And, it's run by good moral people. And we've had a great experience over the last several years. So I think that's a start.
Yeah, but how long is that going to last before immoral people start to influence?
Dude, I mean, you're negative about everything. I'm telling you a way. You asked for a way. I'm telling you ways that are working right now that I'm involved in. This is a community I'm a part of. We were tired of the federal government doing what they were doing, even the state, right? Because they're run by the federal government. You think the states are individual states anymore? They're not. So we broke off. We became our own city called Central City. And we run our own fire departments, which used to be volunteer because the federal government wouldn't give us enough money. And our own police department. And we're fine. Our roads are better. Our schools are better. Our police is better. Our fire's better. Because there's not as much waste. There's not as much political influence. When an outside source tries to come in and bully us, we say, we don't need you. We got our own money, man. The people of this community want to help the community, so they invest in it. I mean, there's, we have more money than we ever had because people are proud of their community. It's cleaner, it's safer. We're developing more. People want to live there more, so we're getting more money brought in. That's how it should be. But the government has gotten so big and so far reached and so corrupt that the people suffer. I mean, there's people living under bridges right now in your community. You think the government can't not buy one bomb and put those people in help them out? You're
Your
just
government
you got
does not
blinders on.
care.
You don't see it.
Sorry, Ricky. I was just gonna say your government does not care one iota about you. The sooner you realize that, the better off you're gonna be, bro. They don't care. It's like, does a farmer care about his sheep individually? No.
So Rakia,
Yeah.
are you guys saving money on your your taxes that you used to pay to run your bits and bobs there, or are you using what you used to pay the state or the federal and pulling that money together, and now you guys are now responsible for where that money gets spent? So now you guys have
It's a
more
little both.
accountability. Yeah.
Right. But we have more control of the money, but we still have to there's some organizations like FEMA. There's several organizations that you can't get around. They have a freaking stronghold, dude, on all these communities. And but as far as even just the water department, the water and sewage, we were paying like out the nose for things, and now we don't have to do that. As long as we meet EPA standards, we can do whatever we need to, and it's not hard. I mean, and we're using people in our community also. Instead of outsourcing, because when the state had control of it, guess who was getting those contracts, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Brother-in-law from maybe a different state was getting the contract to come in there and take care of our road or our sewer system or drainage or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man. And overcharging and kickbacking and all that. We got rid of all that waste, and we have a tighter a grip on things. So we have more control of oversight. So our oversight committee of our water department, there's not going to be corruption because A looks after B and B looks over the shoulder of C, and C comes back and does an audit on that. I mean, it's very, easy to do.
Yeah. And the fact that you've got local people now fulfilling those contracts, they've got a vested interest in their community, and they've got more pride in their job. And it just snowballs, doesn't it? It literally just snowballs.
If you have to sit next to the guy in church that drove on the road that you did, well, I promise you're going to make that road better. And if you live in that community, you want that road to be better anyway. But you're going to hear about it, right? You're going to hear about it at the council meeting if you, wasted money or whatever. Hey, Joe, and it's not like who's in charge of this and you can't get a hold of anybody in the bureaucracy of things. No, it's like, hey, Joe, what the frick are you doing, man?
That's right.
I mean, seriously. At the soccer game. You understand what I'm saying?
I would say, that's good, and that's all well and good, and probably works really well on a small scale. But you even said yourself, right, that the city's expanding and developing, and more people want to come and live there, right? And I mean, that's how the whole United States of America started. Started a small group of people living there. More and more people wanted to live there, so they moved there. Yeah. And it expands and it gets bigger. And the bigger it gets, the more deceit and corruption you have. Yeah. So there's going to come a point in time where your city's going to get big enough that everything you worked so hard to keep good will eventually get spoiled.
No, that's your negative mindset. We put in rules and regulations as a community that take away the outside source. America went down when they started letting the federal government tell each state what to do. And now the federal government runs everything tooth and nail. We gave too much power to people who don't have any influence over their community. And that's what I'm saying is wrong. That's why our community broke off from that. We're going against what you're saying. The problems that you're saying as a negative, I agree with. But you have to go against that. You have to start small and have each individual county, city, state take care of their own business.
How was it in the beginning? Did it start off okay?
Yeah, it's been great.
I mean, they generally don't like breakaway societies. Like, I think Waco might be an example.
No, you're thinking about something totally different. We're talking about doing it legal. Like, we became our own city instead of being part of a bigger city. We became a part of it, you know, our own city, like a smaller community.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
So we didn't have to go under their council.
How many examples, other than your little?
Oh, many are doing it now. Many
Yeah,
that they saw.
yeah.
And I don't even know if we were the first, to be honest. We might have copycatted, but I own property in other cities that have done the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, some are doing, you know, some do it better than others. I tell you, one of the biggest things that I sat on the board for a community, and it was development. You know, I sat on the board of property development, basically. And they were fighting to get Bass Pro to come in. You know, thinking that Bass Pro and people like Bass Pro and Walmart and all that are great for the communities.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm here to tell you that they're not. Because what happens is, and you can go research this too, I didn't realize it about Walmart as much, but now I kind of see it because I dealt with Bass Pro. They come in and they demand all these tax incentives to come into your city. So, you know, each city is fighting for Bass Pro to come to their area. So they're saying, okay, we'll give you 0% sales tax for 15 years, whatever it may be, to incentivize Bass Pro to move into their city. And, you know, Joe Thibodeau is going to donate the land, right? And such construction company is going to do your construction at a cut rate because we're giving them tax breaks to help you out. And then before you know it, Bass Pro is in your city. And then, you know, you're not making any money off of them for a long time. And like Walmart, what they'll do is when their tax incentive breaks run out, they'll just leave that empty building there and go build somewhere else.
Yeah.
So the city actually made no tax dollars off of, you know, their roads got used, you know, everything got used, all the delivery truck, everything got used, you know, the roads, the sewage, the blah, blah, blah. And the city didn't make any money off of it.
No, and they're paying for it now, aren't they?
Man, they are really regretting it. You can go research. Walmart is really in the limelight, but it's a lot of the big companies like that. But you can go research Walmart, how all these cities are really pissed and filing, you know, lawsuits and stuff.
Yep, that's what I said before.
Right? Because, hold on.
No, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Years ago, I worked for in customer services for a telephone company called BT Cellnet, right? Who are now O2. Right now, the building that we worked in, right? The local council gave them the first 3 years rent free, yeah, to entice them to bring the call center to our town, yeah, because we were a small town. The local council had to do something to try and promote growth and employment within the area. So yeah, it brought in a lot of employment. And yet, like you said, once their term was up, they only spent 5 years there. So they only paid 2 years worth of rent on that building. But as a consequence to them turning up, other businesses came to the area, yeah, because other people moved to the area for that and to work in that call center. And because these other people moved to the area, the demand that the general public had encouraged other businesses to come to the area. So although that initial giving them 3 years rent free might look like a bad thing, but sometimes it works out because other businesses do turn up and it does promote growth.
I agree. It can work. I mean, it's worked in the past. It's probably going to work in the future, but it's also not as cut and dry as people see it. Like, it's not always the glory, right?
Yeah,
I'll give you an example. Yeah.
I'm not saying it works every time, you know. It could be a bad thing and completely ruin towns. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot
It
like
depends
the
what business
Walmart
comes in. Like in this case, it was a call center. But let's say a Walmart came in. How many
Home
moms and
Depot.
pops do you think would have shut down? The local butcher, the local farmer,
all
a
of
lot of
them.
that stuff.
All of them. Yeah. Home Depot, same thing. All the hardware stores have to close.
Yep.
And the employment, you know, actually they say, oh, Home Depot's, you know, brought all these jobs. Yeah, but what about all the jobs that were lost because of it? It's a fine line, but you know, they promote it as this high and mighty great thing, and it's not always the case. But you know, I don't have all the answers. I'm just saying you have to get back to the morality of things, you know, like doing the right thing, telling the truth, you know, like you know, I don't know, like getting back to the community. I mean, there's people that live in a community and, you know, they might live in a city and they really don't, you know, ever touch grass with their feet or make good, you know, they hate their neighbors, you know, type thing. And I don't think that's a country I don't think that's the way this country was meant to be. But
It's big business. You have to realize big business runs our lives right now through the lobby system, because the senators and the congressmen, they have to raise money as soon as they get voted. Their number one thing is not thinking about you. Is thinking about how to raise the next 5 million for their campaign for 4 years down the road. And the big businesses know that. So this is how they control the country. Big business is running your lives, not the people that you elected into power.
And not only raising money for their campaigns, SC, it's promised places after politics, you know, positions on boards and this sort of thing that they're enticed with.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, like perfect example, Bandy. I gotta cut you off for this one. Sorry. Was some sort of chancellor in Germany that was in charge of some sort of humanitarian UN thing or something big, right? As soon as he retired, who hired him? The Russians for the oil company. That's what they do, man. They get the politicians and they hire them after. Yeah.
Exactly
It's scary.
right.
Yeah.
It's a rort within a rort. Like it's a beast. It's literally a beast in itself.
We've seen a lot of this in politics, especially. They'll take a politician and, you know, hey man, pass this bill to help us get this contracts. And then after that guy, you know, doesn't win his feet or retires from being a politician, he'll go be a consultant for that company. It's conflict of interest after conflict of interest built on conflict of interest. It's really gotten out of hand, and it's so big now. It's so out of hand that I don't even think they know how to correct it. Right? Like it's a monster.
Yep, out of control. Imagine now the politician gets hired by an oil company and he goes to the boys that he was working with for 20 years and he says, hey, Rakia, you might not vote on this bill. That's how they do it, man. That's how they do it.
Yeah. Come stay at my condo in Costa Rica. We'll go fishing and talk about it. I mean, that's it's gotten way out of now. I live in a corrupt, you know, it's always been corrupt. New Orleans, you know, you look into history, even through like the JFK, every bad thing that's ever happened in this country basically was run out of New Orleans. And it's bad. We had a governor here, Governor Edwards, which I've met on several occasions with my dad, and him and the warden at our big prison here, Burl Kane was his name, were best buddies, played cards all the time. They were as shady as it gets. I'm talking about like this is where the land deal came out of, where if you buy land and some of it is deemed wetlands by guess who, right? The governor, then guess who you got to buy land from? His brother-in-law bought up all the reserved land, right?
I'm sure that's just a coincidence.
Bro, it goes deeper than that. It is just billions and billions of dollars funneled into certain people's pockets, and then if you're not sharing the wealth, then that's how we get to the point we are now. I mean, they're taking all the money from the little guy and putting it into the pockets of the very few, and then here we are.
Exactly
voila.
that.
Why should we act surprised?
And then we have apologists like Infidel, no disrespect, that they're the grease of the system. They just keep the system going. Why would our government lie to us? Why?
Why would they not lie?
Yeah,
Exactly.
of course they're going to lie. They've gotten away with it for so long now, too. It's become easier and easier. They're not even hiding it anymore, fellas. I mean, they're not even trying to hide it. You got hit. Yeah.
I never said the government doesn't lie, right? I never said the government doesn't lie, right? So don't put that on me.
Yeah.
Why do you trust them then?
Yeah, why do you trust a liar?
If they lie to you, then there's a reason that they lied to you.
Okay, so you're saying that every time they
know that reason doesn't mean that,
Maybe it's time to take a look at the way you view that. Like I'm not questioning what you view or why you view it, but that sounds really off to me, and maybe it's time to take another look at it and rethink it.
Yeah, Infidel, is there any other options as to why they would lie? Like,
it depends what they're lying about.
Like one of the examples you brought up, Infidel, was like aliens, right? I was away from the mic, but I wanted to pipe in. Like, I could understand them wanting to lie to us about aliens, for argument's sake. Well, why would you even presume that if there were aliens, that aliens would actually be bad? Why is that presumption gone with that?
Good point, Bandy.
Why would we assume aliens would be bad?
Yeah, why would you presume if there were aliens, right, and the government would have to lie to us about aliens? Because your example was like they may be lying to us about aliens, and if people found out about aliens, right, there would be just carnage in the streets, raping and pillaging and burning down of cities type of thing if they found out there were going to be aliens. Well, why are you even under the presumption that aliens are bad and would be here to hurt us in the first place?
But no, I never said the aliens were bad, right? I mean, the further back in time you go, the more and more religious society was, yeah? So even if you go back 50, 60 years, right, and tell them then, right, then, this goes against a lot of religious belief, yeah? And they're not going to be happy. I mean, the vast majority of wars on this planet have been caused by religion. Yeah, so if you tell them
they use religion as a pretext. It's about resources. It's about resources and land.
Religious beliefs, and yeah, you've got another.
The wars that you think,
holy war.
Bro, listen. The wars that you think have started because of religion, that's not true. All wars are to expand empires and for resources. Yeah. You have this, I want it. They just use religion as a pretext.
I think I jumped.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that, SC. I think SC's spot on there.
Yeah, they make us fight each other. It's very simple. Take, for example, World War II, when the States wanted to invade Germany, right? The Americans didn't want to fight the Germans. They had no beef against the Germans. So what did they do? Propaganda. Posters of Germans beating up babies and how bad they are and this. I'm not saying they were good, they did a good thing. I'm just saying how they use propaganda against you.
Yeah, to get us into the war. And then Pearl Harbor, this, that, and the third.
Another example, Iraq. Remember Iraq? Americans didn't want to go and fight in there, and rightly so. What did they do? They got the ambassador of the America from Iraq, the daughter. They made a big thing. Remember the incubator story? Where they falsely accused the Iraqi troops of taking babies and throwing them on the floor and killing them, and all kinds of incubators on the floor. That's what got the Americans going. Those evil Iraqis. Yeah.
Infidel, is it wrong for the government to lie to trick people into having innocent people murdered?
I would say so.
Infidel.
I would say it's never right to have innocent people murdered. Why would you think that I would think that?
I asked you a question. Like, is it wrong if they lie to us to try to trick us into supporting innocent people being murdered?
Again, I would never support innocent people being murdered. So, yeah, it's wrong.
So when the government lies about that, then they're bad.
But again, you're taking one situation and saying, right, well, now we need to get rid of the government because they're innocent people are being killed. Therefore, they're not working in the best interests of the people. So your only solution to that is an uprising.
Wrong. That's a straw man.
If you have an uprising, then more innocent people are going to die.
That's a
The
struggle,
only
man.
person who's brought up uprising is you for the third time. Kind of weird.
I don't think that it's feasible to remove the government.
So how are you gonna overthrow your government and stop them from lying and put in people that aren't going to lie to you without having an uprising?
Yeah, you don't have to overthrow them. You just increase mass awareness and you start holding them accountable and you limit the power of the government and put it more primarily in local government.
I'd already explained that to you earlier. Why you're bringing it up again is kind of weird also.
Yeah, I think I gave a good solution. The lobby system, how to start a peaceful takeover. The lobby system. I think that's pretty straightforward. Infidel?
Yeah, I think everyone has just been speaking about accountability and the lack of it.
And that's a terrible solution anyway. You're basically saying, since your opinion is that we have to overthrow them, we should let them get away with whatever. So like if your girlfriend cheats on you 30 times, since you don't think you can get another girlfriend, you might as well just stay with her.
What?
That's basically that's
exactly
logic.
it. That's exactly
I would rather have no government at all than what we have now.
Yeah, it'd be better to be single than have your girl have sex with a different dude every weekend behind your back.
I've said that many times. We said exactly that. Yeah.
They're doing it in the same room with us though. Like they're cheating on us right in front of us, and that's how bad it's gotten. Yeah.
It's gotten
But
worse.
it's worse than that.
They're not even
You show
hiding
them
it
a
now.
picture. You show them a picture of their girlfriend kissing another man. They say, "No, that's not her. That's not her. No."
No, it's even worse. It's in the same room, and they're making you tape it.
Yeah, they're making you watch it. They're rubbing it and they're rubbing it in your face. This is it. They're not even hiding it anymore.
Dude, she made you go to the store for condoms, bro.
Yeah, and get me some
and
jelly
bought
while
them.
you're at it. Yeah.
You had to pay. You had to pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. Not only am I going to cheat on you, but you have to fund it.
That's a good analogy.
You don't even get the sloppy seconds. That's the problem too.
That's right. You sit over there. You sit over there in the corner and cry about it.
This is a real bad case of Stockholm, man. Stockholm syndrome. Wow.
It's all right. I mean, we all do the same thing.
Right, so you're telling me that the government in your countries and the government in my country are fully corrupt. They're out murdering innocent people. They don't work for the best of the general public.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, keep on. Yeah, you're right so far.
Yeah,
you're right so far.
As a whole.
Nobody notices and nobody sees any of this. No.
Everybody notices.
we're just
but
telling you
man.
now. We're just telling
Someone's
you
on the
now,
mute,
bro.
man.
What do you mean nobody notices, man? What are you talking about, bro?
We just
People have been
told
calling
you
the
how we
government out
noticed.
forever.
Yeah.
Well, this is nothing new.
And
Infidel,
remember,
the problem is people like you, bro, that see it and just don't see it.
Nah, it's all of us though. Before the sickness hit the world, there was uprising happening. Now, I'm not saying they were good, but people know now, right? It's over with. Like, especially I think what was it in Japan? They were really going against their government, but all over the world there were people uprising and getting tired. And
yeah, France, yeah,
Australia now, yeah, like it's getting to a boiling point.
Yeah, France had a protest that lasted about 12 months. The yellow vest there.
But how did it get shut down? All the protests got shut down by the mandate you got to stay in your house, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty
Infidel,
useful tool, I would say, yeah?
Infidel, do you think the government has the right to basically turn their countries into prisons? Tell you when you're allowed to leave?
My country's not a prison. I'm
Where do
free
you
to
live?
come and go as I please.
Where do you live?
Scotland.
Scotland went in lockdown.
Right.
Do I have to remind you of the history of your country?
No. I'm just hyper specific point here.
The history of my country, mate.
Buddy, infidels. Scotland went into lockdown though. That's what I'm talking about.
The UK went into lockdown.
Yeah. Do you agree with countries telling their citizens?
Hold on. Right. Do you know the difference between the United Kingdom, Great Britain, Scotland, England, and Wales?
Dude, were you on lockdown or
That's the
not?
point here, man. That's a red herring, man.
Were you on lockdown?
Right? Ask me about my country, right?
Yeah, you're
Then you
emotional.
said Scotland went into lockdown, which is wrong. The United Kingdom went into lockdown. I still had freedom to move around the other countries within the United Kingdom. Yeah? So no, Scotland did not go into lockdown. The United Kingdom went into lockdown. If you're going to start talking about other people's countries, I suggest you learn about them first.
Scotland went in lockdown.
Wait a sec, I'm in Wales, and you just lied a bit there, dude. Because we weren't able to go into England from Wales at some points during the lockdown. So you're full of shit.
Exactly. There you go. You can,
dude, that's irrelevant.
We weren't able to go from Wales into England. We weren't free to travel the United Kingdom.
Well,
Were you able to purchase stuff without a mask in Scotland?
No, there is even places now that you still have to wear a mask, even
So
though
there
it's
you
not
go.
law.
You were under the rule. You were under the rule.
It's company policy, right? I have a local shop here that it is still their company policy that if you go in their shop,
Oh, it's a
you must
policy.
wear a
Oh,
mask,
okay.
right? So just because it's not law or the government says you don't have to, doesn't mean that the local business has to follow that instruction.
Well, they have to here. Here, where we were, if we didn't have a mask, you couldn't go in the store. There was no question about it. They would just ask you to leave.
I think that's just preparation.
Where do you think that fear came from, Infidel, to actually make those policies in the first place?
And as far as this lockdown thing, when we were at the height of our lockdown, me and a couple other lads went
So
on a
you were
journey.
locked down.
Well,
Scotland didn't lift the restrictions until 7 days ago, dude. What are you even talking about?
And meanwhile, the British government were doing parties and breaking the rules.
Exactly. Well said.
Infidel, my
me
question was
traveling
simple.
from Scotland to England for work reasons, that was breaking the law.
Infidel, the question is simple, okay? Does the government have the right to put their people into lockdown like a prison?
Benefits the people, then, yeah. It's better safety.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah,
So
he's
if
totally cut, man. He's totally
government and says for the health of the general public, you should go into lockdown, then yeah, that's what the government is going to do because it came from the WHO.
But didn't you
That's
just
the
admit that?
advice that they've taken.
Didn't you just admit the government lies though?
Yeah, but only
Everybody
white lies. Come on, what's it?
They would never lie about this to lock
Wait, I'm
people
just
down.
Come on,
understanding.
what's it?
Your
The
argument
people
was
were
if
just following the instructions of the government. The government themselves, they weren't doing it. They were breaking all the rules.
Must be a lie, can't be trusted, and we can't believe a word they say just because they've lied about one other thing.
no, a
Or
million other
one
things.
person and the government has lied. You're a fucking idiot. Fuck off.
They didn't lie about one thing.
Wow.
It's all good. It's all good. Infidel, they don't lie about one thing, bro. They lie about all kinds of things. And your justification was, yeah, if they say it's safer to do that, you should do it. And my response was, but we know they lie, though.
And the way you said they only lied about one thing is so
the people
telling.
within the government lie about something, and they've been given instructions from people like the WHO and other health organizations. Therefore, the government's always lying. Yeah.
They lie a lot.
That's a really fucked up view to have, mate. No wonder people say
Yeah,
the things
turn
they
it
say
on to
about you.
him. The screwed up view is when you said they only lied one time, so I believed them on all this other stuff, which you earlier admitted that they lie about more than one thing. It's maybe your view that's kind of
Infidel.
Again, you're lying about me because I never once said the government only lied about one thing. Yeah?
You just did in
You
your
just
very
said that.
sentence. You just said it.
said it.
You said that
No,
they
I
only lied
said
about one thing, so why would I not trust them about the
No, that's
lockdown?
not what I said. Right? Listen, right?
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
what I
what you
said
said.
was if the government lies about one thing, therefore everything they say must be a lie. That's the way you're coming across. I never said the government lied about one thing or any particular thing. Yeah.
Okay. Infidel, how many times?
The way you're coming across it is
Fair
that if one
enough.
person within the government lies, therefore the whole government are liars, and nothing that they ever say should be believed or trusted.
Okay, calm down, Infidel, how
Fair
many
enough.
things? How many things do they need to lie about? What's the number before you stop trusting them?
Wah, wah, wah.
You see, your logic doesn't hold up here. How many
Say that
times?
again?
Yeah, how many things do they have to lie about before you stop trusting them?
In other
Again, it
words, how many
depends what
times
they're
that your
lying
wife
about
has to cheat
and how
on you
often they
before
lie
you change
about
her?
it.
How do
What'd
you
you
know
say,
what they're
Infidel?
lying about, dude? What the frick, man?
You're going to have to define the word trust.
Well, I mean, this guy clearly trusts them. I mean, I don't think it requires further definition. He says if they say we could go into the house, we should do it. If they say this, we should do it. If they said this, then we should trust them. So, how many times would
Absolutely.
they have to lie? My question is, how many? Your argument is if they don't lie that much, you can't just dismiss everything they say. Okay, I get your argument. So, how many times do they have to lie before you wouldn't trust them anymore?
Maybe put it in the lies per year.
Yeah.
How many
Or whatever.
lies per year before you stop trusting them?
Quanta.
Do you think Infidel would do this? The last meme I just posted, if the government told him to walk on his hands and feet because the virus is up high, you think he'd do it?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure I came up with that joke.
He'd be buying knee pads, I promise you. Gloves and knee pads would sales would go up. If they wanted to buy stock in the companies that make gloves and knee pads, guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna mandate people walk on their hands and knees. I mean, that's how it works. That's how bad it's gotten. And I agree with you, SE. People would do that.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Dude, did you take my joke, bro?
Yeah, we stole it.
All right, I'll allow it.
No, I had this for a long time. What you talking about? I had this for 2 years.
Yeah.
3 years? Is that what you
Yeah.
Damn,
Hey,
you got me beat.
any revenue generated from it, we'll give you a portion of it.
That's right, bro. Because I came up with this. I came up with this on the mic in the cities like a year and a half ago.
You can
bro.
use it. What's it? No problem. I'll let
My
you
other
use
one.
it.
My other one was the CDC. The
Hey,
CDC
Whitney,
just
you can use your own stuff, man. Don't worry about it.
the other joke I used to say is the CDC just announced the only way to stay safe from COVID is to wear shackles. And
It wears
pe-
shackles.
yeah, you have to wear shackles because the copper shackles keep the virus away, and people would do that too, man. Hey, infidel, if they told you to wear shackles so you don't get sick, would you do it?
He still hasn't answered the previous question, which I understand why he hasn't, because it really kind of destroys his narrative. But I don't trust people who lie to me.
Yeah, it's just crazy. Like, dude, infidel, what if I told you that these same people have literature they wrote that says they want to take over the world and basically make it a prison where you're digitally tracked and you're not allowed to do anything without permission. And if you go against anything they say, your credit score drops and you get cut off from access to your money. Would you still support that?
Hold on. But going back to the lie thing, everybody lies. Everybody. Right?
Oh my
There's
God.
no one on the planet who has never lied about anything. So therefore, on your point of view, no one, not even yourself, should be trusted.
Well, okay, you're still strawmanning it. Like, if they tell you one
How am I
fib,
strawmanning it?
yeah, if they tell you one
Okay.
little fib, dude, they lie way more than one time, dude. They
How many lies
intentionally
would it take,
lie.
Infidel? Seriously, how many? How many
Also,
times?
I don't lie, infidel, by the way.
You don't lie.
That's what I said.
Okay. Right, okay, mate.
If I ever accidentally lie, I don't intentionally lie anymore. I think that's really bad.
It's not, a lie's not a lie if you accidentally lie.
That's right.
So what is an accidental lie if it's not a lie?
Well, you
Yeah,
don't
like-
intentionally lie. You didn't know you were lying. You
Yeah,
just
that's not a
said
lie.
something that you thought was true, but it ended up being untrue. That's not a lie.
Exactly.
With the intent to deceive is a
No,
lie.
it's not accidentally lying then, is it? Because it's, like you
Oh
said,
my
it's not a lie.
God. You just want to
Yeah.
argue, dude.
You're just a
You're not even
contrarian.
listening. Yeah, you're a contrarian. You just want to argue.
Yeah, like I don't
Can I ask you a
lie. I think it's bad for your soul,
Can I ask
dude.
a question?
Yeah.
I don't think he's lying. I don't think he's lying. I think he believes in what he says. This
No,
guy.
no, he just said that I lie. I'm trying to tell him no. We don't all
Yeah,
lie.
you
That's
do.
not real.
Oh
No.
yeah.
Everybody lies.
Can I ask-
Everybody.
Okay. Go
Like,
ahead.
like infidel. Like, do you think there's a difference between, like, or like, do you have people you trust versus people you don't trust?
Yeah.
Okay, and what grants, like, and do you know somebody like in your community that people are like, that person is a liar?
Well, yeah, there's people like that in all communities.
So right, so like, you know, but like, so we can agree like everyone maybe has told a lie in their past, etc. But there's a distinction between people you can trust and liars, right?
It's their actions. Their actions determine whether you can trust what they say or not.
Right. So there's a distinction between, you know what
So
I mean?
if the government are working to the best of the people's ability and things are running fine, then why should I distrust the government if they lie about
I'm
things
not
like
talking
alien or going to war, right?
I'm
I
just
mean,
talking
we
about
all know that the war on on other countries in the Middle East are all about oil and money.
No, but I'm
Yeah?
not talking about the government yet.
But
I'm
that's
just talking
not what the
about,
government told us.
He
But
can't
does
help
that mean that
himself.
I have to distrust everything the government says to me?
Why did you leapfrog ahead, dude? Are you scared?
well, hold on. Let's just deal with the issue. Like, so like, it's like, but we can agree that there's a distinction between trustable people or trustable sources versus people that are like liars, right? Because you were saying like everyone's a liar because they've told a lie, and I'm just trying to point out that there's a distinction between known liars and people you trust, right? So if we
Right.
can deduce that, you say there's like, we agree there's a distinction. So, but when it gets to like certain governmental things, and you can point to the fact that, you know, either A, some people think these people are lying, or you yourself have identified a couple of their lies, then, you know, at what level do we continue to put our trust in them is the question, really.
Hold on. Here's an example for you, right? I have an army buddy, right, who we all know the stories that he comes out with are all bullshit, right? Lies constantly all the time. But he's a good man. He works hard, and yeah, if need be, I would put my life in his hands. I trust him fully. If I was to be called back up to go to war, and he was a man next to me, I trust him fully. He's a brother. But I know the stories he tells are full of shit. But does that mean that I can't trust him to protect me if I need it?
Do you
The
need
same for
well,
me. I would lay my life down for him.
Okay, test out your theory. I want you tonight, put on your worst clothes, turn a few times in the ground so you look like a homeless person. No disrespect to homeless people. I want you to go to your governor's door, knock on the door, and tell him you're hungry. What do you think is going to happen?
Don't do that. You might be shot because they're usually behind walls with armed guards. Don't.
I don't blame him.
No, we
I don't
don't.
even blame him.
No, I'm sorry. We don't have that in this country. We don't have armed guards at politicians' doors.
Yeah, everyone's just a big
we're
family.
We're not a country of absolute maniacs running around with guns, shooting people left, right, and centre.
No, you're all just genetically
we're a bit more
slaves.
civilized.
That's not correct. That's not correct. You know that.
How is that not correct?
Yeah, come on. Even the retired prime ministers, those not in power anymore, like Tony Blair, they still have the personal
Security.
profile with them.
Yeah,
of course. That's not correct what you're saying.
Not all politicians in this country run around with armed guards.
Infidel, let me ask you another question. Why would they not lie to you? Like, why would the government
he
not
asked me
lie?
to dress up like a homeless person and go, we don't have governors, right? We have local MPs. But if I dressed up like a homeless person and went to my local MP, I guarantee you he would put me towards a place like the homeless shelter or, somewhere that actually helps the homeless and gives them food. I'm sure in America and other countries, they have a similar sort of system. Yeah?
Yeah, but Infidel, my question is like, okay, how about this? Let's ask it like this. Can you think of any reasons why the government would benefit from lying to the people? Like, is there any reason you could think of that the government would?
Again, you would have to give me an example of what they're lying about, right?
I'm just asking.
Like, for example, like I said, if you go back 40, 50 years, and that's when, the government first discovered that aliens were real, right? And the government decided, right, we need to lie to the general public and not tell them that they're real because we feared that it's going to cause mass hysteria. Then, to me, that's a good enough reason for the government to lie to their country.
Let's try this. Hypothetically, if the illness that they told everyone was going around in the whole pandemic, hypothetically, if it wasn't real, okay, can you see any reasons why they would have lied about that? Did they gain anything from it if they had hypothetically lied? Can you see motivation for them lying?
Hypothetically, no. I can't see any reason why the government would lie about a global pandemic.
You can't think of anything?
I mean, I know your belief is that the whole coronavirus thing is fake and the pandemic wasn't real.
That's not what I asked
that's
you.
your belief.
That's not what I asked you. I said hypothetically, just assume it wasn't real, just for the conversation's sake. Can you speculate as to anything that they would have gained from that? You said no. The government didn't gain anything from the pandemic.
You tell me, what did the government gain?
Okay, well, they started telling people what their curfews were. They gave them lockdowns. They told them they had to come take the medical devices that they made trillions of dollars off of. They crumbled the economies. They are eliminating the middle class. They are literally normalizing dress codes and digital tracking systems that follow you everywhere that you go.
Again, these people, right, that are in the government, right, they are rich and they will not do anything that lets you fuck with their money, right? So crushing the country's economy is not good for them, yeah?
That's wrong.
That fucks with their money and they are not going to let anything fuck with their money.
That's not true.
Hello. you actually think that the government, like, it's their money, like it's our money for starters. Like they have no ownership, they on that money whatsoever.
Yeah, and of course, the
Well,
way it actually works is they tell their buddies, like, look, the economy's going to crash around this time. So they pull their investments out, they refacilitate them, and then it crashes, and then they buy back in, buying properties for pennies on the dollar because the average person didn't know it was going to crash. And this is that's not the question, man. My question for you is, did you see anything that the government gained power-wise during the pandemic?
No, because the government's always had that power.
Okay. Well, this is the first time in modern history that across the entire world, internationally, the world shut down the same day and people went into lockdowns and were only allowed to leave their house when the government said they could. Okay. So they haven't always had that power. This is the first time that's happened in modern. First time I know about internationally. So I'm making a point. I asked you that question that way because you're being dishonest. If you can't admit that they have got a lot of power, if you can't admit the government's got a lot more power over the last couple of years, you're being dishonest.
No, the government's always had that power.
The government's always had the power to shut the whole world down and put the country in lockdown.
Okay, which country are you talking about that has the power to shut down the whole world?
No. The whole world shut down in an agreement. Okay, the whole world shut down in an agreement, right? So it's each country gave their own.
You just said the government has the power to shut down the whole world. That's what you just said.
I said since
you
when?
You just said the government, right? And I asked you what government has the power to shut down the whole world.
Okay, not one single country's government shut down the whole world. That's ridiculous.
Right, so why did you say it? Why did you say the government shut down the whole world?
No, the governments around the world shut down on the same day.
Right? Do you not think that was an agreed best course of action between all the governments?
I certainly think that they agreed on it. Yeah, so
that's his point. Jesus, man, this guy.
But yet, so not one government shut down the whole world.
He never said that, you idiot.
He did. He said
he did. He said the government of the world
down the whole world.
Jesus,
that's
man.
exactly what he said. Word for word, he said the government
yeah, he would say
down
that.
the whole world.
Yeah, he would say that.
What he said.
Someone with the intelligence of wits would say that. It's not you misunderstanding what he said. Someone who's obviously pointing himself to be an idiot.
So the governments of the world all agreed on exactly the same day to shut down the world.
Exactly.
That is freaky.
I mean, it's insane. It's insane, and the fact they did that is wild, and it's only because of this excuse of everyone could die. That's why it worked. But I'm just saying, dude, if you can't be honest about how they got a lot of power in the last 2 years, then you're lying.
And they introduced new bylaws, new laws to give them more control on what they can and can not tell their citizens what they can and can't do. Right? In regards to privacy issues, all these sort of stuff, monitoring, being able to monitor social media, all these types of things. They introduced all these laws and bylaws under the guise of national security.
Yeah, like let me give you an example. Here in America, I just had my free speech case. Listen, bro.
That came into power after a lot of terrorists did what they done because they wanted to monitor social media and stuff. So that was long before the pandemic.
Oh, no, they brought in new ones here. Definitely they did.
Yeah, they updated all the surveillance. And like in America now, when I was trying to go to my federal district court case for free speech, they ask you at the front,
you were arrested for not having a license to preach in an area that you shouldn't have been preaching in.
Okay. I'm certainly not surprised. Hey, man, I'm certainly not, my man, I'm not surprised at all that you're on the government side in that situation. I'm not trying to talk about that situation.
Right.
I'm trying to make a point.
Area where you're preaching that you need a license to preach in, and
Wow, this guy is got it bad.
Yeah, look,
Yeah, there's no way out of, for this guy. No way.
Infidel, here's the deal.
Why
I
didn't
just
you give the
infidel,
license before
infidel.
you started preaching?
What are
Then
you
you wouldn't have
doing?
broken the law, and you wouldn't have been put in handcuffs, and you wouldn't be going to court. Yeah,
Okay,
something
Maybe he
small
did
and
that on
simple as
purpose. Maybe he
obeying
did
the
it on
rules.
purpose. Hey,
Yeah,
what
look.
is your point, man? Maybe he did it on purpose. That's
Yeah,
not the topic. You seem to have trouble staying on topic.
exactly.
He's
Let
the
me.
one that he's the
Well,
one that
no,
started
you.
talking about when he goes to
No, you
federal
just
court.
interrupted me. I'm trying to make a point. So when I went to court for that, at the front they asked me my vaccination status, and that you're not allowed in there without a mask unless you've been fully vaccinated. I then asked them, what does that mean? And they didn't know what fully meant. They literally didn't know. But you're not allowed in there without it. Now my point is, until recently, governments have not been allowed to force you to disclose your medical information and then not allow you access to public buildings because of your medical information. That is a brand new level of control and surveillance that has been normalized because of the pandemic. That is a huge amount of power the government now has that they didn't previously have. Now, can you at least admit that?
Companies have that power. My last job, before I started work there, because of the chemicals I work with, they needed to know my medical history and they needed access to my medical files to make sure that I was okay to work with that chemicals. Why do you have a problem with things like that?
No, see, a private business that's hiring someone has the right to know any type of health issues that would be relevant to the job. That's a private agreement you're choosing to go do. You're choosing to disclose it so you can work for them for money. That's not the same as free access public places, okay?
It's astonishing you don't understand that, infidel.
To enter public places, they need to know your full medical history.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed in the courtroom without a mask if I had not
Right.
been fully vaccinated.
Why didn't you wear a mask?
Because I'm not a slave. So anyway,
Right.
they wouldn't let my wife in there. They wouldn't let Chris in there. They wouldn't let the flat earther that drove 8 hours there to watch it. They wouldn't let us in. This is America. Now, I know you're in Scotland and you seem to think it's more free for some reason. Now, the point is that the countries around the world have all increased their governmental power. And now they're saying you have to disclose medical information to go in public places. And they now want to track you so they know your medical information. Do you at least...
wealth.
Personally, I think they should just low-jack everybody at birth. Put a microchip in everybody at birth and be done with it.
Wow.
You're
It's like
actually
Bubble.
crazy.
Listen to the
This guy is crazy.
That's next
Why?
level, bro.
He's just
Things
saying
would
that
go
to get
down.
rise, I think. He's just
Well,
saying to get
it's still
Things would
crazy.
go down.
Can
Things would
we
be
move?
easier
Hey,
on. Hold
after
on,
that
hold on.
statement, can we move on from this guy?
I think he's
Hold on.
good, though. I think
please
he's
change the
good to
subject,
show it.
please.
You're
It's
not
kind of
gonna
good
get
to show it.
you're not
Really,
gonna get
let's
any
change subjects and move on from him. He's wasting our time
I'd
now.
rather talk
I think he's
Coriolis all
trolling.
day.
After that, I deem him as a troll. That
Yep.
statement with no one provoked him to say that. He just openly said that. He's trolling.
Well, I think
Yeah,
East
but
is
that's
right,
also
though. Yeah.
just because you're easy to get. You know what I mean?
But
Riled up about. Any one of us
yeah,
is, potentially
yeah.
easy to get riled up and just
Well,
watch it.
Imagine microchip
well, I
you
just
at birth.
laughed though. I just laughed really hard. I think it was pretty funny. He said everyone should get low
Yeah.
jacked at birth, microchipped from the jump. I mean, that's
Yeah.
pretty funny.
I know, but
he spat out my coffee. It was crazy.
I mean, it's insane, but it's hilarious. So
I
anyway,
think
Why would you object to it?
I'm not
yeah.
insane.
Hey man, nice talking to you, brother.
Anyway,
You've been
Yeah,
great.
go have some coffee or something, bro.
Hold on.
Notice how you ask them why you object to it. They don't want to answer that
Go
question.
and take your booster, anyway.
I'll answer it. Because I don't think that whenever a baby's born and can't make decisions on its own, I don't think it's in any way morally acceptable to forcibly put a chip in it so you can track its every movement its entire life, because the creator made us free.
Yeah, but you're assuming there's a creator. You
Yeah,
have no
I'm
evidence
not
of that
assuming
whatsoever,
men and
right?
women are free.
So don't, yeah.
I'm not
So
assuming
don't
freedom
start
is
bringing
natural.
religion into it.
Are you saying humans aren't free?
Depends on your term of free.
So you're saying we shouldn't be free? Do you think that people should be free?
Well,
Yes or no?
put it this way, right? If everybody's low-jacked and the government knows exactly where everybody is at exactly every point in time, right? Think how crime would come down, yeah? Think how much pressure would be released off the police force. Because there'd be no hunting people. They would know exactly who committed crimes, when and where, and all they would have to do is turn up and catch the person. There's no running, there's no hiding from them. If you turn up, pick them up, yeah, you're going to jail. Simple as that.
Well, here's my question for you. What benefit does removing crime give you if you're not allowed to do anything?
I didn't say you weren't allowed to do anything.
Well, that's what the government would do. I mean, if they could track literally everyone, I mean, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to tell you where you're allowed to go, and they're going to know if you break the rule because they can track you.
They already tell you where you're not allowed to go.
Yeah, sort of. It's kind of ridiculous. They don't let you go to other countries freely now. I agree.
Mean, they tell you you're not allowed to just walk into army camps. You can't just go walking along the railway line. That's a criminal offence.
Okay, so we should extend that to literally everywhere that exists.
Yeah, but there's reasons why people aren't allowed to go to these places.
Okay. Well, what if the chip ends up making you where you don't have individual thought? What if they can send impulses in your body with the chip?
So now you're talking about creating a microchip that controls people.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I didn't say we should put microchips into people that can control people.
Okay, how would we know if they can, though? We have to trust that they'll tell us the full truth.
Do they have the chip too? Genius.
They can practically track everyone now because of their mobile devices.
Yeah, and I can turn it off.
So how much more of a jump is it from a mobile device to having a microchip in your hand?
A huge one. I can turn the phone off and set it down. I can get rid of my phone. I can't get rid of my body.
Have you ever lost your child with it?
I don't have a child. That would be difficult.
Thank God for that.
But I don't think I'd want them to have a chip in them. I mean,
I'll tell you what, I've got children and I've got grandchildren, right? And if any of them ever went missing, them having a microchip in them to tell me their exact location at any point in time would be extremely handy.
Yeah, and they're not going to go missing because they're not going to have free will like children do. They're not even going to play anymore. They're just going to sit there.
Why do you assume
Why would you lose sight of your own child?
Surely you've heard of Madeleine McCann, yeah?
No.
There's a big, massive case where the kid got kidnapped from a British couple when they were over in Spain, yeah? The couple went to the restaurant, left their kids in the hotel room, and one of their kids was taken. Yeah. Now, if everybody was microchipped, we would have known exactly what happened to that child. But still, at the moment,
what happened the same thing
to the child, even with a tracker on the child. Come on, man.
You're making an anecdotal, emotional argument now to justify taking away everyone's body autonomy. Is that what's going on?
Well, no, what
You're
are you going to
claiming that body autonomy can be taken away. How can it be taken away? You're not even making an anecdotal argument. You're making a bullshit argument.
What about if they found like a reader where like they put the chip in the hand, and so every time they took a kid, they just cut the hand off. You know what I mean? So like you know what would your microchip like? What would be the way around?
It doesn't have to be in the back of the hand. It could be in the back of the neck.
Put it in their brain.
Yeah.
If you just put it in their brain, then they can't really remove it, right?
Yep.
So smart.
I'm sure in several places in the body you can put a microchip that can't be removed.
Right, but you're cool with the Neuralink stuff? Have you heard about the Neuralink?
Oh my god.
It's so
of course
fun,
he's
right,
cool
Chad?
with it, dude.
Is that Chad with the flag over there? Is that where the deep side was coming from there? I just was checking.
I like that you guys believe things without evidence and don't believe things that have evidence.
That's nice.
Cute.
Do you believe gas pressure can exist without a container?
Oh my god.
No.
I'm just asking, you know, you're saying about evidence and shit, you know.
No.
Wait, what do we believe in?
Pressure is different than gas pressure.
No, wait. Is air not gas?
Moved off the government.
Air is gas.
Okay, but it's different than gas.
Correct.
Atmosphere
Okay.
is a specific case. Why would they call it atmospheric
We
pressure?
just need some
Because it's made of
evidence.
gas.
We were just talking
Yeah,
about
so why
evidence.
wouldn't they call it
Need some
gas
evidence.
pressure instead of atmospheric pressure?
Because they say we have an atmosphere. What do you mean?
Hey, yo, isn't
We
pressure
don't have an atmosphere?
isn't pressure evidence of a container?
So why
not
isn't not a
atmospheric pressure, no.
container between the high pressure and low pressure systems?
Why would there be?
Yeah.
No, the first question, isn't pressure
Well,
evidence of a container?
No.
I can
Okay.
take a container, put gas in it, and I can make a gradient of gas pressure in the container. So why would I need containers in between the layers when I can clearly replicate it?
Pressure can be caused by more than just gas. It can be caused by weight as well.
Seems as if you didn't want to address my point there.
I ignored it because say it again.
Yeah, maybe really listen before you respond.
Because I was
then.
answering somebody else's question.
Okay,
first.
listen real carefully. All right, I can take a container and I can put gas in it, and I can create a gradient of gas pressure within that container. So I obviously wouldn't need to put additional containers in there between the layers, would I?
Nope.
Okay, so why would I have to do it on the Earth?
You don't have to.
Right, so the
reason
gradient.
So the Earth doesn't need a container then, does it?
The gradient is caused by gravity.
Just because you say that doesn't mean it's real, though, because we have something called atmospheric electricity on the Earth, and it goes up 100 volts per meter, and it creates a downward current. Now, this is actual, not like gravity. This is actually physically measurable and provable. And so we do have an electric gradient on the Earth. We have gases constantly being introduced at the surface level. We have temperature fluctuations, and we have a gradient of gas pressure until there's obviously some type of container. So what's your point?
You said obviously some kind of container, right?
Yeah,
Where's your evidence for said container?
The gas pressure.
So because I have a table in my kitchen, therefore there must be chairs.
But we
That's
just have
pretty
evidence.
retarded.
We just have evidence and you don't. That's all.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I mean, like, I have
Okay,
evidence of an electric gradient. You have a story you made up.
There is both the electric gradient and the pressure gradient. What does one have to do with the other?
Well, the point is,
Are you
well,
saying
yeah,
that
the point is-
electricity doesn't affect pressure?
the point is,
He's
we
trying
can.
to
We
say
can
that the
tell me how it
electric
does.
gradient causes a pressure gradient. That's what he's trying to say.
Right. The point is, we can.
Therefore, he can,
voltage
therefore
is
he
pressure.
can
We have
dismiss
evidence.
gravity.
Check it out. We have evidence.
Voltage is
that
pressure.
we have
So why
evidence.
you're saying if the voltage increases as you get higher, why does the pressure decrease?
Yeah, because it's regulating the gas pressure. So if there's more electric pressure, it's going to displace more gas pressure. It's a pretty
How
simple
so?
concept.
What's that mechanism?
Because there's more pressure.
So more pressure makes less pressure. Explain.
Yeah, more electric pressure would make less gas pressure.
How so?
Because there's more pressure being mediated from the electric side, but there's a downward current. Listen, buddy, there's a downward current that results in the electric fields that go throughout the air, right? And it goes down to the earth. We have a higher concentration down towards the earth because that's the flow of the currents.
Flow of the current. What's the amperage of that?
No, it's not very high. It doesn't. 100 volts per meter is the strength of the field. The current is very small. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that it's there. It's about 1,000,000 times stronger than gravity, though. So,
Okay, so explain the relationship between voltage and pressure.
How about this? Explain why you don't have any evidence.
Why are you saying?
And we do.
You think I'm supposed to just sit here and answer any question you come up with whenever you can't respond? You said that You said that the atmospheric pressure is different than gas pressure, and that atmospheric pressure doesn't require a container, and that since we have a gradient, it proves that gravity's doing something. I destroyed that argument. I destroyed
didn't say it proved anything.
So you agreed that to have gas pressure in every other scenario in existence, you have to have a container. You think the Earth's the one exception?
Pressure, you need a container.
But the Earth's the one exception.
If you're here on Earth in a pressurized system, right, then to have gas pressure, yes, you need a container.
Okay,
Because you're already in a pressurized system.
Yeah, what does atmos mean?
So the gas is going to react to the pressurized system that it's in. Yeah.
What does atmos mean?
So now you're going to do this fucking shitty warrior fucking thing.
No. Okay, this guy
Let's
just
break,
now said
break words
that
in half and find the individual meanings of the broken up word, and prove that when we put the whole word back together, because when the word's broken up into little bits, it has different meanings. Therefore, the original meaning of the original word is all fucking bullshit. No, I'm not going down that fucking route
Hey,
with you.
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question real quick?
It's
Hey, infidel, did Columbus discover America, or is it a little more complicated? You know what I mean? Did Columbus discover
he didn't.
America, or is it a little bit more complicated than that?
He didn't
Honestly,
discover America. Those are
I
easy
don't
questions.
know. I don't know who discovered America.
Right. It's a little more complicated than just, boom, boom, Columbus discovered America. And so that's the point with this. And if you look up the
No.
definition
The
of
answer is
atmos,
no.
Yeah,
if you look up
I
the
don't know if
definition,
it's complicated.
if you look up the
answer's
definition
no,
of
it's hidden,
atmos,
right?
it'll tell you where Whitsitt was trying to go with his argument,
Yeah, and stop
Maybe.
interrupting people, man.
Yeah,
No, the
I know he
definition
was
of
going to
atmos.
go. Well, atmo means air, then sphere means ball. Oh, you can't
No,
have
calm down.
air-shaped ball.
Calm
Yeah,
down. The guy
you
said
know
that there's a.
exactly where that argument was heading.
Okay, so
Here's the definition of atmos.
Okay, go ahead.
Short for atmosphere. And the
No,
definition
that's
of
not.
atmosphere is the
Wow,
gaseous
this is
envelope surrounding the Earth or any other celestial body. There you
okay.
go.
So okay,
Earth is a
that was
celestial body.
really a waste of time. So the etymology of the word atmos is not atmosphere. Okay, the etymology of atmos, meaning what does atmos mean, which is what I asked. Okay, it means gas.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So you said that gas pressure does need a container. You conceded that. You then said atmospheric pressure is different. Well,
Yes.
that's the pressure of the gas on the Earth. That's what the atmospheric pressure is.
Correct. And what creates that pressure?
We just agreed that to have gas pressure, you have to have a container.
Yes. And to have atmospheric pressure, you don't need a container.
Well,
you just
actually,
need
your
weight.
model says that you do need a container. They just
Explain
claim.
where.
Yeah. Listen, buddy.
What
they
I
claim
said
that.
was
Hey, listen carefully.
no,
they claim
because
that,
you're misrepresenting what we said. Right? Listen, on the Earth in a pressurized
Hold
system.
on. Oh, stop.
Yes,
You're interrupting.
You need a
Stop.
container
You're
to pressurize.
You're interrupting.
Your model does acknowledge the need for a container. It says that it's gravity. So you're wrong. So we can move on if you would like to acknowledge it real quick.
You said that to have gas pressure, we need a container. And I said, yes, on the Earth, in a pressurized system, it doesn't matter if you're on Earth or any celestial body. If you're in a pressurized system, yes, you need a container to have a separate gas.
And that's why I said that we have evidence and you don't.
Yeah, and are you saying that in a vacuum you wouldn't need it? You said in a pressurized system. So if I was in a vacuum and I wanted to have gas pressure, I wouldn't need a container?
You couldn't have pressure in a vacuum because that's anathema.
Okay, so that's what you're claiming, though. Is that
right? I know where you're heading, right? Because you're going to say, right, well, if we create a vacuum, then put gas in it, there's still a container because you need a container for the vacuum, right? But again, you're still in a pressurized system. Even if you make a vacuum here on Earth, you're still in a pressurized system.
You're designing a stop.
So to separate that gas that you want without a container, you would have to leave the planet.
Okay, you claim there's a planet called Earth and it's a globe, and you claim that there's an atmosphere around the globe and that's within the vacuum of space. So now the question in front of us is, can you have a concentration of gas pressure within a vacuum without a container?
You already said that gravity contains.
That's right. So
you've answered your
first
own
you were
question.
saying, well, the Earth is different. It doesn't need a container because atmospheric pressure is different than gas pressure, and atmospheric pressure doesn't need a container. Then I had to correct you and say, actually,
If
your
you
model
want-
does claim there's a container.
If you want to call gravity a container, that's fine. We can call it a container.
It's not what I want to call it. It's what the model acknowledges the antecedent relationship of gas pressure is. And so it invokes gravity as the antecedent containment.
It doesn't invoke gravity. It concludes gravity.
Okay, now you're just being semantical because you can't even admit that you were wrong about your model. Just admit that you were wrong and
I'm
we can
not
move
wrong
on.
about the model.
So now the
you
question
just
is...
agreed that the model agreed with what I said. That
No,
it
you
says
s-
gravity uses.
Yeah,
or
you said the
gravity is
opposite.
responsible for it.
You said the opposite.
I never. I said gravity wasn't responsible for the atmosphere having pressure.
No, you said atmospheric pressure doesn't require containment, and I explained to you that your model disagrees with you.
If we want to consider gravity as a container, that's fine. I can accept that.
No, it's not about
Most
what you
people
want
don't.
to consider. It's because your model is claiming that's what contains the gas here. It's not
Yes,
about...
that's fine.
It's just
That's
a matter
fine.
of...
I agree with it.
Right, it's
Okay,
just what
thanks.
I changed my comment. I agree that gravity is a container, and
Okay, perfect. Sweet. So now
Thank
the
you.
question in front of us is there actual evidence that can show that gravity is containing gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Yeah.
Correct? Right. So what's the evidence for that?
it doesn't contain pressure next to a vacuum. There is a gradient. That's it.
Oh, so there's an infinite gradient. So does our atmosphere extend all the way to
As far as we can
Polaris?
tell.
So our atmosphere goes
It's
all the way
farther
to
than that.
Polaris.
No, I don't know if you can call it our atmosphere.
So where does
But-
our atmosphere end?
That's an arbitrary statement. There's no ownership of atmosphere.
So we don't have an atmosphere.
Where is the ownership of the atmosphere?
Well, you just claimed that the Earth has an atmosphere.
Yes, but
Okay,
how
so
do you know
what?
it's ours? It's the universe's atmosphere.
Well, you just said the Earth's atmosphere.
Yes, the atmosphere that's close to Earth.
Okay, and so
But
there's
there's an
atmosphere
arbitrary
all.
line as to where it ends.
So there are atmosphere. There's one atmosphere throughout the whole universe.
No.
Right. The Earth has a specific atmosphere.
Yes, but it's not. Where does the line of that atmosphere end? It's an arbitrary line. It doesn't.
Why are
matter,
you
and it's
saying that to
irrelevant.
me? You problem though.
No, because I don't care about it. So fine. I don't. I retract my question. I don't care where the Earth's atmosphere ends.
Let's ask it like this:
You can-
if gravity, which is your container, since gravity is your container, if we removed gravity, what would happen?
I don't know. That's insane. We don't know how to remove gravity.
If we removed gravity that was holding the gas pressure down, what would happen?
I don't know because we cannot remove gravity.
Yeah, we're not asked. I didn't ask if you could. I said, since gravity is holding the gas pressure down, well, what would happen to the Earth's atmosphere if we removed the gravity that was holding it down?
So you're saying if the Earth suddenly disappeared?
So you're scared to answer the question.
Are you asking if the Earth just disappeared or if gravity as a
Well, no,
whole
he's asking
were to go away?
if there was no gravity, would the air and all the gas dissipate into the vacuum?
I don't know because I don't know what he means by no gravity. Does all the gravity in the universe go away?
No, we're just
There
going
wouldn't
to
be anything.
you know that it's obviously not a literal question, and you just are afraid of the actual substance of the point.
What do you mean by gravity going away?
It's very simple, buddy. Okay. We're talking about the gas pressure residing within a
There
vacuum.
wouldn't be any gas if gravity went away.
Okay,
because
the
gas has
question
mass.
is if there wasn't gravity holding down the gas. Let's say it like this. If the gravity wasn't strong enough to hold down the gas, what would happen?
It wouldn't hold down the gas. You
And what would
answered
happen? What would
you
happen?
answered your question in the
What
question.
would happen?
It
What would
wouldn't
happen?
hold down the gas.
And so then what would happen?
Other forces would come into play.
Right, and those
Well,
forces
gravity's
might
just one
dissipate the
force.
gas, right? They would dissipate the gas, those forces, right?
Sure, but you're saying if something that doesn't exist were the case, what would happen? I don't know.
Okay,
Well,
but that's not the point.
That's our thing. How could you actually have gas pressure without a container if you could never test it?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So if we're like we were saying initially, is that if we have evidence of gas pressure existing within a containment, and
Yes,
your
but then
only argument that gas pressure could exist only if gravity is the containment has no substance on a realm that
but
we can test.
gravity is the containment, so it does have substance
Right, and
because
that's why I
it's
said
shown
like,
to
and
do.
that's why it's the chicken before the egg, because who
No
knows what. Are we sure? Because you don't have any evidence though is the issue, right?
evidence. Sorry, what don't I have evidence for?
Gas pressure without a container.
But you agreed that gravity is the container.
In your model, it claims to be what contains the gas. It isn't an actual physical container,
You have
though.
no way to test it, is what we're saying, right?
So are you considering gravity a container or not?
I don't
Well,
consider gravity because it's not real. Why would I consider it?
Here's the thing, right? It's
Okay.
are you proposing that gravity, that your only evidence is boom, life itself?
Never once did I claim that.
Yeah,
well,
you
I mean,
did.
like you're just claiming that gas pressure exists, and we know that gravity is a container because of the Earth, and it has to be. Whereas, like, we're proposing, I can go to the gas station every day and get propane. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, where's your evidence?
Let me say it again because you didn't hear. I said atmospheric pressure and gas pressure were separate things.
Right, but doesn't atmos mean gas?
All right, sorry, go ahead.
Does atmos mean gas? And if atmos means gas,
atmosphere is
then
a
how
gas,
can you,
but
then
the
how are
simple
we not
fact it's science.
right?
Do you want to shut the fuck up
how
or
are we
no?
not talking about gas when we're talking about?
Do you want to shut the fuck up and hear the answer? Or do you want to keep being stupid?
Don't get so mad, man.
Don't be upset, bro. Your panties are in a bunch.
Do you want to keep being stupid, or do you want to listen for the
Oh,
answer?
calm
No,
down.
that's fine.
Calm
Bring
down.
your intellectual
I'm calm.
test, please. We're waiting.
Yeah,
Show
he's
us
done.
intellectualness.
Let him ride. Let him ride. Let him ride.
The simple fact that science has differentiated gas pressure that needs a container and atmospheric pressure that uses gravity or weight is the fact that they are two different things that, yes, both involve gases.
Well, atmospheric
Gas
pressure
isn't
is gas pressure by definition.
No, by definition, atmospheric pressure is atmospheric pressure and gas pressure is gas pressure.
But the atmosphere is a
hold on.
compilation of gases.
What's the difference? What's the difference, brother?
Well,
yeah, what's
PV equals nRT isn't related to atmospheric pressure.
What's the difference?
Compare them both.
No, why is not? Why is not? Because it requires a container.
Hold on.
Because PV equals nRT doesn't relate to atmospheric
But what's
pressure.
what's the difference?
I just told you.
You didn't tell me what the difference is. What's the difference in gas pressure and atmospheric pressure? What's the difference?
PV equals nRT is for gas pressure, and atmospheric pressure is just about weight.
Do you have an equation for that one? Do you have an equation for atmospheric pressure?
I don't know it, no.
Okay, so what's the difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure?
Do you want me to answer the same way again? Because I will.
This is sad, bro. Okay,
hold on, buddy. So you know the difference, right? Gas pressure, right, as you're saying it, right, doesn't have a pressure gradient, right?
Wrong.
You said earlier, right, that you can get gas and create a pressure gradient, right? But to say that the Earth's atmosphere doesn't work in the way it does, right? What you would need to do is get that gas, right, that you said you could get, create the pressure gradient that would match 14.7 psi at the bottom all the way up to where it's near vacuum, and then open the top of the container to a vacuum. And then say, well, look, all of a sudden the pressure gradient disappeared when I opened up the top to the vacuum.
Yeah, of course
and
it would.
all the gas dispersed.
Of course it would.
Why would it if there's a pressure gradient?
Because the lower pressure zone is where all the gas would migrate to seek equilibrium, dude.
Why doesn't it do that when you have the gradient?
Because it's contained.
Why doesn't the 14.7 psi rush into the next level up? which is
If there's an
14.6.
area, if there's
Why
an area
doesn't it
that
do
you can go to, if there's an area that you can go to, also can gas.
I just explained why. That's a nuanced answer. So, for one, I can replicate it just by constantly introducing gas at the bottom of the container. That keeps the concentration lowest there and creates a gradient of gas. Like, that's what we have on the Earth. Gas is constantly being produced at the surface level. In fact, a ton of gas comes out of the ground itself, out of the actual Earth itself. Secondly, we have an atmospheric electricity, which there is no sphere. We have atmos electricity. It's an electric field gradient, right? It goes up 100 volts per meter, and we have a downward current, and as a result, towards the Earth. We also have different temperatures that fluctuate, and temperature regulates pressure as well. So these are three primary factors as to why we have the gradient we do on the Earth. Okay.
Right. So
Now,
why
to
don't you
replicate it, you
that?
have.
Why don't you replicate that then next to a vacuum and then show everyone, look, the Earth's atmosphere cannot be next to a vacuum, because that's the only way you're going to be able to say that.
Okay, well, it's easy to replicate it. I'm sure I could find a video in 10 seconds. If you open up a pressurized system next to inside a vacuum, that gas immediately and violently fills the rest of the volume of the vacuum.
Right. We have all seen the video with the bromine being released next to the vacuum, right? But that's pressurized gas in a container, right? That's not got a pressure gradient similar to the Earth, does it? No.
Are you saying that if I make a gradient, all of a sudden the gas won't violently fill the vacuum?
No, it won't, because of
Why
the
not?
pressure gradient.
So you just
So
don't
why?
understand.
Right. So why? Tell me
He's
why.
saying that the natural laws don't apply to nature. That's what he's saying.
Right. So tell me why. Right. When you're slowly going up from 14.7, 14.6, all the way down to near zero, right? And then you open up the top to the vacuum. Why would the 14.7 just all of a sudden decide that it needs to rush all the way to the top to that vacuum? Why is
Because
it
the
not
only
already equalizing?
because the only first of all, the
Because
only way you even got the gradient in the first place was to have the container, right? And so that's how you get the gradient, because you have to have the gas pressure first. So we create the container. Now, when we take the top off the container, we no longer have that container. Therefore, we no longer have the gradient.
Right, but if gravity was here before the air, where is the problem?
Gravity? What are you talking about? Gravity? Gravity
Right,
has
well,
nothing to do with any of it.
Gravity is what causes a pressure gradient.
No, though, it's not.
Not. Right, okay. What
Okay.
causes a pressure gradient? That's
I
mad
just
electric.
explained it like
Yo,
4
what's
times.
it? Can I ask something? Like, so here's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing, right? So, and what? Think of like court. Always wits it when you're in these shits. Remember, it's court time. These are the attorneys that you're up against. So the idea is this, right? It's like if we can define atmos to mean gas, right, and we can show through evidence gas pressure using a container, and we can also show that atmospheric electricity may be able to create a gradient within a container, then we would all agree that these ideas have more evidence than the proposal of gravity at this point in the game, right, guys?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, if you created
Remember,
a
he's an
pressure
attorney with
gradient that represented the Earth's atmosphere as it is, without any need for gravity whatsoever, then I'm sure that would be accepted by the scientific community.
Well, right. But we together, we could agree that we have evidence and you don't, right? So we would be
Right.
winning.
What
You'd be
evidence do you
losing.
have?
What
You
evidence
keep
do you
saying
have?
we have evidence and you
I can
don't.
go to the
What
store and
evidence
get a
do you
gas
have?
can, right? I can go to the store and get a gas can.
I've never seen a flat earther issue any evidence
And what's
whatsoever
that got to
for
do with the fact?
anything.
What's that got to do with the fact that I can go to the store and get a tank of propane?
You just said that you have evidence and we don't, right?
Yeah,
I have
isn't
just
that the
said
case?
to you, I have never had a flat earther give any evidence whatsoever for anything.
Right, but we're talking.
Yeah?
What's that have to do? What does that
Listen,
have to do
man,
with
it
gas
was telling, it
pressure?
was giving you the evidence, man. It was giving
What
you the
evidence do
evidence.
you have? What evidence
How
do
is
you have?
this guy allowed to continue?
It's okay.
What evidence do you have?
I just told you, right? That Atmos, we agree. Atmos means gas. I can go get gas, and I
How
can
much
create a
propane are you going to
gradient.
buy?
I can create a
Right.
gradient within there using atmospheric electricity, right? The proposal. So we have a model, and you guys just have a proposition, right?
So you're saying that you've already went and got high pressured gas, right, which we have forced into a container, right, and then you've used some sort of magical electric to recreate their atmospheric gradient.
And this is where Whitsitt, you would come in and
How-
you would say, Your Honor, being that they've provided no evidence, let the record show.
How much propane are you buying?
Atmos, and like this is where you would lay them to waste with the judge
Okay.
because now
How
it's
much
meaningless.
propane are you buying?
Again, what does that have to do with the fact that I have evidence and you don't?
Yeah, let the
Are
record
you buying 20 pounds of propane?
let the record reflect that we have brought tangible evidence that can be replicated and
Okay,
empirically
irrelevant.
validated, where we can actually physically measure the electric gradient we have, and we can replicate the
And now
containment
put it on
needed.
them with it. Put it on them
Now,
at the end.
now
again,
we're waiting
propane
for
is sold in
no
gallons.
evidence whatsoever.
now the
No
burden of proof.
evidence
Oh,
whatsoever.
now the burden of proof lies on the opposing party to provide substantial
Hey, yo, and
physical evidence of an alternative.
And if they can't, what happens?
They have conceded via tacit agreement.
Boom. Fucking beautiful, kid.
It's provided no evidence whatsoever. None. All
And
we've
remember,
done
they're
is
just
say, I
like
went
the
and bought
attorneys, dude.
something.
Just like the attorneys.
Just squirm.
Right. And the judge sees through it.
Right, the judge is a flat earther, Loki.
Let me ask
That's
again.
right, bro. That's fucking right.
How many pounds of propane are you going to buy?
However
Why
much
does it
fits
matter?
the container.
20 pounds. 20 pounds.
Yep.
20 pounds.
20 pounds of
What's the
propane.
problem? What's the problem?
Yep. That's weight.
Okay. If I get the tank of propane, yeah, and I open up, yeah, how many buckets of liquid I'm gonna retrieve from the floor?
It doesn't, I don't know. No, it's going to be gaseous.
How many pounds
propane
I'm gonna
has weight.
recover? If I open it up, yeah, how many pounds I'm gonna recover back into my bucket, please?
None.
None. So what's your point?
Well, don't
My
we make
point
that
is-
assumption of weight based on because we know the confines of the container? And if there's that much pressure in the container, then that's how we would be able to determine how much weight is in it also?
No, it's weight on a scale.
Can you
Yeah,
weigh
but
gas without a container?
Weight on the scale.
No,
Can you
it's
weigh gas
irrelevant.
without a container?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay, then
So
we have evidence and you don't, right?
exactly.
No, we have evidence that gas
Oh,
has
no.
weight.
Okay, bud.
Only in a container,
Do we
though,
not?
which is our argument. So you're offering
No.
additional evidence for our argument.
Hold on. Again,
Gas doesn't need a container to have
what is
weight.
your
No,
evidence?
It's the
maybe
weight
weight
that we
is just
can measure.
evidence of electrical pressure. That's probably what it is.
You can't tell me, oh, I went
Which-
and bought a can of gas, therefore that's evidence. That's
Well, you can't say that the
can of
atmosphere
gas is
creates
not
gas
evidence.
you fucking moron. You know what I
You
mean?
guys are
keep
too dumb.
saying
I gotta go.
We have evidence and you don't, but yet you've given
Oh.
me no evidence
Nice try,
whatsoever.
bud. Nice try. Now,
None.
you should have brought it when we were in
None.
court. You should have brought it
No
when we were in
evidence whatsoever, mate. Where is your evidence?
Yeah, by the way, gravitas
funny.
just means weight or means heavy, how much something weighs. And everything's intrinsically electrostatic and pressure mediates. And then when it goes down, you just weigh the displacement of pressure, which is all electric in nature, as is the electric field on the earth, which regulates our gradient of gas pressure that is contained because, well, it literally has to be.
Everybody's weight's due to electric.
Yeah, everybody's matter itself is due to electrics.
You know.
Well, are you saying that's wrong?
That everybody's weight is due to electricity.
Well, yeah, because the very
You
matter.
hear yourself right now. I
No,
think
not
the one
electricity.
brain cell
Not
you
elec-
have is extremely
What's weight?
fucking low.
Not electricity.
What's the weight?
A big electromagnetic density tower sorting what goes up, goes down, or floats, basically.
Yeah, and like your actual matter, like your body, whatever you're weighing is matter. All that matter is electrostatic, all of it. So, yeah.
So my weight isn't dependent on how much I eat. It depends on how much electricity is flowing through my body.
Everything
So
you
if I-
eat is also
if I
electrostatic.
So if I sit on top of my work counter and stick my finger in the fucking plug socket, all of a sudden I will be 10 million times heavier than what I actually am because of all the electricity running
No.
through my body, and I will fall
I
through the
can't
worktop.
believe y'all are letting this guy waste
That's
time.
infinite. Yeah. When you put a lot of electricity into a system or an object, all of a sudden it gets anti-gravitic and starts floating in some cases. Hutchinson effect, yeah.
Yeah, and you can also use a Van de
Yeah,
Graaff
but
generator and make things
hold
float.
on.
So
Because that just contradicts what Witsit just said. Witsit just said that the electricity in your body gives you your weight. So how can you then say, well, if we add electricity, that actually can make you float? Well,
yeah,
how
so
can it make you
That
float
controls
and
the
make
weight,
you
not as in
heavy
you get
at
more
the fucking
electricity,
same
more weight.
time?
You're thinking
You know
about
how
it in a
fucking
different
stupid that is?
electricity controls the weight, the thing that we call interaction. That's what Witsit is saying. It controls the weight,
Yeah.
not more electricity, more weight necessarily.
Yeah,
Like, if
exactly.
less, it controls the interaction.
Yeah, it's all about its environment. Like when you use a Van de Graaff generator and you increase the electrostatic charge, things will float, right? So it's just like if you take
the electricity causes my weight.
I said all weight is just you measuring pressure difference with matter, and all the matter that you could ever find to try to weigh is electrostatic. All of it.
Right. I asked you, right, a simple question. I said my weight is caused by electricity, and you said yes.
No, I specifically said not electricity.
Yes.
No, I said not electricity. That's actually the hybrid magnification of, or magnitude of magnetism and dielectrics together coherently. I'm talking about electrostatics. So if you want to get specific, it's not electricity, it's electrostatics, and all matter is electrostatic. So whatever you're weighing, for example, if you take a balloon and you fill it up, you blow it up, and you try to weigh it. Okay, now rub it on your head and it gets electrostatic charge, and then now stick it on the wall. You're not going to get down there to weigh it, are you? Because it's not going to fall down. So or it's not even going to be the same when you put it on there right after you rub it on your head. Okay, because the electrostatics is changing what you're calling weights, which is just that something went down, pushed a certain amount of pressure on a certain amount of area, and then you gave it a number. That's all it is. Right. So you can't weigh that balloon when it's sticking to the wall, right?
No, I need to put it on a scale. You need to press on the scale, otherwise it doesn't read anything.
Correct. Well, that's why I'm like, what we call weight's just it's a byproduct of an electrostatic relationship.
They think by putting helium into a very heavy container on a scale and it weighs more is the fact that helium is pressing down. That is so ludicrous. It's on so many levels. It's crazy. Like you're putting helium under high pressure, which changes helium anyway, and it can't force enough upward pressure on that container, so the mass is increased, the volume that's in that container of helium is increased, so of course it's going to weigh more. But if you open that container, that helium is going to go up as fast as it can.
Well, normally when we're talking about
Definitely,
gravity, we're trying
but
to
not only
control
that.
What
But
was
not
that?
only that, they convert.
Dude, sir, I'll be honest with you. If you're addressing me, I would rather not. You're just a time waster in my book. If you want to address somebody else, you can.
I'm still trying to figure out the connection between static electricity and my weight. I'm still not, because electrostatic fields aren't constant.
Okay, so all matter.
If you make a balloon, if you rub a balloon against your head and stick it to the wall, that's not going to stick there forever. The static electricity is going to dissipate over time. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it does
So
what?
does
Eventually
doesn't
starts
tell me
resting.
that makes people's weight.
Yeah, it
I'm
does have
still trying to figure the connection between static electricity and weight.
It'd be
Maybe
really hard
just
for you to figure it
ramble on.
out if you just talk a lot. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, so yeah, it eventually finds its resting place, right? So then it has resting electrostatic potential. Okay, all matter that exists is electrostatic, dude. Density is the compactness of matter, right? Well, that's about the charge of the matter. That's what makes it more. That's pretty common sense, right? Like if you were to have more charge, a stronger charge, you would draw the matter in to make it more compact, right? Well, density determines what goes up and down. You need something to go down to weigh it, and how much it goes down in layman terms is what its weight is, which is really just how much pressure is pushed down in a certain area. That's all about all about electrostatics. That's all you're doing. Electrostatic pressure mediation. That's what weight is, and that's all gravitas even means. Is weight.
Right. Okay. So we have static electricity, which causes a downward force, which is what we call weight. So how does the static electricity always go in the same direction? Why is it always going down towards the ground?
Well, it's because we have an electric field on the Earth, okay? And there's a downward current towards the Earth. It goes up 100 volts per meter. There's a current that goes down from the positive charge to the negative charge. Okay, it creates a
Trying to
current.
reach the ground.
Exactly. That's why everything.
That's why they call it ground.
I think Miles Mathis talks about a field that has a directional quality to it going up and or down from the Earth. So there's a directional field that appears to be going up and or down. That's bringing stuff, I guess you could say with an electro.
The only way you're going to go up is if you have a bunch of charge to begin with. Like the natural bias that's here is it goes down because there's a positive charge building up higher up above the Earth, and the positive goes to negative. You can easily levitate using charge, just like with the Van de Graaff generator, right? Because you have to increase enough charge to where the ground is overcome, and now the wood will float or whatever.
Everything is trying to be grounded. You're just overcoming it in one direction or another. Current flow of electrostatics. It's current. You're grounded here on the ground. You can take away that ground in some different ways, and that ground can be obstructed, but that's what creates the bias.
As long as you have charge separation of some sort, you're going to get a certain amount of directionality. The question is how the charge separates. Whichever way it separates, that would become up and down, essentially.
You can have a two-way switch. It works in the same way. It's whichever way the current is flowing.
Yeah,
and with the pressure of these fields, they're going to be pancaked on top of each other with that charge layer separation, one layer separated from another, pushing against another, and you're going to get a laminar, separation and layering in a general direction. In this case, whatever we call up and down.
Yeah, and it's down. Like Infidel, the crazy part about this is you can actually test that. You can prove that. So what we're talking about, you can literally test, like physically manipulate, test, and prove. Now
so one layer separates from another layer, getting one layer pancakes on top of another layer in a general direction, and that will become up and down.
Right, so I'm statically charged, and I step on a scale, and it tells me that I weigh 13 stone, right? So how long is that static field going to last so that it keeps telling me it's 13 stone? Is there any point in time where my static field has dissipated enough that I'm going to weigh less without changing what I eat and how much I eat?
If you increase charge to it, if anything, you'd weigh less, but it's going to be so insignificant to the amount of electrostatics you already have that compose all your matter, all your material body, that it's going to be insignificant. Okay, your weight is electrostatic.
The static electricity gives me my weight. So I'm asking, how long does that static field last for, and how does it get recharged?
It's infinitely. Your body itself is
is composed of electrostatic charges.
Right, so I'm infinitely charged with static electricity.
You
right?
can prove
But
it
yet,
scientifically.
If we charge anything else with static electricity, it doesn't last forever.
You can
Like
prove
the balloon.
No, that's not even true. You can prove
Right.
it, dude. All matter that exists is electrostatic infinitely.
Right, so why doesn't the balloon stick to the wall infinitely then?
Because what you
The
did
charge
was increase.
separation is in the
Why?
direction.
Why is it? Why is it
You
for the
increased
balloon?
the charge, dude. You listen. You added external additional charge. You increase the charge. Eventually, that charge will dissipate, and then it'll go back to its resting point. It didn't just stop being electrostatic, though. When it falls to the ground, it's still electrostatic, and so is the ground.
So 13 stones, approximately 182 pounds. Basically, what we call weight is a field interaction. Depending on how you interact with the field, flowing up, flowing down, whatever, you're going to register a different pressure on the scale. But weight isn't a thing in and of itself by mass. That can change, that can vary, depending on how you're interacting with the field. It can go up,
Correct.
it can go down, you can float, that sort of thing.
Correct. And you can literally prove all this stuff. So it's real. It's real life.
So how do I go proving that static electricity is what causes my weight?
Well, because you can just go pick anything in the world that you want to weigh, and it's going to be electrostatic.
It would be the same way that you prove gravity was the thing. Gravity was quote unquote proved by a bunch of guesses and inference. But can you control gravity by getting rid of all mass? Of course not. You just assumed axiomatically that your explanation was good enough and you went with it. We're going to challenge it because you can go anti-gravitic and float by adding a bunch of electricity or changing the quality of the field. So we're just going to start from a different axiomatic starting point.
And we have actual evidence that can be manipulated.
So I'm guessing, right, that due to this, when I eat something, right, I'm also eating the electric static that's made of, and that's what makes me heavier, not the actual food that I'm eating.
The food is matter. That matter is held together by electrostatics. Okay,
Right?
the matter.
So I'm also eating the electricity that's in there, right?
Yeah.
So I'm increasing my electrostatics. Therefore, I should get heavier.
You're increasing your matter. But the matter is electrostatic. You can't name one thing in the world that is matter that is not electrostatic. You can't name one single thing.
You do know that objects are lighter the more you spin them, right? You can lift something that's like 70 pounds a whole lot easier when you start spinning it. So people explain why that happens with some sort of field interaction that's, around the object and out of the object that changes the quality of the field, changes somehow upon spinning the object. And all of a sudden,
increasing its static charge.
Gravity and lift this thing higher than you normally could if it wasn't in motion or spinning. The motion somehow allows this object to interact with the field more, absorb or release the field more, and all of a sudden go anti-gravitic. So
which makes perfect sense.
Offer a way to explain it other than just talking about, mass or matter doing stuff in the gravity paradigm. I'm done now with my explanation. What were you saying, Rakia?
It's a sort of friction, just like the balloon rubbing on your head. You're increasing the static. Rotary blades on a helicopter do the same thing because they're going through the air. The friction increases their static charge. So under really thick atmosphere, they will, sometimes let off a charge like lightning.
And Miles Mathis talks about the charge with different materials. He talks about how, flight blades that are made out of wood are more or less efficient than flight blades that are coated in copper. Somehow, different materials are interacting with this field differently upon spinning or motion and giving you a different quality of lift. So this explanation offers a bit more, explanation than the dead weight of gravity alone.
Yeah, but if no one acknowledges the founding block, like I'm not, mine isn't, our points aren't mutually exclusive. Like the motion makes the charge increase, and you're within a field and you're actually imitating the natural motion of the field, which when you spin because it's a vortex, the field. So yeah, I mean, of course, and I think electrogravitic propulsion's existed for easily over 100 years. But anyway, the point is though, the matter is important, bro, because Infidel cannot respond to this. There is no rebuttal for this. You can prove all of this, and you can't prove anything to do with gravity, and that's case closed.
Right, okay. So I'm guessing what I'm asking is, if I stand on a set of scales, is there some sort of device that I can have that will add or remove static electricity from me, and that'll adjust my weight?
Yeah, well, see, with a person, it would be difficult because it would require huge manipulation of charge. It could be dangerous. You might would. I'm not done talking,
Electrostatics, it
Infidel.
causes
I'm
weight.
not done talking, buddy.
Humans,
I'm not.
you can't do that to prove that that's actually what's happening.
Well, then
yeah?
stop interrupting me. Okay, so anyway,
Can you
Dude.
control yourself, guy? Scotland
yeah.
guy.
All right.
Hold on just a second. Witsit, please continue.
So with a human, that would be probably kind of irresponsible. But you can do it with other matter and see if it's the case. And you can use a Van de Graaff generator, and you can make different things made of matter float and levitate and go up and down based on the charge you introduce to it. So yes, you can literally change weight, because if you're changing how much is pushing down, that's what weight is. So if you can change the direction of something, then you can obviously manipulate its weight. I wouldn't do it with a human.
Did he leave? I forgot his name and I can't see him. What was this dude's name? I need to unmute him.
Styrofoam does the same thing. That's why when you stick your hand in a styrofoam foam packaging, it sticks to you. Or if you put a styrofoam block in water, you can manipulate it and move it with putting some, you can use a magnet, but you can actually use anything. And that magnetic charge in between will push that styrofoam around because it has a lot of static buildup. I don't know why we deny this and why the science doesn't move towards this, because it's something that we can easily prove, measure, and then quantify, and then show it actually moving things, and it has a direction towards ground.
Exactly. It's insane. Dude. We live in a clown world.
The thing is, we can make things float with sound.
Yeah, which is frequency, which is vibration, which has something to do with static electricity also. Thanks for playing.
Exactly.
The frequency of the field basically.
The frequency, now the sound adjusts the static electricity, right? Okay.
You're
Well, it
changing the
acknowledges
static
the
field
field,
of that area.
which is important. It's acknowledging the mechanical action of the field, mechanical in that something is touching something else, bombarding something else to make something happen. The field is doing some sort of charge bombardment action upon vibration or frequency. It's the same thing with electrostatics, sound, whatever.
Right. Okay,
the
so
motion,
hold on,
the motion
right? So
of it,
sound,
dude.
right, that makes something float, right? So you're telling me that sound makes it float because it's adjusting the electrostatics within that object, right?
By introducing motion.
Hold on. Therefore, I should be able to stand on a scale and put a speaker next to me, create some sound, and that should make me lighter.
Are you serious, dude? Is that what you got from that?
It's true.
Okay, you just refuted your own point, right? Because you said that sound can make things levitate, and then you're like, if that's true, then I need to put a speaker beside me on the scale. You know how loud it would have to be to make a human levitate? Okay, but you just admitted that it makes
it would melt you. It would melt you before you levitated. That's how loud it would have to be. But that's also the heat generated by that vibration that would melt you is actually more proof of the static charge.
Exactly.
Energy release. Jesus, bro. Where have y'all been all these years?
Every answer comes back to our point. It's hilarious. Like, it's going to be like that no matter what you say.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, flat Earth doesn't even absorb it.
You said the sound makes the object float because it adjusts the electrostatics within the object, right? So it doesn't matter, right? How much sound I use, I should still see a slight change in my weight due to the electrostatics being changed in my body.
Okay, so
even if it's a small miniature amount, I should still be able to see it.
No, but you're going to need sound frequency. And you're going to need a high amount. So you'd vaporize or turn into liquid before you could see those appreciable effects, or you need to use the right, frequency combinations, just the right frequency combinations to make the field vibrate in such a way where you're floating all of a sudden.
Why do we have to keep putting a human on the scale, dude? What's the difference in you standing on a scale and something lighter? What's the difference?
Yeah, that we can actually measure.
Exactly, because every time we prove it with something that's safe, that's humanly possible, you're like, if that's the case, I can go stand on a scale and do it. That's stupid, bro. That's not. Why can't you use something that's lighter? What's the
It's
difference?
intellectually dishonest, and that's
Exactly.
why I've been
Yeah.
hearing from this guy over and over again.
Yeah, to
Right, so
answer
if I
that question, the difference is taking in the danger to human health in one and not in the other.
Exactly.
Right, okay. Here, if I take a 25 kilogram weight from my weight bench in the garage, put that on a scale and put a speaker next to it, right, then the sound should make it lighter. Doesn't matter how much, because according to you, the sound will change the electrostatics in the 25 kilogram weight and make it lighter.
Okay, no, it's that the sound is going to
now
send in
the sound
vibration.
does change the
Bro,
electrostatics and
You
make it
don't mind
lighter.
put yourself on mute while he answers your question, do you, sir?
Yeah, it vibrational movement is what the sound does, and so that affects the field around any matter, and it also affects the electrostatics within the matter. But obviously, it's going to be much stronger than the sound moving through it, depending on how much the matter weighs, for example, how dense it is and stuff. So, if you did it with something lighter, yes, you can use sound to levitate things. And that is just more proof of our point. The motion of electrostatics, that's how you would attain levitation. You can actually look at magnetic levitation. Magnetic levitation is effectively the same thing, just more concentrated and powerful. It's the same thing, though. It's just more coherent. So
And at least sound and levitation like this acknowledges that there's a field which gravity does not. Gravity does not acknowledge a field that can be vibrated by electricity, frequency, sound, or anything to give you some sort of mechanical action of any sort. So its explanatory power becomes very weakened because of what it is not acknowledging, namely a field that can be manipulated by vibration, electromagnetically, electrostatically, or whatever to achieve these effects. We're going to have to go with something field related or electromagnetic or electrostatic at that point.
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out an experiment that I can do here at home that proves that you're correct, that it's the electromagnetic field within my body, the static electricity, that causes my weight. Yeah. So if I can adjust the static electricity in me or in any other object in my home, then that should change the weight of that object.
Yeah, where's that clip of the balloon?
Yeah, use a balloon, or buy a Van de Graaff generator.
Yeah, you can do it, but levitate at your house.
You broke up.
You cut out big time there.
Like, dude, I told you the Van de Graaff generator like a million times, bro. Just go watch a video. I've seen one in real life. I've messed with one.
I still don't see how the electrostatic field creates weight.
Okay, so do you agree that weight is the pressure that something pushes down?
Yeah.
Okay, if I can make something go up or down with electrostatics, would I be affecting its weight?
You see, you're counteracting gravity then, aren't you?
Well,
in the chat, I put a video where he's making the piece of paper levitate by blowing a big deep bass sound oboe over the paper. That's something light, but that's a small scale demonstration of what's being said. Some frequency is being used on that paper and making it levitate when he blows on it with that sound. And so it looks like people are demonstrating this sound vibration levitation thing, at least on some level, with the didgeridoo or whatever that is.
Yeah, I mean, we all know that we can use sound to levitate things.
And electrostatics, so.
So you're trying to connect it to electrostatics. I guess you'd have to, I don't know, use something electrical with a higher frequency than that didgeridoo and try to electromagnetically levitate it that way. I don't know, put some electricity in it via the Hutchinson effect. I don't know.
Or
mean,
you would
if
want
I-
to try
if
to
I-
measure. You would try to measure the difference when you
I mean,
introduce the sound.
if I statically charge a balloon and then let it go, it's always going to fall to the ground.
Eventually, yeah, it's going to lose the external charge you added to it.
No, if I take a balloon, right, and measure the speed that it falls at, then statically charge it and let it go, it's still going to fall straight to the ground.
Actually, it probably won't fall the same.
Right, so
Doesn't even
then
matter if it does. That's not the
an
point.
experiment I can do.
No, not really, because you're going to try to
How
measure
can I
the
know?
difference between dropping a balloon. You're not. So, like the speed at which the balloon falls, you need an interferometer or something. So, the point is, dude, is that you agree that weight is the amount of pressure something pushes down. I said,
we
okay,
eventually
so
get to the-
if I can make something go up or down, am I affecting its weight?
Well, obviously, yeah.
Exactly. Well, with electrostatics, you can
It depends how you're making it go up.
with something
Right.
called a Van de Graaff generator, you can
Right.
turn this little wheel, and it creates electrostatic charge, and it will make the wood filings, the styrofoam, whatever it is, it'll make it float and go up in the air. So that would change its weight, right?
Yeah, but the force that it's putting on, the force that's forcing it up, is still the same as the force that it was putting on the scales when you weighed it.
Okay, that's my point, because the force that pushed it up was the electrostatics that you just introduced by turning the wheel.
Yeah.
Okay, so once that charge goes out, it goes back down because it's electrostatic, and you had to add more charge to it for it to go up. So since it's back to its resting potential of electrostatics, it's down.
Again,
You could try to
this
weigh
takes
it.
me back to what I said earlier. I'm trying to create an experiment that I can do here at home. And I said to you, if I add electrical charge to a balloon, then I should see a difference in its fall rate. Right? Or I should be able to add enough electrical charge to the balloon that it won't fall at all.
Yeah, in theory.
Right. So that is an experiment that I can do.
Well, yeah, easier said than done. Good luck. You're going to have a small controlled environment and then control the electrostatics. You're going to basically have to replicate a Van de Graaff generator. But you can do that, though. That's the point. You can actually create that. So that's a million steps ahead of gravity, right?
Gravity isn't real, mate.
Like, we're doing real stuff here. We're talking about real life that you can physically touch. So
that we know the cause of. We know
You
the
can-
cause and the effect. We can
Exactly.
manipulate it. Try that with gravity. Hey, good luck.
So you have to agree that this is far more substantial evidence and valid than gravity. The
And this
facts
is
flat Earth doesn't talk. Go ahead.
And scientists have never figured this out. No.
It's not that they haven't figured it out. It's very easy to prove. It's not something that can be debated. It's just people add the idea of gravity. People add the idea of gravity onto it. Say it's also present because they have to, because gravity has to exist to make all these planets go around each other.
They actually say this.
The
They
thing is,
actually
you
say
just said
this
it's
is
so-
stronger
it's
than
so
gravity,
easy.
but then say that gravity is overcoming it somehow.
Yeah, they admit this is way, way, way stronger than gravity, but they say out in outer space, you know, that place we all just have to believe what they say. That's where everything changes and gravity gets stronger.
No such thing, mate.
But you just said that it's so easy. You just said it's so easy to prove. But every time I try to say to you about creating an experiment here at home, you say, "Oh no, you can't do that," or you can't do this, and "Oh no, you need this and you need that."
Just
Yeah,
because you can't do it at home doesn't mean it's not easily proved, man. I don't think you'll
If it's
ever
not
be able to do
easily
it yourself.
proven, then surely it should be easy for you to say to me, right? You need this, you need this, you need this. That's the experiment you need to do.
Prove gravity easily for me, please.
The thing is, the way that you define.
Please let him answer this. Why don't you apply the same standard to gravity? Can you please go do an at-home experiment? Can you tell me an at-home experiment I can do to easily prove gravity, please?
Yeah, take two different objects and drop them and watch them fall at the same speed.
We just talked about how that doesn't prove it, though, because what we can prove is there's electrostatic. So think about what you just did. You want to try to find this experiment and say, well, I have to go buy something, so it's not easy, so this doesn't count. It should be easier than that. But you can't do anything, no matter how, if you have $47 billion to invest into it to prove gravity. So you're being a hypocrite, bro.
Well, the thing is, the way gravity is defined, it's something intrinsic in the matter that will never go away. Matter and gravity at that point become one, and you can't separate it enough to prove cause and effect at all. The way that electromagnetics is defined is a charge that dissipates and cannot, be as intrinsic as gravity, because gravity will always be left over, quote unquote, after electrostatics fade. And so because of the way that they define the problem, you're always going to have gravity overcome this electrostatic force after, quote unquote, the charge dissipates, and they say it can no longer be the cause. But if you're making gravity intrinsic to a thing, you can't prove or disprove that gravity is doing anything if you're making mass the intrinsic thing that's part of everything. Because how do you separate mass from an object? You can't. So at that point, you just have an intrinsic axiomatic definition that can't be proved anyway. So at that point, it's just what axiom you're going with, electrostatics or mass and gravity.
But
They're teaching us that all the elements have electrical charges.
Yeah, it's
Positive,
fundamentally
negative,
different,
neutral,
though,
meaning
because
there.
it is... Sorry, go ahead. Okay, electrostatics is
Here you go.
intrinsic in the quote-unquote mass, though, in the matter, though, Lemon, right? So all they did was hijack a force that is there. There is no such thing as electrostatics fully dissipating. That doesn't happen. That's impossible. That doesn't happen. It always has electrostatic potential. There's a charge that holds the matter together. It is intrinsic in the matter because there's no matter that's not being held together without that charge. So they hijacked that and then made up a story and then just said, look, out here in outer space on the big scale, everything flips and now gravity's the strong one. It's stupid. There is one that's intrinsically there and can be proven. So they're not on the same level at all. All gravity
Whitson,
did was jump behind it.
I'm
Whitson,
still
can I
trying
ask,
to figure out how electrostatics
hang on,
make
yo,
the
yo,
downward
Scottish guy, hang on.
direction.
Yo, Whitson, is the electrostatic charge you're talking about the charge between the electrons and the nucleus? That charge? Or like what electrostatic charge are you talking about?
All the molecules are held together with the charge.
Yeah, but is it that what holds them together? Are you talking about how the electron is the
No, he's
electron
talking
which
about
is negatively charged is attracted towards the nucleus which is positively charged, or
If
the
that's how
electron
you want to, if that's how you want to describe it, then.
All right, then how are molecules held together by charge? How do you describe it?
I don't
What
think
does
that
that
stuff
statement
like
mean?
the electron is what you think it is, man. I think it's a gap in a dielectric field. So this gets way into the weeds. Because I'm not gonna. I mean, that's why I said if that's how you want to say it. I mean, I don't want to get
Yeah, but
into.
I want to
What's
understand
up?
Talking about static electric. He's talking about static electric.
Okay.
That's what he's talking about.
No, but
Everything.
he's saying at the molecular level, molecules are held together by this static electric thing. You know, whether it's
Yeah.
yeah. So
Which
I
is
want
just
to
objective.
understand
Exactly what he's saying.
that, like what's happening there.
Each molecule is held together because they're both electrostatically charged.
A static electric field goes in all directions. It doesn't explain why everything goes downwards towards the ground.
So I have.
Okay, you're wrong again.
How I am? So a static electric field does not go in every direction.
No, what you're wrong about is that we have a downward current because of the electric field on the Earth that can be physically measured and proven. Your theory can't be proven at all. The fact you guys have the audacity to try to pick it apart and see how many questions you can try to ask me to see if you can get a gotcha when I'm giving you physical, tangible evidence of things that can be proven, while you stick your chest out about something that literally can't be proven at all.
The downward presence of electrostatics and other fields is not even disputed. They just say that gravity overcomes it. Like, I don't even understand what you're arguing.
It's crazy. They don't know, dude.
Yeah, it's not even disputed in current science.
I'll give you Richard Feynman. That's who you should go listen to learn about it, maybe. That way, maybe you can accept it because it's coming from someone, you know, within your accepted paradigm.
That's why I say they don't lie. They actually tell us the truth. We just have to decipher through all the other stuff to learn what they're telling us. They teach us about the downward bias. It's there in an electrical charge. Every element has a positive and negative charge also. And most of those elements are either under the ground or at the surface. And the ones that rise up only rise up after they escape their containment of the ground.
Right, but how do you guys determine when something has a positive or negative charge? Because you guys don't believe in
determines
protons
itself.
and neutrons. But how do you know? You know, like how do you tell yourself this doorknob has a positive or negative charge? Like,
okay, everything's the
what is
same
the
except the
framework
fact
you
that
guys use?
everything's the same. You don't have something we don't have. So I know you like to think that.
Protons?
What? I know you like to think that, right? And you like to say because we question all the additional claims you say, when you say you know exactly what a proton is and you can physically, you know how it's a physical sphere and all this nonsense. And if we don't believe every additional claim, you think that you get to take all the stuff we know about. And we don't have it. But listen, this is just a tactic. This is a cognitive dissonance tactic because you have to convince yourself that we're just like these primitive dumb people. But the fact that there's protons and neutrons and electrons are not just your information. We just don't agree with all the stuff you claim about the intrinsic properties of them. But we know that they're there. We know how things work. We don't have to reset. And actually, all that's built upon electrostatics acknowledgement from the beginning, all of it.
That
So
is
you're
the
not
positive and negative charge. Your
my
protons,
question.
neutrons,
Rakia,
and
maybe you
electrons.
could help me. So
Okay,
sorry, Rakia. Rakia, could you repeat that? I'm so sorry. I spoke over you.
This is from the physicsclassroom.com, right? And it says the direction of the direction of the electric field is always directed in the direction that the positive test charge would be pushed or pulled if placed in the space surrounding the source charge, right? Which means that the direction of the electrostatic field is dependent on where the source charge is, or the
whatever, man. So Rakia,
it's just an exchange of what you call electrons, man. Why can't you address the bigger point I just said, which is that we have physical proof of all this, and yet you stick your chest out about something that you can't prove at all?
Well, you said that this electrostatic charge is what causes things to go down and gives me weight,
I
but
can
yet
prove all that.
I can't find anything that tells me that an electrostatic field goes always goes in the downward direction.
He didn't
It
say
doesn't.
it goes always in the downward direction.
I didn't say that. I literally said you can use a Van de Graaff generator to make
Jesus.
things go up. So anyway, back to the point, you guys, neither one of you guys have it in you to respond to this. I'm giving you things that can tangibly be proven and replicated or are just objective, and yet you're trying to critique it while sticking your chest out about something that you can't prove at all.
Right. I said to you earlier, right, that an electrostatic field goes in all directions, and you said that that was wrong and it always goes down due to some electrical downward current within the Earth's atmosphere.
That's
right?
a straw
Now,
man, buddy. You're
according-
lying. You're lying. Everyone in here knows you're lying.
That's what you said.
No,
You
I
said
s-
that
okay,
the
but you're
electrostatic field
buddy, listen.
doesn't go in all directions because of some mad electrical current that comes down to the Earth through the Earth's atmosphere.
You're lying. I did not say all electrostatic fields anything. I said that on the Earth we have a downward current because there's positive charge building up above the Earth. Now you want to just keep strawmanning because every time I say this, you guys can't respond. Why is it that you guys are trying to overly critique something I can physically prove every aspect of and is verifiable, while simultaneously sticking your chest out about a theory you cannot prove at all?
Right, it says here the direction of the
now.
electrical field is always directed in the direction that a
You can't
positive
do it. You
charge
can't
would
acknowledge
be.
what I'm
Right?
saying.
So you're saying
Go
that
outside and stick a ground rod in the ground, hook a copper wire to
Hold
it, and measure the charge.
You're saying that this positive charge is above the Earth, right? Then that would mean that all electric fields would go in that direction.
Well, we have a slight bias of resonance here where there's positive to negative, but it's just a slight bias. Like if you put a wire up or like a string up in the air, you have to go pretty high and you're just going to be able to turn a little electrostatic generator. A Corona motor that's very weak. You don't want to learn. You're here to just try to make me mad. You have a problem. I feel bad for you. Please chill out. Okay, buddy, there's an electric current on the Earth. It's just objective. You can measure it. Your own side knows that it's there. It's scientifically objective, no matter what you say. Now, your little gravitational field is fake and doesn't exist and has no proof and isn't measurable and isn't scientifically objective. So why is it you want to keep skipping past that?
What, skipping past the law of gravity?
No, you have no physical evidence that proves this scientifically at all when it comes to your gravitational field. Yeah, we can prove the electric field on the Earth and actually physically measure it and verify it, and it can be proven. So which one's stronger?
They're collecting a static charge on every building you ever see with the rods. That's not just a lightning rod. It's to decrease the static charge. Airplanes have them. Helicopters try and avoid it, but are harder because they have a really fast rotating rotor. All this static electricity is known. Why are you fighting this? Like, I don't even understand it.
My question is more directed to the other guy, though, because this guy's dishonest. You're just dishonest. But the other guy, I still want to know.
I didn't say static electricity doesn't exist. That's not what I'm saying, right? I'm saying that static fields go in all directions. So where is the downward bias coming from?
Okay,
and
on
you
the
said
Earth,
it's coming from the electric current coming down to the Earth.
Yeah, on
but
the
I
Earth,
can't find anything
bro.
on this.
Okay, well, you go look up Richard Feynman. Okay, atmospheric electricity. And please stop. Please stop.
Richard
Unless you're gonna
says that the downward bias that we experience is due to the electrical current coming from the sky down to the Earth, which makes static fields go downwards.
It tells you about how there's an electric field in the Earth, and that results in a downward current that goes down towards the surface of the Earth. And you can measure the electric field. It goes up. It's equipotential. Equal increase of potential. 100 volts per meter. And it keeps going up.
and there's a downward current that goes down. Okay.
You understand if that volts gets higher as you go up, there's going to be a downward bias towards the ground, right, Scotland? Towards the neutral, grounded, current,
Slightly negative, typically.
flow. Yeah, just a slight bias. I mean, it's not even, but it's way, they even say it's way stronger than gravity. I don't even know why this guy is like, I think it's just a time waster like earlier.
Well, I know,
Same
but I want
guy.
to hear what the other guy has to say. The guy that jumped in and wanted to ask me all about like subatomic particles. I'm wondering, why is it that you want to critique it so like under a magnifying glass? When you have to admit that, well, we can physically measure 100 volts per meter. We can actually run a corona electrostatic motor with using this downward current. We can measure it, prove it, know it's there. We can measure the electrostatics in all matter. We can prove all of this that I'm saying. Yet the side that you believe in can't physically prove even one bit of it.
Yeah, so I'm not here to critique whatever it is you guys are saying. I just want to understand it, you know. So obviously,
I just want
I'm
to understand you
yo,
first, though, because
don't
if
interrupt me, please. I let you monologue.
I'm not. All right. Well, I'm just gonna disengage if you don't respond.
Please
So
don't interrupt me, bro. You spoke. You stopped speaking. I'm trying to speak now. Unless you have more to say.
Unless you're gonna respond to what I say, I will be disengaging.
I am responding to what you said.
I asked you about your
and
belief, and you're trying to talk about my belief.
I'm not here to critique what it is you guys are saying. I want to understand it. I'm not here to defend gravity or defend the globe, but you are bringing forth new information I've never heard before. So I want to understand what it is this information is.
But do you see what I'm saying, though? Do you not see the problem? Why is it that you're
I
skeptical
definitely see your problem. You feel
Now
I
you're
should,
cutting him off.
I should defend gravity.
It's amazing how you complain
not
so
gonna defend
adamantly about
gravity.
him cutting you off, and then the first time he speaks, you cut him off.
All right, my
weird,
bad,
dude.
my bad.
I shouldn't have cut you off, though, but I just know what you're doing. You're not going to respond to my point, and my point is you have to, okay, look, can you admit that everything I've said can be physically proven and tested? You can manipulate. These are actual physical phenomena that we can prove and test and verify, as opposed to gravity, which we cannot physically prove and test or verify.
I cannot admit to that if I don't understand what it is you are saying. That's why I'm asking these questions so I can gain a better understanding. Otherwise, I'm going to be speaking from a position of ignorance because I don't understand what it is you are talking about.
Let's take it one step at a time. Then, do you agree there's an electric field on the Earth? Did you hear us talk? Okay, and so do you agree we can test that and we can prove it?
Yeah, we can measure and detect Earth's electromagnetic field. Yeah.
Yeah, and so we know we have a downward current because we can actually run an electrostatic motor on the ground with a string running up in the air. It has a downward current.
Would you not be able to run this motor up in the sky as well, or are you saying it can only be run here?
Yeah, but the wire would have to be higher. Like, you understand the current is flowing down, right?
Yeah, you
so
technically
you
could
can't
do it in the air.
reverse it. What if the wire was? What if the motor
Dude, you're
was
already
above
trying
the
to
wire?
fight it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to fight it. I'm just asking questions. What if the motor?
We're talking
was
about
above the
being
wire?
on the ground, grounded, and how the energy is up above. That's what we're talking about, given the downward bias.
Yeah.
And you're trying to fight it already, is what I'm saying.
Like
so
this
fighting,
is just
asking
objective.
questions, is fighting.
Well, this is
So I
the point,
shouldn't
right?
ask
Like this is just I know that you haven't really heard of it, but you should question right now. You should be like, I wonder why I've never heard of this. If this is actually something that can be proven, why is it that we weren't taught that? You shouldn't be like, Austin now has to teach me everything in the world. You should go read Richard Feynman, Atmospheric Electricity. It's very simple though, and I don't want to sit here and answer every hypothetical question you can think of. The point is that you can test and prove that, right?
Yeah, just hang on. I'm googling Richard Feynman atmospheric electricity because I think I'm gonna get more answers from that than I'm gonna get from you guys.
Okay, so you
But
can
thank
test
you,
and prove
thank
the
you.
stuff I'm talking about, though, right?
I don't know yet, Wixit. I need to look into
Oh,
this.
okay,
You
fair enough.
guys don't want to give me answers, so
Assuming
I'm gonna look at what Richard Feynman says.
okay, assuming what I'm saying is true, and you can use an electrostatic corona motor on the ground with a string in the air, and it takes the natural electric field that's here on the Earth, and it takes the current that's coming down to the Earth to spin the motor. If that's true, then you agree that's either way, my claim is something that can be physically tested, meaning it can be verified or falsified, right? Because I'm making a claim that can be physically tested.
Could you repeat your claim again, just to make sure?
You can use an electrostatic corona motor on the ground, and if it has a string tied to it and it goes up in the air, it will run the motor by taking the current down the string from up in the air in the atmospheric electricity.
I would agree with that. If
Okay,
that,
and that,
if uh-huh.
well, you agree it's something you can either falsify or verify by physically testing it.
Yeah, but nobody's denied this.
Yeah,
What's it? That's the thing.
using this Corona machine of yours, yeah, I could prove that.
Yeah,
And
so
now,
my claim is something.
Nobody's denying that.
Okay, but the point is that these claims are something that you can actually test. So they're much more substantial. They're more real. They're more valid. They're actually something that can be accounted for or taken into account, right? Because they're actually valid, because you can test it. If what I'm saying is not true, you can go get one and it not work. And if you do it right and it doesn't work, you can prove it wasn't true. Anything that can be tested like that is obviously much more valuable, right? And much more substantial evidence than something that can't be tested at all, right?
if what you were saying, if I got to assume what you're saying is true, then yes, Whitson. If I
Okay.
can test this, then it's way more substantial than something that can't be tested. I totally agree with you.
Correct. Okay. And well, there you go. That's one example.
Right? Nobody's
But what is your
denying
point
static
now?
electricity, right? Nobody's denying that this electricity
We
flows
heard
down.
you for the fifth time as
right?
you interrupt their conversation. We heard you.
Yeah, you asked what my point is. Well,
Hold on, right? But what you're trying to say is that all this electrostatics debunks the law of gravity, right? Gravity is a law, right?
No, it's not. It's a theory. Okay,
Oh
so
my God! Now he's trying to divert.
yes, but I'm not talking about that. So what the truth is that I'm making a point that the thing I'm talking about is something that can be physically proven. Thus, it's very valuable. It's real. Now, if you have a claim additional to that and you can't prove it or test it, it is invaluable. It is of no worth. I am much better off and much more in a valid position when I stand over here where I can physically verify something. Right?
I would agree with you, but could you give me an example of a claim someone would make that you feel doesn't have value, that's being attached to your electrostatics?
Well, instead of an electric field on the Earth, they claim we have a gravitational field. So I can go physically measure and test the electric field. Okay, check that off the list. We verified that one. Now, can we go do that with the gravitational field?
You feel we can't?
No, we literally cannot.
Okay.
I mean, just ignoring the electric field and then assuming it's there is not in any way the same as physically measuring, manipulating, testing, and verifying the electric field in the Earth. They're not even close to the same ballpark. One is theoretical and pseudoscience. One's real. I mean, right? I mean, just subjective.
Well, gravity is defined with mass, which is an intrinsic thing that can't really be objectively separated or tested. At that point, it's an axiomatic starting point, but not necessarily something that can be fully verified past a certain point of either you accept it or reject it as a starting point for explanation. We're going to
That's
start.
not even what they claim now.
Yeah.
They claim that now. They claim that matter, all right, gravity is no longer an intrinsic property of matter. Really, like in their paradigm, it's the little well of the gravity well, like the bending of the space-time fabric around the matter that creates gravity. And so therefore, like, what's, you could test it because you're claiming this little magical realm, this basically medium that's not a medium. And then why can't you test it? Why can't we physically verify the gravitational field?
Well, at that point, the only way to
Why do
consistently
you feel
explain
we
it is
can't
with
test
some sort
it?
of
That's what I don't understand. Are you saying you've never seen a test, or are you saying no test can be done to?
Not with the way that they
falsify
define things of gravity.
They don't
No.
talk about a field that's there to, twist or, bend for, mechanical purposes. And so because of the poor quality of their explanation that doesn't acknowledge a field, that doesn't acknowledge something touching something else like, electromagnetics, electrostatics, and ether, whatever, then they can't prove anything based off of that poor explanation. It's just not possible.
So because gravity is kind of non-contact in nature, you feel like
No,
what's
it's just
cool?
it's just
What's
not
cool
proof.
about its explanation? Lemon, could you give me an example? What about gravity makes it unfalsifiable?
Well, there needs to be a field there that makes contact with something else to allow it to be discoverable and provable objectively. One day they acknowledge this quote unquote gravity Higgs boson, what the heck ever field. The other day they don't. They act like space is a vacuum, nothing. Inconsistent explanation leads to inconsistent interpretation of experiments. And at that point, you can't prove anything. You can't prove anything without a consistent theory of some sort or a consistent explanation. It's just not possible.
But all right, so now you saying a gravitational field hasn't been detected, and when you read claims made by Globus that LIGO is detecting gravitational fields,
Well,
like
that's not the way
you
that
think that's not
gravity
true?
was originally defined. Gravity wasn't defined as a field. Newton just talked about this action at a distance thing in a very woo mystical way, nothing touching anything else, just something that quote unquote happened without a mechanical contact sort of explanation to explain what's touching what to make something happen. You need a field for that. And so then
Yeah,
they
but
change overnight to some sort of
LIGO's
gravity
not.
field, stealing the electromagnetic, ether thunder, as far as I can tell. So as far as I can tell, gravity is nothing. It's just a defunct explanation.
LIGO's not detecting gravitational fields.
what is LIGO detecting?
LIGO says they're detecting the frequency change of a huge, like two black holes colliding, like a bass drum sending back a pulse.
Yeah, but we detect that as a gravitational field because we're not there watching
No,
or seeing it happening.
no.
So what
Not
we
gravitational
feel
anything.
That's
is
not
the
a
ripple
gravitational
effect.
field, brother.
It is.
Yeah.
It's the ripple
Just
effects
another silly pie
that
in
the
the sky
collisions
word.
of these two. If you could just let me finish, Jim. It's the ripple effects we feel when these two large bodies interact. So they cause a ripple across space and time, and we see
What
the
bodies
shift.
are we talking about, sir?
If you could just let me finish, Chin. We see this shift along a kind of X and Y axis. That's why the LIGO arms are placed perpendicular to each other. One on an X, one on a Y axis. When the gravitational ripple passes through them, one axis shrinks and the other extends. And that difference gives us information as to where, this interaction is happening.
Dude, just
Okay, so
calling it a
something's rippling through
gravitational
something else.
ripple. Yeah,
Yeah,
go.
something's rippling through something else. So the nature of your explanation is the same as what we're saying. It just has a different tag to it. The thing about gravity is it has a lot of baggage. It has a lot of unprovability and inconsistency in its explanation. So we tend to want to go with this explanation, which says more or less the same thing instead.
Oh, it's
Bearing in mind you haven't proven that
that's
is
your
a spherical
prerogative.
ball
I can't
to
force
start
you
off
to
with
believe in
anyway.
gravity.
You put the
But to sit here and say there's
cart
no
before the
evidence
horse.
for it, that's not true, man.
Yeah, no, look, here's the deal, dude. So we're talking about we're talking about the downward bias on the Earth, electrical field of the Earth, and you can physically test it, measure it, verify it. You're talking about this LIGO thing where you use all kinds of other phenomena, and you say, well, assuming that this fabric is what we call space-time, this ripple is a gravitational ripple, and if we reify and assume everything is what we think it is, here's the type of phenomena we can claim we detect. What does that have to do with a downward bias in an electrical field that you can easily detect physically and prove across the entire face of the Earth? That's not the same at all. You're not even in the ballpark of the evidence I postulated for what happens on the Earth. It's not even close.
Yeah, our evidence is not the same. It's not even close at all. Your evidence, whatever it is you were talking about, I don't know what you're going to do with it, but the evidence we bring forth is what drives the world forward. So I mean, you don't need to believe it. It's fine. I'm not trying to convince you. It's just
Well, it
when you
sounds
guys
like
sit
you're
here and
holding.
say we don't have evidence for gravity, that's not true.
Well, the
Can
thing
you
is, it sounds
prove
like you have a paradigm that you prefer that you're going to hold to,
No
and
evidence
any
there.
additional
Not
evidence, you're going to
evidence.
try to bring it back to that paradigm. So
No,
at that point, we're just going
no,
to have a
no, no.
Not
clash. You're
evidence.
holding to the
No, that's
gravity
that's not
paradigm.
true, Lemon.
We're going with
That's not
another one.
true. That's not
Wait,
true,
everyone
Lemon.
calm down, dude. This is what I'm trying to ask you. The question was simple for like 10 minutes now. Can you prove the gravitational field on the Earth? Because we can physically prove the electric field. So we're already standing here with all kinds of physical proof Now, can you give us any physical proof for the gravitational field? Because you're making an additional claim for a downward bias when we have a downward current that can be proven. Answer the question, please.
Yeah, I can prove it.
How so?
If I, for example, shot a gamma ray down a tower, down a vacuum chamber, right? As it accelerates towards the Earth's gravitational field, it's gonna gain energy. It's gonna blue shift. That's proof that there's an energy field of some sort closer towards the floor than there's, higher away from the floor.
And we just discussed that
we
you can.
call this gravity. You guys want to call it something else? That's fine, but we call that gravity.
No, it's not what we want to call it something else. It's what can physically be proven to be there, and objectively, it's electric.
The thing is, that can still be explained with the field gathering closer to the Earth. The field bombards the Earth. There's a higher concentration or a lower concentration or whatever closer to the Earth, and you're getting a gamma ray shift because the field quality is slightly different closer to the Earth. Gravity as this force that pulls isn't necessary. You guys are invoking gravity as this thing that is the only game in town.
Okay, but hang on though. This doesn't prove gravity in the Newtonian sense. This proves gravity in the Einsteinian relativistic sense, where gravity is seen as a field.
But that doesn't matter though, because when you say a gravitational field,
doesn't that matter?
We know the electrical field's there creating a downward current. So if you just ignore it, then you're like 30 steps behind. Not only are you not bringing physical proof of the same quality, you're not even acknowledging what is just objectively there that can be proven, yet you're trying to hijack the same phenomena.
But how is this not physical proof of inequality? I'm literally giving you an experiment you guys could all do, because gamma rays are real things that you can all isolate. We detect them. We know gamma rays are real things. I'm not making up something crazy. Gamma rays are a real thing. And we all know that if you drop a gamma ray down a vacuum tube, the closer as it accelerates towards the Earth's surface, it's going to blue shift. This is a real thing that we observe.
But how do we
It's not
interpret
dependent
it?
on the shape of the Earth.
How do we interpret it the most consistent way? Gravity wasn't defined as a field during Newton's day. It was not defined that way. That came later with electromagnetism. So it just feels like gravity is trying to steal the thunder from electrostatics and electromagnetics. It's Johnny come lately and it's inconsistent. So let's just go with electrostatics or electromagnetics.
Do you know what's funny, right? Is that gravity's been proven so much that it is a law.
Never been proven,
right?
sir.
Newton's law of gravitation.
It is not a law.
Oh my!
You dismiss Newton's law of gravitation, but yet you like.
It is not a
But yet
law.
you.
It is not a law.
How is it not a law?
Misinformed. It's never been proven.
How am I
Never been
misinformed?
proven.
Gravity's trying to steal electromagnetic thunder. That's the issue at hand.
Yeah, objectively,
This is
electrostatics is.
ridiculous.
How am I
Dude, no, what's ridiculous
misinformed
is you
that
can't even
law
offer
of
a vibe.
gravitation is
Dude, stop
real?
just. Hey, buddy, you're just trying to troll, okay? You're saying it's ridiculous. The other guy's saying it's ridiculous. Yeah, but the other guy's saying it's ridiculous. But I've said it like 30 times.
No, he said that Newton's
oh my
law of
God.
gravitation is not real, and I am misinformed. Right?
I know
So
that. I know that. That's what he said to you.
How am I wrong? How am I misinformed?
Jeez, if you let people tell you and shut your trap for just a minute, they'll let you know.
Yeah, you all kind of going on, Scottish guy.
They don't even use that stuff anymore, but I don't want to just distract back to Newton, Einsteinian. We're not going to teach you every day the same stuff. My point to you that I need you to address to the other guy, bro, I can physically prove all this. All these phenomena you're talking about, if you're just going to use the phenomena that I've already proven's there and then hijack the same effect and then make up additional stories that you can't prove are there, all you're doing is stealing what I've proven is there without proof.
What am I stealing from you? I don't understand. Like, you never mentioned the experiment that I was talking about.
Are you saying you controlled for the
guys?
electric field in that experiment?
See what now?
Did you control for the electric field in your experiment?
No.
So you hijacked my phenomena again, and I can prove mine.
But what? Hang on, though. Hang on. I was very specific in saying. Hang on, yo, Scottish guy. I got this. I was very specific in saying it was a gamma ray particle. So gamma rays, have charge?
Okay, thanks
Do
for
they
making
have
my point.
electrical charge?
Did they have charge at all? Then they have charge, and they're moving in
No,
a
no. Do
field.
they have charge? Yes or no? Do they have charge?
Oh, I don't know. Gammas.
They don't have charge. They have a neutral charge, so they won't
That
interact with anything that has a positive or a negative charge. So I don't have to worry about electrical fields. It's
okay. First of all,
neutral.
wait. Are you saying they don't have a resting electrostatic potential?
A gamma ray? What?
Yeah.
It has a neutral charge. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else.
Okay, but is
what
it
I'm
moving
saying
through-
is
is it
because it
moving
has
through
a
a field
neutral
with charge?
charge, I don't have to worry about any fields caused by static electricity, which is generated
You're not
between
understanding.
negative and positive charges.
No, there's a pressure
You
pushed
don't have
down on the earth,
electrostatics in a
dude.
neutral charge.
There's a
You keep
pressure pushed
under-talking
down
me,
on
you
the
know,
earth,
I've been
buddy.
talking this whole time, and you're not even listening.
Yeah, I
Like,
am. You're
you
not
keep talking.
understanding. You're not understanding it, though, man.
Won't accept what you're saying, mate. He's not going to accept what you're saying, and he's going to waffle on and try and make out that somehow something negatively charged or neutrally charged will still be affected by his downwards electrical field.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right. Because there's a
basically,
pressure
his
being
quote
pushed
unquote.
down. There's a pressure being pushed down on
Well,
the earth. So it's just objective. Doesn't matter what you say. I can prove it. You can't prove yours.
Doesn't
Well,
matter
the
what I
thing
say.
is,
Like,
the,
really? Is that how
the
you
nature
argue?
of his proof is basically saying that gamma rays don't have charge. Therefore, your charge field definition is no good if we're trying to explain why quote unquote gamma rays are blue shifting. Some sort of
That's wrong,
mystical
though.
blue force has to be pulling it like gravity or something like that for this
Then
thing to
what is
hold
it?
a little bit
Okay,
faster
but
without a
hang
charge.
on now,
That's
hang
the
on,
nature
hang on
of
now.
his
We
proof.
all agree that electrostatics is caused between positive and negatively charged particles. Do we not agree on that?
Sure, but
That
there's
is
always they have,
electrostatics, right? When
you
a
have you can
potential
have
is built
neutral
up
electric.
between these two, and when they interact, you see that spark because it's positive and negative charges interact,
Well,
right?
no,
Once that potential has been discharged. Do
yeah,
we
but
not
even if
agree on that?
even if something is like neutral, it can have resting potential charge. It's intrinsically still has a potential charge. That's the
All
point.
right, show me two neutrally charged particles electrostatically interacting.
No, that's not how that works, man. But the
that's
point is
your
that
claim. But
No,
that's
no.
exactly your
No,
claim.
that's not the claim.
And you don't
because-
understand what you're saying.
No, that's not the claim because
if you
listen
realize that's
carefully,
your
dude.
claim.
You're afraid to hear it. So listen carefully. No, because the electric field is a downward current that pushes down towards the earth. So it doesn't matter what potential charge is there or what the charge is, it is being affected by that pressure mediation of the electric field.
Did you not hear him say it's neutrally charged? So the
Oh my
electric
God, I feel like I'm
field
talking to
will
this
not
is insane.
have an effect. It won't have an
If you
effect.
don't understand how what you're saying is just
at that point,
irrelevant.
it's not to do with charge; it's to do with pressure. You said that.
Correct.
quite a few times.
Jeez Louise, dude.
So it's what creates this pressure? This pressure is created by a force, right? And this force
Yeah.
is your
electric.
electrostatic force.
It's electric, yeah.
It's so the electrostatic force is what creates this downwards pressure you were talking about.
Correct.
Now my question is, if there is no electrostatic force present because there's no positive or negatively charged particles, they are all neutral. So because they are all neutral, they are not exerting any net force. Because no net force is being exerted, you cannot then say it is your electrostatic force that is exerting this pressure. It's something else exerting the pressure.
But you
Because
can't
there's
say
no
that it's
electrical
gravity either
force
because
present.
gamma particles have no mass.
How is
So
that
your
wrong?
explanation isn't
What
even
was
sufficient either.
wrong with what I
Gamma
said?
rays, according to some people, have no mass either. So your explanation on your side is not sufficient to explain anything either because it would have to have mass for it to have any sort of explanatory power or scope at all. Gamma rays have no mass. So how do you explain blue shift with gravity affecting something that has no mass? That's inconsistent too. So I'd
So
still
I'll
go with
explain
something electrostatic and say that at best what we call charge is just a general abstraction of some general activity. Do things pick up charge, like, picking up this many electrons, dropping this many electrons? I don't know about that. I think charge is just covering a general phenomenon with a general explanation. That's all. I don't think it actually picks up electrons.
Yeah, so the reason Lemon's acting this way is because Lemon perfectly understands what it is I'm saying, Whitson, and you don't. That's the
Okay,
issue.
no, I'm
Lemon
still,
knows that I've
no, I'm
shown
still
that you
gonna
cannot
destroy
use
you,
charge
though. You're
to
wrong. I
explain
wouldn't tout
why a
victory
photon
yet.
blue shifts when it falls down a vacuum chamber. And now what
Oh.
Lemon is trying to say is I can't use gravity to explain it either because gravity should only affect things with mass. That isn't the case,
Okay.
Lemon. According
Oh,
to the theory of relativity, mass and energy are the same thing. So gravity does
okay.
affect energy as well. We see
Okay.
light beams being gravitationally red and blue shifted. That is a phenomenon we do see. So if you take a gamma ray, which is a particle of light, because gamma
No
ray
such thing.
is on the spectrum of light. If you drop this down a vacuum tube, as it falls towards the Earth, it will be blue shifted due to Earth's gravitational field. Because energy and mass are the same thing. So the an effect you would have on mass, where as you fall closer towards the Earth's surface, you become heavier, you weigh more. It's the same with energy. With energy or light, you become energized. You have more energy. Your frequency increases. Your wavelength contracts
Yeah,
towards the blue end
it's
of
all
the
electric.
spectrum.
It's all electric, buddy. So are
But
you
that's
saying
not electric though,
so wait,
because
are you
there's no
saying that the
charge
vacuum
taking
chamber
taking place.
removed the
You
electric
won't have
field?
electricity or
Hey,
magnetism if you don't have moving charged particles.
you
The
just said you
photon is
dropped.
not a
First of all,
charged particle.
you don't understand anything, man. So, are you saying the vacuum chamber removed the
He doesn't
electric field?
understand it. You just turned around and said
It's
gamma
not your
rays
turn,
don't
dude.
exist.
This dude just talked forever. Okay, are you saying the vacuum chamber removed the electric field?
No, that's not
What
what
I'm
he
saying
said.
is,
No,
this is
I'm
what I'm
asking him
saying,
a question.
Witcher. This is what I'm saying.
Answer
Even
my
if
question.
there is an electric field present, because no, the vacuum chamber is not removing the electric field. Earth's electric field is still present in that vacuum. But what I'm saying is the gamma ray is a neutrally charged particle. It will not interact or exert a force on Earth's electromagnetic field. It will
Okay,
not
now
be
here's the
affected by it. It has no
no.
effect on it because, let me finish, because Earth's electromagnetic field only affects charged particles. As you have said yourself, electrostatics is based on charged particles interacting. If it has a
Okay,
neutral charge, it's not positive or negative, it's not going to interact with it.
but what you're not
So we have
understanding
to
is,
think of
oh
another
my God.
force.
No, what you're not understanding is the electric field is what creates the force. Now, things react differently, but their charge is largely negligible because it's just a pressure that goes down because there's a downward current. It doesn't matter what is in that field, it's all going to be affected by the downward pressure. So whenever you don't remove that, and then you just choose to ignore its existence, and then you send what you call a particle, which it certainly is not, down, and then you say, okay, well, since it's not charged, it can't be electrical. You're not understanding, or you're intentionally strawmanning. It's the pressure pushed down by the electric field. Everything is affected by that.
All right, now what you are doing is making a claim. You're making a claim that the electrostatic force creates a pressure, and this pressure is some sort of electrostatic field that pushes down on everything. What you need to do is show this electrostatic field pushing down on neutrally charged objects. You need to go out and prove that.
Well, as soon as they go down, they're within the field that has a pressure towards down. So
But you need to show it's because of this field. You need to
no,
show the
because I can shoot
interaction
things up.
between the two.
So it would be stupid to say that it goes down because I can shoot your little gamma ray, which I'm sure is your specialized weapon. You can shoot that up. So that would be stupid. Okay. Glad we got this figured out. So your vacuum chamber doesn't remove the electric field. It's impossible. And my primary point, and I'll let other people talk, talking for a while, is very simple, man. We can prove that. We can prove the electric field. We can prove everything with matter is electrostatic. We can prove electrostatics will make things go up and down. We can prove that you can manipulate weight with electrostatics. We can prove everything I'm saying. Now, when you make additional claims and you hijack the weight and the field's effects and every other effect I just said that I can prove, and then you take all those phenomena and you say, actually, it's because of this other thing over here called gravity, but I can't physically test or prove any of the claims. That is called pseudoscience.
So I'll respond to everything you said now. Please don't interrupt me because I didn't interrupt you. Number one, I gave you a test you can use. I don't know why you were ignoring it. Lemon is acknowledging my test. Thank you, Lemon. Whitson, you just blindly ignoring that I gave you a very legitimate, foolproof test. Number one. Number two, you still have a claim you need to validate. You are the only person I've ever heard in the history of the whole world say that some pressure exerted by electrostatic forces downwards is going to have an effect on neutrally charged objects. You need to experimentally prove that, Whitson.
Okay. It's just
Beyond
that there's
that, we have nothing else to say to each other, bro.
Yeah, well, there's a
Like-
pressure that goes down on the Earth. That's objective
prove
and
it.
can be tested.
Prove it.
Okay, I'll prove it. Go read Richard Feynman's atmospheric electricity. I've had
that's not
to
proving
source
it
it for
with the-
you 5 times now.
That's
So
not
if I
proving
watch
it
that video, it'll prove it to me, right?
If you
That's
want to
what you're
watch it a video instead of read the actual whatever, float your boat, man.
Yeah, that's all I'm finding. I'm just finding a video. Do you have the actual paper or something?
Yeah, somewhere, but not with me.
Hold on. Richard
All right,
Feynman.
when you find the time, please share it with me.
Hold
There's
on.
a PDF
Nowhere in
online of it.
Hold on. Nowhere in Richard Feynman's work does he say electrical charged pressure pushes on neutrally charged objects. Nowhere in his works does it say
That's
that.
another. All you do is jump in and strawman and lie, and lying is really bad for your spirit. Now, what he said was, prove it to me saying there was a pressure being pushed down. So, if you don't understand that the reason there's a downward current is because, or the reason that there's downward pressure is because there's a downward current, and that's because there's accumulation of positive charge higher up in the air that goes down to the neutral or really slightly negatively charged surface of the Earth. Okay, now this can be physically verified and proven. Therefore, it is 1,000,000 times more substantial and valid than any claim of gravity could ever be, because you can't physically measure and manipulate that. This is just subjective, bro.
Yeah, but Winston, you don't understand what it is.
Right? I'm going to say this slowly so you understand, right? The other gentleman gave you an experiment that he can do with gamma rays, right? That are neutrally charged, right? Which means that no static electric field will interact with. Then you said that the static electrical field creates a pressure downwards towards the Earth. The other gentleman then replied with, well, nobody's ever said or made this claim before, so you need to prove this. Yeah.
Okay.
Then you came back with, my evidence for this is Richard Feynman, right?
No.
Nowhere in Richard Feynman's work does he say the pressure created from electrical static
You're
fields
such a liar,
push
man.
down on negatively charged particles. Neutrally charged particles.
Well, I won't call you a
That's what
liar. 'Cause I
happened.
guess if you're not
Why you
intentionally
calling me a
doing
liar?
it, then you're not.
That's exactly the way the conversation went.
No,
Why
it's
are you
not.
fucking calling me a liar, you little dick?
I didn't invoke Richard Feynman to make a claim to say that his little gamma rays are doing anything. That's called a lie. Now, if you're not doing it intentionally, then it's not a lie, but you clearly are doing it intentionally because you're a liar. Anyway, we're moving on now. First of all, if you want to get hyper specific, you're trying to say that there's a physical particle of a gamma ray. Okay, that's not true. That's called pseudoscience. Secondly, I destroyed it immediately by saying I would never say that there's any cause of anything to that gamma ray going down, because I can turn around, shoot the gamma ray up in the air, so it's not just going down. That's retarded. Now you're talking about the blue shift. You're saying it's just when it goes down, when it doesn't go up. Good, that makes my point. There's a pressure mediation going on in the Earth, and it's electric in nature, can be tested and proven. I'm not going to go in circles anymore about it.
Yeah, let's go. Let's stop going in circles, calling each other liars and all that bullshit.
He is a liar.
The damn impact was the word. You need to stop that.
I just went through the conversation step by step and what exactly was said, and you turn around and call me a liar. He said
Because he didn't
pointed
say that
out
about
what
Richard
your
Feynman,
claim
and
was,
you're a little
right?
late to the party, Left Lane, because that dude's been calling Witsit and me a liar all morning. Thanks for modding, man. You're great.
Yeah. But what's funny is the reason that I called you a liar is because you've said it 4 times in a row.
And the first words out
I
of
don't
your
care.
mouth was Richard Feynman. After he pointed out what you had to do to prove your claim.
No.
But
Whenever
which
he
you
said,
obviously don't
whenever
want
he
to do.
said, prove it to the pressure part specifically, I said that there's a pressure that goes down. He said, prove it, and I said, I already told you about Richard Feynman's lectures because they explain the downward pressure and downward current of the electric field. That's equipotential lines, 100 volts per meter going up. That's the 7th time I've said that. You are just getting me in this like toxic vibe, and that's why I'm going to have to disengage because you're not being honest. And when someone's intentionally dishonest, there's a word for that, and it's got 4 letters, and it's called a liar.
You're
It's
the
bad for you,
dishonest
man.
one. You're the one that after the gentleman points out what you have to do to verify your claim, the first words out of your mouth is Richard Feynman, and then when that's pointed out to you that that's what you've done, the person that points out to you, you just blatantly call a liar.
Okay, well, I just explained the nuance of what you keep misrepresenting. I'm not going to continue to do
I'm not misrepresenting anything. All I said was exactly what you said, and then you call me a liar. I wasn't misrepresenting anything.
You said that I said that Richard Feynman's going to say that gamma rays with neutral charge can be affected by electrostatics, and I never said that. He said...
Never said it.
Exactly, which means when you keep saying I said it, you're lying. Okay.
Misrepresenting what Whitsitt said and doing it over and over again while pointing it out is a lie. Right, left lane?
Okay. So the point is the Richard Feynman will help you out. And everyone should be curious, like, why weren't we taught about that? It's like one of the most important phenomena that's all over the world. I don't know how we wouldn't be taught about that. And almost no one knows about it. And I talk to these people that have looked into the earth for years and they don't know about it. Only recently a flat earther started finding out about this. Just go look into it. It's a very easily proven phenomena. And if you're an honest person, you should be like, damn, that is crazy that there's a downward current on the earth and it's electric and it can be proven. And I didn't know that. And yet I've always just kind of attributed every type of effect on the earth to what I think is gravity. And I didn't even know this was here. Or you can lie about it. It's up to you.
No, we are talking about it. It's just you didn't listen when you were in school. Fucking idiot.
I had a great GPA, and what are you talking about? I had academic scholarships.
Austin, could you please explain why the Cavendish experiment works when performed within a Faraday cage?
Nah, hold on, guys. The name calling and shit. You can't do it. All right, please. We're gonna start muting people. Say name call. Not you.
But yeah, so I don't even have to get into this. Okay, so the actual matter's composition itself is still electrostatic inside it, right? And you didn't control the electric field either. Like
the test mass was outside the cage.
Say again?
The test mass was outside the cage, on the other side of the Faraday.
Okay.
So my question is, how is this electromagnetic passing through a Faraday cage that's designed specifically to prevent that?
Oh, well, I didn't say electromagnetic, but there's an electric field. You think the Faraday cage removes the electric field?
Yes, there is no field that passes through a Faraday cage.
Really? There's no field that passes through a Faraday cage.
Not an electromagnetic field, no.
I never said electromagnetic field.
What is
then
this,
again,
the straw man?
you can't actually answer the question. I just want to point this out, that you're so scared you won't even attempt to answer the question.
What are you talking about? I just answered
scared of anything is crazy.
No, you didn't. My question is, one more time, if
you
you
didn't
say
remove
it's
the electric field.
electrostatic, how does that work with a Faraday cage?
Well, you're saying that you have two objects that are electrostatic and you put a Faraday cage in between it. You think it has 100% success rate because you're a psychopath. And then you think there's not an electric field in there and there's no way that there's a mediation of propagation or energy in a field because you put a Faraday cage in between two balls. Is that a good summary? And what about the
No, that was a
interaction of the
complete straw
environment?
man
Wait,
and
wait,
an
wait, wait.
insult and an ad hom because you can't actually answer the question. Would you please try to answer the question, Austin?
Yeah, sure. Check
It's
this
not
out. Also,
fucking
here's another
hard.
answer for you that you want to ignore because I just destroyed you. Is the actual air around the ball itself that's not in the Faraday cage can also have an effect on the ball, right? Damn, you did such a good job coming up with this experiment.
The air around the Faraday cage has an effect on the ball? What the fuck are you talking about,
Oh,
dude?
so is there electric field around the ball? Yes or no?
Yes. There's
Okay,
one
thanks for
inside the
playing.
cage, there's one outside the cage, and they don't move, they don't mix. They don't interact.
Okay, so what the ball is encompassing an electric field?
That cannot interact with anything outside the Faraday cage.
And then the other ball is also in an electric field.
That cannot interact with anything inside the Faraday cage.
Okay, but they're just around a field because they're electrostatic and they're in a field. So if you have any type of movement
So
that
how
happens at
do those two fields that can't interact, you dumbass?
first of all, you're the dumbass that thinks I have to believe that there's actually something being sent from one mat.
No, I think you're the
Make sure you
dumbass
keep
who can't
interrupting
answer
me.
the question.
Where you at,
So
left
yes.
lane? Hey, left lane, where you at there, buddy?
Yeah,
Answer the
Stop with the name
question,
calling,
Austin.
guys.
Stop trying to run away.
Well, you're interrupting me. So
What's it? And Blade, relax with the the insults and shit, please.
well, I just returned the dumbass. Let's be real. So
No,
anyway,
you didn't. You actually started it, you fucking liar. Now
Okay,
try
wait.
answering the question and try being the
Wow.
only honest slurp in the entire world.
There's no one that thinks the Earth's flat that's
There's
honest in
no
the whole
honest
world.
slurp. I
Jeez,
know. But try.
that's crazy that you think that. But anyway, so the actual matter
Rely on
itself,
the slurp.
the balls are actually electrostatic themselves and they're in the electric field in the environment. I do not in any way have to absorb your claim that they're sending signals back and forth or anything like that. Any type
That's
of
your
movement.
claim. My claim is they're not. My claim is there's a Faraday cage between them that prevents that. Your claim is the Faraday cage doesn't do what a Faraday cage does. Now, please defend your claim.
That actually isn't my claim. That's
Yes, it is. That is exactly your claim.
Sleeping? I mean, I think left lane is here too. If you're sleeping, Jeremy, I don't mind you putting yourself on mute. But if this guy's able to just like scattergun, do all the tactics all at once, while
That's not scattergunning. I've literally been asking one question this entire
you won't
time.
let him
and
say anything, dude.
No,
You're so excited that you think
I'm
you
not
have
gonna let
some
him
type
lie
of
and
magical proof
head hom
of your
because that's
fantasy
all he has.
that you
Now,
keep
will you
interrupting
please-
him and no one is
somebody
doing anything
answer my
about it.
question. Can
Yeah, you
anyone
came in
even
hot. You came in
try
hot,
to answer
and
my
now you're
question?
still hot,
Or are
and
they
you're
just
getting
gonna sit
hotter.
there and Sunday mute me?
Hold on,
Help me out
Rocky.
here. He's just trying
Witsit
to
was
funny
going to
me.
answer your question. You interrupted him. I don't know
He
why
hasn't yet.
you're now complaining that he's
All
not
right, I'll
answering
shut
when you
up.
interrupted
Now you're
him.
interrupting the mod.
Yeah, man, relax.
Austin,
Boy.
answer the question then.
Okay,
You
so
tried to when you interrupted him. Go ahead. Witsit.
yeah, when
And
you
let's
say
not insult guys, please.
yeah, when you say my claim is okay, that's textbook preface to a straw man. I do not claim that anything that Faraday don't do what Faraday cages do. I've never said such a stupid statement. Okay, I'm saying that the actual ball itself is electrostatic. It's within an electric.
Stop. Then how is your claim?
This
No,
is crazy, dude.
Austin, stop.
You're a crazy
How
person.
is your
I know. I
claim
don't
the
know why he's
electromagnetic
trying to
field
answer your
from the
question.
outside the
You're just temporarily muted till Witsit's done. You will get a chance to respond. Just let's let him finish, please.
Yeah, so there's not consistent results that show these balls attract to each other, and that's just a BS claim I don't have to absorb or answer for. In addition, the balls themselves are electrostatic. They're in an electric field. Any type of motion that those balls experience are electrostatic in nature objectively. Without controlling for the variable that we know is there, that would be foolish to make additional claims.